As soon as Bonnie and Void got the call that Quinn wanted to announce something, every cell in their body was shaking with excitement. It was rare for Quinn to call on them, and the last time he did, they had witnessed something special. Shortly after, like last time, Bonnie and Void had announced to everyone that there would be a special broadcast to take place. This had caused a slight problem that had put the whole world on standby. The announcement had been made that Quinn wanted to speak to the entire world, yet he didn't give any date or time. Actually, it was because Quinn himself was conflicted on when exactly he would need to call them. There were various things that needed to be ready before he could act, and he had no clue how long those things would take. In the meantime, the two of them just had to stay put in the shelter until Quinn called them. Of course, with this pent-up excitement, the reporters couldn't just sit around doing nothing, and the only people there besides Quinn were the two sisters and the leaders. They had already done their fair share of talking to them, and the sisters weren't exactly in the best moods to talk either. Because of this, at the moment, Void and Bonnie were outside of the shelter, strolling around, trying to see if they could spot one of the leaders to talk to. They moved fast, so it was hard to keep track of them, and they weren't even sure if they would be able to track them down. "Do you really think this is a good idea? Those leaders, as Quinn described, are a little scary," Void mentioned. It wasn't Quinn who had updated Void and Bonnie on who those strange people were, but instead it was Sam. He thought since the world had now learned about the existence of these powerful vampires, it would be nice for Bonnie to make a detailed report at some point. Of course, he couldn't go into too much detail because he was unaware of how much information the vampires would be happy to share, but the good thing was, Sam had the king of vampires on his side. If he overstepped his boundaries a little, who would be the one to tell him off? He just told the basics, that the vampires were made up of a council who made the decisions for them. These were the council members, some of the strongest vampires that ruled over the others. "You know what the situation will be like," Bonnie replied. "I'm sure you read some of those comments online. If we are going to make a report about them, we need to calm those comments too. But the best way to do that is to gather more information about them. Who knows, maybe you will see one of them healing an injured bird or something." "Or maybe we will see them feasting on a human body," Void replied. Eventually, after some time of roaming around, they spotted one of the leaders near the edge of the shelter. This one looked to be one of the younger leaders, and strangely had a cane in his hands. It looked odd because the leader seemed to have no problem walking. At the same time, the young gentleman seemed to have a strange circular device in his hand. It wasn't anything they had witnessed before. There were engravings carved into the device and a crystal placed in the top. The two reporters hadn't gotten close just yet. They were cautious and just watched the person for a while, walking around, until eventually he started to lift the rubble effortlessly and chucked it over to the sides as if he didn't care about the place as a whole. In the end, after clearing the rubble, the ground resurfaced, and the leader then placed the strange device on the floor. "So now I'm just meant to stand here and protect this thing until the others are ready? This is so annoying, just like you insects," the leader said aloud. As for who the leader was, it was none other than the first leader, Niku. "Do you think he spotted us?" Void asked, as the two of them were hidden behind a pile of rubble. "Are all humans this thick?" Niku asked. "I can hear you. I can smell you. I knew you were there from the beginning. Just ask me what you want and leave." The two reporters looked at each other, thinking whether they should go out and ask Niku a few questions. After all, he hadn't hurt them till now, so he won't hurt them after the questions, right? Still, he did seem to be an aggressive leader. Perhaps it would have been better to talk to one of the other leaders. Then the thought occurred that maybe others might turn out even worse. Trying not to shy away, Bonnie started walking forward, and Void turned on the camera, chasing right after her. He wasn't the best when it came to making decisions, but he would go immediately follow Bonnie if she were to go. "I wanted to ask some questions for the report we are preparing on the leaders," Bonnie said, carefully walking through all the rubble of the damaged structures. Eventually, she had reached the cleared space that Niku had created. "I see. So it looks like they have already made you somewhat aware of us," Niku replied smugly. "Well, as he stated, I am the leader of the first family, Niku Kane." Since Niku was being so polite, Bonnie felt like she had no choice but to bow down, and Void soon followed. "I wanted to ask you a few questions. Who is Quintalin to you, the vampire leaders? And earlier, you addressed him as Your Majesty. Do you mind revealing how this came to be?" Bonnie asked. Hearing this question, Void thought that maybe Bonnie was prying in too much. If the cursed faction wanted to give this information, they would have already told them about it. Nevertheless, it was evident that she was being too meddlesome because the question seemed to annoy Niku. I need to know. I'm sure Quinn is on our side, but are the rest of these council members on our side as well? Bonnie thought. Yes, Quinn Talon is an outsider. Unlike us, he was a human who was turned. When speaking, there was a clear disliking in Niku's voice, which was worrying the other two. This was what they were afraid of. However, Niku started to think back when Quinn had forcefully taken Arthur's weapon from him. In that instant, Quinn stated something that had touched him a little. He asked for him to be more like his sister rather than his father. The council has voted, and I followed the rules. Although I might not agree with where he has come from, he is rightfully our king, so I will follow his commands. It was a satisfying answer based on their actions so far. It really did seem like they followed Quinn, and it seemed like even if they didn't like him, these leaders were for some reason loyal to him. Rather than push for questions about the vampire's origin and more about Quinn like she wanted to, she decided to ask about something else. The strange device that you just placed down, what is it? Bonnie asked. This? I guess I can inform you, Niku replied. All of the leaders have been given a device similar to this. The devices are to be spread out around the shelter. Then, when everyone is ready, we will inform Quinn. For now, I have to stay here to make sure the device stays intact. Now looking at the device closer, it was definitely something Bonnie had never encountered before. She wondered if it had anything to do with the announcement that Quinn would have liked to have made. It was at that moment that the receiver on Bonnie started to vibrate. Are you ready? Quinn asked. The preparations are complete. It's time for us to send our message to the Dalki. While Quinn had moved to the Beast Planet solar system, the vampire settlement was still busy even without their leaders. A few days had passed since the leaders had been summoned, but the rest were assigned important tasks. For now, the ones giving orders were the respective knights of each castle. As for who was giving them orders, it was none other than the new royal knight who was also busy. Fex hadn't been summoned along with the others. Instead, he was busy trying to coordinate all the information and tasks that had been left to him. Oh man, I'm not really suited for this stuff, Fex grunted as he sat down in a seat inside the royal castle and gave out a big huff of air. Although many of the vampires in the settlement hadn't watched the broadcast, Fex had done. The reason for the other vampires missing out on such a thing wasn't because they were disinterested. Everyone was a big fan of the new vampire king. They would have loved to see him, but it was due to the previous leaders. They didn't want the vampires to know anything about the regular human world, which meant they had no clue who Bonnie or Void were or how to access their live stream. Man, that was quite a cool moment he displayed, but it sucks about Helen. I thought the two of them suited each other more than the other one, Fex thought. Still, watching the live stream only made Fex more frustrated, wishing that he would have been called as well, but he knew he had important tasks to do. Turning his head to the side, he looked at the person who stood there. By his side there was another vampire, one that he had only recently gotten familiar with. It was a female vampire. She was young in terms of vampire age, but was far older than Fex. She had short hair and a blindfold that was constantly covering her eyes. It appeared she was visually impaired, something that was extremely uncommon among vampires. Due to their healing aspects, vampires could heal nearly any condition that came upon them. Still, there were times when vampires were just born with certain disabilities compared to others, just like humans. And for her, it was her eyesight. Well, at least the girl isn't bald like another certain vampire, Fex thought, and chuckled to himself quietly while looking around to see if he was nearby. Sir, I have just received an update from the 4th family and the 9th family. It looks like preparations are finally complete. The girl spoke, but she didn't do it aloud. She had said using her ability to send a message directly to his head. It was the power of the 8th family, the Snacker family. Although Bryce had disbanded the family after they had supported the 2nd family, Quinn had decided to bring the family back slowly. He thought their ability was important for the vampires, a way to communicate with each other without relying on technology. That was a handy thing. They realized its importance even more than before because the Dalki technology was more advanced than theirs. This was why currently working under Fex was a girl named Saya Snacker. Where are they able to find nest crystals? Fex asked. It took a while for Saya to reply. which Fex just assumed was her trying to communicate to the others. Surprisingly, Saya's ability was quite strong, despite her not being a vampire trained to take the air position. Fex sometimes wondered if it was due to her visual impairment. Perhaps her condition made her focus more on using her ability. "Not yet. They will continue to investigate for the time being, but they are already sending over the crystals needed," Saya reported. This was good news. Fex was waiting for those specific types of bat crystals that they would use to create the special rings that allowed vampires to stay out in the sunlight. There was another problem, though. The rings that were created from these crystals only blocked the sunlight for a few hours. It was a temporary solution, and for the time being, the vampires would have to stay indoors until Quinn came up with another solution. In all honesty, Fex thought they should have waited longer before Quinn did what he was planning to do, but something had clearly happened that Fex was unaware of, which had angered Quinn, causing him to speed up the process. A few more days had passed, and the rings had been made. They were then handed to each of the vampires, and a report was sent to them all, getting ready for what was about to happen next. Fex had also gathered the people during that time, as he had something of his own planned. At the same time, vampire knights were sent to different corners of the settlement, and strange circular devices were placed all over the settlement. Now, there was only one more thing to do. Fex walked down with the vampire knights from each of the families by his side. They had entered the tunnels located beneath the castles. Accompanying behind them were a large number of crystals taken from the royal storage room. Finally getting through the tunnels and having one of Muka's newly appointed vampire knights, they unlocked a combination to a particular room. "I never knew this place was down here," Fex mused, looking at what was happening in front of him. He knew some tunnels led to the tomb area and each of the castles. There, they had multiple cellars. This was because he had been held prisoner in these tunnels at one point. Still, in the center, under the pooling area, he was unaware that there was another large space. When they entered, Fex could see a large circle on the ground. It wasn't a technological device. It just looked like a painting on the floor. Someone had drawn several patterns and shapes in the circle, and characters he had no way of interpretation. "What is all this?" Fex asked. His sister, being the vampire knight of the 13th family, was currently with him at the time. "You know why we are here, Fex," Silver replied. "This is the transportation device, although if you're asking what exactly is that, I am not sure. You would have to ask one of the originals about it. It was just created so we could move the vampire settlement whenever we wished." Fex stopped his questions there. He would rather not ask one of the originals for help. It seemed like whenever one of them was awakened, there was trouble, and that included the apparent good ones like Richardino. "Saya, report to Quinn. Tell him we are ready," Fex ordered. After turning on the device, it would take a while to charge, and Fex needed to get his plan in motion as well. After hearing this news, Quinn stood on top of the base. He looked far out and could see the leaders already in their positions, with their hands raised. In front of him, Bonnie and Void were now standing on top of the base as well. Behind them were Peach and Ivy. They had a casket that contained Helen's body inside. When the two of them were ready, they gave Quinn the thumbs up. "Summon!" It was then that all the leaders that had spread out around the shelter, just like before, had appeared right by Quinn's side like some magic. Even the leaders couldn't get used to this. They were being forced to move against their will, but quickly they stood on either side of Quinn while he remained in the middle. The red light on the camera could be seen rolling. Standing there, Quinn looked directly into the camera. "I have a message for everyone out there. The Earthborn group, the Grey Lash group, members of the Cursed faction, and all of those that are still on Earth. Lastly, I have an important message for you as well, the Dalki." When saying the name Dalki, Quinn's eyes started to glow red with anger. They would receive his message loud and clear, including Graham, who was watching the broadcast, waiting to see what this message exactly held. Once again, Quinn was making another impression on everyone. He didn't realize that he had also influenced the fighting that was going on the other planets. During the time between when the announcement was made and now, something special had occurred. After the Dalki had learned that humans had reclaimed the Daisy faction planet from them, they decided to be patient. This meant that most of the attacks that they had planned to orchestrate on the other planets were postponed. Those still on the planets were no longer pushing forward. Although Sack and Owen thought this wasn't good news either. The Dalki might have just been waiting for something themselves. They were always cautious, but at the same time still not strong enough to go on the attack either. Their fears were slightly true. The Dalki were focusing on increasing their forces at the moment. Before, they were on a time scale, knowing their lives would come to an end at some point. But now, having one of the dragons, their situation had somewhat changed. So when Graham heard that Quinn had wanted to make an announcement, he decided to put things on hold. For the last week, it felt like the treaty that was agreed upon between the Dalki and the humans had returned, and now the person who had caused it all was about to address everyone again. This was how much power Quinn had gained in that time. Just a simple announcement from him had managed to calm down the war. On top of the base, everyone could see, not just Quinn on the camera, but the leaders standing behind him also. They stood straight and still, but what was gaining all the viewers' attention was Quinn's eyes. They were burning after he had said the words, Dalki. They could feel the anger in them even through the screen. The Dalki have taken many of our lives, our loved ones, and we are still in the middle of this damned war. Quinn clenched his fists. Even now, they have taken people close to me, members of the cursed faction. It was because of them during the first war that I lost my parents, and then friends and others continue to die around me, and now the Dalki continue to do so. I'm sure many of you feel the same, and the truth is, at the moment, we are losing this war. We have been pushed back to the point where we can't even leave our shelter safely. Is this the type of life we imagined? Even if we were to survive living like this, how long? How long would we last? Is this really a life worth living? For me, it's not. If we sit and do nothing, then eventually the Dalki will win. All we would be doing is delaying what we know is coming. When speaking to you all last time, I talked about what we were. I admitted to you all that there were many members of the cursed faction who were different to you. You gave them the name of V. It took a while, but eventually some of you accepted us. You accepted us through our actions, which was why I decided to show you that these people beside me, their actions speak louder than words. Right now, the people who stand behind me are the leaders of the V. I won't lie, we know that there are some V that are working with the Dalki, but the ones behind me are different. The humans and the vampires next to me, we both have a common goal. The vampires had chosen not to interfere in human affairs for a long period of time, but now there is something that threatens both of our species. This is why they have decided to come out of the shadows, and this time, they, along with me, will help fight the Dalki. When Quinn was speaking, the scene felt and sounded familiar to them. This was because, to the world, they had witnessed something similar happen before. It was when the first set of originals had appeared, those with abilities. When the Dalki were invading Earth, it was at its toughest times. Those with power had stepped forward, offering to help and teach others, fighting back the Dalki invasion. Once again, it looked like history was repeating itself with the so-called vampires. I know some of you will be frightened by these people by my side. I was at one point, but I, Quinn Talon, guarantee you that they will not harm you, and using their powers, using my power, we will get rid of the Dalki for good. Now that my message to the people is concluded, I will spare a few words for you, Dalki. I hope you are watching and listening to everything I say. This time, even Sam was nervous about what would happen or what Quinn's words would entail for the rest of the world. Unlike in the past, Quinn hadn't asked Sam for advice on what to say. This time Quinn was acting on his own. It was clear Quinn was angry, and although the speech seemed somewhat soft in its approach, he wasn't asking the humans to work together with the vampires. He was particularly telling them what he would do. Quinn turned to Muka and nodded her way. In her hands, she had a larger, circular device that looked similar to the small ones that Bonnie and Void had seen in Niku's hands, only this one was about 3 times the size. Turning the dials around a few times, Muka then pressed on top of the crystal in the center. At that moment, several lights positioned in different places could be seen in the shelter. Bonnie and Void turned around and immediately told their drones to go up in the air to catch what was happening. Just as they thought, the strange, almost bluish light was coming from the smaller devices. The energy coming from them was so strong and bright they almost pierced the clouds. Then, the light from each of them started to spread out as if trying to consume the whole place. Eventually, the bright light did just that, and soon, the light from the devices overlapped each other, and the entire shelter was covered, including where the others were standing on the base. The feeling that everyone felt at that moment was similar to when they would go through the teleporters. As for where exactly they would end up, that could have been anyone's guess. When the light finally faded, Bonnie and Void found themselves in a strange room, Looking underneath their feet, they could see that they were now standing on a weird red carpet, and towards the very back, there was a throne. "Film everything! Are you getting all this? I think we have just been transported to where all the leaders are from," Bonnie whispered over to Void. What was most impressive out of everything, though, was those that were in the room at the moment. All of the vampire knights had appeared, including Fex. They stood at the edge of the throne room in which others had teleported. All were standing at an equal distance apart, lined up on either side. This clearly wasn't what Quinn had expected, and he looked towards Fex, who just smiled at him before lifting his hand and clicking his fingers. "You want to make an impression, right? Well, then you need one fitting for a king," Fex thought. At that moment, all of the knights in the room bowed down before going on one knee. "We welcome back the family leaders and His Majesty," they declared in unison. For a second, Quinn felt a little embarrassed at what had just happened due to its sudden unexpectedness, wondering just what Fex had made them do. But he had to quickly forget about that as he walked forward, regaining his composure. Everything was still live, and his job was not yet finished. "Come on, we're not done yet. There's still a lot I want to say to them," Quinn said, making sure Bonnie and Void followed. Everyone followed Quinn as he walked out, but he wasn't heading down the stairs or anywhere else. He was, in fact, walking towards his balcony, a space where the king would usually make a speech. Upon reaching the balcony, Quinn looked down and could see all of the vampires had left their inner castles. They were now standing in the pooling area, all looking up at Quinn as if they were expecting him to make a grand speech. Seeing them all there, Quinn found it strange. This was something he had never ordered. He just wanted them to be ready for the move, so he could only guess that it was something that Fex had arranged. His hunch was right, and Fex had made sure to make everything more flashy than Quinn would have preferred. The drones could be seen still in the air, which Void was surprised about. He thought that only they had been transported and figured they would be left behind. Still, he focused on the people below and filmed all of the architecture around them. They could see strange towers in places, and the walls built with thick black material. The castles, the walls, it looked like something they had never seen before, yet at the same time somewhat familiar. For distance, the Dalki fortresses that would be built had some striking similarities to these castles. Before Quinn could even greet the people, all the vampires bowed down once again, and at the same time. "We welcome your arrival, Your Majesty," they shouted in sync. Seeing this, Fex had the biggest smile on his face. "It was a lot of work, and it took days practicing this with everyone, but I think I have done a good job as a royal knight." Silver and the other vampire knights who hadn't followed were still in the throne room. Upon hearing it, she just shook her head. She felt like what Fex had done was a waste of time, but he insisted this was important for Quinn's plan. It was then that Void noticed something with his camera in the distance, the sun that was out, and the fields they were on. The place looked oddly familiar. "Bonnie, I don't think we were the ones that were transported. I think that they transported this whole place to where the Daisy shelter was." They couldn't have been more right. Even Ivy and Peach had been transported, along with Helen's casket, which had been left in the throne room for now. They had looked at Quinn briefly before he moved to the balcony, and he gave them a nod indicating that it would be okay. Seeing everything, those online were stunned in amazement. They had yet to figure out that the planet they were currently on was still the Daisy planet. "Look at all those buildings. Why does it look like something out of a period movie or something? There are so many of them. I thought there would be a few hundred of Vs, but their numbers are in the thousands. Are they all as strong as the ones that we just saw?" "I don't think so. He called them leaders. I'm guessing that guys are something special. Still, even the Vs that we have seen so far are quite a bit stronger than normal humans. Let's not forget what they exactly eat as well. They feed on human blood. They see us as food. The only reason why they have probably decided to join the war now is so they can protect their precious food." Honestly, Quinn didn't care what people thought of the place or the settlement. He was getting tired of always being cautious about how others felt. He was constantly pushing for good, trying to think hard about doing the right thing and pleasing everyone. During his time of rising to the top, meeting Paul, Nathan, Oscar, and even Vincent, he had learned it was impossible to please everyone. No matter how he did something, what way he did it, there would be those who were upset. So he needed to just care about the people he wanted to help, and this was the best course of action. Before continuing on his message to the Dalki, he opened up his system screen and took a look. The title was being applied. "It looks like it still works. This is excellent, and I have plenty of reputation points to use." Quinn then turned back to the camera, making sure Bonnie had faced it towards him. "You Dalki successfully took over this planet before, but you will never succeed again." At that moment, using the system, certain areas of the settlement started to change. He moved his hands outward, and the camera view switched to the drones above the settlement. The scene slowly changed, and a great wall began to form, bordering around the settlement, similar to what the shelter had before. Since the vampires were confident in dealing with whatever came their way, they never bothered to build walls around the shelter. They did, however, have walls surrounding their inner areas near the castles. Now, however, Quinn was making sure to build a high wall from the strong black substance around the entire shelter. It was rising in milliseconds, as if someone was using an Earth ability, but this was clearly not an Earth ability. Once the wall was completed, Quinn then proceeded to add more things, as towers similar to those staying outside the castle started to rise, just by the tower walls. This wall now protected the whole settlement, and lastly, gargoyle statues were placed on the outside of these walls, to make sure any enemy who tried to attack would have a tough time. Bonnie, seeing everything, was left speechless. They had never seen a power or an ability like this before. Even the strongest Earth ability users could at most build a large building or castle where they stood. But Quinn, from where he was able to create more, and they were complete structures that were definitely there for more than just show. "This is the new vampire settlement. Here shall Helen forever rest in peace. I invite you, the Dalki, Graham, or whoever you are, to come here and try taking over this planet again. Try your best, because I promise you, you will never succeed. If anyone attempts to take over this place, I will stop them. As long as I breathe, this place shall be protected. That's my invitation out to you, pathetic rats." Quinn held his head high, as if looking down upon the whole race of Dalki. Then, placing his hand on the camera and clenching his fist, he destroyed it on the spot. Void was at a loss for words, especially since his very, very expensive camera was suddenly turned into scraps. But with the live stream ended at that point, Quinn had sent his message to the one person for whom it really mattered, and Graham had received it loud and clear. "You think I'm scared? We will see, Quinn. We will see." These days, all the talk seemed to be about Quinn and the cursed faction, and it was rightly so. They had been bombarded with all sorts of different news, and with nothing else to do, of course, they would talk about it. For some, it was a big distraction from the current dire situations. Many of those who could not fight had nothing better to do but write and surf online, while others were defending and fighting the Dalki. Then some looked up to Quinn and his actions. Many of them agreed with what he said about them already losing the war. They could feel it. Humans weren't stupid, but it was just that a lot of them had refused to believe that such a thing was going to happen to them. In simple words, they were in denial. Human lives are short, and it felt difficult for many people to digest the fact that the whole existence of their species might end in this generation. However, this caused a reaction from the two largest groups because they asked for their opinion on the matter. On the planet which the Greylash group had practically made their home, a meeting was held. The reason they had chosen to settle on the said planet was due to the weather. Usually the Greylash would travel on their large island-sized ship. Still, they had decided to anchor it on the current planet, and for the time being, stay there permanently. It was filled with clouds and would more often than not rain and strike lightning every day, the type of weather others would have hated, making it one of the worst planets to live on. For them, though, it was the best position for them to use their powers and defend from a Dalki attack. The meeting took place in the Greylash chambers. It was an open area, where the sky above them was visible through a clear glass. All they could see through the glass on a day like this was a cloudy sky. On the surface, where whatever light they had, shone on a round table, and here the top Greylash members were having a meeting. Grimm, Hermes, Owen, and the respective group leaders within the Greylash family were present. They had been talking for a while about other matters, but Owen knew this wasn't the reason he had been called, and wanted them to get to the point. "The people are asking every day about what our leader thinks of the cursed faction," Hermes reported while standing straight. "They all know that you and Quinn have a close relationship. However, they want to know if you support Quinn his cursed faction, or do you support the V's that he has brought with himself?" While the other Greylash group leaders looked to be concerned about what was happening at the moment, Owen did not have any trace of worry and had a calm look on his face. As for Grim, he was happy to go along with his grandson's decision. "Is that really what the people are asking?" Owen replied. "Aren't in essence all of those things linked? I said before, and my answer will be the same. All these people have doubted Quinn in the past. But when has the cursed faction leader done us wrong? I'm sure the concerns that the people have are the same ones that he has, but he has decided to act like he deemed fit because he believed it was the best course of action. We can't draw a conclusion based on the knowledge we currently have because we don't hold all of the pieces of the puzzle. Speaking rashly would be a silly thing to do, which is what everyone in the world is doing at the moment. The only person that knows all the ins and outs and has the picture of the full puzzle is Quinn. So what the people should be asking is not whether or not I trust the V, and for goodness sake, let's just call them vampires. We treat the name like it's a curse if we say it. The question should be, do you trust Quinn? To which my answer is yes. Remember, there is a good chance that I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for him. My grandfather as well, for that matter. I'm sure at the time many thought what he was doing was wrong, but he chose to listen to himself, and because of that, the two of us were able to defeat Dalkey and save everyone in this room. So now I ask all of you a question, and you can ask the same to anyone else who is concerned about this matter. Do you trust me? Do you believe in my decision?" "Of course we believe in you, sir," one of the leaders answered straight away. Just how Owen felt indebted to Quinn, nearly all of the Greylash faction now felt indebted to Owen as well. It was just hard for them to digest how much influence Quinn's actions had on everything. "I'm telling you, what we should be worried about is how others will act. I can keep an eye on the Greylash faction, but I can't keep an eye on all the others." Similar to how the Greylash faction was having a meeting after a very long time, those on the board had also called for a meeting. The board was the one that was in control of the military. Practically what was left of the government rule, they were the ones who had decided to appoint the Big Four into their position of power, with their wealth and support obtained from the past. They were the 10 most powerful families, not in power but in influence in history. Nearly all of these families lived on Earth and chose to stay away from all the fighting that was currently taking place. They decided to meet in one of the most expensive cities, Lotok City. It was a city filled with technology and sky-high buildings, surrounded by a reinforced wall as big as the skyscrapers themselves. On the walls were mechs that had yet even to reach the military's hands, and they were defending this city. In one of the buildings was where 8 old-looking people had decided to meet. The 8 of them sat down in oversized brown chairs with a guard by their side who adorned top-class beast gear. It wasn't at the demon tier level, but the people and the gear were strong enough to deal with anyone they would meet in this city. 2 of the seats were empty, and the old group of people looked towards them. "I'm assuming the Green family has refused to come again," one of them said. "Of course. Have you not heard they are part of the cursed faction, which is the very same faction that is causing us all these problems? He is just a child in the first place." Another was filled with anger. "Yes, but his family did help support all the systems we use today and helped us rise to the position we are currently in. He is one of us, and we should respect that fact, but if he doesn't turn up, we will continue without him," another replied. The doors to the room opened again, and the others were expecting to see a member of the Green family, or possibly the last person. That's when a man who seemed to be in his 50s and had a large orange-black beard stepped in the hall. Everyone instantly recognized him and had a smile on their faces, but suddenly they noticed something weird. This person was sweating at the moment and looked quite nervous. "People, it seems we have a problem," he said. The guard who was by his side stepped forward into view. He had no top on, and his body was riddled with scars. "We've been wanting to talk to all of you for a while. It's a shame that we had to meet this way finally," he smiled. It was Chris. All of those who were part of the board would have someone stand by their side at all times. This was their guard. Sometimes they wouldn't look too obvious as those who were members of the board weren't made public. Only other board members knew each other. High-ranking officials in the seats knew of them, but to the public they had no clue there were such powerful families behind the scenes. This was why, if they were ever to meet with anyone, they would bring along a guard who would stand by their side at all times. These were some of the best travelers that cared about one thing more than anything else: money and power. Although with strong abilities, one could rise into a certain position and obtain great wealth, that wealth wasn't enough for some. Those that were truly wealthy were the ones that were able to fill their pockets, creating an advantage out of any type of situation, and those were the members of the board. These guards would often change at times, so it wasn't uncommon for them to see a guard that they couldn't recognize. But everyone in that room knew something was wrong when they saw that guard. They had no idea who this topless person was, who looked to be wearing next to no beast gear and only had a couple of weapons on his back. Yet they could tell by one of their members' reactions something was wrong. Still not aware of the situation, one of the gentlemen, who looked older than all the others, had decided to act. He had a hunched back, and one of his eyes seemed to be wounded from some fight. He raised his hand, giving a type of signal. In an instant, the guard by his side charged forward and headed for Chris. This traveler had a pair of daggers that started to glow green. His ability was one that was focused on speed, making him one of the fastest travelers in existence. Yet, as he took a few steps, they all saw that suddenly the traveler fell to the floor, and surprisingly, the large man did nothing. "I came here to talk to you, but if you really want to fight, then I can do that as well." Chris smiled at them all and allowed the bearded board member to tell them to take a seat. Seeing the smile, they knew it had to be this stranger that had injured the guard. In all of their years of meeting up, they had never had such an incident take place. Their meetings were held in secret. Others didn't even know what the board members looked like, and for the first time, an outsider had attended a meeting, and it seemed like a strong one at that. "Don't be afraid. It looks like you guys are going to have a heart attack any second now just looking at me," Chris said. "It would waste a lot of time if any of you were to die. All I want you guys to do is listen to my words." The men looked at each other, some thinking about sending their guards all at once towards the man, but they felt like it was useless. No, they knew it was useless. There was not an ounce of doubt. "Good. I go by the name Agent 1, and I am here today as a representative of Pure," Chris declared. All of their eyes widened as a sudden foreboding feeling overcame them, as if their fate was coming to an end, and that their successors or family members would have to attempt to lead the future generation. "We at Pure have a few conditions. We are willing to spare your lives and many of those close to you on Earth. In return, we wish for you to, let's say, do our bidding in the meantime. While you guys are free to live your life as you have been doing, we would just have a few suggestions we would heavily insist on you making." It was clear to them that Pure wanted to take control of Earth, but they didn't wish to announce it to the public. They wanted to be like a puppet master, pulling the strings behind the scene. The older gentleman with the hunched back started to laugh. "Do you think we care about death?" the man said. "I have lived a long life. If you were to take me down, my family has hundreds more that can replace us. The board is far more powerful than the people that you see here today. Your threats mean nothing." Hearing this, the other members started to regain their confidence, because he was right. Their board was more than just a group of people. It was everything they had built up, the system behind the system. "He's right. This is ridiculous. We are at war right now, and Pure is threatening us. With your so-called power, why don't you help us take care of the Dalki?" another gentleman shouted. Chris laughed at this comment. "Because we believe that this world is still a world not worth saving," Chris smiled. "Help you fight the Dalki and weaken our power? For what? So the world continues to operate the way it always has? Do you even have any idea what our goal is? If a group is willing to take you out, then we will happily stand aside. The only thing we didn't foresee was a different problem. But don't get the wrong idea. There's a reason why you are still alive today. We thought it was easier to use you rather than get rid of you. But I guess you have to learn that you are not at the top like you think you are." The old man knew it was a threat, but he looked unafraid. He had clearly been through a lot in life. "Very well, kill me then," the man said. "That was the response I was expecting from someone like you, but don't worry, I won't kill you," Chris shrugged, and placing his hand against his ear, he turned on his earpiece. "Team 6, you're in charge of looking over the Watson family, correct? You may proceed," Chris ordered. Chris didn't have to let the old man hear, but he wanted to, and he could tell there was a change in expression on the old man's face after hearing his family name. "The Watson family, in the East. You guys used to own all the supermarket chains dominating the markets around the world. That's how you built up your wealth. But that isn't why you were invited onto the board. It was due to a small invention that your researchers had come up with that is now used among everyone in the world, the food pill. A simple pill would give everyone the nutrients and daily calories it needed. It was a perfect tool for the war scenario we were in and helped lower costs and production in other areas. Because of this, you became one of the most influential families in the world and became part of the board. It was at this moment, while Chris was giving his little speech, a phone by the old man's side started to ring. His hands were shaky as he went to pick it up. For some reason, he felt nervous. After listening to the phone call and the information on the other end, the man dropped it on the floor. He was so shocked. How? Were the only words the man uttered. I'm sure you all will find out what exactly happened to the Watson family soon, and if you don't wish for the same fate to befall on your families, I suggest you follow our proposal. We are here to talk about the V. We both want the same thing in this case, so it would be in your best interest to listen, Chris said. Now the other board members were more inclined to listen. At the moment, it was a weird situation for the Cursed Faction group. Their members were stuck in the middle of a controversy, putting them in an awkward position. Still, most of them believed in their leader Quinn and the other leaders. The leaders had protected them and got them this far, and not once did they blame Quinn or the Cursed Faction members, even after Helen's death. Most of the naysayers had already left after they had revealed themselves as vampires. Those who were alive knew how much they had struggled and how powerful the enemy was. However, their strange situation actually came due to Quinn's recent actions regarding the V. The settlement had been moved to the Daisy planet. As of now, there had been no activity on this planet regarding the Dalki. A similar situation was on the other two Cursed Faction planets as well. Still, the Dalki had control of the many beast planets that the Cursed Faction used to own, but before creating a plan to stay in position or try to reclaim these planets, Quinn wanted to solve a few other concerns. The Cursed Faction was currently being led by Sam, while Quinn was busy leading the vampires in the settlement. Still, in truth, Quinn should be in overall control of both. He was currently in the royal room sitting by a desk that looked out of a window on the settlement. It was daytime, so many vampires had decided to stay inside, with a few heading out. The daylight was something that the vampires would have to get used to. At some point, I want the vampire settlement and members of the Cursed Faction to unite. If we are going to use their power and fight together, it would be best for them to know people with whom they will be fighting side by side with, Quinn thought. The question is, how am I meant to do that? If I do things too hastily, it will cause problems, and I'm not really sure how much time we have. Training had already started for the vampires to get used to resisting the temptation of human blood. What Quinn didn't want more than anything was for the vampires to act out on the battlefield. Quinn needed to convince the whole world that the vampires were on their side, but right now it was easy for their image to be ruined, which was why Quinn was taking things slowly. I'm confident in the vampire settlement defending itself if the Dalki attack, but I can't wait here forever, Quinn thought. I have the other half of the dragon the Dalki want, and as long as I have it, at some point soon, they will need to come for me. As Quinn was thinking about ways to slowly introduce the vampires into the members of the Cursed Faction, there was a sudden knock on the room's door. Come in, Quinn responded. To his surprise, of all the people that he was expecting to enter, it was Ashley, the current leader of the vampire soldiers. Your Majesty, I wanted to speak to you about a few things. Do you have the time to spare? Ashley requested. Please don't call me Your Majesty. Quinn offered a seat to the soldier, who was even older than himself. In the past, Quinn may not have received such a high amount of respect from the person in front of him, but recent events had led to Quinn turning the tables. I have enough of that from the vampires. Besides, you're older than me, and you were close to Paul. Feel free to speak your mind. Ashley looked a bit hesitant before asking, which made Quinn wonder if the request would be a hard one. Still, thankfully, Quinn's current calm appearance had settled Ashley a bit. Since your return, the soldiers have gotten a bit anxious, Ashley started to explain. It has been a long time since we have been away from our families after we first came to the vampire settlement. They wish to know of their families' whereabouts, their conditions, and lastly, they want to know if they can meet them again. Paul said that he had made a request, and that you were looking for ways to turn us back into humans. It was true, it had been around 2 years since the soldiers had last seen their families, and interestingly, they had come to Quinn at this moment. Perhaps this was a way that he could slowly introduce vampires from the settlement into the world. "I will grant your request," Quinn said. "I think it would be good for you to see your family, but I believe there is a risk if we send you guys out at the moment. I'll contact SAC. Nearly most of your family members are with the Earthborn group, and I think it might be good to send one of the family leaders along with you as well. Maybe this could be the icebreaker that the world needs to see. As for your other request, I promise I will continue to look into it. As you know, things have been a little... I understand your... Before Ashley could finish what he was about to say, Quinn gave him a look, telling him not to say the next set of words from his mouth. "Yes, Quinn. Honestly, if you said no, we would understand. But for some of the soldiers, it has been a really hard time, and of course, we know the turning process is hard, or might not even be possible. After all, if it were you, would have turned back yourself by now, right?" Ashley smiled. Hearing these words, Quinn's face remained the same, and he stared off into space for a few seconds. "Quinn?" Ashley called after waiting a few minutes. "Sorry, you may leave. I will talk to a few people. You can tell your group the good news," Quinn replied. But Ashley could still tell something was off, but he didn't pry further and left Quinn with his own thoughts. "If I do find a way for vampires to turn back to a human, will I change myself back?" Quinn used to think about this a lot, but lately he wasn't sure. Was living the life of a vampire wrong? When getting the vampire system initially, there were all sorts of downsides, but as Quinn grew stronger, he had gotten rid of most of the negative side effects of being a vampire. He no longer lusted for blood. With the ring, he could stay in the sunlight for as long as he wanted, and he was even more productive due to not needing as much sleep as a human. To give up all of this, was there any reason for him to? A little while later, Quinn decided to call on two people working together more closely than they ever had done before, Vincent and Logan. Since Logan had obtained all the knowledge of Richard Eno, he and Vincent operated closely on projects and shared information. More teleporters had been set up in the vampire settlement, allowing travel between the cursed ship and the settlement. But for now, unless Sam allowed it, only a few were allowed to travel between. Logan still had to use the spray while here to make others think he was a vampire. Although this was fine for a temporary solution, it wasn't like they could give all the cursed faction members a spray bottle and expect them to spray themselves every 3 hours without fail. According to Fex, such a thing went horribly wrong for them before. Quinn had called the two of them because he had to ask them several things, and one of them was Paul's request. Since Paul's death, Quinn had been thinking more about it lately, wondering if he had completed the request before, sent the humans back, including Paul. Perhaps the latter would have lived, or at least got to spend some time with his daughter, which was impossible to do now. The three of them sat down. There were plenty of fancy chairs in Quinn's royal room, and a lot of space as well. It was actually uncomfortable for Quinn. At the end of the day, he will still return to the 10th castle, since that felt better, and truthfully he was missing his small room on the cursed ship where he would usually stay. Still, Sam said it was a bad time for him to return at the moment, and Quinn knew that as well. "I'm sorry, Quinn," Vincent said. "We tried to combine our knowledge, and we don't have a definite answer for you, but only possibilities. Although I was able to do it for myself, that was due to my ability, and it came with a huge sacrifice." "I understand," Quinn said. "Feel free to tell me these possibilities." "Before we explain," Vincent said with a great look of concern on his face, "there is a good chance that if you wish to get rid of any of the vampires, that the solution might also get rid of them all. I don't mean in terms of killing them, but I believe there is a chance that all of the vampires would be turned back to being human." Vincent's answer came as a big surprise to Quinn. In the first place, the vampire lord had a theory about how to turn a vampire back to a human, only he wasn't quite sure if he could do it himself. One of the possible ways Quinn had theorized was by using a combination of the second and third stage of Ki he had recently learned. He got the idea from the time when the infection had nearly spread to Chris, Quinn's Ki teacher, before he had found out that he was actually a high-ranking member of Pure. However, rather than becoming infected and transforming into a vampire, like what had happened to Leo, instead, Chris had been able to isolate and then remove the infection from his body. Now that the vampire lord was more proficient in Ki usage, he realized that the Pure agent must have used a combination between the second stage and third stage to do this. At the time, Chris had even expressed that perhaps there might be a way for him to completely remove this energy from Quinn. However, without testing it out, it was uncertain whether this would work, and if it did, what consequences such an action might have. One of the major biological differences between humans and vampires was that the latter group eventually formed something known as a blood crystal. This crystal was what created the red-like aura energy around a vampire's body. Although removing the red energy could weaken them, Quinn suspected that as long as the blood crystal remained inside the body, the red energy would eventually return, similarly to how a body would replenish blood even if some of it got drained. One of the possible risks that had prevented him from experimenting on this hypothesis was that removing all the energy inside a vampire might potentially kill it. What if the crystal was something so vitally important to a vampire, like their heart or brain? Or similar to beasts, even they couldn't live without their crystals. Even if he had been willing to try it out, the third stage of Ki was something Quinn had only recently come to control, so he wasn't the best at it yet. The Vampire King would much rather have someone like Leo perform this, since his ability would help him in using the energy. Of course, asking his Vampire Knight to experiment on something like that would just burden the blind swordsman's conscience if things were to go wrong. Nevertheless, Quinn did intend to test it out eventually, though he would do so by either creating a vampire clone, or more preferably if they could capture one of the masked. It would be a perfect opportunity for him to. Still, due to the risks, he was looking for another option. That could very well be the only option at the moment. "I don't quite understand," Quinn honestly replied. "How would the solution turn all of the vampires back? Wouldn't it be a case-by-case thing?" Both Logan and Vincent looked at each other. It was clear the two of them had been talking a lot, but the real reason why they looked at each other was to figure out who was the best person to explain things to Quinn. "Well, we did a few tests, and with the knowledge that Richard left behind, there are still elements that are beyond our control," Logan started to explain. "I'll try to put it in simpler terms. Contrary to what we thought, becoming a vampire has less to do with a human catching some type of disease or infection. It's actually more like some magic curse. Over the years, Richard had done a lot of experiments with vampires. I have them all on file, and it's what allowed me and Vincent to narrow down the likely possibilities. However, no matter what Richard had tried, he had never been able to get completely rid of the cause of what was turning those into vampires. The only thing that seemed to have worked somewhat were abilities, one being Vincent's ability, and the other being the second family's ability. In the latter case, it only seemed to work within a certain time frame. Not just that, but the ability user had to be extremely powerful. If they were to use their ability to just rewind the cells in the body that had just changed, if they didn't rewind every aspect of the change in the body, then the body would just start to change back, filling up the foreign energy. Due to the properties of the red aura energy and looking into vampires' history, the most likely answer is magic." "Or a power from a god," Vincent chimed in. "Logan told me how vampires originally came to be, and we met Bliss before, so we know that gods actually exist, even if they seem to differ from common conception. However, there seems to be another plane, separate to the one we are currently on, almost like another universe." Vincent started to explain, and one could see the sparkle in his eyes. He was excited. "According to some, it is the place where souls go after they're dead, and in this place there are many gods that feed on these dead souls. While there are also other gods who seem to feed off the energy of living souls, one of them recorded down is the goddess known as Bliss." Hearing this made Quinn hate Bliss even more. It turned out that she wasn't exactly doing things just because she wanted to save human lives. If what Vincent said was true, people being born in a way were feeding her. "I was trying to put together what Laxmus said that day. He was an original, and he was also one of the ones originally turned when Richard opened the portal to this other universe. I believe that the reason why Laxmus looked different and was stronger than others was because a god had granted him more powers, expecting him to do his bidding by sending more of the dead souls to this other place. In the past, these types of gods have given humans and creatures power, hoping that they could send more sacrifices to their lands. Granting Richard and the others this infectious power seems to have come from him, knowing he possibly was going to create this mess. Since this power originated from him, there is one assumption we can make. If you were to kill the god that started all of this, then his power would also fade in all of the vampires out there today. This appears to be the most promising solution we can offer you, although it's not guaranteed and we have no proof." Quinn sat there for a while. Whenever things started to get into God talk and souls, it started to hurt his head a little. The world was already a strange place with space travel, beasts, and vampires. To top it off, his ancestor was apparently some dragon. "Assuming you're right, how could we even go about it? I mean, how do we even get to this other plane?" Quinn asked. Not that he thought it would be something he would be doing any time soon. They needed the vampire's powers, and the last thing he needed was everyone losing their powers. Still, it was a worrying thought that perhaps there was a god planning to use them in some way to kill everyone. Just a small worry of the many Quinn already had. "That's the problem. We currently have no idea. It seems like Richard had kept that information hidden. It's not available. I can only guess that he didn't want anyone committing the same mistake he did. After all, if we were to open another link, it might lead to the creation of more originals, if not something even worse," Logan replied. "Still, there seems to be one person out there that would know how to go about it. Someone that worked close to Richard. Bliss. Although finding her might prove to be a problem on its own." Quinn couldn't agree more. But then, thinking about it, he thought that maybe there was another person who was far easier to find and more willing to help them. Someone who should have information about Bliss, the gods, and probably other things. How would I speak to him, though? Is there really a way? Quinn started to think. Wait, what about the system? Vincent was in the system before, and Ray's consciousness from the tablet is still inside. Could there perhaps be a way for Shiro to move him from the tablet over to my system? Maybe then I can freely speak to him. As long as the tablet stays intact, the world should still retain all abilities. I want to test something, Quinn said with a smile. It was a little strange for Quinn to no longer have Vincent in his head. He would often talk to the latter and ask him for guidance on things. With what Quinn had to go through, it was always good for him to get a second opinion from someone else, and he would hate to say it, but he kind of missed it. After explaining what he was planning to do, the others thought Quinn was a little crazy for wanting to go through that again. After all, his interactions with the ancient spirit inside the tablet had been minimal. Maybe Vincent was a calm and quiet person, but what about this Ray figure? Either way, Quinn believed it was necessary to talk to him for a few reasons. For instance, the worry of Laxmus, his powers, and Bliss. Although he had a promise to keep to Paul's men, and he would do well to keep it. It was the least he could do after Paul had sacrificed his life. Worst case, if things don't work out, or this person is annoying, I can get Shiro to just transfer him over to the tablet. Soon a call was made for Shiro to use the teleporter and head to the vampire settlement. The one who would be meeting him was Logan, since the latter was the only one who could create the special potion to disguise other smells. After some time, Quinn decided to walk a little around the settlement. The main reason for this was he wanted to see how the vampires were dealing with things. He had a recognizable face, so Quinn wore a mask that would cover the bottom half of his face while he walked around. At the moment, it was nighttime on the Daisy planet, and the vampires were outside. He had noticed a change in the vampires' regular actions. Before, it felt like a city that would be alive and vibrant 24 hours of the day, but now they are living more like humans, staying in during the day and coming out at night, despite the rings that had been given to them. I guess this planet is sunnier than the others. It has a good environment for the plants to grow, Quinn mused. At least it wasn't the desert planet, where the sunlight can go on for several days. This planet has a similar day cycle to Earth. While strolling around, Quinn found out that most of the vampires were fine with their situation. They didn't have many complaints, but it was perhaps due to them not having to do anything yet. The vampires had made themselves comfortable here because to them this settlement was their home. Neither had they been told to fight, nor were they disturbed by the humans. While trying to help the humans, I'll be disrupting the vampires' lifestyle, Quinn thought while looking at everyone. Still, what else could he do? They had to stop the Dalki somehow. Suddenly, a thought dawned upon him. The Dalki should know the weakness of the vampires. If they timed their attack, they could attack during the day. If that were to happen, most of the vampire rings would only last 2 to 4 hours. If they know about the rings, they could even target the vampire rings. I'll have to think of something fast if they are going to move that quickly. While walking around, Quinn was looking for something else, perhaps a spot where he could place the giant tablet. Behind the Royale Castle, Quinn thought of adjusting it slightly so there was a large space for a garden. The tablet was far too big to be hidden away or stored in a room. In fact, it was almost the size of the castle. I can't keep it in my shadow forever. There is a chance that I could even die, especially if I'm going to be fighting more often. If that were to happen, won't all the items in my dimensional space just appear? If they destroy the tablet, then its abilities would also stop working. That's what Ray said. Thinking about this, Quinn chuckled to himself. In a way, he had Pure's answers to solve their problem with him, and he also had the dragon, which the Dalki wanted. Then he also had the absolute blood control the vampires wouldn't want to give up. 3 things that 3 different groups wanted were all in his possession. After thinking about it a lot, and having no better place to put the tablet, Quinn opened up his system and slightly altered the settlement. The settlement would rumble whenever he did this, and the vampires would know their king was up to something. However, as it quickly died down, so did their excitement. For them, they hadn't seen anything new being built. Quickly moving to the large one, the space was a bit plain. The ground was filled with dark soil, and there was no grass like the rest of the planet. I think this would also be a good place for Helen. I'll be sure to fill it with a field of flowers for her. Before Quinn was to place the tablet down, he hesitated for a second. Can I trust the vampires? If they were to find out what this was, would they destroy it? Quinn had to think about what was more likely to happen in the end. Would he fall to the Dalki or some external force, or would the settlement fall and change hands? Perhaps I could make up something to stop the vampires from attacking this. Quinn smiled and placed his hand on the ground. Shadow rose from above, and out in the sky a large tablet appeared. All of the vampires turned around pointing as they looked at what was taking place. For a second, some of them were afraid. They hadn't had the best experience when seeing shadows in the past. When they saw what it was, though, their hearts settled, and soon they could see the whole tablet in the sky, and Quinn also next to it. I need to make sure this is deep in the ground, Quinn claimed, as he fell through his own shadow portal, and with both his hands and his incredible strength, he pushed himself forward, trying his best to push the giant stone tablet into the ground. 1 foot, 2 feet. Several feet later, Quinn felt satisfied now that the whole tablet was left sturdy in place, and just in time, it looked like Shiro, Vincent, and Logan had arrived. All of them stood in front of the tablet, all of those who somewhat knew about the system. Some people knew a lot about Quinn, but hardly any of those knew about the system he had with him. I'm not sure this will work this time, Shiro said, a little shaky, but I'll give it my best. Of course, the only thing we can do is try, Quinn smiled back. A few minutes before the others had arrived, Quinn tried to communicate with the tablet, as he had done in the past, but there was no luck, which meant this was most likely the only way. Who knows, maybe I can finally complete that other quest as well, Quinn thought, as he closed his eyes and held onto Shiro's hand, something he had done a few times already. Shiro then walked slowly up to the tablet, step by step, and finally placed his hand on it. Both Logan and Vincent stood by the sides. Even they were nervous about what would happen. Although Shiro didn't want to say it, he believed that as long as he could find the consciousness in the tablet, there was a good chance he could move it into the system. Inside Quinn's head, there were almost 2 spaces. That was where he had found Vincent before. A few seconds later, the tablet started to light up. Since it was the middle of the night, it was impossible for the other leaders and the vampires not to notice the scene. It looked magical, but some of the leaders worried. What on earth was Quinn doing now? The tablet's light started to fade, and Shiro had a big smile on his face. Did it work? Quinn wondered. What the fuck is going on? A loud voice rang through his head. Where the hell am I? What did you do, you idiot? It looked like the job was done, but now Quinn had a few things to explain. The transfer had been a success, and once again, Quinn had a voice in his head, only this time it was vastly different from the one before. For one, while Vincent had remained mostly silent, Ray seemed to be quite talkative. Can you be calm for a second? Quinn muttered, holding his head and covering his ears, even though he knew this wouldn't be any help in this situation. The other 2 by the side watched Quinn's strange actions and smiled, because they realized that it had been a success. In fact, one could even see Vincent chuckling a bit. Well, I remember there were times when you thought I was annoying, but it seems like you have your own problems now, Vincent thought. You never realize what you have until it's missing." Quinn was still wiggling his head about, and he was finding it hard to focus. He was even somewhat regretting his earlier decision. If something like this were to occur during a fight, it would be troublesome. "Just quit it, otherwise I'll put you back in the tablet," Quinn almost shouted. At that moment, 3 leaders had seemingly appeared out of nowhere: Muka, Jin, and Sunny. They had great concern about what was going on at the royal castle and were afraid that an attack had transpired.
"Your Majesty, do you need help?" Muka asked. "Has something infected your mind? Is it Laxmus?"
"Perhaps he left something that infected our king?" Jin guessed. "If that's the case, we have to save him," Sunny shouted. The 3 looked like they were about to act, but Vincent stepped in front of the 3 with his hands spread out before they could. "I assure you the king is fine. Please, there's nothing to worry about. If he needs you, Quinn would definitely summon you." The others looked at Quinn, who was currently rubbing his head. They weren't so convinced, and in the first place they didn't exactly trust Vincent as much as Quinn did. This person was a leader who had suddenly turned on the whole settlement and appeared to be loyal at the time. They figured that if something came up, that perhaps he might do the same again. Noticing their presence, Quinn gave them the thumbs up, indicating them not to worry about the situation. Although this didn't settle their worries, they were reassured that Quinn had the power to summon them whenever needed, and eventually they decided to leave. Heading back into the castle, away from the eyes of the others, Quinn had eventually told Ray everything that had occurred, and most importantly, why they had decided to bring Ray into the system in the first place. The annoying thing was that Quinn had to relay everything Ray was saying to the others, since they could not hear the latter through the system.
"Ah, pathetic. You don't even know how to use telepathy. What kind of descendant are you?" Ray asked.
"Look, times have changed. I don't know if it's because of the tablet or what was set up, but we are only able to carry one ability. I know you said in your time you had multiple abilities, but that's just not possible in today's day and age," Quinn responded in annoyance. Talking to someone who hadn't been alive for perhaps 1,000 years was tiring, and of course, Ray would have nonstop questions about everything. Eventually, Ray caught up on everything that had happened so far and the world. Logan had even explained how Richard was in fact Lenny, which Ray found a bit strange because he actually knew Lenny during this time, but when he saw him on the Blade Island, the latter didn't look the same. According to their information, as Lenny evolved as a vampire, his appearance continued to change, which was why Ray could not recognize him.
"It was a risky thing you did. Who knows if removing me from the tablet would have disrupted the abilities you currently have, although it seems like my powers have been left in the tablet. I can tell, even though I am here in this system of all things."
Ray was finding the situation a difficult one, especially for him.
"So, are you curious about these gods and the other side, huh? Well, I'll be honest with you. Such things never fascinated me, and they were quite fearful of someone like me during my time. The gods that I have encountered varied in strength with what they could do and couldn't do. If they take a human form or reside in a human, it is almost impossible to tell who is one or not. However, your plan does have a chance of succeeding. If that doesn't work, then I would say another way is that you could even possibly force the god to remove his power from them. If he was able to give this Laxmus power, as you claim, then surely he could take it away without the need to kill him. However, I warn you of one thing. Bliss told me once that gods can never die. Perhaps killing him will make him lose his power temporarily and then go into a cycle of reincarnation. The time until they are born could vary, but eventually they will come back again. And how do you think that God would feel once he returned?" As Ray said everything, Quinn relayed it to the others, while Vincent and Logan seemed to be jotting it down in their heads. "We have learned a little bit more about the gods, but we still have one problem. How do we go to the other side?" Logan asked. "The answer to that would be Bliss," Ray replied. "However, after what you told me about Laxmus and the crystal, I would avoid her. I don't know what her real agenda is, nor am I sure if she is on your side or not."
"What do you mean?" Quinn asked. Of course, she might have been annoying, but surely she was on their side and wanted to save the humans.
"Because I was the one that gave that shadow crystal to her," Ray replied. "That shadow crystal was from my time. Before I decided to pass on, I had given that crystal to her. I knew it held great power, and I thought there was something that she could do with it. Now tell me, how did Laxmus end up getting that power in the first place? I can only guess that it was due to her, and then the crystal returned and was in the hands of your old vampire king?" She is the only person alive that would know what power that crystal had. So it could be only her, which raises the question, why had she done such a thing?
Thinking about what Ray had said, with Bliss having the power to see the future, did she know that it would return in Laxmus's hands? If that was the case, then maybe she was also trying to help the other gods. Now Quinn didn't know who to trust.
Just trust yourself, Ray said. That's how I lived, and I believe that is how you should live as well.
So, what do you plan to do? Vincent asked. Do you plan to put Ray back into the tablet? It doesn't seem to have disturbed your system. I should leave this on you. You already did your part, so do you wish to rest back in the tablet? Quinn asked. It didn't take long for Ray to respond. No, take me with you. I did so much to save this place, and it is in danger once again. I wish to see the outcome of it all. Besides, I think there might be a way I can help you. They had made the decision, and once again, Quinn had one more helper that would be in his system, but he was wondering just what Ray could provide him that Vincent could not. Time slowly passed by, and Quinn had gotten the okay from Sack to send over the vampire soldiers to see their family members. He also made the suggestion for it to be filmed. This way the public could slowly get used to this, as they will slowly introduce more vampires into the world ecosystem, but it did come with a warning. The board had called for a meeting with Sack, and they wanted to discuss something with him promptly. He didn't know the details, but would update Quinn as soon as possible. It looks like the Dalki are still waiting for something. I imagine they might have acted by now. Well, if they won't act, then we will just have to act ourselves, Quinn thought, as he looked at the number of subclasses they had at their disposal. Perhaps one of the leaders could be sent with these, rather than the vampires, to take over one of the Dalki planets. The only problem was that upon poking the sleeping beasts, it might cause a great reaction. The training between the vampires continued, and Quinn had to plan his next move when a small ship could be seen returning to the vampire settlement. It landed at the royal castle, since it had permission. It had decided to land in the garden, especially since this was one of Quinn's most treasured guests. As the ramp settled on the ground, the person came out, and upon exiting, his wings started to flap. I thought I would never come back to this place. Well, I guess technically it's a new place, Alex smiled. They had finally developed the blood gauntlet, and Alex was here to deliver it to Quinn personally. A while ago, Vincent had made the suggestion that Quinn should make a blood gauntlet. For one, blood weapons were in some cases just as strong or even stronger than beast weapons, depending on the grade of crystal they were created with. Although they did have one downside, for them to use their full potential, they needed to be activated with blood. However, as long as it was fresh, it worked with all kinds of blood, and Dalki blood in particular also gave them an extra boost. Since Quinn would be fighting against the Dalki, it seemed to be the perfect type of weapon that could be used as a replacement for his old gauntlet that he had to give up due to his system's penalty. His left hand had felt quite bare for a while now. At the same time, this wouldn't be a weapon created from just an ordinary blood crystal, but from none other than Jim Enos, the creator of Dalki. I don't know why, but the thought of having a weapon made from Jim Eno, the person who caused all this mess and killing those Dalki with them, pleases me in some way, Quinn thought, as he headed outside to meet up with the two. That sounds quite dark, but I like it, Ray commented. Ga 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 ga. After having just got Vincent out of his head, Quinn had to remind himself to suppress his thoughts a bit more, otherwise a certain someone would be able to hear him. Even then, there was one thing that he couldn't get used to, and that was Ray's laugh. Who laughs like that? Ga ga ga, Quinn wondered, yet he got no answer this time. Regardless, he had come outside to meet someone, and the Vampire King could see that Alex had already arrived, though it was via ship rather than over the teleporter. Not only that, but the people that had come with him seemed to be soldiers, who were too afraid to leave the ship. Don't mind them, Alex said as he greeted Quinn. They're just afraid of this place, but I can't really blame them since they're from the Earthborn group. Anyway, look at you. I saw the broadcast about you becoming king and everything. Do I need to start calling you Your Majesty as well now? Alex started to pat his back a few times, and then wondered if that was really okay, or if he had committed some type of grave offense. He had to remember that his very existence was taboo to the vampires, but he was sure that Quinn wouldn't enforce that rule. Right? Alex gulped for a second. Although the two weren't perhaps as close as others with Quinn, Alex still saw the cursed faction leader as someone who had changed his life in more ways than one, and when the two of them spoke, they had no filter with each other. Alex had only been away for a while because he had been helping out Andrew, who had been tasked with helping the Earthborn group create some weapons, but he was finally back in his rightful place, by Quinn's side, making him the best weapons possible. "Yeah, I guess a lot did happen," Quinn replied, as he looked behind him and onto the ship. The vampire could feel it almost instantly, and it was the first time he could ever sense a blood weapon before he had touched it. "I see you're just as excited as I am. Well, I have a nice surprise for you." Alex's wings quickly flapped about, lifting him into the air. He whizzed straight back to the ship and had brought back what was clearly a gauntlet placed underneath a cloth. This time there was only one weapon, and Quinn wondered why there was any need to bother with the cloth trick he usually would do, because he already knew what it was. While watching Alex return with ease, stopping quickly and landing, Quinn could see that it was clear that not once had Alex stopped practicing with his wings, making him a lot better at flying. The Blood Fairy seemed to be faster and more agile than any of the wing transformations Quinn had ever seen before. Watching him like this, Quinn mused that if Alex ever decided to become a fighter instead of a forger, he probably would be able to launch devastating aerial attacks. However, that would be truly a waste of his talents. Once again, Alex carefully lifted the cloth, pulling it quickly off in one smooth motion, revealing the single gauntlet underneath. It wasn't a pair like it would be before, which made Quinn believe that perhaps it could even be stronger. "This is probably one of the best-looking gauntlets I have ever created. It took some time, but that was mainly because the blood crystal you gave me was far denser compared to the others. There was so much energy overflowing, and I wanted to use it properly," Alex explained, while Quinn stared at all its details. Usually the blood weapons tended to be red in color, or if Alex added his fairy blood to the mix, it would be red as well, something Quinn had requested to be done with every single weapon Alex made. Strangely, this weapon was mainly black instead. The hand placement was so fine and looked light and thin. If Quinn were to wear it, it would be hard to tell that it was a weapon and not a glove. Then the rest of the gauntlet design was interesting to say the least. From the wrist, there were two overlapping spiraling parts. It looked like two snakes or dragons intertwining as it moved up the forearm part. And then towards the elbow it would split off, bending inward looking like two giant ram horns. Where the gauntlets split slightly on the forearm, there was a strange red glow to it, and even now a strange red mist could be seen coming from it. "The red mist appeared after I dropped a few drops of human blood on it," Alex explained, seeing Quinn trying to run his fingers through it, but it did nothing. "I was trying to test out what it could do, of course. I know some of the blood weapons had active skills, similar to that of the beast weapons. This one is a little strange, but I think you will be able to put it to good use. When touching a human, and I guess a Dalki, it can actually drain the blood from them. There is no need to pour blood from the weapon itself or stab someone with it, and I also noticed that it feels like you can take the energy that is drained by adding it to yourself. Your skills, use your blood energy. I guess you could see this gauntlet as a reserve of some type. You could carry on using your blood skills without having to stress yourself," Alex continued to explain happily, only to realize that Quinn's face showed a disappointed look. This was because the active or passive skill on the gauntlet didn't sound so great when he had a blood armor set that acted as an unlimited supply of blood to use whenever he wished. If all it could do was store blood, then it was no better than his blood bank, which was not also needed when he had the blood armor on him. However, Quinn tried to put on a smile. He knew Alex had worked hard on this. How could the forger have ever predicted that someone had created something to that effect and his leader had come into its possession? "Thank you, Alex," Quinn said, deciding to try on the gauntlet anyway. After all, at least it looked cool and would surely give him additional stats when powered. "That is quite cool looking," Ray said. "Still, when I was around, I had my own dragon armor that was far more impressive than that. I wonder if it's still around, or what has happened to it. Where did I even put it?" "Dragon armor?" Quinn questioned. It was a weird name. The only beast he had seen that looked like a dragon was the demon tier beast, and wondered why it would be called that. "Yes, it was the armor I used. I can guarantee that if you were to find it, you would have no problem dealing with any of them. Even a demon tier beast could be slayed with a single swing of my dragon sword." It was then that Quinn couldn't help but laugh. Despite his current strength, he would never even dream of killing a demon tier beast that easily. To him, it just seemed that his ancestor was a big liar who was trying to impress his descendant. Even if he wasn't lying, he seemed to exaggerate a whole lot. Regardless, Quinn placed the gauntlet on himself, not expecting much, and used his inspect skill. How is this all possible? This isn't what Alex said at all. Can this gauntlet really do this? Well, I can't blame him for not realizing it. Alex, you seem to have created something even greater than the Demon Tier amulet. Active skill, equivalent upgrade. When using his inspect skill, a clear picture of what the blood gauntlet could actually do was revealed. It made Quinn wonder why Alex hadn't discovered its effects from his little test, but that's when Quinn could see in detail the exact reason why, and it was all in the description of the active skill itself. Passive skill, blood drain. Whenever the gauntlet comes into contact with blood that is accepted by the gauntlet, it will begin to drain the opponent's blood, storing it in the gauntlet. The user may use the stored blood as he wishes. 3 of 10,000. The first part was exactly as Alex had described. A nice thing to have, depending on the amount of blood that could be stored. It would allow Quinn to use blood skills with no worry. The number underneath seemed to be the stored blood amount, but Quinn wasn't sure how much blood was equal to points to fit up the gauntlet. Still, with the king's blood armor, it seemed like a useless skill. That was until he read the second part of the gauntlet's abilities. Active skill, equivalent upgrade. This skill can only be activated once the gauntlet's blood storage has been filled to its maximum. In exchange for the gauntlet's blood, the user is able to upgrade one piece of equipment up to the next tier. This is able to work on armor, blood weapons, and beast weapons. Attention! After every usage, the required blood amount will increase. Out of all the things Quinn had gotten before, this seems to be one of the best items. In the past, he had received an upgrade crystal, which had allowed him to upgrade an item up one rank. However, there had still been a limit, so the best he had been able to do was to increase an Emperor tier item into a Demigod tier one. On the other hand, the inspect skill didn't state that the blood gauntlet had any such limits at all. With this, I could upgrade my other gauntlet to the demon tier, the unbreakable sword, and even blood weapons. There would be no need to hunt for demon tier beasts, Quinn thought excitedly. However, before he got too excited, he started to wonder what possible downsides this might have. The first thing that came to mind was that an upgraded weapon might not be as powerful as an officially demon tier made weapon. His reason for thinking this was due to the unique active skills that demon tier weapons seems to possess. They tended to mimic the beasts they came from, and weaker beasts didn't usually have strong or special abilities, so perhaps the equivalent upgrade would just manifest itself in the form of a boost to the overall stats or power. Of course, every little bit counted, and he already knew what armor set would make for a perfect testing target. But why 3? What could the 3 out of 10,000 mean? Quinn wondered. Alex, how much blood did you try to put into the gauntlet, and how much did you drain when you tried to use it? Quinn asked the forger. I actually performed a few different tests, Alex happily answered. So first, I just used blood we had in storage on the weapon. If placed on the surface of the gauntlet, it will absorb it, but even after I emptied the whole bag, it didn't seem to have done anything special, so I could only assume it was stored in the gauntlet. It's actually quite shocking seeing that the other blood weapons that I forged activated with far less. Well, I thought it might be a bit more special, seeing as it was clearly a tier above the rest. As such, I asked around for a couple of volunteers. After touching them with the gauntlet, they both reported a tingling feeling that was making them quite uncomfortable. I became a little worried what would happen if I continued, so I stopped after testing it on the 2. Unfortunately, I never found out another effect after that. Listening to Alex, Quinn thought he had figured out what it was. It was similar to how he gained stats. To summarize, you used the blood of 3 different types of people, correct? Quinn wanted to make sure, and the blood fairy nodded in confirmation. Although blood could be stored in the gauntlet and used as a power source, the number to use the active skill was different, which meant to use the active skill of the blood gauntlet, he would have to gather the blood of 10,000 different people, and this would increase each time he used the active skill. Well, there goes my idea of using the king's blood armor to make up all of the blood to use the equivalent upgrade skill. I guess it would have been asking for too much if things would really be that easy. Should I just ask for another blood donation? There are more than 10,000 people in the cursed faction. There should be over 100,000 on all of the planets. and we should probably have more than 10,000 in storage. If I want to upgrade something first, it will be the gauntlet. Alex, you have created something truly amazing. Thank you. I don't even think you know what you have created." Quinn praised him with a smile. Of course, this made the Blood Fairy curious, and so the Vampire Lord explained what he had learned about the Blood Gauntlet. After much discussion, even Alex couldn't believe it. This item bypassed all the rules of a forger. It would just upgrade the weapon there and then. It was more similar to an ability than anything else. Speaking of which, Alex had a condition for helping him create such a weapon. When he used the skill, he would love to watch how it would work. The only thing the two could think of was who the crystal had come from. Due to it coming from Jim, it must have had some type of influence on the blood weapon. "It looks like I'll need to contact Sam and get some work done. What about the other things I asked for?" Quinn asked. "Ah, those. Well, that's why I came here. I thought maybe I could talk to some of the leaders to get something more personal for them. Honestly, that blood gauntlet took a long time. Knowing how great it actually is makes all those hours I spent on it truly worth it, though." Quinn thought it wasn't such a bad idea, and decided that it should be fine for Alex to meet with the leaders, as long as one of the royal knights were there. They already knew he did things differently, and they wouldn't dare harm Alex just because he was a blood fairy. Just as Quinn was about to make a call, though, he could tell that his own mask was vibrating. It was a bit strange that he still used a mask to talk to others, rather than a standard receiver or earpiece, but he was just used to it by now and placed it on his face. "Sack? I wasn't expecting you to call me so soon," Quinn greeted the other. "Neither did I," Sack replied in a quite serious tone. Thinking back to what he had said not too long ago, Quinn would guess that this possibly had something to do with the board. "It's about the board. They want me to invite you to something," Sack nervously said. At the same time, on one of the Greylash planets, they had received a request for a ship from the Earthborn group to land. Naturally, Owen had granted it permission. It was only one ship, and they needed to work together. He was also curious to find out what could be so urgent at a time like this that it had to be discussed in person, when all groups were busy dealing with the Dalki. When the ship landed, one of the old head generals, and now only a general, could be seen coming off from the ship. It was quite the high-ranking personnel in the Earthborn group, which came as a surprise. Even the 5 around him were colonels who had their own squads. Being escorted, they eventually reached down, and the general gave a polite salute, before handing him an official letter with a seal. "All this way to personally deliver a letter? Are we still living in the past? I feel like this could have just been a call," Owen stated with an awkward smile. "This is for your eyes only, sir," the general replied. "We couldn't risk such a thing getting out there, especially in case the Dalki might be able to listen in on us." Owen accepted the letter and could see a seal on the top, a seal he hadn't seen in a long time. Grim, who was by his side, also remembered it well, because it was a seal that he had seen when the Greylash family had been asked to become one of the Big Four and be a part of the leaders' table. "So they have chosen to get involved. They are ridiculous," Grim complained out loud, looking at the general, who seemed to be quite nervous. Grim turned his head as if he didn't care about the matter, while his grandson opened it to read its contents. "Oh, an invitation! And I can already guess who else got one of these. Well, this certainly is interesting. Very interesting indeed," Owen smiled. The Earthborn members were busy, particularly the generals, but they weren't busy fighting against the Dalki or preparing their next move, like others such as Sack and Samantha were. Instead, they were busy dealing with the special letters. Each of these letters had a seal on them. Particular members of the Earthborn group that occupied the voting seats knew what the seal was. However, some who received this letter in particular knew nothing about it at all, the seal which belonged to the board. But this didn't lead them to misunderstand the seriousness of the matter, because high-ranking generals and colonels were the ones delivering the invitation. They thought someone as high up as the Supreme Commander had to be behind these letters. Many had received invitations, all hand-delivered letters. No matter where they were, the letters reached them without any hiccups. As for those that were invited, there seemed to be a general pattern behind it. First were the powerful members of the Earthborn group, Sack, Samantha, and a few of the generals who were handing out the letters themselves. Then some of the letters were handed to travelers on Earth. names that didn't stand out in the world. They were known as the unranked. These were a group of people that didn't join any guild and decided to become solo travelers. It was because of this that their reputation didn't reach great heights like the factions. Of course, they would never dare to start a fight with a faction that had so much backing and many powerful people. But there were rumors that some of these unranked travelers could be just as strong as the Big Four. At the same time, Mona was on one of the Earthborn planets. It wasn't the one that Sack and Samantha were based at. She was on a planet named Linen that had a rocky surface, making it hard to smooth out certain areas. Still, it was ideal for setting up traps for the Dalki, which was why the Earthborn group had decided to keep this planet compared to the others. The sky was a mix of violet and orange. At night, it would shine a beautiful indigo color. The days were short here, half the length of that on Earth, and the surface was cold. The shelter situated here was different from the others. While a shelter would normally be one base where multiple people lived, this one instead was split into 5 parts. Ships would be used to travel to each section, or in case of emergencies, tunnels that linked all the bases with each other. This had to be done due to the strange terrain of rocks. After leaving the vampire solar system, Mona had returned to the cursed faction, but soon had proceeded to the Earth faction instead. She had planned to try and regroup as much of the Bree family as possible. She was slowly regaining her group's power, especially now that she had a little gift from Quinn. She was slightly afraid, though, because if she were to do such a thing under Sack's nose, even if it weren't him, perhaps others around would report this, and an investigation would be carried forward. They would attempt to shut her down before she could become as big as she once was. As for why she had decided to go to planet Linen, it was due to Nathan staying there. Nathan originally was part of the military, but when the group restructured itself under Oscar's command, he was given command of a part of the military to help the cursed faction. Another part of the military was also handed to the Greylash faction as a sign of good faith. It always left Nathan in a tricky situation, since he didn't know where his true loyalty lay, whether in the Earthborn group or the cursed faction, but it looked like both of them treated him like he was part of them. Just then, Nathan was heading to a large building that acted as a tavern. There was a closed sign outside hanging. This place was at one of the separate 5 pieces of the shelter, and was also where Mona and the rest of her members she had gathered were staying. And upon her personal request, Nathan hadn't reported anything to the Earthborn group about what Mona was doing there. Standing outside, one could hear the noise of laughter coming from inside of the tavern. Nathan looked around to see if anyone was spying or had followed him, and a few moments later, he pushed the tavern's door open. As soon as he entered, Nathan heard a big crash, and he could see a piece of wood getting chucked up, skimming right past his face. The sound of cheering continued, and regaining his composure, Nathan witnessed a sight that he had seen a few times, but just couldn't get used to it. "Come on, show 'em what you got, Rogarth," a man shouted. A monkey-like beast with the tail of a snake was in battle, being controlled by one of the members of the Bree family. He stood by his beast's side and had armor on himself that seemed to have seen better days. The monkey quickly went in for the attack, leaping up in the air, and at the same time, it shot out green venom from its tail towards its opponent. Just then, the man also appeared by their opponent's side, and was ready to attack its legs with a hammer. It lifted its leg at the right time, and slammed its foot down on the hammer while dodging the venom to grab the monkey by the neck. As for what the opponent was, it was none other than a Dalki. "Mona!" Nathan called out, walking forward and still nervous about the Dalki in the place. This was the scene he couldn't get used to, a Dalki that was under control, using a demon-tier weapon. It was also why they had to be so secretive. Mona didn't have a shadow where she could hide the Dalki any time she wished, and if others were to see it, then she and her people would be in serious trouble. It would just frighten the public before she gets the chance to explain. They might even assume that she was a V. Since now the public knew some could also resist blood, there was no sure way to test who was a V and who was not. "Sorry, I was just getting some training in," Mona said. "I see." Nathan glanced at the Dalki by her side. Mona wanted to practice with the Bree members, making them stronger when facing the Dalki, and what better way than to make them actually go up against one? At the same time, she was practicing her own control when using the Dalki as well. It was then Nathan pulled out an invitation and handed it to her. "I am sure you know who this is from," Nathan said. Looking at the seal, she knew straight away who it had come from. Then opening up the letter and reading it, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Do you know what's in this letter?" she asked. Nathan nodded, and he knew that this perhaps would be her reaction. What are they thinking? Is this a threat that they are trying to pull? Are they trying to doom the entire human race by doing this at a time like this? I can't understand what they are thinking. Well, at least it looks like there might be a chance that you get to make a debut to the whole world. What do you think? Do you think the world would be happy to see your comeback? Or perhaps they would be surprised about your return?" Nathan hadn't noticed, but there was a figure sitting in the back of the far end of the tavern. He had a helmet on, and while Nathan was handing over the letter, the figure stood up. His body was quite large, and he carried with him what looked like a box, held to his side. That's when Nathan noticed him, and when looking inside the figure's helmet, he found out there was no head, but a blue floating spirit. "Is this a beast? But it looks human. Who is this?" Nathan couldn't help but wonder. The cursed faction was in an awkward situation, more uncomfortable than they ever had been. The cursed ship was no longer floating in space, and instead had descended on a clay-like planet named Skimall. This was the planet that the members of the Daisy faction had taken refuge on when the Dalki had taken over. It was parked at the back behind the shelter, and most of the crew was no longer on board. Land just always seemed to feel better to humans, despite how long they had been in space, which was why most of the cursed faction were in the shelter but ready to be called at any point and time. On the cursed ship itself, though, there was something big going on. Quinn had returned, and it was a joyous event now that their leader was returning to the cursed ship after a long time. Or at least it should have been a joyous event. Many people wanted to talk to Quinn, ask what had happened to him, and see how he was doing. The problem was that he wasn't returning alone. In the command center where the cursed leaders would regularly hold meetings, it had been cleared. There was no reason for personnel to be there in the first place, since the ship wasn't operating. Not that it needed operators in the first place, since all of it was automatic. Still, the main reason why it was empty was that a grand meeting was to take place, possibly the biggest gathering the cursed faction had ever held. There would be no cameras in the room today, but it was an event that would have easily shocked the entire world. The room was silent. On one side there were all of the cursed leaders and some of Quinn's closest friends, Nate, Dennis, Layla, Leo, Megan, Syl, Peter, Logan, Borden, Rayton, Vorden, Linda, and Sam. Other than them, the two sisters Ivy and Peach were invited as well. Since their sister's death, they had taken over her role, and those in the shelter listened to them far better than members of the cursed faction. On the other side, there were the vampire leaders, new and old. The only one that wasn't present was Fex, who was still at the vampire settlement, placed in charge of the nights while the others were away. It was extremely awkward, to say the least, as the two sides just looked at each other. The cursed faction leaders were strange to begin with. They had mixtures of different level tier beasts, along with a human that had a Dalki arm, a Dalki itself, and a bunch of vampires and subclasses. It was a strange sight for the leaders to see, and they were wondering just how this strange group had come to be. "It feels wrong to have vampires on the other side," Niku whispered with his arms crossed. "What is that meant to mean?" Nate frowned, taking it as a type of insult. "You do know that most of us on this ship have been humans longer than vampires. It's not like we are betraying you." "He's right, Niku," Sunny interrupted. "And in the first place, it's not the other side. Remember, our king wishes us to bring the two sides together." "Temporarily bring the two sides together," the second leader, Katori Cha, commented. "And what does that mean exactly?" Vorden asked. "That once the Dalki are done with, you will see us as enemies as well?" "No," Jake added, supporting his fellow leader. "But how could you expect us higher beings to mix in with you lot? Even now, you need our help." "You think?" Syl smirked. I'm pretty sure there are some humans that you have never met before that are even stronger than you. We are both helping each other, and I'm happy to test this out." Rayton gave his brother a hit on the arm. It looked like the time they had been spending together had improved his talking. "And beasts, which we would be happy to test." Rayton backed up his brother, already forming his hand into a blade. Hearing all of this, Sam just couldn't stop shaking his head. But what else did he expect a meeting between the two sides to go like? This was exactly why the introduction of two sides needed to go slowly. He could only imagine if the vampires were introduced during the old rule. "Enough!" Quinn shouted, stopping the argument and stopping the two sides from what looked like a clash about to happen. "Look, we all have our reasons, and I plan to still be around when the Dalki are defeated. So, you guys, don't think I won't be king once this whole thing is over. And just like with any culture, we should learn to respect and understand the other cultures. Besides, the vampires have a right to be cautious of us, because, in a way, they're right." Quinn chucked an envelope out onto the table. The seal on it had already been broken, so it was clear Quinn had read its contents. "This is the whole reason why I've called both of you. In a way, I kind of wanted to emulate what they wanted to do." The whole group stared at the letter. They had no idea about its importance, but could tell from Quinn's words that he had given some hint at the same time. "They also notified me about this. I knew you would get one," Logan said, as he started to type away and brought up the letter on display for everyone to read. It took a while for everyone to take in Logan's information. It was about what the board members were exactly planning and how he had been invited. They were simply at a loss for words. Next, Quinn displayed his letter to the others, and they could see that it was slightly different. "From what we can gather, the invitation Logan received was sent out to several people. It looks like they have invited many strong people to this event, and they have also requested something big of Logan," Sam explained. "Then from Quinn's letter, as you can see, they wish for him to bring along all of the leaders who have had a public appearance on camera," Sam continued. "What is wrong with humans?" Jake replied. "We decided to come along, we extend our hand to help them in this war, and then they want us to gather and fight with them. What is the point of this?" "It won't be an official fight," Logan says. "I believe they want to test your strength against the strongest humans. The battle will take place using VR machines. I can record all of your data, so it will be 99% equal to as if you were fighting in real life," Logan explained. "I understand," Lee said. "But how is a fight meant to bring the humans and vampires closer together? If we defeat them—" "Which we will," Niku interrupted. "If we completely defeat them, then won't they be more afraid of us?" Lee finished his sentence. The others agreed with this, and so did those on the cursed ship. "I don't want to say anything, but there are quite a few invitations that got sent out to those on the cursed ship, Leo and Syl as well. They don't want this to be taking sides, but they want it to appear that everyone is just showing their power. But why at a time like this, I don't know. The Dalki could attack at any second." "The worst thing is, they're blackmailing us," Quinn finally said. "I read the letters that they sent to me, and the others, and it's clear. These people, these members of the board, have said that if a person or group chooses to refuse this invitation, they will no longer support them. According to Logan, each one of these 10 families holds great power. We currently get food pills for the cursed faction from them. One of the families had 90% of the Glathrium supply that we use to build and repair our ships. Even Alex needs Glathrium to make our top-tier beast weapons. I thought at first we would just force them if it were to come to it, or maybe we could be self-sufficient. But according to Logan, they have their ways to stop it, so no one does trade with us. If we truly wanted to force their hand, then it would mean going to war with the board, which would be causing another civil war. If that was to happen, then the Dalki will have won this war, so it looks like we have no choice but to accept this invite. But I do want to say one thing. To the vampire leaders, I don't want you to hold back in this fight. Show them the powers of the vampires." At the end of the meeting, no matter what complaints the others had, the results was still the same. The cursed faction had no choice but to agree. It felt strange. Even in their position, they needed cooperation with others to make things truly work. If one person held all these resources or power, they could take advantage of that, just like how the board was now coming together and doing the same thing. At this moment, Quinn was strolling through the cursed ship, a place he hadn't been in for a while, and to his surprise, the ship looked vastly different from what he had remembered. Maybe this was because the whole place was empty, as the members weren't inside. While walking, he didn't encounter anyone. The only things he heard were his echoing footsteps, and once in a while, loud bangs were coming from a nearby place. "Why are you sulking?" Ray asked, seeing that Quinn had been in a strange mood ever since the meeting had concluded. "Look, I haven't known you for long, but it's clear even your footsteps are conveying your sadness when they should be echoing your strength." It seemed like both Ray and Vincent had different approaches when talking to Quinn, and he much preferred Vincent's. "I can hear your thoughts, you know, and it's not like Vincent is dead. If you really want to talk to him, then be my guest. But just because I'm old and from a different time doesn't mean I can't put forth my thoughts. Do you know how long I lived for?" "Thousands of years. You've bragged quite a few times," Quinn replied. "I know, but I don't think you truly know how long that is. It wasn't just that I was alive thousands of years ago, Quinn. I lived for thousands of years as well. During that time, I have watched the humans, helped them in different situations from time to time. But sometimes I sat back and watched to see what they would do and how they would act when left to their own devices. I tell you this right now, Quinn, humans think that they learn from their mistakes, but the truth is, they just end up repeating them again and again. In fact, I wouldn't say just the humans. This applies to everyone, the gods, even me. Sometimes I thought the outcome might be different, but it was always the same." Quinn thought about it for a while, eventually decided it was best for him to get it off his chest after all. "As you said, things feel like they keep on repeating. I thought that when I had the strength on par with the Supreme Commander or the Vampire King, they would listen and understand, maybe even unite against the Dalki. I thought that maybe I could succeed in swaying the decisions of others using my position. But now look at what's going on. Even with all this power I possess, others can still influence the cursed faction, risking the lives of those whom I care about. It boils my blood thinking about it, and I thought I might never have to experience something like this again," Quinn sighed. "That's because strength isn't just power, Quinn," Ray explained. "I was the strongest being in the world, and even though I was undefeated, I still failed more than once to protect those I cared about. There are other things that can be seen as power. Think about it. Do you think these members of the board actually have physical strength? Can any of them go head-on against you? No. They have made you submit with their resources and intellect. That is a strength as well. Still, I'm not telling you to do the same. You should use what you have to your advantage." After his little talk, Quinn felt a little better. It was sometimes nice to express one's thoughts and concerns, but Quinn didn't want to do it to the others. He felt like he needed to show that he had a clear head with the position that he was in. Eventually, he went to the source of the sound of constant fighting, and Quinn arrived in one of the training rooms, although it looked nothing like a training room Quinn had seen before. It had greatly been modified. A large square inside the training room had been created, with several cameras, motion-sensing scanners, and all sorts of other equipment. At the same time, Logan was monitoring all the information while Vincent was by his side learning. The two of them seemed to be with each other a lot these days. Quinn was just happy to see that Vincent at least had someone else to talk to. In the center of the strange chamber they had built was vampire leader Jin. Standing around the edges as well, seemingly waiting for their turn, were the other vampires and cursed faction leaders. "Is that enough?" Jin asked, seemingly a little tired and de-energized because of the battle. "Yep, that's fine," Logan said aloud, as the next leader stepped into the chamber. The leaders and cursed faction members were showing their skills more than ever. It seemed like this was a continuation of their earlier fight to show their power. Still, there was one request that Quinn had made, and it was that the leaders didn't show their blood weapons. He had strictly prohibited them from using the blood weapons, unless they were in a life-or-death situation. While Logan was still recording all of the leaders for the VR game, Quinn decided to step next to Sam, as he too looked like he had something on his mind. "What's wrong?" Quinn broke the ice. Since Ray was able to somewhat clear his mind through conversation, he thought that maybe he could do the same for Sam. "It's just this whole situation," Sam said. "It doesn't make any sense. Why now of all times? Why were they so desperate to use that threat?" It was a card that I have never seen them pull, and I can only imagine it would work if all of the members of the board somewhat agreed upon it. But one of them should have some sense, right? I understand that they don't like the vampires, but I also don't understand what they want to achieve by inviting them all. They could have requested for you not to come or prohibited the members of the cursed faction because they definitely saw the video like everyone else, Quinn. So why would they invite everyone there? You think it's a trap? Quinn asked. I think it's definitely a trap. And why did you tell the vampires to go all out? Sam asked. Because I also think it's a trap, but I want our enemies to think twice about whatever it is they were planning to do, Quinn replied. What about you, Leo? Will you be taking part? Leo was staring at the current fights with interest, and ever since he had returned, he hadn't said much. He had agreed to help Quinn with whatever he needed his help with, and would later try to deal with it. But there was something on his mind constantly, and it was Aaron. In a way, he actually felt like looking after the girl was far more important than his own answers. He was at a crossroads, unsure of what to do. Still, it was clear that helping fight the Dalki was the most important thing. I believe they think I am still human, Leo replied. They know I am part of the cursed faction, but I wouldn't be surprised if they pitted me up against one of the other leaders, which would be an interesting match. I don't know what their true intentions are either, Leo said, clearly having overheard them two talking from before. But I do think that this is something we can all improve from. Soon, all of the leaders' information, how their abilities worked, were all recorded into the VR machine. Also, their strength and speed, and now Logan just had to input this into the machine. At the same time, another worker was doing the same thing for the other side, where all the others who had been invited were to meet and wait. Then, when Logan would arrive, he could input the information into the game. This was Logan Green's part of the deal, and he would also be there to make sure things were fair in the VR game. Just then, Sam got a ping on his watch. Looks like I got the location where we are meant to meet, Sam smiled. It's on the Earth. The special event was a secret event. In the invitation itself, there were certain conditions that had to be met, and if the one invited failed to meet any of them, then they would be punished. Of course, there were those that thought it was a bluff by the board, yet the listed repercussions were simply too severe to risk not turning up. One of these conditions was that the public was forbidden from learning that something like this would actually be happening. This included all groups, in the Cursed faction, the Greylash faction, and even those in the military in the Earthborn group. The only ones that would be privy to know about the event's existence were the ones supposed to attend. Still, there were a couple of people that had an inkling that something was going on. The two reporters that would be on top of everything, who were currently on one of the Cursed faction planets, Planet Skimmel. They were currently strolling the streets, and for once, they didn't have their cameras with them. Something is happening, I'm telling you. There's no way all leaders of the Cursed faction would simultaneously decide to go out and leave everything to Ivy and Peach, Bonnie reasoned. You're overthinking it, Void insisted. Many of those in the shelter are part of the Daisy faction, so why shouldn't Ivy and Peach be in charge? Besides, now that Quinn has brought over those vampire leaders, it just makes sense for the Cursed faction leaders to try and get along with them, no? Also, don't you think there is a lot for them to do in the vampire settlement? The two of them stopped at a stall where Void had noticed a nice pair of earrings. He glanced at Bonnie's ears for a few seconds and imagined them on her, and more importantly, was wondering if she liked them. It was rare for the two of them to not be out somewhere that might easily get them killed. Even rarer to be together without cameras present, so this was one of his chances. All she thinks about is work, work, work. When's the last time I even got a thank you for keeping up with her and also risking my life? No matter where we go, I always come with her. Bonnie, why can't you notice me? Void thought, as he went to pick up the triangle-shaped earrings. They appeared to have been made from some type of special crystal, granting them a certain shine in the sunlight. Fine, but then you explain to me why every single planet so far has refused to meet with us. Not a single one, Bonnie shouted. I know something is up and something big. Oh, those look nice. Bonnie thought about going over to them. It was time for Void to act. Bonnie, I... I want you to have these. Let's just enjoy today together. We can't exactly force them to give us an interview, and we can't just charge into those places. We've been working nonstop. It won't kill us to take one day off for once. This shelter is a nice impromptu vacation, wouldn't you say? And there's also something I've been meaning to tell you." Void's face went bright red after that. The cursed faction, along with the vampire leaders, were already on the move. All the preparations had been made, but there was a slight issue. The cursed faction had no teleporters that led to the Grey Lash planets, or the Earthborn planets either. It was clearly an issue that they needed to fix, especially since they would now be working closely together. But Quinn wondered now that they were practically in charge of the delegation of vampires, whether they would let him do it or make it extra hard. Left with no other choice, their group was traveling by ship, heading towards one of the Earthborn planets, and now the two groups were stuck in even closer quarters together. Sam was standing at the dining table, ready to make some sort of speech to them, but they still seemed to be bickering. "Enough!" Sam shouted, clearly frustrated at being the one to have to settle these disputes. "Do I really have to call Quinn each and every time I want to talk to both of our groups? We can't act like this in front of others. If anything, the cursed faction has to display that vampires and humans can happily coexist together. In case you've forgotten because of those traitorous vampires, everyone is still wary of you." Rayton placed his blades away, whereas Niku sheathed his bladed cane as well, and everyone went to their position on the ship. Sitting on the side, leaning against the wall or at the small dining table in front of them. "Let's go over this one last time, since we can't have anything go wrong," Sam stated, leading to frustrated sighs from both sides. The cursed faction's vice leader looked up, annoyed that the one thing both had in common was their unwillingness to listen. He cleared his throat before continuing. "Remember, only Syl and Leo were invited out of those from the cursed faction. Firstly, it doesn't mean that you guys are weaker than the leaders. I know you are all strong. Nate, they haven't seen you with the demon tier shield, and Layla, you have improved beyond everyone. Of course, the others, you are our secret weapons, demon tier beasts and more, but you have an important task in all of this as well. Now, Quinn will be leading the leaders and you two with him, while the rest of us will remain on standby and investigate. We'll do our best to try and find out just what exactly their intentions are behind these invitations. Understand?" "Understood," the others replied in unison. "That one, is he strong?" Niku asked, looking at Sam. "The others seem to listen to him, so he must be strong," Jake replied, standing next to Niku. "Sam's strength isn't in combat," Quinn said, appearing behind the two of them. "Although nearly everyone on this ship might be stronger than him, he is a genius when it comes to coordinating things. Is it so strange to see them listen to someone weaker than them?" To the vampires it was strange, since the leaders were always the strongest in their family. They were the ones who had received the most training, and also the blood of the past leaders. There were those that would challenge them at times for their positions, so they had to be strong to defend it. Also, who would listen to them if they were weak? That just didn't make any sense, and Quinn could tell by the look on their faces it didn't. The vampires valued raw strength a lot. Quinn could tell it was the reason why many of them accepted his position, but after listening to Ray a bit, he noticed that there were natural leaders who people followed without being strong around him, and Sam was one of them. He is a respected person in our group, and although we are stronger than him, I'm sure there are many of us who not only would listen to what he told us to do, but would risk our lives for him. Risk your lives for someone weaker than you? You humans are certainly foolish, Niku smiled. Oh, well, I guess I am a fool, because I am one of those that would risk his life, Quinn pointed out. Do you really think it's a good idea to be calling your king foolish? With that, he walked away, leaving Niku a little red-faced, as red as a pale vampire could get anyway. Finally, the ship had arrived and landed. Nathan was there to greet them all. He was surprised to see that many of those from the cursed faction were present as well, and was a little worried about how this was going to go. He shouldn't have told the others in the first place, but he couldn't keep his mouth shut. I'm sorry, Quinn. I know you probably want to bring them with you, but if they don't have an invitation, then they can't come along, Nathan explained. The cursed faction members looked at each other. They thought they could have at least returned to Earth and explored for a bit. Some were even looking forward to it. "It's okay, just let us know what it's like on the other side," Sam said with a smile. Some of the vampires seemed pleased about this and had a smug look on their faces as they walked past and headed to the teleporter. The teleporter they were using was an upgraded one compared to the standard. It was similar to the ones the vampires used, where a code was entered that would redirect them to another teleporter, rather than have it lead to the other side directly. "These vampires sure act smug for a bunch of old grandpas and grannies," Nate purposely stated out loud. Nathan was a bit nervous seeing them in person. The overwhelming pressure he imagined from them when seeing them on camera he could now feel in front of him. "Please, the people are waiting on the other side," Nathan said, and with that they all went through, and the portal was closed behind them. "Well, what are we going to do now?" Linda asked. "You think me and Logan didn't plan for this?" Sam replied, holding up a strange device. Stepping through the teleporter, the cursed faction and the vampire leaders found themselves back on Earth. The sky was crystal blue, as it was only a little past morning. Clouds could be seen up in the air, and even the vampires seemed to have their heads glued to the sky, taking everything in around them. The air just felt fresher here, compared to the other places, as the scent of the ocean wafted into their nostrils. The group looked around and found themselves in a military base. They were out in the open, rather than placed in a room that would be based. It was certainly strange, as if someone had just moved it into the middle of an open area. What was surprising more than anything, or unsurprising, was the lack of personnel. Right now, they were on one large strip of black ground. In the distance, they could see soldiers doing routines. However, there was no one here to guide them, no one to greet them or anything. Just a large travel ship placed about hundreds of meters away on the strip. In a way, Quinn half expected this to be the trap, and there would be just countless travelers or Earthborn group members surrounding them. If not, then at least those that would be there to keep an eye on the vampires from causing a scare, but there was nothing. "It looks like we are at a military base, and there isn't anyone around this place. Is there a reason for this?" Quinn spoke out loud. Usually, Quinn wouldn't comment so much on the area around him, but there was a specific reason why he was doing so. It was so that group that was left behind could know what was going on here. "That's because I'm your guide," Nathan replied. "Any question you have, what you will be doing, where you will be going, I have all the information. The board seems to have taken extra care in making sure that no one knows about this. Although I won't be participating in the event, I will be there. They chose me due to my relationship with the cursed faction and the Earthborn group." With that said, Nathan started to walk up ahead, and they all started to board the ship to head to their next destination. Quinn wanted to ask Nathan many questions, and he continued to comment on all the things around him, only a little quieter so Nathan wouldn't overhear. Although Nathan had helped him out in the past, he remembered Sam's warning to not trust him for now. They weren't sure about who was on whose side, so it would be easy to treat anyone working under the board as an enemy for now, which meant those in the Earthborn group. "So this is where we came from. It's quite beautiful," Sunny stated, looking outside. "Have you guys never been to Earth?" Nathan asked. "No, we tried to cut ties with humans as much as possible after our move," Sunny replied. "However, we would hear stories of this place, and it is just as beautiful as they described it. It's a shame that not all vampires can experience this." While speaking, Sunny was constantly playing with the ring on her finger. All of the leaders had a ring that allowed them to stay in the sunlight as long as possible, so Quinn didn't worry about this issue. After traveling over a large sea, they saw land again, and in the distance, Quinn could see something he hadn't seen for a long time. There was a gigantic building that looked like a stadium, but from the top down, it looked like a flower sprouting. He had visited this place before during the school tournament, and now they were back here again. Only there was a huge difference. The whole city, including the military base, was empty. Trains, the mechs, and other things they had seen before, none of them were in operation. "Is this the board's doing?" Quinn asked. "Kind of," Nathan replied. "They did ask to clear off this area, but remember that most of the Earthborn group are actually out fighting.
The board families have their production set up elsewhere and don't actually rely on military help too much. They rely on independent travelers or small guilds. This is why before we arrive there, I have a message from Supreme Commander Sack. I'm sorry, Quinn, that I could not stop something like this. When together, remember to keep up appearances. Quinn could somewhat guess what he meant by the message. He was directing him to pretend that they didn't know each other or were friends, and this wasn't the Sack that could pull strings. And I have a message from myself as well. Over the last few days, I have struggled to decide whether I am a member of the Cursed faction or the Earthborn group, but I think it doesn't matter. I work for the Supreme Commander, who listens to you, Quinn. For now, I think it's best if you treat the board as a separate group that just has the power to make not just the Earthborn group, but the others too, to do its bidding as well. This had made Quinn happy a bit. He had never had a dislike for Nathan, even when they were at school. Still, he would keep Sam's warning in mind. The ship had gone to a large flower-like stadium, which looked slightly remodeled. Instead of seats where everyone would view a large grand event, they had just converted them into large glass boxes that one could see through. For now, though, they were all vacant. "Where is everyone?" Syl asked. "All participants of this event are in the canteen, which, for the time being, has been converted into a dining hall. It will be a chance for everyone to introduce themselves, including members of the board, before the event starts," Nathan explained. "They don't want you to think of this event as just a fight, but a true introduction of both sides, behind the eyes of the public." The ship eventually landed around the edge of a base, and all of the leaders, including Quinn himself, were on guard. In all honesty, it was the same for Nathan. After a few moments, they were walking through a long tunnel heading to the canteen area. There was one person that Quinn could rely on, Leo. He could see anything that was coming. They walked for a long time, and eventually the leaders, Quinn and everyone else, noticed something. They stopped in their tracks before they had even reached the end of the tunnel that would take them to the main building area. The only ones who were still moving were Syl and Nathan until they, too, noticed the others. "What's wrong?" Nathan asked, and was slightly worried because the look on Quinn's face wasn't relaxed. "We can smell blood," Quinn replied. After a few moments, Quinn decided to keep walking forward, and this time he stayed in front, instead of Nathan and the others, with Leo and Syl by his side. They soon entered the main building and had gone down a flight of stairs. "How do you know where the canteen is?" Nathan asked. "I don't. I'm just following the smell." They had finally reached two large double doors, and they could hear the sound of several people talking. They were sure that the smell was coming from here. "This is where everyone has gathered. They are waiting for you inside," Nathan said. Leo nodded his head, confirming Nathan's words. He could sense some familiar energies inside, and some unfamiliar ones simultaneously, but before letting Quinn go inside, he grabbed the latter's arm. "Quinn, we have to be cautious. No one seems to be dead inside, but I sense a white energy from one of them," Leo explained. "A white energy? Do you mean Ki?" Quinn asked. Leo shook his head. "I do sense Ki, but this white energy that I sense, it was the same energy that was present in Laxmus." After fighting with Laxmus, Quinn talked about it a lot with Vincent and his newly found ancestor, Ray. If what Leo was saying was true, perhaps this white energy meant that it belonged to a god. Could it be Bliss? Quinn thought. I see your friend has the Dragon Eye's power if he says he can see energies. Although white is the color of the energy emitted from the gods, it does not necessarily mean it is a god, Ray explained. In the first place, it could be a dormant being that the person is unaware of. It could be a god like you think, or perhaps like this Laxmus person you talked about. It just means they have a closer connection to the god. This would mean that they are able to allow others to borrow their power more freely, Ray explained. Now there was more than one thing for Quinn to worry about. He was already concerned about the smell of blood coming from this room, but now there was possibly a threat as significant as Laxmus. "Quinn, are you okay?" Nathan called out to him. "The others probably know about your arrival, so it's best if we go in." Nathan was right. Whatever the case was, Quinn had to enter that room eventually, and standing outside would do nothing. At least he knew a little about what to expect. Standing in front, Quinn pushed the door open
and the grand room was revealed. It was hard to imagine that the room they were looking at used to be a canteen, because they had done an excellent job making it look like a grand ballroom. The place reminded Quinn of when he went to meet the other generals when he was a teacher for a short time. There was a red carpet covering the whole floor, tables filled with expensive appetizers and real food, while a golden rug led from the door they had entered, leading up to a stage ahead. Currently there was no one present on the stage. However, the room was filled with familiar faces. Many familiar faces that Quinn had seen before were spread around the room. "Well, I expected that this might be the whole point of the event, and the main star has arrived," Owen said, the first person who was there to greet Quinn. He looked the same as always, with the fan covering his face, in his white robes and long hair. He walked over quickly to Quinn and gave a respectful bow, and next to him were two others from the Greylash family. One was Grim Greylash, Owen's grandfather, while the other was Hermes, who Quinn had seen a few times but had never witnessed his strength. Based on those in the room and those invited from the cursed faction, Quinn had assumed that the ones invited were considered the strongest, which was why Syl and Leo had been selected. So Hermes had to have great strength that Quinn hadn't witnessed before. "It has been a while, Owen. You have grown a lot since the last time I saw you. In strength, I mean," Quinn praised him. "It's good to see that the rest of you are alive in this tough fight as well." Hearing this, Owen couldn't help but laugh. "I have grown, Quinn. In comparison to you, I feel like I have done nothing, and looking at these fine people behind you, you never cease to amaze me. I welcome you all, and I hope that we will all treat each other as friends. A friend of Quinn's is a friend of mine." While Owen was quite respectful, some of the leaders had already locked eyes with Grim and Hermes. It was almost as if they were having a battle with just their eyes. "Cool it!" Quinn snapped at those behind him. "Quinn, I see you've made it," another said, walking over. This time it was the Supreme Commander Sack, and by his side was Samantha. His greeting was a little more formal, and they had chosen to stay quite a distance away from the others. Sack didn't want to appear too close to Quinn, but he could still greet him. After all, Sack, Owen, and Quinn were the superpowers of the world. It wouldn't look out of place to see these three together. Niku was about to say something, but Quinn quickly turned around, looking at all the leaders. It was a clear sign for none of them to say anything, but they were right. Sack was a vampire. "I see. So Quinn has his inside people in all of this, and it seems he is well respected among the others," Sunny noticed as she looked around. "Sack, do you smell it?" Quinn asked. "I do, but honestly, just like you and the others, we don't know much about this. Everything has been organized by them. I assume Logan is on standby?" Sack asked. Logan was meant to be looking after the game system. They would give him the direct coordinates when the fight was to start. Then he could input all the information into the teleporter and travel in when needed. Why didn't they do this with everyone? Quinn had no idea, but perhaps they still had a level of trust in Logan due to him being on the board. Others didn't come and greet Quinn. Maybe there would have been others, but none of the other generals that would be participating in this event had chosen to. They stayed their distance away, and the vampires were following Quinn around like they were his royal guard. After talking a bit to Sack and Owen, Quinn headed over to another place because he could see Mona there. She was busy stuffing her face full of all the different food, so much that it didn't seem like she had even noticed Quinn and the others arriving. Still, there was something quite noticeable about her, and it was something quite large, standing by her side. Eventually, she turned around and gave a smile while heading to her table with the large figure. "Mona, you... Quinn didn't know what to say. By her side was Oscar. The only thing was, he was suited up in full armor, and he held a box by his side, which Quinn assumed was his head, which was why no one recognized him. "I told everyone that this is a beast under my control," Mona whispered, leaning forward. Once again, though, the other vampires could tell that it wasn't human or a beast, but since Quinn made it clear the first time, the others didn't react. Although they were left guessing, trying to figure out exactly what it was. It was a smell that they did not recognize, but smelt somewhat familiar, like that of an undead. Looking around the room, Quinn could also see others that were standing separate from the rest. One had no weapons on his body, but was in a sleeveless hoodie with his head covered. Then, one wore a strange mask with thin red splits for its eyes. The body looked quite thin and short. Looking around more, there were people Quinn hadn't seen, but he could tell they were all strong. "Those are the unranked, as they are known. Top travelers that never joined any faction," Nathan said. At that moment, Leo came up to Quinn and whispered in his ear that it was one of them that had the strange white energy that he could sense. Because of this, Quinn thought it might be best to go over and talk to them. He would leave the vampires on their own temporarily. It didn't look like anyone was willing to approach the leaders in the first place. Just as Quinn was about to move, he stopped, as certain members started to walk onto the stage. Each one of them, different ages, all of them men and all wearing black suits. By their side, each of them had 2 guards each. These men were those that were known as the Board. "You know, if you wanted to, you could just force them all to do your bidding now," Ray commented. "You're strong, right? Stronger than any in the room, and those protecting them. If it was me, I would go right up to their faces and ask them what game they think they're playing." Although Quinn actually felt like doing that, and had Ray said, he had learnt from Logan that it would be mostly useless to treat them in such a way. The 10 stood there proud. In the center was an old man with a long beard. He used a walking stick to help him stand up. It was a strange sight because he knew another old man who would use a walking stick. Yet he was one of the strongest people he had ever met. Yet here, the old human who was so weak. "I welcome all of you to come today. We thank all of you deeply for caring enough to come here. The contents of the letter are true. We have arranged this event because we believe this is important for our future. Just like in the past when they would hold the Olympics between different countries, we wish to hold an event that will bring these 2 new races together," the old man said. "Even in the past, during times of war, they would unite together for this event, which is why I wish to do the same. I hope after this we will learn more from each other. As a welcome to our new guest, we have a treat. To Quinn and his followers." Hearing the word followers had greatly angered the leaders. They weren't just the king's followers. "We have a gift for you," the old man said. The curtain was then drawn, and several young women could be seen standing there in view. There were 14 of them in total. There were servants by their side, who carried out wine glasses and held them just beneath the girls. It was a strange sight, to say the least. "We hope that you accept our gift," the man said, and at the same time, each of them pulled out a knife and slit the palm of their hands, allowing the blood to fall into the glasses. The girls looked frightened and in pain. Some of the women had failed to cut deep enough to fill the glass, and had picked up the knife again to cut their hands a second time, even cutting their other hands. The generals and the others looked at the scene in discomfort. They felt disgusted that they had to do such things, and looked towards the vampires. Standing in front of them, though, was Quinn with his hands clenched. "Stop!" Quinn shouted from down below. "Just what do you think you are doing?" Before they, or anyone, could react, Quinn had onto the stage and went right past all of the members of the board to the women at the very back. "I order you all to stop!" Quinn shouted, with his eyes glowing red, and in an instant they all listened and dropped the knives. "You better have a good explanation for this," Quinn asked. Seeing Quinn standing there on stage, everyone still on the floor was quite shocked. The women were frozen in place, not moving at all, and blood was still dripping down from their cuts. Some hadn't even seen Quinn move, while the few who were able to follow his movements could tell he was incredibly fast. The table of the unranked had the most interesting expression. There were 5 of them sitting at the table in total. "The cursed faction's leader is certainly brave," one said. "Or stupid is another way to look at it. The guards have now surrounded him, and I know some of those travelers. They are no simple fighters," another person added. The sleeveless hooded man, who had his arms crossed, chuckled. "For some reason I think he isn't too afraid of them." Since an intruder had reached the stage, the guards there to protect their board members wasted no time going in for the attack. Once again, The fastest one was a traveler who had 2 daggers, and his power focused on speed. He pulled out his daggers, lighting up slightly green. Last time that invisible force hit me, I don't know what it was, but that man was different and special, but I have to prove my worth. Otherwise, they will never trust me again. This man was perhaps just as fast as Quinn, if Quinn didn't use his beast gear, which was an impressive feat, but that didn't matter. Turning towards the man, Quinn's eyes continued to glow red. This often happened when he was filled with rage, and it was clear at this moment he was. "Down!" Quinn commanded. The traveler went to his knees instantly, falling to the floor. "Stay!" Quinn ordered again, and no matter what the traveler tried to do, he could no longer move. He tried his best to control his body, but it was as if the words said seconds ago were ringing through his head, and his brain was no longer in charge. "What is going on? Last time I was hit with some strange energy, but this is humiliating." The traveler gritted his teeth, but what was even worse was when he was looking at Quinn's eyes, he was afraid of what he would say next. So far, his body had listened to every word the young man said, and if Quinn ordered him to kill himself, he felt like his body would listen. This sent shivers down his entire body, and now he knew he wanted nothing to do with this person. No amount of money was worth his life. At the tables, the generals had experienced a familiar scene before with head General Inu. Although he was strong, he wasn't the best, which was why they were surprised to see the same scene happening to someone with such regard. The women, the traveler, and the servants by their side were all suffering from Quinn's influence skill. Everyone was stunned by Quinn's display of strength, especially those witnessing it for the first time. "I told you he would have no trouble, but this is beyond what I expected," the sleeveless man said. "He has great strength. Also, this mysterious power is quite incomprehensible." They weren't the only ones shocked by this either. Based on the human speed, which the vampire leaders witnessed for the half of second they could, they assumed that he would have been quite strong. They had even seen many of those in the cursed faction perform well. Yet, Quinn was able to have so many under his control. "His influence ability, I think it's on par with the originals. No, it might be beyond that," Jin commented. It had been so long since Quinn had used his influence skill, he practically found it useless against those that were strong, since they also tended to have a strong mind, and it didn't work against beasts or the Dalki. However, his charm stat had been fully unlocked since then, bringing it up to a 100. "Are you going to explain what you're doing right now, creating this type of scene, or do I have to force an answer out of you?" Quinn asked, clearly still irritated. Some board members had gritted their teeth and looked like they were about to say something until the old man stepped out front. "Quinn, we mean no disrespect. We know vampires consume blood, so we thought to bring the freshest blood right to your doorsteps," the old man replied. "I hate people like this," Ray said in Quinn's mind, and Quinn was inclined to agree. The way he was speaking made it sound like it was meant to be a nice gesture, but clearly it was only meant to look that way for now. Later on, this would create trouble for the vampires. Quinn didn't need to think more to understand that all this was a setup to make it vilify the vampire's image. "You really think like that?" Quinn smiled. "I have claimed to be a vampire for a long time, and unlike Oscar, who wished to learn more about us, not once did you ask me about the vampires. This room smells of blood. I bet you were hoping to catch some type of reaction. It might not be visible to others, but you know our noses are sensitive. I can smell it all over the walls. Then if that didn't work, you had this little act prepared, hoping that direct blood might work as well. I wouldn't be surprised if you have this whole room recorded to see if one of the leaders reacts to it. I'm disappointed in you. You, who are meant to be at the top, act like this. But worst of all, the reason why I'm so annoyed is that you are even hurting your own kind, forcing them against their will just to do this," Quinn yelled. The other travelers had yet to move. They were waiting for orders from their respective board members. At the same time, those below were enjoying the spectacle. For right now, there weren't actually many on the board side. Some disliked the idea of working with the vampires, but simply put, the board had blackmailed nearly everyone in the room in some way to get here, which was why they weren't coming out to defend the board. "Let's say you're right," the old man said.
However, look at it from our point of view. We have no clue what your plan is, Quinn, and at the same time, did you ask us how many of us felt when you brought the vampires to our lands? Did you even request the board, the Earthborn group, or ask the military if we agreed to bring them? We have tried to be respectful and are learning about them, and there is one more thing you are wrong about. We didn't force any of these women to take part, and they are being paid a large sum for this. For something as small as this, they will never have to worry about their expenses or their families again for as long as they live. We didn't force anyone, and hundreds of others would be willing to jump at an opportunity like that. So go on, stop them. Stop them and carry on doing what you wish, and forcing everyone to follow your decisions, the old man said. Hearing this, Quinn turned over to the woman. I will cancel my control over you, but your blood will be wasted on these. We don't need blood, and whatever they are offering you, I promise that I will do the same. A home, a place to live, and protection, and no worries for the rest of your lives, like the rest of the cursed faction. Within a blink, Quinn's eyes no longer glowed red, and everyone under the influence skill could move again. However, it didn't take long for the women to decide, and continued to cut the palm of their hands, drawing it into the cup until it was full. Why? Why are they still cutting their hands? Did they not believe what I said? Why are they following his word over mine? Quinn couldn't understand. Is it because they don't see me as one of them? When one of the women's cups was filled, she walked over to where Quinn was, her legs shaking, and handed over the cup to him. A forced smile was on her face. It looked like the plan was to fill each of the cups and hand it to the leaders. Why? Quinn said out loud and raised his hand. Simultaneously, all of the blood started to move out from the cups and went towards him, forming a large ball of blood. He was using his absolute blood control powers in front of them all. You want to make these vampires into villains in the time of war, but I won't let you, Quinn said. I won't let your blood go to waste. Yes, I made all those decisions without asking you. If you want the world to hate someone, then hate me. I'll be your villain. At that moment, Quinn opened his mouth wide, and all the blood flowed into his body. To put it simply, Quinn was tired. He was tired of having to do so much to please these people when it seemed like there were just some people who wouldn't change their minds. The board had a clear aim. They didn't wish for the humans and vampires to unite. They wanted them to be split apart, but there was one person the others didn't treat like a vampire. Seeing Quinn consume the blood, the generals on the ground and some of the others looked at him with fear. Still, there were a few who didn't look at Quinn differently for a second, like Owen, his grandfather Grim, and Syl. These people were also human, but they knew what Quinn had achieved. I accept your gift, Quinn said. It seems like sometimes people forget. Although I was a human, I am a vampire as well. The vampire that took back the Daisy faction back from the Dalki. The vampire who saved all of the students on planet Kaladi. And the vampire who has slaughtered countless Dalki. That is the reality of the situation. Quinn no longer wanted to say anything else to them. Thus, he slowly started to walk down from the stage. As he walked past the board members, the travelers wondered if they needed to fight such a person. But after seeing his display of blood powers, many of them were reminded of the video they had watched, in which countless Dalki were killed in an instant. When Quinn reached the board members, they took a few steps back, partially worried that their guards wouldn't be able to defend them in time. The only reason why I haven't attacked you or left this place is that I don't want to start a war, Quinn said. I'll play along with this stupid game of yours, but you better keep up with your promises after this. Otherwise, I promise that I will personally hunt each one of you down, and this is a threat. I will get rid of whoever I see as a risk to the humans or the vampires. Since it was quite the unexpected interruption, and things didn't seem to be going to plan, everyone was partially at a loss for words. They didn't know what to do next or what to say. Those on the board just stood there dumbfounded, looking at each other. There was one that was still having a good time, though, and that was Mona, who continued to stuff her face through the whole thing. She had somewhat predicted that something like this would happen.
Maybe you could have said something if you were still around, Mona said to her big friend. A lot of people listened to you. I wonder how much trouble this board had caused during your reign, or perhaps that's where all the bad had come from. The old man, who had done most of the talking up till this point, looked like he would fall over at any second, and so a seat was brought out, and the girls and servants were told to go away. He looked defeated, and was no longer in a state of arguing any more. Instead, another person went to the center. This one, looking far younger, a well-kept man in his 50s with parted hair down the middle. He decided to speak because of some news that he had just received. I know everyone here is extremely busy, and that includes us, the man said. So I'm sure you are all waiting just to start this event and get it over and done with. As one of us said earlier, we are true to what we said before. We wish to unify everyone who is against the Dalki with this event, and that's why we called the strongest people from far and wide to this place. This is why for our next set of guests, please do not be so surprised, the man finished saying. It didn't take long for the set of double doors to open, and two figures stepped inside the room. One was a large macular man who had his body out on display, and there were scars all over his body. One could tell straight away he had been through several battles. As for the one next to him, he too had a scar on his face that went across diagonally. It was so large that one couldn't imagine how a person could survive from such an attack. The two of them walked towards one of the tables near the front that had been left empty. That's when the others in the room noticed something interesting. One of them had a large number visible on the back of their white overcoat, the number 3. You've invited agents of Pure to this? Sack asked, who seemed to be quite annoyed. If any group had affected the military the most, even throughout the war, it was Pure. As I said earlier, we have gathered all the people here with one goal in our mind, to unite against the Dalki, and this includes inviting those from Pure. You may not see eye to eye in the future, but we all have the same goal, the board member said. Then where have they been while Dalki attacked all of the planets? Samantha asked. Where were they when Oscar risked his life fighting on the front lines? I haven't even seen these two before. For Quinn and Leo, though, it was different. They knew the muscular men very well, and it was the one known as Chris. In fact, Chris and Leo had fought off one of the 4 spiked Dalki together. So he really was working for Pure. Although Quinn already knew about this, seeing it, he felt a little saddened. Chris had helped him a lot back then, and he didn't seem like a bad person. Still, eventually, due to them thinking differently, there was a chance the two of them could clash, and Quinn was worried for another person. Leo also looked at Chris intensely, or more so, turned his head in their direction. Since the last time they had met, he could tell that Chris's ki seemed to have improved even more. Not just what was inside his central area, but it was also burning through his strong body on the outside. What he was witnessing right now greatly reminded him of Hilston's capabilities. There were times when Leo thought about how strong Hilston would have been if he knew more about ki and its uses, and there was possibly a person in front of him right now whose state was telling him the answer. At least Chris didn't have an ability they needed to worry about. We have always been there. Our agents have infiltrated all your groups, and you surely know that. Do you think they just ran away? They stayed and fought, Chris replied. And what about you two, though? If you were so strong, then why haven't you fought with them directly? Samantha asked again. Well, I haven't seen the Earthborn group making large feats either. Only the Greylash and Cursed faction have done something. Does that mean the rest of us in this room have been lazy about the war? Chris replied. After talking to Samantha, Chris decided to give Quinn a wave. It was clear it was directed at Quinn, but the latter was unsure how to reply. At that moment, the simple gesture done by one of the Pure sent questions ringing through all of their heads. Just what was the relationship between Pure and the Cursed faction? A loud clap came from the board member on the stage. Right. Now that everyone is present, it is time that we get into our position. We shall head to the stadium, and we will commence the event, the man said. A pair of servants opened up the doors, and there looked to be what looked like a butler leading the way. While the board members remained seated, everyone else left the room. Once everyone had left and some time had passed, The old man, who had had his head down, stood up.
"That brat! I've never seen someone talk down to us so much before. Even Pure showed us some respect."
The old man was practically yelling. He then went to another traveler who was by his side, wielding a giant scythe.
"Don't forget, no one is allowed to know about this event," the old man said.
A few seconds later, the traveler went behind the stage where the women were waiting. Everyone was escorted through the large stadium they were currently inside. They followed the butler-like person, slowly making their way where they needed to be. After meeting the members of the board, Quinn was still trying to think of ways to prevent the former from using its power to influence all these people again, like how they had done so now. The best thing to do is probably to get Logan to gather as much information on them. He will eventually find out where all their bases are located, or maybe they hid all this stuff when they invited the Green family to be part of the board. It's pretty impressive that even these 10 have somewhat decided to work together. With how the board members are, I will be surprised if there is no infighting between them and one trying to topple the other, Quinn thought.
"It's due to them feeling like they are above the rest of you," Ray replied. "It's actually similar to why many vampires didn't bother with the humans. Even during my time, the ruling empire had a similar situation. They are happy with their position, and they know only together they can do something like this. If you really want to stop the board, you would have to either break them down one by one without alerting the other, or do everything at once."
Thinking about this was giving Quinn a headache. He never thought he would have to dabble in politics or a game of chess. Lately, he had just been using his fists to solve everything because he thought that was the type of world he was in, where power ruled all, and now he was finding out that this wasn't quite the case. The group soon reached the winding tunnels that would stretch all around the stadium, and here they met up with more butlers that looked different to the man leading them so far, but all wore the same uniform. There weren't many people here in the first place, so they were easy to spot.
"From here, you will split up into 2 different groups," a butler stated. "Although this is not a team competition, we have decided to split you all into 2 groups. After witnessing the strength of the vampires, we wish for them to witness the human strength as well. I hope that is okay with you."
Again, Sam had also predicted that something like this would happen, which was why they had invited Leo and Syl. It was quite comical to Quinn that others couldn't even tell that Leo was a vampire, but he guessed the main trait, the red eyes that vampires had, one couldn't see on Leo, so it partially made sense. As expected, the 2 from the cursed faction whom the board wanted to follow the other half of the group were Syl and Leo. "I trust that you will look after them," Quinn said. At that moment, 2 people there gave Quinn a look as if they agreed to his request. They were Owen and Sack. These 2 were strong people who Quinn could trust, but he was worried for Leo because the latter would be next to those from Pure, and knowing their apparent history, things might get messy. Secondly, the unranked with the white aura was among the others as well. Since Leo had to depart from the group, he had something important to mention to Quinn before he left. He leaned in, whispering in his ear. It was so quiet that only the vampires could pick it up. With that, Leo left a piece of critical information in the hands of Quinn. After following the butlers, they went down different ways in the tunnels, and after a long walk, they exited and found themselves in the stands, inside the large glass see-through containers. Peering out, one could see the stadium ground distinctly, which was a generated map. It would display what was currently transpiring inside the VR game for the others to see, and inside the giant glass containers was a VR pod. In total, there were 4 of these glass containers. Quinn and his 12 vampire leaders were in the East Block. This was because Quinn still hadn't brought back the 8th family fully yet, so he could not summon a leader, and one hadn't replaced Muka. Of course, the 14th castle, in a way, also belonged to Quinn now, as leader of the Punishers. In the North container, it looked like the board members had arrived. There were special seats for them but none for the others, but what each container did have was servants that would get them what they wished, if need be. The South container was empty, and then there was the West container. It was meant to contain the strongest humans, even though a couple of vampires were mixed in there. "Wait a second," Jake said, as he looked at the other side across from them. "They have more people than us. There are a total of 18 on their side, while we have 13, and that includes Quinn." "Wow, I'm glad that the sixth family still seems to teach basic mathematics," Sunny chuckled. As an older leader, Jake being considered quite young for one, the older leaders could get away with things like this without sparking a fight. "About the question you mentioned," one of the butlers guiding them so far started to speak while standing next to the VR capsule. "We do wish for Quinn to take part in this as well. There also might be some of you who will be required to fight more than once. Since we will be using the game for combat, you wouldn't suffer from fatigue or injuries like that in a normal fight." Hearing this, Quinn wondered how he would fare. According to Logan, the machine could not copy blood weapons, so using Arthur's weapon was out of the question, and the same for the armor. Also, although Quinn could use his shadow powers, he wouldn't be able to access his dimensional space for quick equip as he could do in real life. So the only thing that would work would be his beast armor set, his right gauntlet, and whatever beast weapon he registered. Whether he would fight or not was a different story, as Quinn thought back to what Leo mentioned before he left. When Leo leaned in, he had some surprising news to pass. "I couldn't tell you before because I couldn't sense it until they came in. But the man next to Chris, with the large number 3 on his back, his aura is slightly different as well. Inside I see a hint of red, a color I have only observed on beasts." Quinn had learned that the Pure was trying to make some type of hybrid similar to the Dalki. The thing was, the Dalki were more beast than humans, which was perhaps why they had this initial instinct to hunt and kill humans. Did this mean that Pure was actually successful, or was it something else to do with the said person's powers? Either way, Quinn didn't like it, and he didn't fancy the fact that Pure was here either. Still, Leo had even more to tell. "On another note, there seem to be traces of keys surrounding each of the board members' heads. It doesn't feel like any of the board members practice key, because the presence inside them feels foreign. This might be an advanced usage of the third stage of key. Some way to transfer it over to another while not harming the person, then using it like the second stage for protection." It didn't take long for Quinn to figure out what Leo was hinting at. Only one group could use key and understood it better than Leo himself, and that was the Pure. With their arrival, perhaps this wasn't a trap set up by the board, but all of Pure, and they had just caught the strongest ability users, all in one place. "Maybe it's best if I do some investigating, but how do I get out of this place without them knowing I've left?" It was then that Quinn looked over to Vincent, who still used the mask to cover his face, and an idea dawned upon him. "The event will now begin. Please look at the screen above. It will randomly present 2 opponents from each side," a board member said. The pictures of the contestants shuffled through at an amazing speed. This was all information that Logan had provided them, and Logan would soon be called himself as well. Finally, the pictures had stopped. "We have Jin Talon from the 4th family going up against Owen Greylash from the Greylash family." It seemed like the event was kicking off with a bang. Now that the participants for the first match had been selected, they still needed to get everything ready. Another butler entered the scene and pushed a teleporter towards the center of the stadium. After that, he input some codes before a message was sent out to none other than Logan. "I wonder how the others are doing," Quinn thought, as they all waited for something to happen. "Depending on whether Pure is actually the one behind all of this, I might need to call them all in. I just don't get what they could possibly gain. Do they plan to take us all out at once? Surely they can't believe that they alone could stand a chance against the Dalki." A few seconds later, and one of Quinn's closest and shortest friends came out from the teleporter. The butler proceeded to inform Logan of what the board wanted him to do and handed him what looked like a nanochip. Normally, one would need a computer of some sort to read the files on the portable storage device, or they could just send the information required for the game to where it was needed. But this was an important event. However, with Logan around, there was no need for a computer either. "They really seem to have put a lot of money into all of this. With how soundproof the containers are, I can't hear a word of what they're saying." Looking up, though, Quinn could see that there were speakers prepared, which most likely would be used to emit the game noise, so the experience would be more real than simply watching the fight. Quinn was partially worried about what would happen if he tried to leave the place. It would mean the Vampire Council would remain stuck in one room together. Still, since they would be using the gaming pod, technically they shouldn't have to leave the room, meaning they could help each other if a problem was to occur. He couldn't imagine anyone strong enough to take on the whole Vampire Council unless Laxmus or Graham themselves were to suddenly appear. After touching the nanochip, Logan placed his hands on the ground. He himself was able to pass on the information that had been gathered by the others. He was checking it thoroughly to make sure there was nothing wrong with it. Going one step beyond, he also checked the arena to verify that there were no problems there either, and since the arena was connected to the VR pods in each of the rooms, he could also check if they had done anything funny to any of them. Given his ability, the entire process had barely taken any time. However, just in case he might have overlooked something, Logan also accessed any other services and devices in the vicinity that the VR pods had been connected to. Nevertheless, after all of that, he had been unable to find anything, so he imported the information from the two sides. Have they really just invited all these powerhouses to set up a VR game tournament? Well, I made the updates, and everyone's information was recorded up to the week ago. It should be 99% as accurate as a real fight without the pain, Logan thought. Looking at the glass containers, he gave a thumbs up to all three sides, telling them it was all okay for them to continue. This came as a relief to Quinn, and he decided that now was the time for him to put his plan in motion. The butler looked a bit helplessly at the vampires, since he was unaware who exactly Jin Talon was. It hadn't been too long that humanity had informed about the vampire's existence, and it had been much shorter that the vampire leaders had appeared. As such, the only one he recognized was Quinn. Noticing the older man's problem, Jin came forward and proceeded to get in the VR machine. "Are you familiar with how it works?" the butler asked politely. "Yes, we have them where we come from as well," Jin answered, and quickly got into the capsule, closing the lid. The same thing appeared to be happening on the other side as well. The current technology they were using now was a mixture of the game Power Fighters and what they had seen at the military base when Fex had fought in a mech. With Owen and Jin in the VR pod, a random map was being selected, filling up the stadium and giving them the two an arena to fight. The stage, a small deserted village, was being formed in front of everyone. The ground was a dry yellow with several houses out, and then across the center was a wooden bridge that had been placed over a flowing river. If the bridge was to be cut, it didn't look like it would do any damage, nor did the river flowing beneath it look too deep. The place looked kind of peaceful and strange for a fighting arena. Still on either side of the bridge, at the end of the village, the two figures materialized. While everyone's attention seemed to be on the virtual arena ahead of them, Quinn decided to enter his shadow space quickly, using the shadow lock skill on himself. However, he had also brought someone along with him. If the board had placed any hidden cameras in their room, he would just have to hope his little trick would deal with the situation anyway. "Vincent, I don't trust this. There seems to be more going on behind the scenes than we first thought, but I'm sure you felt it anyway," Quinn said. Hearing this, Vincent nodded along. He was naturally curious and paid close attention to any new situation, a characteristic he had taught his descendant. "First, I need you to take off all your clothes, the armor, the mask, everything. We don't have much time, and make sure you break your hair up so it's like mine again," Quinn ordered. There wasn't much time to explain, and the longer they were away, the more suspicion and attention they would attract. Next, it was time for Quinn to use the summon skill. "Summon!" His target was the only person who hadn't accompanied them. As soon as he used the skill, a figure appeared before him with his trousers down. Golden yellow stream could be seen coming out of his other end. "What the fuck? Where the hell am I?" Fex cursed, seriously annoyed, quickly pulling up his trousers and turning red-faced as he looked at Vincent and Quinn. "Come on, Quinn, you gotta warn your brother before pulling such a stunt. What if I had been in the middle of doing something else?" Quinn had tested the summon skill a few times before, so he knew it would work, but he had no time to inform Fex of this impromptu plan. "What happened?
Did that whole meeting go wrong? Fex asked. In his rush, Quinn could see that his trousers had been a little stained, but it would have to do. I need you to put these clothes on, Quinn told him, without any further explanation. Casting a shadow over himself, Quinn changed his outfit into the blood armor set, while temporarily giving the blue fang set to Vincent. A shadow was cast over the two, and his ancestor now looked identical to him. Hey, couldn't you have done the same for me? Why am I the one that had to get undressed and dressed? Fex complained, as he was in the middle of putting on Vincent's discarded clothes. I'll look after your clothes, Quinn assured him, placing them in his dimensional space. For now, we need you to pretend to be Vincent, while he will pretend to be me. When Vincent enters the capsule, the game should recognize him as me, since we both share the same body. But for you, Fex, you'll have to get Logan's attention first. He should be able to help you pass as Vincent. I'm sure of it. Anyway, we've spent too long in here. Good luck, Quinn said. Kicking all three of them out of the shadow lock, Quinn immediately used his shadow travel to get out of the room, leaving the rest up to the others. Now, let's see what they are hiding, Quinn thought, heading towards the canteen as his first destination. While using the shadow travel, Quinn made his way to the room they were in before to see if cameras were set up in there, or perhaps someone else was watching them from another room. I thought you would have stayed a while, at least before going off and investigating, Ray said. Aren't you worried about the one that might have a god lingering in his body? Of course I am, Quinn replied straight away. But in a time like this, I have to think about what is more important. If I were to gamble, I would say that the unranked aren't involved in this. Most likely, he has nothing to do with Pure, and even now, there's a chance Pure isn't behind this, and the board members just had some protection placed on them by someone else. But I decided to bring the vampires here, so they are my responsibility, and I have to make sure that they will all be safe. The scene in front of everyone was quite astonishing. They couldn't imagine how many materials and the cost to make something so advanced like this would be. Still, if one group of people had the money and the items, it would be the board members. Looking down at the fighting field below them, they could see every detail, including those in the game itself, and it seemed so real to them all. We have the technology to create something like this. How come we never did? Katori, the second leader, asked. Because it is a waste, and it's not how we do things, Niku replied. In the first place, people can dive into the game, so why waste a large space like this? And if you want to find out who is stronger instead of a game, why not use the real thing? Some of the leaders actually agreed with Niku for once, as they were used to real-life battles. And if you were to kill one of the humans by accident, or worse yet, what would happen if they were to kill one of us? That would definitely cause a rift between the two sides, which is not what I want, Vincent said as he took over his new role as Quinn. He didn't tell everyone about Quinn's plan, and the only ones aware of it were Vincent and Fex. Although they couldn't tell the difference between Vincent and Quinn, the leaders knew that something was up. Still, this was more because they felt that Vincent was not being himself. This was because it was Fex. They could smell he was different because Fex was still at the rank of vampire noble. Yet he held a higher position than them, which made the leaders shake their heads significantly. So, does anyone want to bet how long it takes Jin to beat the human? Jake asked. How do you know that he will win? Muka inquired. Hearing his words, a few of the leaders couldn't help but chuckle a bit. They had met humans before, and those humans couldn't even deal with the threat of the Dalki. On top of that, Jin was actually a strong fighter. You all might be surprised today, Vincent said, looking out. Humans aren't that weak. The match had begun, and the two participants stood opposite each other, around 200 meters away. It was twice as large as a football field. Since it's a game, I'm sure Quinn won't mind me showing off my skills a little too much, Owen chuckled to himself, closing his fan and realigning his face. He then held the fan outwards and pointed towards Jin. He's pointing at me from that far? Well, first I needed to figure out what his ability is, and then go from there. If I remember the reports correctly, the Greylash family had the power of... Before Jin could finish his thought out loud, a blue lightning bolt came straight his way, directly at his head. Seeing this, Jin lifted his hands, swiping out a red blood aura strike. Jin never thought his opponent would be able to strike from so far away,
never mind so fast. When the lightning strike hit the red aura, it smashed directly through it and continued advancing. The lightning attack is stronger than my blood aura? Jin was stunned and immediately rolled out of the way, trying to avoid the strike. That won't work, Owen smiled and flicked his fan to the left. At that moment, the lightning bolt stopped for a second, levitating in place. Then, as if it was striking again from its position, it went straight out in a line, right towards Jin again. Damn it! Jin shouted, and quickly bit the tip of his fingers. If his blood aura weren't enough, he would just have to use his main ability, flicking his hand. Blood left his fingertips. The blood hit the strike, and explosions proceeded in one big bang. Jin had covered the front of his body with blood hardening, just in case of two things. The lightning bolt was still strong, and secondly, to protect himself from the explosion, since it was so close. When the dust settled, the lightning bolt was no longer there. His attack had worked. So just like on the video, vampires seem to have abilities as well, and it's quite the strong one if it was able to cancel out my lightning strike, Owen thought as he started to run forward. His abilities are strong. These are meant to be the strongest humans, so I shouldn't have underestimated them. Still, his movements look to be slow, so I'll just have to attack him head-on, Jin thought, running ahead as well. It looked like both of them were heading towards the bridge that was placed in the center, but Jin was moving at a much faster speed. Owen did have trails of lightning coming out from his foot that allowed him to run fast, but not as fast as his opponent. It's a shame that I can't use my soul weapon in a place like this. I guess it means I can't go all out, but from the look on his face, it's possible that the vampires know nothing about us, and maybe I can use that to my advantage, Owen thought. It was true that they couldn't use soul weapons in this battle, and it was still something that Logan could not replicate in the game quite well. He could create something similar, but the way it worked and how unique a soul weapon was to the user, it was an incredibly hard task. Still, the vampires couldn't use blood weapons or their inner blood weapons either. Jin's blood weapon, the shield he would rely on, had been destroyed in the fight against Laxmas. Jin had reached the bridge first, and his fingertips were still dripping with blood, ready to use his ability. He wanted to get close to use more of his blood powers, and had one of his hands encased and hardened with blood, just in case the human had anything else up his sleeve. Jin was about halfway across the bridge when Owen had taken his first step. A straight path with nowhere to run. Now you are just making this too easy for me, Owen thought, as he took one step on the ground, then lifted both of his legs, and lightning shot out from the bottom of his feet. At the same time, he spun his body as fast as he could, and lightning started to emit from all over his body. This motion turned his body to practically a human-sized lightning bolt, and it was just as fast. The sudden burst of speed whacked right into Jin. He placed his hand in front of his body, but it was useless, as he was struck right in his center. The next second, Jin's body was sent flying back through the air, back to where he had come from, making all the vampires watching from above speechless. "Yes!" the board member shouted. "Show them the power of the humans!" This was not what they had expected the fight to go like so far. Meanwhile, Quinn had decided to come out from his shadow travel and began walking around the place. At the same time, he used his shadow cloak, which would make him practically invisible and hard for the cameras to pick him up, if there were any in the first place. Eventually, Quinn had arrived at the canteen where the meeting had taken place. It looked the same as before, but there was a large smell of blood, more so than before. No, Quinn thought. Jin had received an enormous blow, and the others in the audience thought that perhaps this was the match's conclusion. After all, the Greylash family was known as the family with the strongest ability in existence. Yet, Owen had a strong intuition that the fight wouldn't be this easy. He was already charging forward, seeming to go off from the bridge. A few seconds later, before he could reach the end, several explosions went off, collapsing the whole area around him. It wasn't just one set of explosions where Owen was, but ahead and behind him as well. There was clearly nowhere for him to run, and smoke from the explosions covered the whole area. "I'm surprised that Jin felt that he needed to be this cautious," Sunny commented. "When running across the bridge, He must have let his blood drop on certain parts on purpose. This also means that Jin is perfectly fine. He must have made use of the time when his opponent was moving towards his half of the bridge. Jin was one of the leaders who fought more using his head rather than relying on just strength. Sunny was surprised that he had decided there was a need to fight like this. Most likely, after witnessing the lightning go through his blood aura, Jin knew this fight would be harder than he imagined. Owen was standing in the water, submerged up to his waist, but the current wasn't strong enough to take him downstream. Still, his body didn't look in the best shape, with scorch marks everywhere. "I guess this time I was the fool," Owen said to himself. "I forgot that this was a game, which means recovery from attacks is quicker than it would be, and I didn't expect that." Jumping up, Owen struck out lightning from his feet a few times. He wanted to use it to give him an extra boost, and if he kept the stream constant, it could also give off the appearance as if he was levitating in the air. Eventually he had arrived back at the village, at the half where Jin had started initially, but what was worrying him more than anything was the fact that he couldn't see his opponent anywhere. Oh, has he chosen to hide? Didn't think the vampire's pride would allow them to do such things, Owen thought. Seeing this, he decided that it wasn't best for him to stay out in the open, and headed back to one of the huts. He stayed there for a few seconds, planning his next move until explosions went off once again, and this time it was in the hut itself. Not letting the explosion damage his body once again, Owen jumped up in the air and spun his body, turning himself into a large lightning bolt. It shot him quickly away from the hut and back in the open. He couldn't stay in such a form for long, but it was a good skill to use for a burst of movement. Originally meant to be an attack move, he had no choice but to use it defensively. Are all of the huts booby-trapped with explosives? But then, how did he know where I was? Owen started to think. It was then that he noticed something. Despite everything around him being virtual reality, he could smell the burning of hut. Sense of smell, don't tell me. Logan had upgraded the game to be more impressive once again. He was emulating the sense of smell into the VR machines and their brains, even though he didn't know how humans smelt to the vampires. But Logan could make humans give off a smell that wouldn't be smelt or detected by the humans, but would greatly help the other side. Logan wanted to make it so the vampires were as close as possible to their original selves in this fight. I never thought that a vampire would resort to tactics like this. Where is your pride? Fight me one-on-one and prove your strength. Owen tried to taunt his opponent. He wasn't sure that it would work, but he was a little annoyed himself. However, what was most surprising, he could soon see a vampire in front of him, throwing out droplets of blood. You vampires are fast. I may not be as fast as you, but my ability is a different story. A lightning strike rose, and Owen was no longer in front of Jin. He suddenly appeared behind Jin and launched another strike, hitting him on his back. It forced Jin down to one knee as he felt the shock throughout his body. This power is annoying, but I can stop it. As he focused his blood aura, Jin thought to harden the spots where the lightning strike was attacking him. It allowed him to turn around, and he charged forward once again. Owen stopped his attack and was ready to move away again, but this time his arm was grabbed before he could. He pulled away only to witness a line of blood cover his white robes and a smile on Jin's face. If you explode this close, you will get hurt as well, Owen muttered in a low voice. It wouldn't be my first time, Jin smiled back, and a large explosion went off, knocking them both away and throwing the pair in opposite directions. The first one that looked to recover, though, was Jin. After that fight with Laxmus, I realized how weak I was and saw how Arthur used the ability. He hurt himself too much, so I focused on controlling my blood hardening too, to give myself some extra protection, while also allowing myself to use my explosive powers in close combat. Still going through the air, Owen lifted his head and could see the vampire leader coming towards him. Once again, he decided to spin his body and shot himself backwards to help him get further away. Eventually, he had reached the collapsed bridge, and the last thing that Jin saw was his body falling. Let's end this fight. If I block his lightning, I can get close. One more explosion should do, Jin thought, jumping down and landing in the water. He could see Owen standing there in the river, and now Jin was in the river as well.
This game is quite impressive and realistic, don't you think? Owen smiled. Usually I wouldn't fight like this, but you also use the environment to your advantage, and I don't exactly have my soul weapon on me either, so I thought, why not? It was at this moment that Jin could feel something amiss. Huge energy suddenly blasted across the water as Owen's whole body began to light up. Since the water was conducting his lightning-like powers, Owen had many ways to use his power, and the one he planned was the most effective. At the same time, he coated his body so the lightning wouldn't affect him and would redirect off him. Dipping his hands in the water, the lightning spread across the water instantly. Jin could feel his whole body being struck, and the shock was so great that he was unable to move. Even his blood hardening couldn't stop this, because it was through his entire body. Fighting through it, though, he could move his body until he saw a metal fan head his way, and following it was a lightning bolt hitting him right in the head. When Jin regained his composure, he found himself in a white room. The match was over. Winner, Owen Greylash. The board members stood up from their seats and immediately started clapping as the first match had ended. Both of them were impressive, but in the end, Owen had prevailed by taking better advantage of the terrain. Getting out of the pod, Jin felt strange. His body and everything was fine. As a leader, he hardly touched the game, so it was an experience he hadn't felt in a long time. "Don't look so disheartened," Sunny said with a smile. "We never know how it would have gone if you had your shield, or how it would go in real life. This is just a simulation after all." Jin knew she was trying to cheer him up, but he wasn't feeling down at all because of the outcome. Instead, he was actually happy that the humans were strong. If the humans' power has reached this level, then maybe we can stand side by side. For many vampires, the reason for wanting to control them is because they feel like they are beings above them. But maybe this whole event will show that the difference between the two isn't that large, Jin thought, walking off. On the other side, Owen had left the pod with a smile on his face. He had a pleasant expression. "What's with that smile on your face?" Grim asked. "Not to be arrogant, but I'm probably the strongest one here, out of everyone they have gathered. Perhaps there is one better than me." Owen corrected himself. "However, if Quinn has 12 leaders that are strongly protecting him, then although I have won this one, the humans have already lost. And besides, they aren't even wearing any beast gear. It would be a frightening thought to battle them in such things," Owen thought. The ones who had the biggest smile on their faces were the members of the board. It was as if they had seen their own family members compete and win, even though they had done no such thing. "We will now announce the next match," one of the board members claimed. The screen started to shuffle all the contestants' names, but the names of those who had already fought were omitted. Although the vampires might have had to fight multiple times, they wanted to see them all fight before that happened. Eventually, it had stopped, and on one screen, the name of Samantha appeared from the Earthborn group, and then, on the other side, the 10th family leader. 10th family leader? Wait a sec, that's me, Fex thought, pointing to himself. Reaching the room that Quinn had been in not too long ago, the smell of blood hit his nose, yet this time it was different. This time it was far stronger, and it took him just a moment to realize where it originated from. The smell seemed to be coming from behind the stage. Quinn still had his shadow cloak on, but the moment he started fighting, the shadow cloak would disappear, revealing himself. "Please just let me be wrong this time, and this is actually only the lingering blood smell from earlier," Quinn prayed as he headed to the back of the stage. Before that, though, he was carefully inspecting the room for any hidden cameras. He mostly focused on certain spots that were the most likely ones to have those. In the end, he found nothing suspicious, but Quinn looked a little longer than he usually would have, being thorough. "Are you just delaying checking it out because you're afraid to find something you don't want to see?" Ray asked. "Yeah, I'm sure of it now. I definitely prefer the Silent Vincent," Quinn answered sarcastically. "Please don't forget that I never asked for my consciousness to be transferred over to you, oh cocky descendant of mine. That decision was yours alone. That aside, you haven't answered my question. Just because you smell blood doesn't mean that they're dead. However, by not hurrying, you might have just let them bleed out to death. Did you ever consider that?" Hearing this, Quinn did think he was being stupid
and decided to head to the stage. He was delaying going back there, but there was a reason for it. He was pretty sure they were already dead. The vampire lord didn't just rely on his sense of smell. No, his hearing had been unable to pick up even a single heartbeat from behind those walls. Lately, he had been seeing enough death. Too many people around him were dying, but in this case, he could have saved them. Eventually, Quinn turned the curtains, though there were no cameras he could find here either. The cursed faction leader canceled his shadow cloak. If there really was someone watching him, potentially alarming the board, he would have loved to demand an explanation for the sight in front of him. Behind the stage, all of the women that had been gathered to make a blood sacrifice for the vampires were dead. On top of that, the way they had been killed indicated that it had been done by one person. Some of them had their heads lobbed off, while others had a deep cut around their throat. Why is the board doing this? Why didn't I just place them in my shadow? Quinn thought to himself. At the time, the thought had crossed his mind that perhaps he could have placed them in his shadow space, using the skill Shadow Lock. That way he could have ensured their safety until they got out. The reason why he had not done so was because he would have acted against their will. It had been clear that all those gathered women had greatly feared him and that they had considered it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get chosen to be there. Although he had offered them protection and even payment, all of them had chosen to trust in the board rather than him, so he had chosen to respect their decision. Now he realized that once again he had made the wrong choice. "What are you going to do? And please don't tell me you plan to go to war with them for a dozen strangers you didn't even know up until today. I'm just a consciousness, but it's not like I can stop you. But I feel the need to point out that doing that would put the whole human race at risk." Ray gave his 2 cents. It was true Quinn was angry, but Ray putting it that way was right. "No, I'm going to find out why they consider it so important that nobody finds out about this event, that they don't even hesitate to silence a dozen women this way, and at least these women can help out in some way," Quinn thought, as he went to touch their bodies with his gauntlet, one by one. The vampire lord was naturally using his blood gauntlet for that. After all, the other was currently with Vincent to make his ancestor look more like him. Since Quinn mostly had it equipped at all times, and he would need to register it in the VR game anyway. Still, after draining their blood, Quinn could see the numbers go up. 15 of 10,000. I still didn't have time to gather all the blood before we left, but at least they won't be wasted this way. Quinn then placed all of them in his shadow space. He would ask Logan to figure out their identities, so he could at least return their bodies to their friends and families. That was the least they could do. After that, before exploring the place further, Quinn wanted to get in touch with another group to see how they were doing, or more accurately, to learn what exactly they were doing right now. Eventually, the call connected through to Sam, and the vampire lord had explained to him everything that had happened so far. "I guess when they said nobody but those on the invitations should know about the event, they really meant it. I wouldn't be surprised if all those butlers and servants will get killed after all of this," Sam commented. "Well, after Logan was summoned, we decided to make our move as well. We used the device Logan left us to trace the teleporter's last location. After inputting it, we found ourselves at the military base. It looks like they left the teleporter in the middle of that strip that you described. There is one problem, though," Sam reported. Currently, his group was in one of the hangars nearby that looked to be empty. It seemed like it had been in use before, but due to the board clearing the nearby area, it was empty of personnel and just filled with crates. "To get where you are, we're going to need a ship, and the only ships nearby belong to the military and those in the Earthborn group. We might have to steal one if you want us to make our way over to you, and doing that without hurting any of them could be a struggle." Quinn thought about what to do for a while. Other than what he had found out, there wasn't enough suspicion to act, not just yet. Now that the bodies were gone, though, a scent started to waft into Quinn's nose. It was the smell of blood, once again, but all the bodies had been cleaned up, and it wasn't coming from the traces of blood on the stage or walls. Looking around, he could see there was a door left open, possibly leading to the other places. "For now, I'll continue searching. Everything feels like a trap, and we need to find it before they spring it on us. If you don't hear from me in an hour, then make your way here. And Sam, do your best to not kill anyone if you make your way over here, but prioritize not dying over that." The call ended there, and Sam was scratching his head a bit, but he had a smile on his face. The request to not kill anyone but not die while fighting was a hard thing to do unless one was far stronger than the other. However, only someone like Quinn would request that, and Sam was happy that he still hadn't changed. The reason why Quinn had made the request was because of something that Nathan had said before they had arrived at the place, that they should treat the Earthborn group and the board as two separate groups. He shouldn't punish those just for following orders, not when they were likely being blackmailed like the women had been, and especially not when there was a good chance that Pure might somehow be behind all of this. Walking through the door, Quinn continued to follow the scent. He used his shadow cloak again, which would not only make him invisible, his footsteps would be silenced as they were encased in the shadow. Looking on the ground, Quinn could see drops of blood, and it had come from the women. He was sure that following this track would lead him to the killer. Eventually, he found some stairs, and after climbing them to the top, there was another door leading him into a large reception room. There was a bar, sofas, and relaxing tables all over the place. Quinn didn't know which section of the stadium he was in, but he could see someone, a person holding a scythe in his hand who was whistling as he made his way back to where he had come from. "Oh, I can feel the presence of someone who's not supposed to be here. Is someone here who is not meant to be here?" the traveler spoke, licking some blood off his scythe. Without a doubt, this was the killer. Quinn got rid of his shadow cloak, showing himself. Even then, the man didn't look frightened, and instead seemed more excited. "Ha ha! So it's you! I wonder how you got out without the others noticing, but it doesn't matter. You know, I've never tasted a V's blood before. I'm excited to experience how it differs from a human's," the man shouted as his eyes lit up as if they were in ecstasy. He started swinging his scythe around skillfully and held it out in front of him. "Drinking blood and using a scythe to cut up those women from earlier. What are you?" Quinn asked. The man started to run forward with his scythe out, and at the same time, Quinn formed something in his hand. Using his aura and blood control, he was able to create a solid curved red blade with no handle. Then shadow started to appear from his hands. "Seeing that scythe reminds me of something I haven't used in a long time," Quinn thought, as the shadow grew until he held a much larger scythe than his opponent in his hands, only that the hilt was made of shadows and the blade made of blood aura. Quinn swung it out wide, and the second it touched the other's beast weapon, the attack was so strong and the blood so sharp and powerful that it cut the beast weapon in half. "Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions," Quinn said with his eyes glowing red. Although Sunny was fine with Jin's loss, the same couldn't be said for the other vampire leaders. They all gave Jin a glance. At first, none of them cared for this little competition, but after suffering a loss, they couldn't help but feel a bit hurt from it. "Do you think any of you would have fared better in that match?" Jin said with a frown on his face, as he had received one too many scorns. "I'm pretty sure many of you would have suffered the same fate. Let me give you all a small obvious warning. Don't underestimate your opponent." The others couldn't really say much to Jin. The leaders did have an idea about each other's strength, but truthfully, they didn't know who was stronger than the other. It wasn't like they held yearly tournaments to test everyone's strength. However, once in a while, leaders would display their strength to others, and they could feel how strong another's blood aura was, which allowed them to have a rough estimate. In Jin's case, he was a bit different from other vampires. Although his blood aura perhaps wasn't as strong as other leaders, he did have a strong ability that most of the other leaders would have struggled to face. They knew he was strong, and he was a little older than them as well. Knowing that they could say no more, they decided to focus their attention on the next battle that was about to begin, as the 10th leader had been called onto the stage. Thex could feel all of the eyes staring at the back of his head as he stepped forward. He was wearing Vincent's attire with the mask covering his face, but he was still afraid that he might get caught somehow, and the other leaders weren't making it any better. "Are they staring at me? I don't want to look back, but at the same time I want to," Thex thought. In the end, he had given in to his urge and twisted his head, and he was right. All of them were peering at him intensely. "Listen, Jake said, stepping forward. "You are one of our leaders. We have already lost once, and it will be a huge humiliation if we lose another fight. We know you might not be the best fighter among us, but don't disappoint us." Right now, he didn't know if Jake's words were meant to inspire him, or were they a threat, but it just made him more nervous. "Please, step into the VR pod. Your opponent has already entered," the butler said, while gesturing at the pod with his hand. When Fex walked up to the pod, he decided to head out and look through the glass, instead of getting in. The field had changed back to the digital panels before, and no longer showed the village where Owen and Jin had fought, and he could see Logan at the very end. "What seems to be the problem?" the butler asked. "I'm just trying to look at the stage. Please don't distract me. It's part of my tactic," Fex lied back. "What kind of crap did I just come up with as part of my tactic? I'm just trying to get Logan's attention," Fex thought. He was unsure how much longer he could stare out of the window. Still, eventually, since Logan was keen on paying attention to where Quinn was, he had looked up, and when Fex saw this, he gave a quick thumbs up before placing it back down. "I wonder what the delay is," the butler by Logan's side said. Seeing this and how the vampire side hadn't started immediately, Logan had a bad feeling. "Perhaps I should check if everything is running okay again. There might have been a problem or an incident in one of the glass containers," Logan replied as he walked out to the field. Seeing that Logan was on the move, Fex regained his composure and decided to hop into the VR pod. Logan placed his hand on the ground, immediately perceived what had happened. It was easy for him to interpret and make it so the system would recognize him. "It might be a little harder for you to fight. You will be using a body you are not used to, and you won't have your strong powers," Logan thought. The field started to change once more as the machine had selected a random map. This time, the panels began to turn into an endless grass field. The grass went on until the very edge of the map, till there was nothing else. It was a simple map, where there was nowhere to hide, no barrier for them to use, and this meant the two of them could display their skills. When Fex arrived, though, he could see a saddened maiden standing opposite him. Samantha had her head held down, and wasn't even looking at him. She stared at nothing but the grass. Seeing her look this way, standing on her own in the field, Fex's heart thumped louder than it usually would in a battle. "Ah, shit," Fex thought. Inside the stadium, in one of the many rooms scattered throughout the gigantic building, Quinn had found himself against one of the travelers. The guards that should be by the board side at all times, but this one wasn't. And right now, Quinn had him pressed down with his hand, and not only that, but he also had broken both arms and legs of the traveler. The man would have been screaming in pain, but just so they wouldn't alert anyone, Quinn had placed him inside his shadow space. Around them were the dead bodies that Quinn had stored in there as well. He wanted to remind the traveler of what he had done, of his crimes as he stared into the women's eyes, but it didn't look like they were getting anywhere. At the same time, Quinn had found out that there was another problem in front of him. "What is going on? My influence skill didn't work on him," Quinn frowned. This was the reason why Quinn had no choice but to break the man's arms and legs to prevent him from escaping. He was sure that his influence skill had worked on the last traveler, but why hadn't it worked on this one? Unlike Leo, Quinn didn't have the power to see Ki directly, but he had a suspicion that this would be the case. "Let's see what's the issue here," Quinn thought. He pressed his hand on his head and closed his eyes so he could picture what he was feeling more vividly. One could instantly tell the difference between a Ki user and those who were not. The higher-ranking travelers and those naturally strong in society could unlock a little bit of Ki in their body without realizing it. Similar to Hilston, but he was on another level compared to people like this. However, if someone were a frequent user, there would be traces in their body, and most of it would be stored towards the center to be used as wished. Quinn knew this person was not a Ki user, so why did he have Ki covering his head? It's just like Leo said. These were what the board members had as well. Is this what is blocking out my influence skill? This means I can't really ask him any questions. But what if I tried to remove it? It was the only thing Quinn could think of. Soon, he inscribed his key into the man's body. He planned that, once he touched the foreign key, Quinn thought he could use his knowledge of the second and third stages to remove it. In a way, Quinn thought this was also a good test for something else he wanted to try in the future. His key was moving slowly, and the man started to panic. "No! No! What are you doing? Don't touch it! Don't!" Quinn stopped for a second. "Are you going to tell me the truth? You are working with Pure, aren't you?" Quinn asked. The man said nothing, but he still had a frightened look in his eyes. Quinn couldn't believe that someone who could take lives so easily could have this look in their eyes, or deserve to have a look like this. In the end, Quinn continued with what he was doing, but when his key got a few inches closer to the other, something unexpected happened. It immediately moved and went straight into the traveler's brain. Rather than coating and forming a barrier around it, it went directly into it, and the next second, the man fell on the floor, dead. What was that? Did that key just act on its own, with no one around? Quinn thought, turning his head, but there was clearly no one. The situation was getting more dangerous by the second. Fex Sanguinus was a young, handsome vampire who was well known within the pooling area, as well as the inner castle area of his family. He was also one of the most talented vampires in his generation, even when one compared him to the direct descendants. His good looks, paired with his personality, should have been the perfect recipe to make him into an outstanding leader for the 13th family. Alas, there was one thing that Lee Sanguinus just didn't know where his son had gotten from. Although he himself used to be quite the troublemaker in his youth, for some reason, Fex had become fascinated with the human world. He talked about that other world so much that people believed that he had fallen in love with that fantasy place more so than the vampire settlement. Still, all of these things hadn't diminished his popularity, merely increased it. Due to it, he had been able to have his fun and pick up girls in the vampire settlement without any trouble. The only thing was, he had never really been interested in any of them, aside from the physical aspect. As such, he wasn't used to the feeling he held in heart whenever he saw her. A woman who was a couple years older than him, not that he minded that in any way, since where he had grown up, couples could easily have age differences of decades, or even a century. Think about it, Fex. It just isn't meant to work out between a vampire and a human. By the time she'll look like a grandma, you'll have the appearance of a middle-aged man at worst. When she dies, you'll still have centuries to live, and when girls will still come after you, are you just meant to stay with her? Fex talked to himself. Unless I turn her. These were the words he was using to try to convince himself. He was trying to make his brain take over the irrational decision that his heart was making. "You!" a voice called out, and Fex looked up to see Samantha. "I may not be as strong as some of the others on our side, but I ask of you to fight properly against me and use all your strength. Please do not hold back." Right now, Fex was cursing the computer system for setting up such a fight. Why did it have to be her out of everyone? Fight properly? How am I meant to even do that? I don't exactly have my ability, and even if I did, it's not like I could have brought Agent 11 along with me, Fex thought. Unfortunately, he had no more time to linger on those thoughts. In an instant, Sam had started to make her move. From behind her, she had summoned what looked like 9 tails, spiraling around. Fex had seen this before, but the last time, each one had a sharp, pointed tip. The reason why it differed now was that the vampire had seen the woman use her soul weapon, which she was unable to use in the system. Every Earth user used their powers differently, but with Samantha being the daughter of one of the greatest Earth users in existence, she had plenty of MC cells to use. Fex had yet to move from his starting position, and that's when he noticed a large pillar of earth rising from the ground. While doing so, it wasn't straight and strong like a pillar used to build structures. Instead, It had several pieces of stone attached together, making it look somewhat similar to a certain game where one would catch beasts and use them to battle a rock, snake-like creature named On. It allowed for flexible movement, and the next thing the vampire could see was it striking down like a gigantic tentacle towards him. Seeing it move, though, Fex felt like it was incredibly slow and moved out of the way, making its attack hit nothing but the ground. However, to him, it felt as if he had only moved ever so slightly. "What the?" Fex wondered, looking at his arms. "I could have sworn I just moved faster." That's when it hit him. Right now, the vampire wasn't controlling a version of his body. He was controlling a version of Vincent in the game, which, technically, was Quinn's body. His avatar was just as fast and as strong as his blood brother. While Fex had still been in the middle of sorting his thoughts, Samantha hadn't just waited around. When her first attack had failed, the woman had continued to push, allowing the tail to sweep across the ground, hitting the distracted vampire. Still, the hit didn't hurt as much as he had expected it to, and Fex still felt like he was in control. Sticking his feet onto the ground, Fex turned his body around and placed both hands on the giant rock snake, and it came to a sudden stop. "This strength! This is the body of a vampire lord." "No, this is Quinn's body," Fex corrected himself. Pleased with what he had done, he turned around to see several pillars of a similar size that had been raised in front of him, yet he showed no fear. It didn't take long for Fex to get used to the speed and strength. He himself was already fast in his own body. He could keep up with everything, and it was only taking him a little while to get used to the increase from his normal body. Avoiding the giant snake pillars was a good warm-up for him, and eventually, when he felt like he was finally strong enough to deal with it, he readied his fist, preparing to smash through one of the pillars heading towards him. "This is how Quinn did it, right?" Fex thought, imitating his steps. He steadied his foot on the ground and charged with a surge of the blood aura in his body. Then, at the right time, he threw out his fist right towards the heads of one of the giant snake pillars. On impact, the stone exploded, and a hole could be seen through reaching about halfway of the entire pillar. Only half, and for some reason the attack seemed weaker than his. Fex wondered what the reason for what could be. The attack the vampire had just tried to imitate had been the hammer strike. Being around Quinn for a while, he had seen it many times before, and was sure he had perfectly copied it. However, what others didn't realize from only watching him was that there was so much more behind the vampire lord's attacks. His attacks used a perfect mix between ki and blood to create devastating blows. "I guess there's no need to make this last any longer than I need to," Fex decided, running forward. Now that he was close to Samantha, she could use her tails, and these were faster than the pillars. Nevertheless, it didn't matter, for Fex was still able to avoid them all, and after the last one, he leapt towards her. Samantha thought that this was her chance, as her opponent shouldn't be able to change direction while midair, but wrapping his arm around in blood hardening, Fex pushed through the last tail, smashing it again, and eventually landing right on top of Samantha, knocking her onto the floor. His arms pinned her down onto the grass, and he had reached her. The two of them looked into each other's eyes for a second. For Samantha, she could only see the eyes of her opponent behind the mask, and nothing else. Looking deeply, Fex didn't know what had come over him, as he eventually blurted out, "I think I'm in love with you." There was silence, and only struggle on Samantha's end as she tried to get up, but the strength was overwhelming. It took her a few seconds to process everything until she eventually spoke, no longer struggling. "I give up," Samantha said, unsure how to react to this sudden confession. She was aware that she could no longer fight, and her opponent was too strong for her. The next second, Fex and Samantha's bodies started to disappear. When Fex got out of the pod, the other leaders were speechless as they looked at him. "Was that some type of tactic?" Vincent asked, half curious, half teasing. "Confessing to her so she would give up?" The vampire was too embarrassed to reply, happy that the mask he currently had on at least hid his red face. He had gotten caught up in that moment, making him completely forget that they had been in the game and that anything they would say would be forwarded to all of the onlookers. Vex would have given anything for Quinn to summon him away at this moment, but he knew that wouldn't happen. He had a role to fulfill, and since he couldn't exactly leave the room, he went towards a corner and just kept staring at a wall, thankful to at least have a mask on him. Who cares? The important thing is he won, and he did it with ease. Jin's loss must have been a fluke, Niku said with his arms folded. In the other room, Samantha wasn't in the best of moods either, so much so that no one wanted to speak with her at all. The board was also very disappointed. Not only had the 10th leader won, but he had done so without revealing an ability. From what they knew so far, all vampires had an ability, but this one had just used his blood powers, speed and strength to overwhelm her. They couldn't even blame it on being a bad matchup. The screens started to filter once again, as the next opponents were seemingly randomly selected, and it was at that point that it had landed on the first leader, Niku. "Finally, I'll show you all how it's done," Niku proudly proclaimed, already walking forward without a care in the world who he would face. Then on the other screen, it had stopped on a blonde-haired boy named Syl. "I would like to ask you all for a favor," Syl spoke to those in the room around him. "If you don't mind, I would like to touch each one of you to borrow your abilities. I would like to destroy my opponent in this fight." Upon seeing Syl's face come on screen, the vampires wondered who he was. There was a couple that recognized him as someone who had tried to help stop Vex's execution. At the time, he had used 2 blades and only had the strength to put up with a vampire knight, but couldn't even defeat one. So they were wondering just how come this person was invited as one of the strongest humans. What they didn't know was at the time, the one they had seen fight was actually Vorden, nor did they know about his powers, since he was unable to copy vampire MC cells. Inside the other glass container, Syl had just requested for the others to help him out. Of course, unlike the vampires, everyone in the room knew of Syl's power, since they had seen him and his family defeat the 5-spiked Dalki, known as Slicer. Surprisingly, the first one out of everyone to approach Syl was Mona. She walked forward, leaving her large friend by her side, and held on to Syl's hands. "It doesn't matter that you can't really use my ability, right?" Mona winked. "Let's surprise those vampires with a big bang. I don't exactly like the way some of them were looking at us." Having an idea of how Syl's ability worked, she thought she could put her MC cells to use. Of course, the next one in line was Owen. "Although I no longer followed the Blade family, you are following someone else I quite enjoy seeing, and I would like to see just how far you can go," he chuckled, while also allowing Syl to touch his hands. Looking around the room, there wasn't really anyone else with whom Syl was familiar. There were the other Greylash members, but Syl could only take the strongest of the MC cells from them. Still, even with just those 2 abilities, Syl had the power of the previous Big Four in him. There was Sack, but Syl couldn't take powers from other vampires. In the end, he thought he might have to go in there with just these 2 powers. "Syl, wait," Sack thought of something. "You don't need to touch the others." Syl was confused by his words. "Remember, this is just a game. All you need to do is take the powers you want and contact Logan. That should be okay. It doesn't matter if you know what the abilities are." "Of course," Syl nodded, because he only had in mind to use one person's ability. Logan knew this would be the case when Syl was to enter the game, and based on the information he could gather, he had applied 6 of the strongest abilities gathered by the humans to Syl. However, on top of this, since Syl's power was more complex, he had to do several things. He had to code in so many variables if Syl wanted to put these powers together towards one ability, or just to switch between them quickly. On the other side, Niku had a large smile on his face and turned around to the others. "We need to show them that we are no pushovers. I know I am a young leader, but I carry the weight of the vampire settlement and the first family, and I don't want to disappoint any of them." Just before Niku got in, one more person wanted to say something to him. "Nico, you won't win this fight," Vincent said. "When you lose it, I don't want you to feel disheartened. As you said, you are the first family leader, and a strong one at that, especially for your age. But this person is the world's strongest human at the moment. There is no way for you to win." The other vampires were quite stunned by Vincent's words. For one, They thought there was no need for him to say this, but for him to say such things without a doubt of hesitation, they wondered if he simply just underestimated Niku or overestimated the other person, but that wasn't the case at all. Maybe if it was Syl when he was at the cursed faction, but the Syl now was in a room with the strongest humans in the world. There wouldn't be a point in time other than now where he would be stronger. The Syl of the cursed faction had a limited pool of people to select from, and of course, there weren't many that weren't vampires with super strong abilities, but this case was different. Niku ignored Vincent's words. After all, he felt that the latter was treating him differently because he was young. The two got into their capsules, and the terrain started to change once again. They were in a rocky place that had giant rocks as large as houses, spread across the whole land. It wasn't straight either, and bumpy, a difficult place to fight for the both of them. The two appeared on either end of the map, and the match was getting ready to start. "They have given me a different weapon that is similar to my blood weapon, so at least I have a sword," Niku thought. He looked in front of him, but could not see his opponent. The mountains blocking their view were all he could see, while the others watching above could see them quite clearly. "It looks like this map is quite the fun one," Sunny commented. "They will have to use the map to their advantage for attacking and defending. Also, they need to be aware of each other's positions other than relying on their vision. I believe Niku has the advantage in this one due to his nose." "I agree," Jin added. "Niku has grown through the forced rituals. It was tough on him, and there was a low chance of it succeeding, but he had decided to go through them anyway. I can't imagine what he has planned, though, but he has the potential to reach the level of a vampire lord just like us. He is no less than us." Vincent could hear the others talking, disagreeing with his opinion, but he knew they would soon come around. They all would. When Syl appeared, he could see the strange rocks blocking his view at that moment. "I can't see him," Syl said, "but that doesn't matter. I'll just destroy the whole field." The others could hear what he was saying, but could not comprehend his words. A second later, though, Syl started to summon lightning from his hands, and they could see it was the same power that Owen had used against Jin. "Is this why you said Nico would face trouble?" Jin asked. "It's a good thing that they are fighting on a different map than the one I fought on. Otherwise, Niku could suffer some direct attacks that could be quite troublesome." The lightning, though, started to grow from Syl's hands, and something strange happened. The sparks that would constantly show started to condense. It is almost a solid form of blue light. Syl was holding on to what looked like gigantic whips of lighting that stretched from the two sides of the maps with his bare hands. He then lifted them and swung them across from each other. Both of them lashed out, and the second it touched the large rocks, they fired off strong sparks, the rocks crumbling and getting destroyed instantly. The lightning whips destroyed everything they touched and extended to the point where they covered the entire map. In the end, Niku was unable to see anything. He hadn't even seen his opponent and only felt rumbling before he could see two lashes of bright blue go towards him, and the next second, he was in the white room. The pod opened, and Niku came out from the game. "What happened? Was there something wrong with the game?" Niku asked. "The map just loaded, then there was this white light, and now I'm back here." The others didn't know what to say, nor did they know how to explain to him that he had simply lost the match. While Niku was dumbfounded, Syl exited from his pod on the other side, and everyone on his side was at a loss for words, including himself. "That power I just wielded, I don't know if it was the game or not, but there was more strength in it than when I had the power of all the big four. One of the guys in this room is incredibly strong," Syl thought. After Niku had learned of what really happened during the fight, he couldn't believe it. He thought all of the vampires were playing a joke on him, and his actions clearly stated it. "Yeah, come on, just let me know when the machine is ready, and I'll teach that person a lesson." Niku laughed once more. At this point, it was getting embarrassing for the other leaders. They felt sorry for him. However, after telling him several times that it wasn't the case, none of the leaders really knew what to say anymore. Since the butler felt like this was going nowhere, he decided to intervene. "We have a special video feed that will allow you to watch back what was on the match," the butler said without asking if Niku wanted to watch it or not. A display appeared in front of them all. It showed exactly what the others could see. as if a camera was attached to their position and showed everything to Niku, from when had arrived in the game up till Syl had produced that single attack that ended it all. Once the video had ended, the others were looking at Niku. While trying not to make it too obvious, they really were looking at him simultaneously. It can't be real, right? How can a human have that much power? They must have boosted his powers in the game. Niku refused to believe it until eventually Vincent stood in front of him and placed both hands firmly on his shoulders. Listen to me. Do you remember what I said? Vincent looked him in the eyes. If any of us went out there, not a single one would have survived. I wasn't joking when I said that. You drew the short straw in this one. When we were asked to help the humans, it wasn't because they were weak. It's just that the Dalki were too strong. I hope you realize why joining forces is the best for both of our races. Although Vincent hated to admit it. This whole event was making the leaders realize how serious of a threat the Dalki were, and put the humans up on the ladder, even if it wasn't intentional. It would have been nice if you could see this, Quinn. Sometimes you can drop words of wisdom on them that even I can't. I hope things are all okay on your end, young one, Vincent thought. At the moment, Quinn had left his shadow space. He had looked over the traveler's body several times to see if he could find anything, but the traces of Ki seemed to disappear once the host had died. It was the strangest thing that Quinn had ever seen before. Is it even possible to control Ki when it's not in sight? Quinn started to think. He knew about the third stage of Ki, which was using one's own outside of your body, but this seemed more like a command. He was also pretty sure that the traveler himself knew about it as well. The fear on his face. He knew that if I tried to do something, the Ki would kill him. Maybe rather than control, it's more like something like a command. A set of rules, maybe? If that's the case, it would also explain why he couldn't say anything. It's hard to guess whether or not the Ki was originally there just for this reason, or to block out the vampire's influence skill. How would they know it would block out the influence skill in the first place? Regardless of all this, what Quinn did realize was that all members of the board had the same thing, which potentially meant all of their lives were at risk and were in the same situation. It wasn't the board at fault, but pure. I have to find out the reason for this whole event. The stadium was gigantic, and even with Quinn's super speed, it would be hard for him to find something quickly. What would have been ideal was to use something like Leo's ability to search the place or have some sort of guide. Otherwise, he would have to check every single room. The one advantage that Quinn had was the fact that there was no room that he couldn't get into, thanks to his skill of shadow travel, which allowed him to pass through the ground and through walls. He was sure that the important information would be behind locked doors. With this in mind, Quinn continued to search the place and was ready to call the others over when need be. He had made the mistake of trying to save everyone himself before. Quinn wouldn't be shy to call on for their help if need be, and he preferred them to be closer anyway. Unless there was a threat at the same level as Laxmus, it would be okay, which was why he was holding off for now, because his gut was telling him there was something seriously wrong. At the moment, Sam and the others were on standby. They were mostly relaxing in the nearby hangar, out of sight from all the others, waiting for Quinn's orders. At the same time, he was busy watching the military's movements. There was no need for binoculars, since he could see far out due to his vampire self. You think of joining them or something? You're looking at them so hard I think they can feel your eyeballs, Nate joked. No, it's not that. It's just a little strange. I was looking at them, and it was something Logan said before he left, Sam replied. He said something? Yeah, he was trying to locate our location. That way he could pinpoint where for us to go next. He didn't say anything directly to me, but it was a comment he made. I don't remember seeing this place. Nate gave a look to Sam like he was possibly overthinking things, but he couldn't blame him. They were hiding in secret right in the enemy's territory. Maybe he's just never been here before, or he meant he doesn't recognize it on the map. That guy is so clever that we can never understand him. Nate shrugged his shoulders. That's why I'm concerned. Logan is so clever that he almost never makes a mistake, but that doesn't mean he doesn't overlook things. His mind works almost like a computer itself, so if he doesn't remember this place, then it means he had never seen it before anywhere. Not in all the files he researched when hacking into the Earthborn group, not with all of the Green family's information, or the information he recently obtained from Richard. So, if this place wasn't marked on any of those, what type of military base is this? Or maybe it's not a military base at all. Another came in who happened to be listening to the whole conversation. When turning around, the others could see that it was Layla. I know why you've been watching them for a long time now. Something is off. I felt the same as well, and then it finally hit me. After hearing what you two were talking about, I'm not sure if they're all soldiers or if any of them are. There's been one or two faces I recognize, and if that's the case, then it means they're from Pure. The other's eyes widened listening to this information. It was exactly what Sam was looking at. The soldiers, something was off to the point where it looked like they were just pretending to be military, and that facade was slowly going away the more he watched them. If they are Pure, then how are they so openly on land like this and have a base set up here? Nate said, a little panicked. Do we know how long this whole event has been planned for? Maybe this whole place was built in a week with abilities, Layla replied. Pure don't usually have a base like this, so something is seriously up. Well then, it looks like we're just going to have to catch one of them and get some answers ourselves, Sam smiled. Still, there was something even more worrying in Sam's mind. What if Layla was saying was true? Then there was one person who should have noticed and alarmed the others. So, why didn't they? With the Niku situation over, it was time for them to proceed to the next fight, and now the vampire leaders looked to be more focused than before. They were no longer chilled or laid back about the event, as their pride made it so they couldn't afford to lose any more. While on the other side, morale was quite high. Vampires were seen as these unknown beings with strange powers. The few times people had made reports on them, or the times when they appeared on camera, they looked beyond strong. Super strength, super speed, enhanced senses, a lust for blood, blood powers, the ability to take over minds, and lastly, they could turn others. All of these things made them freighting beings, and it didn't help that the last time there was an introduction of a new species, they had gone to war with them. However, since the humans were able to defeat some of the leaders, the strongest vampires, it gave them confidence and pride for the competition. The next set of people to appear on the screen was one of the head generals, and they were to go up against one of the vampire leaders. They went in with great confidence, thinking it would be easy, yet this was not the result at all. The vampire leaders weren't even giving them a chance, using their abilities as quickly as possible and using more variations in their blood powers. No matter what map they were on, they had an advantage due to their smell and speed, and they had overwhelmed the generals. This hadn't just happened once, but in the next set of fights, the leaders won again and again. Even the new leaders had found success, the 12th family, the 2nd family, and many others. Watching the sight, as the humans suffered loss after loss, was more than just demotivating. They were being broken down. When they saw Hermes from the Greylash family being selected, they thought he would perhaps have a chance. Those with lighting powers had won, so they thought it would be the same again, but Hermes suffered a defeat from the 5th leader, Sunny, who didn't even use any ability while fighting. There was no more hope for them. They felt like only Owen and Syl could win, but that was the strength of 2 people, not those of the human race. Inside the boardroom, the members were furious about the results so far. It's a good thing we didn't broadcast this event, otherwise we would have been humiliated, and it would only have struck fear into us all, said one of them. Calm down. There are still fights left to go. Do not think it is the end. Remember, they still haven't made their move yet either, the old man said. As for the fights from the humans who hadn't fought, there were Leo, Sack, Chris, Agent 3, Grim Greylash, 2 of the unranked who stayed close to each other, unlike the rest of the unranked, and finally, Mona Bree. Most of the vampires had already fought, which meant soon the cycle would repeat, because even though they had fought before, they would need to again. As for the next fight that was to take place, the screen eventually stopped at none other than the Supreme Commander Sack. Stepping forward, he felt confident, but for as all the generals in the Earthborn group who had been defeated, they felt like it would be the same for him. Perhaps things would have been different if he had a piece of demon tier equipment like Oscar, or was as strong as Oscar, but they all knew that Sack was a few steps behind if the two of them were to be compared. Sack looked across the room before getting into the pod, waiting for his opponent to be selected. "Quinn, I want to show you that I haven't just been sitting around doing nothing after you gave me a second chance when you visited me in that hospital. Not only that, but my body was stronger, and the ability allowed me to improve my body even more. I won't let one horn get his way the next time I meet him, so whoever I have to face right now, he will be my stepping stone." Eventually, the screen stopped and landed on the sixth leader. He was one of the new leaders, but not as fresh as the others, and was succeeding Vadine Muscat, who Arthur killed. Sack's opponent would be Jake Muscat. "So, the Cursed faction has Syl, the Greylash family has Owen, but who does the Earthborn group have? Sack, are you going to be that person?" Mona commented. In a way, the other groups also needed to show their strength to each other, and currently, the Earthborn group was looking the weakest by far, and she knew Sack very well understood this. With all the weight on his shoulders, she expected him to perform something quite special for them all. Quinn's search continued around the stadium. He could not find any other personnel around, nor could he smell blood. Right now, he had entered the north section of the stadium. This was close to where the board was viewing the fight from the glass pods. He thought, if anywhere, he was most likely to find something here, and he was partially right as he finally found himself coming across a locked door. The first one he had seen in the place. Using shadow travel, he quickly bypassed the doors. Using his inspect skill, he probably could have also received the access code, but thought that might cause some type of alarm to go off, or maybe even leave behind some unwanted traces of himself. When arriving on the other side, Quinn instantly felt a chill. The room was far colder than it was anywhere else in the place. In front of him was a long hallway. One could go in several directions, and he didn't know where to start or the rooms to enter. Is it a lab? Why is there always a lab in these types of places? Quinn thought. That reminds me. What happened to those servants that were with those girls? Ray commented. We saw the dead bodies of the girls, but never saw those servants no matter where we went. And what exactly was that traveler doing? This was something Quinn couldn't answer, but the traveler had come from this direction, so perhaps he was heading here. When walking past, some large, thick glass panels allowed one to look through and see what was inside, and it was a sight that Quinn remembered seeing a long time ago. This place, it's like the lab that was underneath the school at the time, Quinn thought. Paul said that the military was doing all sorts of experiments, and they would send people to these places. It does look like that, but I don't see any experimental subjects, Ray commented. He was right about that. All of the experimental rooms looked empty, and there was no smell of blood. Still, Quinn thought he would be able to find something at least. Maybe if Logan was here, he could get some information from these computers to see what experiments they were running. This doesn't seem to be Pure's doing, since the stadium was here for a long time. Eventually, Quinn had come across another door. This one was 30 feet in height and was almost dark black. Just looking at it, he could tell it was made of pure thick lathrium. How thick it was, he couldn't even imagine. To the point that even if he did use all his strength to punch the door down, he wasn't so sure he could bring it down, at least not in one hit. Still, using his shadow travel, he easily bypassed this as well, and when he popped back up, Quinn found himself in a large arena-looking room. It was almost another mini arena that was built into the stadium, and here, the smell of blood was strong. Above, there were also several rooms, almost like observing rooms made from glass, that would allow one to see what was going on. Shit, Quinn said, looking at the whole area around him. It was filled with countless bodies lying all over the floor. Some were even piled on top of each other, like garbage in a rubbish dump. But there was something strange about them. They weren't exactly cut or bleeding. Instead, it looked almost as if someone had starved all of them. Going up to one of the bodies, Quinn turned it over. Its skin was so sunken and dried, it was as if someone had just sucked everything out of their body, leaving only skin and bones. This, Ray said in a low voice, I've seen this before. This is key draining. Lately, it seemed like Quinn was learning more and more about this mysterious power known as ki, a power that humans themselves had developed for years. It was so mystically strange and powerful that it made Quinn wonder at times what would have been the situation on Earth if everyone had learned it. Perhaps they would have even been able to defend themselves better. Still, it didn't seem like his mysterious ancestor, who existed during the era of dragons, knew about the mysterious power, and it was a first for him. Ki drain? You know about ki? Quinn asked. Yes. Mana is energy obtained from the outside and the world itself, while ki was internal energy within oneself. The way these people look, I've seen it before. Without a doubt, this is the effect of ki drain, Ray started to explain. It was a skill that I used a lot against my enemies. The skill is kind of similar to your gauntlet, only far more advanced, and there is no need to have any equipment to use it either. The skill allows you to steal ki from another person and add it to your own. You are not borrowing it, rather forcefully taking it away from the other person to the point where they can no longer gather ki in their body. At the same time, it increases yours. Now you know ki's other name, don't you? Thinking about this, Quinn was reminded of the time when Lucy, Layla's mother, had died. She called ki life energy and gave it to her daughter. When there's no more ki to take, then it starts to take their life energy as well, Quinn said. Quinn sighed upon hearing these words. But how come from so many people? Is the amount of ki they can take unlimited? No, Ray replied. I was special, but even then, there were times when my body couldn't handle the amount of ki, Ray replied. It reminded Quinn of when he absorbed blood. It was the same for him with each evolution. His body could handle a bit more from last time. From what I see, we can assume that these dead people in this room perhaps didn't learn ki in the first place. In other words, the ki inside them was extremely scarce, which was why, perhaps, the enemy had to also resort to taking their life energy as well. If he had just heard about a skill, perhaps Quinn wouldn't have believed it. But recalling the time when Lucy had done something similar, and now seeing this scene in front of him, it made him think that there had to be others that this knowledge of how to transfer ki and take ki. The signs were still pointing to Pure, and perhaps they had taken all those from this lab to drain them. The bodies, it was hard to tell how long they had been in such a state, but the skin didn't look too deteriorated. Quinn could do nothing, since there was no information on these people. He couldn't give them the same treatment as he had done the girls. He was worried about messing with this place. In the future, he might have to come again with Logan just to find out what the board members were doing before Pure came and interrupted things. The other worrying thing was that all this information was in Pure's hands as well. How involved are Pure with the board members? Do they now control all of their families, including all the assets from behind the scenes, while everyone is fighting, sacrificing their lives against the Dalki? Pure has been taking over Earth bit by bit and getting stronger. What is this crap? Quinn was beyond annoyed if this was the case. Although not a direct enemy, Pure was starting to get under his skin, even more so than the meddling vampires of the past. Searching the area some more, Quinn was unable to find anything else. Nothing that he could figure out or seemed to be of importance. And since he hadn't found out what Pure was planning with this event, the search was to go on. Using his shadow travel, Quinn eventually exited from the large black doors and left the facility as well. Once outside, though, and having taken a few steps, Quinn could immediately smell someone. "Are you not going to hide?" Ray asked. "No, I'm going to ask them what the hell are they doing here in the first place," Quinn thought. Eventually, walking back towards the stadium, the two figures found each other. "Quinn?" a voice called out. "Nathan?" Quinn frowned. A snowfield. Recently, it seemed like wherever Sack was going, snow was following him. After leaving a planet of snow, he was now fighting on a snowfield. Similar to the first map, it had a design of a village. However, a single wall was built around them, and down the middle was a deep ditch. There was no bridge or anything like that, but it didn't matter. Also, in this fight, the opponent had lost the advantage of the sense of smell that the vampires had when using the terrain, because Sack was exactly the same. The fight had started, and immediately, Sack ran forward and went over the wall that was rebuilt by the map. He leapt towards the ditch and quickly landed. It was an impressive speed. However, there was a difference between Sack and the other vampires. He was wearing beast gear, which gave him more stats than the average vampire. Eventually, Jake also leapt down and was deep in the snow ditch as well. When landing, though, he had done so with his knees bent, and his hands were touching the floor. "Another easy win for us, it seems," Katori, the second leader, commented. "With the snow, it's impossible even to see where those traps were set up in the first place. The second that guy steps in them, he's done for." Standing up, Jake taunted his opponent as he punched his fist and gestured to him to come forward. Sack wasn't going to back down from a challenge. One Horn would have charged onwards, so he was going to do the same. The one thing Sack didn't want to reveal in this fight was the fact that he could use his blood powers, so he would have to leave everything to his physical strength, but that was all right. However, while running forward, Jake smiled when he noticed that Sack had stepped exactly into the trap he had placed. Sack's whole body had frozen at that instant, and seeing this, Jake wasted no time creating a blood fist and throwing it as hard as he could towards Sack's side. Seeing the incoming attack, Sack could only brace himself. It was a large blow, so devastating that the impact could even be seen through the other side of Sack. Even the snow on the side could be seen being pressed, but Sack stayed strong. "Looks like I can move now," Sack smiled. "That's a strong hit, but if I couldn't take a punch from you, I definitely wouldn't be able to take a punch from him," Sack shouted as he swung his leg out, delivering a devastating thigh kick to Jake. It was far faster than he had expected. Jake was surprised someone could move so fast after a blow. "Aren't his ribs broken?" Jake thought. The next second, the kick landed, and a large cracking sound echoed. Jake collapsed in an instant in the snow as the kick's power broke his leg. "No," Sack shook his head. "You need to be better than this for me to improve." Spinning on the floor and getting up on his one good leg, Jake thought he could recover somehow, but before he could, another devastating kick landed, right on his head, and the match concluded right then and there. It was another quick defeat, but for once, it was on the human side rather than the vampires. The leaders were left with a strange taste in their mouth. They all knew that the other party was a vampire, but to meet one who had no ranking in their world and was stronger than a vampire leader, they just didn't know how that was possible. Seeing this, Vincent thought it was the perfect time to educate them all. He was Quinn's teacher after all. Those kicks were powerful, and with his ability, they became even stronger. But the main reason why there was such a huge gap between the two of you is because of what was on his legs. Unaware, Vincent had just said Quinn instead of him, but it was hard to keep pretending to be someone else. The others thought back to remember what was on Sack's legs, and they remembered they were covered in thick silver and blue armor. His whole legs had even lit up slightly as he threw out his kicks. "The beast armor," Sonny said. "Exactly. This is the power of tools." Vincent smugly smiled. He remembered the time of his past reign, when he was the only one who created beast weapons. The others used to laugh at him, but none of them were laughing now, after seeing one of their own being defeated by the tools. The event was to go on regardless, and as stated multiple times, this wasn't a competition to see who had won more fights than the other. It was learning about each other and teaching the vampires a lot. The game generator went off again, revealing the next match participants, and there were only 3 from the vampire side that had yet to fight: Vincent, or Quinn, Lee, and Muka. In the end, the leader's name had appeared, and Muka was called to the stage, and her opponent was another one who wasn't exactly a human, the blind swordsman. Although the AI had selected the next fight, there was a small break from the non-stop matches. It was time for the others to talk about what had happened so far, and the idea was they could discuss how to improve and where they needed improvement from the others. At least, this is what the board said the break was for, and that's what currently one side was doing at least. The vampire leaders didn't really want to speak about the losses they had suffered, and they were already aware of the mistakes they had made. The good thing was that the butler was able to show a repeat telecast to them of the multiple fights that had happened so far, so they could watch over and see what went wrong. As for Niku, in this case, he just stood there, and there wasn't much he could learn from watching this fight, not that he wanted to see it again. On the other side, the humans had gathered in groups to evaluate their matches, getting advice from each other. Some of them lost not just because they were weaker, but they lacked tactics and fighting sense. Although the vampires hadn't fought a lot, they seemed to have better knowledge of fighting and using the terrain around them. Perhaps it was due to how long they lived, or because they were in a race that relied only on strength. Even if they only fought against each other, that was still experience. In the meantime, there was one who had yet to watch her own match and was grabbing some water from a machine that was off to the side. She placed a bottle, filling it up, and when taking it off from the machine, her fingers fumbled a little, causing her to drop the bottle onto the floor. The water spilt all over the ground. "It's just not my day, is it?" Samantha mumbled as she went to pick up her water bottle, but before she could, there was another hand that had picked it up before her. "Thank you," Samantha said. She was quite surprised to see a large man in front of her. At least she thought it was a man based on the thick armor, but it was impossible to see his face, since he covered it with a bucket-like helmet of some kind, where one could only see small slits where the eyes were. She also found it strange that he carried this box by his side, and not once had he let it go or put it down. Taking the bottle from the man, she was expecting him to leave after saying thank you, but the figure just stood there, not saying a single word. It felt a little awkward, and she didn't know what else to say. "Now that I look at him a bit more, he's about the same size as him," she thought. "What are you doing? You're going to scare the girl," Mona said as she walked over to her new companion. "Sorry about that. He can't really speak, but he's kind and helpful, I promise." Standing in front of Oscar, Mona was a little worried about his actions. She thought something might happen when he saw her daughter of all things. But this wasn't the real Oscar, or at least not the same Oscar that they remembered. Yet seeing her must have triggered something. "A loving family bond that just can't be forgotten, huh? I guess you must have really loved her, and even now you want to help and protect her. But if she were to see who you were, or what you have become, if they were all to see you, I wonder what they would think," Mona thought. It looked like her new friend wouldn't leave this girl alone, and she had to do something. "Hey, why don't you come over? We can watch your fight together. It might give me an idea how these leaders fight," Mona asked. "You know us girls have to stick together, and you put up a good fight. From what I saw, the leader you faced was a bit faster compared to all the others, and stronger. You were just a bit unlucky." So far, Samantha had been staying close to Sack, but she did feel a little awkward. For some reason, the large figure, although it might have startled others, didn't really startle her. Chairs and tables were arranged by more servants who seemed to have come out of nowhere. They must have been in the stadium somewhere, or just outside the glass container. Once everyone had taken their seats, the video started to play of Samantha's match. As soon as it started, her face turned red by the second as she remembered certain details. "Oh," Mona smiled. "Is that why you didn't see the replay of your match? I have to admit I didn't expect a vampire to confess to you in the middle of a match like that. I mean, there are some good-looking guys in that group, and they're all practically flawless, the same for the girls. I can't imagine why they would pick anyone from us. Not that you aren't beautiful, of course," Mona quickly said, trying not to offend anyone, but she was just speaking the truth. Nearly every single one of the vampires could become a star actor or a model. "I couldn't really see his face," Samantha blurted out. "He had a mask, but he seemed familiar. I don't know why." She really didn't know why, but there was one person she had met a while ago that reminded her of this person. He seemed a bit immature for his age and imagined it was something he would have done, confessing out of nowhere with no regard for the other's feelings. The scene continued to play out, with Mona giving some tips. She claimed that Samantha was relying too much on her earth powers. Her use of the earth ability was creative, and she had spent a long time learning how to make it, so the earth ability wasn't so rigid, and that was good. However, it would do her well if she also thought of using the powers in a close manner. There could be multiple forms of attack against her opponent at once. It was good advice, but also something hard to pull off and hazardous. Another alternative was to try and focus on some type of defense if she was going to attack like so. Even the tails that she usually would use might have been called defensive, but it was an offensive defense. The Earth ability was one of the best abilities when it came to defense, if used in the right way. Eventually, though, the scene had come, where Fex had landed right on top of Samantha. The video had audio, and all of them heard it as well. "I think I'm in love with you." The video played, and straight after, there was a loud bang on the table. Both Mona and Samantha had felt the vibration on the same table they were sitting at, because it had come from a large friend next to them. Did he just get angry because of the confession? Mona thought. I mean, actually angry? I guess that's the parental instinct to protect his daughter. Is he okay? Samantha asked. Yeah, he's okay, Mona replied. Soon, the break was over, and passing the new information they had compiled on to those who had yet to fight, they thought they might have a better chance at facing the vampires now and in the future. However, something unexpected happened. The board members' room had received a call, and the call was coming from one of the butlers in the vampire leader's room. Answering it was the middle-aged man with a gray beard who went by the name Andy. Sir, I don't know how to say this, but the leader that has been elected to fight, we have a bit of a problem, the butler said. Standing outside, looking at the board members, Muka just stood there with a smile, waving at them. Very well, Andy replied. Accept their request. During the break, on the vampire leader's side, most of them weren't really doing anything in their glass container. This made Vincent realize a significant problem with the leaders. Although they acted as a council, the leaders weren't quite united. All of the families were only close with those loyal to their families. There were a few that regularly talked with each other, such as Jin and Sunny, but as for the rest, they weren't on the best terms. Is there a way to fix the current situation, or perhaps making the leaders do things together regularly like this is the solution? Vincent thought, looking at them as there were small breakthroughs here and there. If only the vampire leaders did more as they grew up. At the same time, Vincent was curious about another thing. Their fight had just been announced, but there was one person who was at a table on their own, and a constant sound was ringing out. It was safe to say that their actions were strange. When going over, Vincent noticed that Muka was busy tossing a coin. She looked and saw that the coin had landed on the tail side. Immediately, Muka picked it up and tossed the coin once again. If I were to ask you what are the chances of a coin landing on heads or tails, what would your answer be? Muka asked, clearly hearing and noting that Vincent had appeared and was looking over her shoulder. Are we talking about a number of times, or each time the coin is spun? If it's the latter, then there are only two choices, so it's 50-50, Vincent answered. He thought if there was some trick to the question, but decided to respond with what he thought was right. Ah, I see. In your scenario, if there are two equal options, then you are probably right. But aren't there things that can influence a coin spin, such as the strength used to spin the coin, the weight of one side compared to the other? In the first place, the head of the coin weighs more than the tails, which means it is more likely to fall on that one side. However, there is one more influence, luck. As you know, I have plenty of it. So then why? The coin eventually stopped spinning once more and landed on tails again. So why, with my luck, with the head side of the coin being heavier and my spinning, is it always landing on tails? It seems that this is not my match to participate in. Honestly, for someone like Vincent, he always found the ninth leader's ability the strangest. The ability's strength varied from vampire to vampire, and it seemed like an impossible thing to test. Yet, Vincent had to believe it because he had seen the most bizarre things happen whenever the ninth family would choose to fight. On top of that, it was the only ability that Logan found nearly impossible to replicate in the game. Muka said it was all right because her ability would work even when in the game. Either way, Logan did put in some things that should act similar to how her ability would work. When the break was over, Muka walked over to the butler and requested something. Excuse me, Muka said.
Please tell them that there is no point in me participating in this fight. If they wish to see a spectacle and see my true power, then I will be happy to, but I am unable to fight in this match."
The butler looked at Muka for a few seconds, as if she was joking, but since none of the other leaders had said anything, including Quinn, he had decided to make the call. It was up to the board to settle. "It doesn't matter too much anyway. We've nearly seen all of the vampire leaders fight, so we can grant them their wish," Andy replied. It was a surprise, but Muka had forfeited the match, and instead, there was someone else to take their place. At the same time, she would take part in the next match. "Worried?" Niku asked.
"About what?"
Muka replied. "That if a royal knight was to lose to a vampire knight, there would be an uproar. It would be an embarrassment to your family," Niku said, although he was being a bit more cautious with his words than usual, perhaps due to the result of his own fight. Muka started to laugh.
"No, you see, I knew that they would accept my request. After all, that is also part of my power. I have had a string of very bad luck lately. My vampire knights dying and everything happening to my family and more. I think my luck should soon turn around."
As expected, it wasn't easy to talk to Muka when they went off about their powers, and since Niku didn't really have a leg to stand on from his earlier comments, he chose to stay quiet as well. The machine went off again, and this time, the leader it had landed on was Lee. He would be the one to face Leo instead. Nonetheless, it was an exciting match that would soon take place. Having just exited from the strange lab, Quinn walked down the hallway, expecting to find someone who could give him some answers. What he didn't expect to see was Nathan, one of the Earthborn generals, to be here. "Quinn, you know what will happen if they catch you out of the grounds like so. They might think that you were planning to sabotage this whole event, or plotting against someone. This could start a war," Nathan said, genuinely concerned. He looked frightened, and even now was turning his head constantly to see if there was anyone following them. "I want to ask you the same question," Quinn replied. "I have a replacement taking my place, but you, how are you here? And what are you doing heading in this direction in the first place?" It was clear that Nathan was heading to the strange lab. There was nowhere else to go in that direction, but that. "The board seems to trust me a bit, or I guess I should say, they have been bossing me around a lot," Nathan replied. "They told me to get you in the first place, and now they ordered me to head to this area and report back to them. Apparently they noticed that there was some kind of movement. Now that I see you're here, I guess you must have set off something which caused them to be alarmed." It was likely true. After all, Quinn had given up on his shadow cloak while in the facility and many other places, but he had seen no cameras. Maybe they had sensors or something like that. It's hard to tell, but the good thing is, it looks like they don't know it's me if they only sent Nathan. "Do you know what is going on in this facility?" Quinn asked. Nathan shook his head. "Remember, I'm not part of the board. I was sent to work for you by Oscar, and now I'm partly under you and the Supreme Commander Sack. Why? Did you find something?" Quinn wasn't so sure that he should be quick to tell. If it were Sam or someone he could trust, he would have, but not Nathan. However, he thought maybe the latter could help him with a few other things instead. "You've been here before, right? Can you take me around this place? Help me to see if there is anything that I've missed? Maybe places that require access codes that you couldn't get in before?" Quinn asked. It looked like Nathan was seriously thinking about Quinn's request, if he should just tell Quinn that this was a bad idea and they should go back, but in the end he let out a big sigh. "I guess I can help you out. I too think something big is going on. The board is clearly hiding something," Nathan said as he walked ahead and allowed Quinn to follow. After a few steps, though, Quinn started to receive a call through his mask. "Quinn, I have an urgent message for you." He could recognize the voice on the other end. It was Sam. "Whatever you do, don't trust Nathan." After Sam's little talk with Layla and Nate, the three of them figured it would be best for them to find out about the situation before jumping to any conclusions, which meant the best thing for them to do was to go out there and capture one of the military members whom they suspected to be a member of Pure. "I have my influence skill, but I'm not the best at it, and the other guys aren't much better than me at it either, Sam thought, as he wondered what to do. Still, they could always try just to do it the old-fashioned way. Inside the large hangar, Sam had called for a meeting and used one of the crates as a type of table for all the members to gather around. There was nothing on the crate nor any use for it. It just made him feel comfortable meeting with the others this way. "Why does this feel so comfortable?" "You really like your meetings, don't you?" Nate joked, since he never imagined the first thing they would be doing was another meeting straight after. "It's the quickest way to update everyone on the situation and to make them aware. We came here together, and everyone's life is at risk, as long as they are here, so I think it's fair that everyone has the same set of information," Sam answered earnestly, which Nate wasn't expecting from the little jab he had given. After that, Sam explained what their suspicions were, so for now, they just wanted to capture one of them. "And if we are caught?" Rayton asked. "What do you mean?" Sam frowned. "If one of us gets caught during this thing, what do you want us to do?" "Then we do everything in our power to get them back," Layla shrugged. "Let's just hope that it doesn't come to that. I don't want to bring too much attention to ourselves," Sam replied. "If they were aware of us being here in the first place, they could very well believe that we are up to something, and it could harm Quinn and the rest of them. We would have to try to take them all out before they could make a report, which seems impossible." "That just makes me want to try even more," Rayton replied. Two people seemed to be best for the job. One of them was Dennis. This was because out of everyone in the meeting, he was one of the better ones when using the shadow power. None of them were on Quinn's level, and never thought they would be, but Dennis had learned how to use the skill Shadow Cloak. He had demonstrated it in front of everyone, and they could see a slight outline if they were to pay attention. As for the second option, it was Little Borden. With the dragon, Logan created a serum that would last longer, but not permanently change him back. Still, in this situation, his small size was perfect, and with his sudden strength, he should be able to take someone out with ease. In the end, the two of them decided to go. Sam thought it would be better if they went in pairs to help look out for each other. Right now, they were heading towards the rest of the base. There were several hangars and groups of people running around. The two had decided to go a long way around, walking outside of the base area. This was all on Sam's suggestion, of course. Then they would approach from a different side. Eventually, they reached multiple hangars and walked outside its large metal exterior. There were gaps between them, and someone had filled these gaps with crates of countless supplies. For the two of them, though, it was perfect for disguising and covering themselves from being exposed. Even with the shadow cloak on, Dennis crouched behind one of the crates, and Borden hopped onto the top of it confidently. "What are you doing?" Dennis whispered. "Relax. Those guys aren't going to notice me. Look how far away they are. Besides, it seems like boredom has gotten the better of them." Dennis actually knew what Borden meant, because the soldiers seemed to be having a little fun right now. They were piloting mechs and having a little fight with each other, while the others around them were cheering widely. "We only need one of them, so let's try to look for someone who's secluded," Borden said. The two scanned, looking to see if there was anyone. The atmosphere certainly seemed more relaxed than any military bases that Dennis had seen before, which meant that some of them were celebrating a little early with some drinks. The smell had reached Dennis's nose, allowing him to move between hangars until they had found exactly what they were looking for, a lone soldier who looked to be drinking on his own. "So what's the plan?" Dennis asked. This was when he could see Little Borden already running to where the soldier was. He quickly jumped up and punched the back of the man's neck with his hand, and it caused the soldier to flop and fall off the small toolbox he was sitting on, with his face planted on the floor. Dennis couldn't believe it. What if someone saw them? He thought that maybe Borden wasn't the best person to bring along on this type of mission after all. "The only one with half a brain out of the Blade family is Borden, but I thought Borden was a clone created from him. Or maybe this little guy got all three of their genes, and personality causing him to be a little different." Dennis's guess wasn't quite right. The real reason was that Borden had just been hanging around his brothers for a little too long, and he had gained quite the influence from one of them in particular. Seeing the situation in front of him, Dennis quickly went to pick up the body, thinking if someone saw it, they would be in some serious trouble. When touching it, he realized that his shadow cloak had deactivated. Damn it, this is going horribly. But if I just run back? As he carried the man on his back, Dennis thought and proceeded to head through the hangar. But just as he had taken 2 steps, "Hey, over there!" a person shouted. It was clear they had been exposed, and it was in Dennis's instinct to just keep running for some reason. They had run through the small gap with the knocked-out soldier on their back. "We made it!" Dennis thought as he stepped out from the trap and was out on the grass field again, away from the base. But a few seconds later, he felt rumbling as a large object landed in front of him. It was one of the giant mechs. Although Dennis was frozen with what to do, it was clear the soldiers had caught him, and it seemed like the mission was a complete failure. Just then, something small jumped past him, and he could see Borden in the air. "Get out of the way!" Borden shouted as he punched the center of the mech. Its centerpiece was crushed in pieces. "See? Mission success!" Borden landed, smiling while the mech lay there on the floor behind him. However, soon ships began to move, and soldiers were getting into the mechs behind them. If they didn't hurry, the situation might become unpredictable. At the same time, the others were watching everything, and as they saw all the soldiers moving out, Sam couldn't help but face-palm. Well, it looks like they were caught. Besides him, someone had a huge grin as he walked forward. "Well, let's get them back then." It was Rayton. The group prepared themselves for an upcoming fight against the military base of possibly 200 soldiers or more, while on the cursed faction side they had Layla, Sam, Nate, Linda, Vorden, Rayton, and Peter with his 2 lesser whites. "Let's see if we can take this whole base over quickly then." The next fight was underway, and on the human side there were many that recognized the nickname that had been given to the blind swordsman, in particular those among the unranked. "I've always looked up to him as one of the heroes of the war. Back then he was one of the few people that were actually able to deal with a Dalki." The one speaking was the man with the sleeveless shirt and hood up over his head. "He was impressive in the past, but a lot has changed since that time, and not much news has come out about him since." "I wonder, did he go into hiding?" "I don't think that would be the case." A young unranked named Albed spoke. He had a special type of bow on his back, golden in color. Unfortunately, there hadn't been much chance for him to use it since he had lost his match fairly quickly. "I mean, he got invited here, right? So there has to be a reason." As the others started to speak, they did find it strange that the blind swordsman was here, just like the other unranked mentioned. Leo hadn't achieved anything great since the first war. Meanwhile, in the room where all the members of the board were, a discussion along the same line was being held. Among the younger generation, most didn't agree that Leo had actually deserved an invitation. "It was none of us that invited him, but Pure were the ones who insisted that the blind swordsman get an invitation. So perhaps we will find out the reason why in this very fight," one of the older members on the board explained. The reason for the invite was all due to the large red-headed man. Maybe the others didn't know the current strength of the blind swordsman, but he did, having fought side by side with him to take on a 4-spiked Dalki. "I have improved a lot since our fight together. It's a shame that the 2 of us are on the same side. I would have preferred to test for myself how much you've improved since then. I just hope your opponent can help me see your skills," Chris thought. Entering the stage, everyone was wondering what type of field would appear next. It was exciting seeing so many locations being used as arenas, and it would serve as good practice for all of the different atmospheres that covered the beast planets. Depending on who exactly was fighting, certain terrains might offer one side an advantage over the other. Trees started to appear on the field, with leaves covering the entire ground. This fight's location appeared to be an endless forest. Most of the trees were 3 to 4 times taller than an average human. Not too big, but not too small either. Seeing this, people didn't know if it was an advantage for the blind swordsman or not. The leaves should make it easy for him to locate his opponent, as the sound one made when stepping on them would be a telltale sign. But at the same time, his opponent might use them to cover up his attacks. "What do you think of this fight?" Jin asked, standing by Vincent's side, since their king seemed to have a good idea about the strength of the human contestants. All of his predictions had turned out to be correct so far. What they didn't know was that he knew everything that Quinn knew, which was why he knew the others' powers well. "You think it would be embarrassing if a vampire knight of the 10th family would beat a leader, don't you? I guess if the other vampires heard of something like this, people would start claiming that the 10th family had the strongest vampires," Vincent smiled. "Well, someone sounds like they are sure about who is going to win." Sunny also entered the conversation, standing next to Vincent. "Lee is a strange leader. His strength seems nearly impossible to gauge. At times, I feel like he could beat anyone, while at other times, it feels like any of the other leaders could beat him." In the end, the group would just have to watch the match and find out. The match had begun, and almost instantly, both sides were running towards each other. The scene reminded everyone of the first fight today. Eventually, though, Lee stopped, moving his fingers at a rapid pace. It was impossible for the others through the glass container to see exactly what he was doing, but they soon noticed that the blind swordsman started to act strange. He had already drawn out his sword when he was a few yards away from Lee, which he then seemingly used to slash the air, before he quickly moved to the side, constantly attacking the air. The others watching found it strange. It looked like Leo was going up against an invisible enemy. "For a supposedly blind man, you sure do see a lot," Lee commented, smiling, revealing that Leo could see all the invisible strings he had set up. This meant that the leader would have to change his plans. The next set of strings he produced were red in color. Lee soon wrapped it around a tree, and with his great strength, managed to uproot it from the ground, hurling it towards Leo. Seeing this, the vampire knight had to put more power into his blade, but he made sure to only use ki and avoid using blood aura. Since most of them didn't know about him no longer being human, he thought it would be best to keep it that way. A simple tree was easy enough for him to cut. With a strike, it split in half, and the power from the throw made it so that both parts missed him. However, behind one set of trees was another. Still, for Leo, whose vision wasn't limited to what was directly in front of him, he had already been prepared. The blind swordsman had already leapt in the air, jumping over the second tree. "It is a shame that I can't fight you at your full strength. I think it would have been a more worthy battle," Leo shouted to Lee. Lee knew what he meant. Leo knew that they had blood weapons that they couldn't use, and the 13th family's strength came from puppeteering someone, which he was unable to do in this fight as well. "It is the same for you," Lee smiled, knowing that Leo also wanted to be able to use his soul weapon. The two of them knew this fight was pointless to them. Because of this, Leo decided to use something that would catch the 13th leader off guard, yet at the same time prepare him for something else. First, Leo struck his sword 4 times while in the air. They were ki-infused strikes. Seeing this, Lee tried to combat them with his blood swipes, but that wasn't where the real threat was in the first place. With his other hand free, Leo punched the air, and in doing so, an invisible force left him. After blocking the strikes, Lee had seen nothing, yet he suddenly felt a large pain in his stomach. "The 3rd stage of ki is something the vampires need to be wary of. Ki serves as a strong counter to vampires, and the 3rd stage is even worse than the other 2, Leo thought. He already stood above Lee with his sword above his head. "Let's end this pointless game," Leo said, pressing it down on his neck, causing the match to end. While the human side was happy for another victory on their side, the vampires weren't sure if this one should count for the 10th family, the humans, or the vampires. Although the vampires have seen the powers of the others, Pure's power is something that is hard to gauge, and yet it might become the most troublesome thing for the vampires in the future. Quinn, if you want to protect the vampires as well, you need to think of this aspect. Leo made a mental note to speak to the cursed faction leader about it in the future. Before his avatar disappeared, Leo looked up at Chris, who had a smile on his face. He could see that the blind swordsman had improved in many ways. However, most impressive was that he had learned how to utilize the 3rd stage of ki. "I wonder, you have your soul weapon. But if you were to use it the same way as Pure does, with the 4th stage, how much of a monster would you be? I hope you got to see everything you wanted to see, Zero. I guess it's time for us to wrap up this little game. Inside the military base, there was a hangar stationed near the center, where a figure was currently enjoying a smoke. He was wearing a beast armor chest piece, and indented in white, a clear contrast to the black armor, was the number 12. The seat he was on was awfully shaky, yet he didn't allow that to disturb him from his cigar. It sounds like your guys are having a lot of trouble dealing with a few intruders, Agent 12 complained as he heard the noise in the distance. No wonder it was so easy to take over your base. If we had the power to do this all along, Pure should have done something about it a long time ago. Finishing his cigar, he placed the butt of it on his seat and started to twist and turn it, causing his seat to scream in pain. The Pure agent hadn't been sitting on a normal chair. No, he had forced the sergeant that used to be in charge of this particular platoon to take on that role. This was a complete embarrassment to the military man. A great respected figure like him was now being treated as nothing but a chair, yet he had no choice. I guess you guys really can't do anything without us. Agent 12 finally stood up, and the others in the hangar looked to be ready with their weapons in hand. All smiling, a group of 20 of them in total. You bastards! How dare you treat a member of the military like this? Where was your fanatical group when we got attacked by the Dalki? Hiding, like the cockroaches you are. One day, you Pure bastards will get what's coming to you, the sergeant thought to himself, thankful that he no longer had to allow himself to be humiliated. Let's move out, Agent 12 shouted as he held up his mace in the air. The 20 men soon cleared out with him and began to run out of the hangar. The Pure agent wasn't too far behind them, but when he went out, he was wondering why his men had seemingly frozen in place. What are you guys doing? Find the intruders and get rid of them. His voice trailed off as he looked at the scene in front of him. Even now, the fighting continued to take place, yet the hangars were completely destroyed. Countless mechs had been ripped apart. Not only that, but the men that had been stationed here were lying around, defeated. Some members had been Pure agents, and they weren't exactly weak ones either. An explosion went off, followed by another, but they appeared to come from different directions. Find them, and bring their heads to me, Agent 12 shouted, and the rest seemed to agree. The groups split into two following each set of explosions. While searching, they noticed that the damage was even worse than it had initially looked. How many people had been sent here? Did they have an equal force of around 200? Had the Earthborn group retaliated? If it's the Earthborn group who are here to save their people, they would need at least a force twice as large as ours to do this much. If that's the case, we might have no other choice but to retreat, Agent 12 thought. However, he soon noticed something strange. If the invaders had such a large force, where were the bodies of their enemies? So far, all they had seen were their own members. No matter how experienced the fighters on the other side would be, it should be impossible to suffer 0 casualties. That was when he could see up ahead. A group of 6 mechs had surrounded 3 people in their midst. Great. It looks like they have captured some of them. We need to capture them alive, so we can interrogate them and find out more about their plans, Agent 12 decided. When getting closer, though, he noticed that the ones piloting the mechs were strangely trying to back away. However, they seemed afraid to turn their back, and he soon understood why. Immediately, one of the 3 charged forward and formed his hand into a giant blade. With a single slice, the mech's arm was destroyed. The other mech rushed forward trying to help him, but a piece of the attacker's own arm shot out and hit the mech's legs. The substance appeared gooey like mud at first, but hardened in an instant. Looking closer, he noticed that one of the figures didn't look human at all. Instead, it resembled a beast with a human body. It dived straight into the mech's center, hitting it with a strong gust of wind. The mech was lifted into the air and crashed into the ground, unable to move again. Wait, that is definitely a beast. Does that mean we are being attacked by beasts, and humanoid beasts at that? Agent 12 wondered. Still, with the surrounding team, he was unafraid and charged forward. The third person was a girl. She stood between the two beasts, unafraid, and drew her bow. Agent 12 wasn't afraid. They were hundreds of yards away. There was no way she could hit them from this distance, and it would be even hard to see them. As the woman let fly, 3 arrows came out, and they were heading straight for them at a considerable speed. Lifting his mace, Agent 12 was ready to block the attacks, yet at the last second, they moved slightly. He was quick enough to react to the attack, blocking it with the head of his mace. What is this power? Is this Ki? But who knows Ki and has any connection to beasts? None of this makes any sense! He saw 2 of his men had fallen to the ground, the other 2 arrows having pierced their hearts. As for him, something strange was happening to the arrow as it connected to the weapon. It started to spin, and the force of Ki increased rapidly. His Ki was losing out, and he was hit, falling to the floor, looking at his weapon that had been shattered. Who are these people? No, that's not important. I have to warn the others. I need to tell them about this. Getting on his receiver, he was ready to call them until he could see what looked like a human child by his side. He saw the boy smile as he stomped on Agent 12's hand, crushing his bone to pieces. The boy then leapt and landed on his other hand, crushing that as well. Agent 12 didn't understand how a human child who looked no bigger than a puppy could have such strength. No longer being able to use his hands, he tried to make sense of this situation. The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced that all of this had to be one horrible nightmare. It looks like you actually cleared the place, Rayton. That is impressive, a voice was heard from behind. Tilting his head and moving his eyes, Agent 12 could see a larger group walking forward. They had come from the other direction where his men had gone. What was worse, it looked like some of them were carrying his men on their backs. You guys had more people, Rayton complained. Of course you would clear your side quicker. Actually, we didn't do anything, Linda corrected him. Most of it was actually Peter and his 2 friends. The others, who were with Peter, had seen the frightening display of power. The 2 lesser whites by his side were truly monsters. Legs, formerly the 5-spiked Dalkey known as Slicer, and what was left of Hilston. But what was even more scary was Peter himself, who now had the same stats as Quinn, but at the same time, his regenerative power was even beyond the Vampire King. Because of this, the others didn't really have to do anything. Anyone they came across got beaten before they could even join in the fight. So this guy here is the highest-ranking member, right? Sam asked. I found another one, Nate shouted from far back, and he had the sergeant from earlier held by the back of the shirt. Wait, hear me out. I'm not one of them, the sergeant cried. Please believe me, I'm not part of Pure. You guys, I recognize some of you. I've seen you on the live stream. You're the cursed faction, right? Please listen to me. These guys, they captured us and that damn Nathan. That rotten guy betrayed us all. Immediately, this became something that Sam was very interested in hearing. He had a suspicion. In the first place, Nathan was from the military. He had been told to escort Quinn and the others. He should have known that this wasn't a real base, that these weren't real soldiers. So why hadn't he said anything? You, tell me everything that happened and what you know, Sam demanded, with his eyes glowing red. There were many reasons for the special event to take place. More than anything, what the board and the humans were getting out of these fights was information. They found out exactly what vampires' abilities and blood skills could do. It was also giving them a grasp of their strength as well. Even if most of the human side had lost their fights quickly, it meant that at least in the future, they could try and prepare countermeasures against such a situation if the vampires were ever to attack and turn on them. One thing that stood out more than anything was their use of abilities, how it differed from those that the humans had. All of the abilities that the leaders had used so far were not available to humans, and some of them seemed to be quite powerful as well. Of course, the board members were already imagining other humans with these abilities, and were trying to figure out ways they could use the other side for this information. This was one of the reasons that the board had accepted the request of the ninth leader. Since the leader said she would show a spectacle, they were all quite excited to see what she had in mind. Before her match began, Muka once again began to spin her coin out on the table in the room. This time, the coin had landed on the head side. Picking this up, she walked forward and was ready to start the game. The machine displayed the faces of those who hadn't yet fought from the human side. Mona, the sleeveless unranked, Chris, Agent 3, and Grim were left to go, and finally, it had landed on Grim Greylash, the ex-leader of the Greylash family. Muka had no idea of the strength of all her opponents, but still, she believed in her luck and decided to head into the VR machine, ready to start the match. Before the match had started, the old man on the board, who had been sitting down most of the time, stood up and started to walk away from the others. "Mr. Watson, where are you going?" Andy called out to him. "Well, I have a very important matter to deal with. Don't worry, I will return soon. It is important we know all our enemies," the old man said while exiting the room. As usual, the terrain started to load before the match commenced. For the first time, the room had gone dark, as it emulated the nighttime. Soon a black substance started to appear, and on one side, the ground slightly rose. Eventually, something like a fortress appeared. All the humans knew what this was. This was similar to a Dalki fortress. At times, they would use these games and maps to help simulate real-life battles for the military, which was why it was put in. However, there was something strange for those carefully observing the recent matches. The map that had appeared, the fortress had only appeared on one side, while on the other there was nothing, just empty black land. When the map had finished generating, there stood Muka in her heavy black armor, on top of the fortress walls, placed on a mountain. She had a height and aerial advantage, and the fortress's defense, while Grim, on the other side, had open terrain to get through, with nothing to protect him at all. "How is this fair?" Albed shouted. "This match has to be rigged. The terrain is in one person's favor. They should change the map and fight again." Many of them in the room were in agreement, but Sack spoke up. "In a fight, we will never have a completely fair advantage. There will be times when we will be faced with this exact situation. That was why we created the map in the first place. Many of you, when you fought, had the advantage of the area. Even Owen had used it to win his match." "Should we restart that match as well?" Sack exclaimed. Hearing his words, the others really couldn't argue, and the unranked Albed just tutted as he continued to watch the match. "I guess Grim got the short end of the stick this time," he murmured. "That ninth leader is just lucky." It turned out that there was no need for Sam to use his influence skill on the sergeant. He was ready to spill the beans on everything that had happened so far. How Pure had taken control over one of the military bases, and how Nathan of all people was the one who had brought them right to their doorstep. To put it simply, from everything Sam had heard, Nathan had betrayed the Earthborn group. Hearing this, he immediately decided to inform Quinn of the matter. He wasn't sure if Nathan had been part of Pure since the beginning, or if they were threatening him, or maybe it was some kind of deal, but none of that mattered. Right now, his actions were endangering the lives of others, and that included Quinn. Sam didn't know where the latter was or what he was doing, but he needed to tell him. Quinn had received the message clearly, but he had yet to say anything. He continued to follow Nathan, who was now leading them towards the south section of the arena. This was in the opposite direction from the north section where the board members were seated. It was also the only empty part of the stadium where no contestants or anyone else was positioned, which was why Quinn never tried to go there, believing that there would be nothing there. If what Sam said is true, and Nathan is working for Pure, then should I keep on following him? If that is the case, it's clear he could be leading me into a trap right now. At the same time, if I stay silent, he might bring me to the people I need to see, Quinn mused. That's the spirit. I mean, when you're in this situation, why does it matter if you fall into a trap? Ray encouraged his descendant. Just blast your way through any problem that appears. Quinn wondered how long Nathan had been on the Pure side. Was it something that recently happened, or perhaps he has always been one since their time at school. Leo could sense ki, and he would have noticed if something was up. However, only high-ranking Pure members would learn ki, but it was hard to see why they wouldn't have taught Nathan ki. At the same time, he had an ability as well. I remember that just like the North area, they had a room that looked similar to the one you left from. Maybe you will be able to find something there, Nathan said, as he continued to look left and right. So that's where you're taking me? To the other facility on the south section? Quinn replied. Yeah, we have to hurry, but be cautious at the same time. The longer I'm away, the more suspicious they will get. Seeing Nathan, someone he had known since his school days, like this, was painful. It was as if he knew every word of Nathan's was a lie. Now that he thought about it more, Quinn could even hear his heartbeat changing slightly every time he said something different. And are you sure there won't be any surprises when I arrive there? Quinn asked. What do you mean? Nathan nervously chuckled, his heart thumping faster. Nathan, you know my hearing is sensitive, more sensitive than you could imagine, and it's to the point that I can even hear slight changes in tone when you speak. So I will ask you a question, and I'll know if you have told me the truth, but I just want to hear it from you. Where are you always with Pure? Or are they forcing you somehow? Quinn straight up asked. This wasn't a game, but these people were treating others' lives as one, and Quinn wanted to take no part in it. With no valid complaints, the fight was about to start, as all the others had done. Muka stayed on top of the wall, where she could see her opponent standing in the distance. He wore similar robes to all the others in the Grey Lash family, though Grim tended to have both his hands in his sleeves. The hardest part isn't the fortress, but it's the high ground itself, the former Grey Lash leader thought, as he calculated the optimal way to tackle the difficult situation. I never thought I would have to think so much and fight as hard as this during my old age. Running forward, there wasn't much Grim could do. There was no secret way he could suddenly teleport over. The lightning ability, while certainly powerful, only had a limited range where one could use their lightning travel skill. A skill that allowed the user to move as if they themselves became a bolt of lightning. The reason for this was because there were actually two movements to the skill. The first was forming their body and shooting it upwards in a lightning bolt form. Then, once they reached sufficient height, they would have to use the skill to shoot themselves down towards the ground. The range for how far they could move was limited when in this form, and it was why it was an impractical movement method. Nevertheless, it was great to use during a fight, as it not only allowed him to avoid his enemies, but he could also use it to get right behind them. Still, there was a problem, and Grim knew it as well, for he could see a red aura coming his way. Attacking downward was far easier, and he had yet to even see Muka clearly. I have to admit, I'm a little jealous. Those eyes of yours seem to be pretty good. I bet they don't deteriorate even with old age. I guess being a vampire really has its advantages, Grim spoke, as he began to act. His body started to electrify itself with a constant shock. Rather than trying to hit and avoid the red lines of aura, since he had seen his grandson able to block the attacks of his opponents, he too decided to just run forward. From the spectator's perspective, he looked like armor made from lightning, and was even attacking the ground around him as he moved. When the red aura hit the lightning barrier, the force of it struck at the aura in front, breaking it apart, causing it to disperse into little red particles. Seeing this, Muka still didn't panic, and instead held out her open palm. I guess trying to fight head-on wasn't the right idea, Muka said. Red aura started to gather in her palm. Once it was ready, she looked down, aiming at Grim himself. Yet before releasing her attack, she adjusted it slightly ahead of where he would be. Even if she was to calculate his speed, this was too far ahead, but that was because Muka never intended to hit Grim. She had more of a chance if she was trying to not hit him. A large blast left her palm, and her arm was chucked back as the blood cannon was used. It was the first time that the board and the leaders were seeing such an attack. A constant stream, more powerful than any of the past attacks they had seen from the vampires. As for why the other leaders hadn't used it, that was simple. In the fight so far, they either hadn't needed to, lacked the chance to use it, or it hadn't been the optimal skill to use. It was a skill that took some preparation time after all. Seeing it, at first, Grim was prepared to use his lightning travel to avoid the attack, or his spinning bolt, but he could see that the attack wasn't aimed at him, which greatly confused him. As such, he chose to trust his judgment and not do anything. The blood cannon hit the ground and blasted it into hundreds of small pieces. These pieces started to fall, and all of them headed towards Grim. It was a little too late for him to notice what exactly Muka had planned, and now all the rocks were setting off his electrified armor. It was an automatic skill that attacked anything that got too close, and due to how many rocks there were, it created an opening. Grim didn't know when, but the vampire leader had already leapt through the air and was falling towards Grim's position. He understood that due to his armor reacting to the rocks, he was wide open for an attack. The good news was that it didn't matter. Grim's body soon started to shine brightly blue, and the next second he disappeared.
This skill, it's the same one the one fighting Jin used, but it seems like none of you are as strong as that kid,
Muka thought, as she took a mace off her back and threw it in a random direction. At that moment, another bolt of lightning was seen coming down from the sky. It hit the ground, and Grim appeared in its place. The only problem was, the mace that had been thrown was just an inch away from his face, and there was nothing he could do. It plowed into his face, causing him to fall to the ground. The throw had the strength of someone with a strength-type ability. How did you know where I was going to be? Grim wondered. The truth was, Muka hadn't known.
It looks like my luck is indeed working in here, and even more so than I thought. While I expected to hit him, I didn't think it would be his head.
The game was currently simulating the damage that had been done to Grim, which concluded that his eye had been critically hit, impairing his vision slightly. With that, the fight would resume, and what followed was close combat on the side of a mountain. Owen and Hermes were carefully watching from above. "Do you think your grandfather can win?" Hermes asked. "Before you came along, your grandfather was considered one of the strongest lightning ability users." "He's already lost his match," Owen replied instantly and confidently. "Although what you say is true, most of that is due to his soul weapon. At the time we fought that 5-spike Dalki, if he didn't have that, we would have been in serious trouble. Unfortunately, this is just a simulated match, so he's unable to use it. However, even if he was, there is something very strange about this whole fight. My grandfather uses his head far more than me, while I prefer to just go with the flow. Yet, in this fight, I can see the look on his face. He seems to understand what is happening. Every time he uses the lightning travel, his opponent manages to find him somehow. It's only a matter of time until this match ends." Owen's prediction was correct, as the match came to an end right then and there, with Muka being the winner. Other than the blood cannon, there had been no other impressive moves from the 9th leader, at least not anything they hadn't seen before. Nevertheless, in this fight, the former 9th leader had somehow managed to make the Greylash family's ability appear like it was no threat at all. The vampire fighter hadn't even suffered a single hit, making some believe that the first fight might have just been a bad matchup for the vampire side. Meanwhile, the vampire leaders who had watched the fight were shivering slightly at the thought of going up against her. Fighting the Royal Knight would be a strange experience, to have to say the least. But of course, faced with overwhelming power against someone like Quinn or Laxmus, this type of luck would eventually run out. Muka casually got out from her pod and walked over to Vincent, resuming her duty to protect their king. They all waited and watched for the next result carefully. However, the vampires already knew who was left, and to nobody's surprise, the screen listed Quinn Talon as the next fighter. Seeing this, Vincent let out a sigh, but just waited for who his opponent would be, and finally it had landed on the hooded, unranked figure. That is the one that has the power of the god," Vincent recalled. "I was hoping that you would be back by the time your turn came up, so you could fight yourself,
and would have witnessed the power of the god. It's a shame that I have to go up against him. What is taking you so long?" In the end, Vincent had no choice but to participate. Standing between the north and south part of the stadium, through the gigantic hallways that seemed never-ending, were Quinn and Nathan. The cursed faction leader was waiting for his guide to start speaking. However, the other hesitated. It was so silent that all Quinn could hear were the sounds of his own and mostly Nathan's body. "You know I can force the information out of you, right?" Quinn pointed out. "However, you've earned my respect, so I would rather not do that. Back at school, when Duke used to be in charge, and all the students were being mistreated by him, you were the only one who stood up to him. Back then, it felt to me like you always wanted to do something about it, but you just lacked the power to make a change. Which is why I don't want to believe you're entirely a bad person. I know, unlike the others, you don't have that strange key surrounding your head. If you did, Leo would have spotted it. As such, I know that you're at least not forced to do what you're doing." Quinn's eyes started to glow red. He wasn't using his influence skill just yet, but he knew how to channel the red aura, so his eyes would have this effect. Seeing them, and feeling the power coming out from Quinn in this proximity, Nathan hesitated. In his eyes, he wasn't just seeing a young man. "I'm sorry, Quinn. I hate having to do this," Nathan finally spoke up. "You're right. At the school I was weak, but I had risen to my position due to my hard work and my unique powers. But I couldn't do anything then, and now I seem to have ended up under an entirely different Duke. I wasn't always part of Pure. I mean, I still am not sure if I technically am one, but it's true that I have been helping them for a while now." While Nathan was speaking, Quinn made sure to listen to his heart to see if there were any changes. Honestly, he had no clue what reaction a heart would make when one was lying, or whether one's heart would start beating differently just due to the situation. All of those words had been a bluff, but his instincts were telling him the other wasn't lying. "Are you willingly helping them or not?" Quinn asked for clarification. Maybe he wasn't part of Pure before, but what about now? When did it all start? There were times when his people, the cursed faction, had greatly relied on Nathan. "In a way, but not outright," Nathan replied, the look on his face being one of pure guilt. "Quinn, all I can say is that you will understand once you see him. Pure, they have been involved in everything from the start without any of us even suspecting anything. I don't know what their end goal is. All I know is that they wanted me to take you to them. I honestly don't know if this is a trap. No, I guess it's pretty obvious it can't be anything else. What I mean is, I have no clue what they have in store for you." This was the end. Nathan had failed his task, and he thought there was no way that Quinn would follow him now, knowing it was a trap. And because of his actions today, there was a good chance that a big war would soon start. "Who's they?" Quinn asked. "The person who organized this whole event," Nathan replied. "Zero." Nathan didn't know why he was telling Quinn everything, but it just felt like he should know everything now, even though he was sure that it was all over. "Take me to him, and pretend that this conversation never happened," Quinn requested with a smile. "Once all of this is over, you'll have a lot of explaining to do." Hearing this, Nathan didn't know how to feel, but there was a growing pain in his chest that couldn't bear the situation that he had been put in. He continued to walk, and as Quinn had said, he resumed walking behind him. However, the distance between the two of them had grown. "Huh. Well, I guess that's only to be expected," Nathan thought, clenching his fists. The actual reason why Quinn had distanced himself wasn't because of Nathan. It was due to him getting in contact with a certain group that had been left behind. Quinn had been given an update on what Sam and the others had learned and asked what he wanted them to do next. They had a ship prepared and were ready to leave at any moment. Just in case, Quinn asked for them to be prepared to come at a moment's notice. If they could perhaps start to move a bit now, yet they would have to make sure they would remain unseen. "Zero. So I'll finally get to meet you. Were you the one that was using key drain on all of those people? Are you responsible for the key command? Because if you are, I don't think we'll be able to reach any common ground." On the human side, the hooded man had entered his VR game. He was one of the many unranked that had arrived.
In all honesty, a lot of the unranked were less impressive than others had imagined. They had been told stories of their strength, being compared to that of the Big Four, but it seemed to not be true at all. Perhaps these were rumors spread by their rich employers, hoping to scare off any attackers. They were strong, but not at the level of someone like Syl or Owen, who they had seen fight so far, which was why no one had expected anything from this figure. That included those from the vampire leaders. "Will he be okay?" Sunny asked. "He has our king's body. Although he may not have his ability or blood control, you've also trained alongside him. He was more impressive than any of us," Jin replied. The stage started to materialize once again. Yet this time, there didn't seem to be anything noteworthy about the arena. The ground was hard and dry, giving off an orange or brown look. There were no trees or water, just an empty surrounding. It meant, unlike the last fights, that these two wouldn't be able to use the area to their advantage. In other words, they would have to resort to their skills, and everyone was looking forward to a good display. Finally, the unranked appeared, and so did Vincent. "It should be a walk in the park for Quinn, right?" Hermes asked. "Perhaps, but we don't know how much of his powers had been transferred in the game. On top of that, he might not use his full powers. If I was him, I wouldn't reveal my full strength here. Instead, I'd rather use this as a training opportunity by limiting myself. Of course, that depends on whether that unranked guy can keep up." Laughter came from one of the unranked, and it was the young man with a bow on his back, named Albad. "You guys really don't know any of us unranked, do you?" Albad asked. "Look, I saw the video you guys did. But trust me when I say this, that man is different from the rest of us. No matter what happens or who he has fought, he always comes out surviving no matter what." The others thought that maybe he was just bragging, due to them being friends, but if that was the case, they would soon find out anyway. So, what was the need to brag? Perhaps his friend really was that strong. Hearing this as well, Syl assumed that the strong power that he had been given, the large amount of MC cells, had to have come from him. Back on the field, the two stood opposite each other, and the match had started, but neither one had made their move. "You!" the unranked man shouted. "What's your name? I always like to greet those I face in battle." Vincent found this request strange. Why would the unranked be unaware of Quinn's name? At this point, the whole world practically knew it. Had he been living under a rock? Either way, Vincent replied. "Quinn Talon, and yours?" Vincent replied out of respect. It was then that the man pulled down his hood, revealing his face. "My name is Sarah." Albad stood up in the glass container room to get a closer look at the match. "There's another name that we have for him between us unranked. Usually we just call him the God of War." At the moment, Vincent was feeling pretty relaxed about the situation he was in, although he didn't have Quinn's shadow powers outside, since they would be fighting in a game. His avatar would have them. Of course, Logan was unable to input the exact amount of MC cells that Quinn could control. During the test, his MC cells seemed endless, and since this was just a game and Quinn had already displayed his powers, he asked Logan to just put a high amount. Win or lose, it didn't matter to Quinn since the results didn't matter. All that mattered was the outcome in real life. Another thing was replicating all of what the shadow could do. It was a hard task with limited time, so Vincent would only have access to the basics. However, in the 10th leader's mind, that should be more than enough. He had practiced using the shadow before, back when Quinn had used the demon tier amulet, leaving him in control of his body. If there was anyone who could play the part of his descendant, it would be him. "I've lived a long life," Sarah suddenly said from the other side, as a sword seemingly appeared out of nowhere and entered his hands. The sword looked to be rather ordinary, lacking any features distinguishing it from other beast weapons. Even as he swung the sword a few times, nothing looked to be special about it. The sudden statement has distracted Vincent a little. He had intended to go in and try to overwhelm him with this body's strength alone, yet there were two reasons why he had yet to do anything. For one, he didn't exactly gain anything by finishing the fight fast. They had no idea what else the board had planned for them, so if he could buy Quinn some time to finish investigating whatever he was busy doing, it would be beneficial to them. As for the second reason, his opponent was the one with a god residing inside him. Not knowing what ability the person had, Vincent had cast the shadow ability, so it was active constantly on his back. The question is he a dormant god that has no idea about who he is, or is he like Bliss? If it's the latter, then this fight might be a little more difficult than I had envisioned. There are a lot of things that are similar between me and you, Sarah continued to speak. For one, I crave the sight of blood, and as time has gone on, I have found the best way to enhance these powers of mine to fit with the current time, all so I can see more blood. A smile appeared on Sarah's face, which sent large shivers down Vincent's spine. Him, a vampire leader that knew no fear, and in a game of all things. It was then that Sarah activated his ability on the sword in his hand, making the weapon glow slightly blue. The distance between the two fighters had been great. However, when Sarah made a simple swing this time, a sharp slash had left his weapon. It looked somewhat similar to a key strike, yet it was clearly different. It was larger than any key strike seen before, and the top of the attack nearly reached the clouds above. Vincent knew that he couldn't allow that attack to hit him. He might be resilient, but he had to move away. There was no need for him to activate the blue fang set, but had a feeling that if he tried to block that attack with the shadow, the game might be unable to register that he had enough MC points. Running to the side, Vincent avoided the large slash. The strike continued forward and eventually ended, yet it had left behind a giant fissure. It was hard to tell how deep it went, as one wouldn't be able to see the bottom of it. What was that? Hermes had his mouth left wide open. Seeing the reaction of the others in the room, Abdal couldn't help but laugh. I told you he would surprise you all. That man is the most dangerous man I have ever met. A master of weapons, capable of finding any opponent's weakness. A brilliant genius of war and tactics, and lastly, his ability. It allows him to change any weapon in his hand at the demon tier level. Those in the room were unsure if Abdal's words were true or not, but after witnessing what they had done, they felt inclined to believe him. After all, how could such a basic-looking sword produce so much damage? They had heard of abilities making weapons stronger by 1 or 2 ranks, but usually that was limited, and the higher rank the weapon was, the more MC cells it required. The sword in Sarah's hand looked around the advanced tier level. It annoys me, Owen finally spoke, that people like this have chosen to hide their face for whatever reason while the war is going on. Oh, there's a simple reason for that, Abdal said. How would you learn of him if there was no one left alive to talk about it? Looking closely, if what was said was true, Owen was worried about Quinn. Around his waist, there were several storage devices, which possibly meant that Sarah was carrying multiple weapons along with him. The god of war seemed ready to use them as he wished, and he was right. Next appearing in Sarah's hands was a large bow, and immediately multiple arrows were placed in the string. Before pulling, each one of them lit up with flames, heading straight for Vincent. Sarah didn't stop there, though, loading up the bow again and shooting out another set of arrows just after it. Doing this 3 times, the arrows practically covered everywhere that the map had to display, and there was nowhere for Vincent to avoid the attack. That was, unless he had the shadow ability. Using shadow travel, Vincent was able to make himself practically part of the ground and move forward. An interesting ability. Sarah started to run forward, and he was just as fast, if not faster, than the vampire leaders. At the moment, his body was clad in gladiator-type armor from head to toe. If his ability was true, then it wasn't just limited to weapons, but would also work with armor as well. Everything he had on him was giving him a boost. On a closer look, the spectators could see rings on his ears, and even a small band that would shine once in a while when his black hair was blown a little by the wind. Next, he jumped in the air, and could see the shadow below. Seeing that shadow again makes me feel sick, Sarah shouted. One of his dimensional storage boxes around his waist activated, giving him what looked like a giant sledgehammer. Holding on to it tightly, he swung the weapon down towards the ground. Let's see you hiding below me, after I'll destroy the entire area. The watching vampire leaders felt like this could spell trouble and were wondering how such a human had gone unknown for so long. Quinn paused for a second. He had a strange feeling in his body, and he was unsure what it was. For a moment, he turned around to where the fighting arena should be. "So, you felt that as well, huh?" Ray asked. "I thought it was only me, but this feeling reminds me of someone. Someone very annoying to deal with." "You don't speak much about your past," Quinn said. "I guess you must have known a lot of the gods back then." "Not really," Ray replied. "It's none of my business, and the past is in the past. Besides, now isn't the best time for a history lesson, don't you think? You have your own troubles that you need to face, and from what I can tell, they're just as big as mine during my time." Ray was right, because they had finally reached the facility on the south side. The entrance looked identical to that of one on the north, just as Nathan had said. At least he hadn't been lying about that. "He was waiting for me there?" Quinn asked. "I'm not sure if he's there himself, since he just told me to bring you here. However, the fact that he wants to meet with you tells me one thing. I think he wants to talk to you, Quinn," Nathan answered. From this point on, Quinn decided to take the lead and walk in front of Nathan, yet he did so with a set of eyes on his back. His shadow was activated, and Quinn was ready for anything. "Let's see what you want to talk about, Zero." Demon tier gear was the hardest equipment to come by. Since the dawn of the human age, only a few such pieces have been available. So learning that there was someone who could make any beast gear go up to the demon tier level, everyone knew how amazing this ability really was. Adding this with the fact that this person could also master any weapon at will indicated that this person would certainly be strong. Sarah slammed the sledgehammer down into the ground. It sent out a visible circular shockwave like a ripple in the ground when it touched the floor, and it looked like the surface itself was burning somewhat as it spread out. Vincent could see the ripple of energy coming towards him. He was still in his shadow travel. It was a skill meant only to be used for movement, but he had never been hit while in this form before, and he wasn't sure Quinn had either. Because of this, he wasn't quite sure what would happen if he was hit in this form, and a few seconds later, he found out. Since it was a game, it would be whatever Logan had programmed it to do. The ripple touched the shadow, and the skill had been deactivated, practically throwing Vincent out of skill and onto the arena floor. He immediately felt a searing pain as the ripple touched him, and had no choice but to use blood hardening on his forearms. The ripple was pushing him back, and Vincent gave his all to hold his ground, but suddenly he saw a swing of the sword coming his way. Of course, Sarah wasn't being held up by the attack, so he would be able to fight just fine. The shadow had moved to his position, blocking the initial sledgehammer ripple attack, leaving Vincent to deal with the dual swords he could see in front of him. Like all the other equipment that Sarah used, there was a slight glow on it. It was hard to tell if it was from his ability or the active skills of the weapon, but it didn't matter. "I need to get my head back in the game and focus on taking him out. Otherwise, I'm going to lose before showing everything I've got. Right now, I am playing the part of the Vampire King, and I cannot lose." Vincent regained his composure. The main problem with the shadow was its slow movement speed, and with Sarah's speed being as fast as a vampire leader, perhaps faster, only a little slower than Quinn's, it looked like Vincent would have to fight in the old-fashioned way. "I wasn't that good at using the shadow in the first place." Vincent pursed his lips. He threw a fist right between the two swords at the right time. His martial arts skills weren't lacking. However, it looked like Sarah had somewhat predicted this. His swords didn't come to strike Vincent. Instead, they crossed each other and came down in an X shape. They hit the gauntlet and managed to stop Vincent's blow from hitting Sarah's face. "I see you've never fought someone who could keep up with you before," Sarah said. What was more worrying was the effect of these weapons. Unlike the last ones, there didn't seem to be some strong, powerful energy coming from them. The next second, and the gauntlet on Vincent's hand started to crumble right in front of him. It was his energy-draining gauntlet. Seeing this, Vincent was just thankful that he was facing this person in the game. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a clue how to tell Quinn of such bad news. Since the gauntlet was crumbling in front of his eyes, Vincent hardened the rest of his arm using blood hardening. "I can see you've never fought against a vampire before either." Clenching his fist, Vincent activated the blood spray, shooting out the energy of red aura directly on Sarah's face. It seemed to have taken him by surprise as he closed his eyes, and the hit flung his head back slightly. "I can feel that they have made Quinn's blood aura strong, but I'm afraid if this person allowed someone like Quinn to do this, who is stronger than I am and has the power of ki, you would have died right there and then," Vincent thought. He admitted that Sarah was strong. It was just that Quinn had too many powers that one needed to counter. As he went in for another strike, Vincent's fist hit a large rectangular shield. Others heard a clang, but nothing else. It seemed the shield had taken the blow well. With his current strength, most shields wouldn't have been able to withstand a blow such as that. The next second, though, and the shield started to spin. The force was strong, and he could feel someone pushing him back. The audience saw what had happened. There was no one on the other side pushing the shield at all. It was another active skill being used. Once again, Sarah had changed his weapon to a spear. After some struggle, Vincent had managed to move away from the shield, only to find a spear coming towards him. He thought he could block it until it had extended suddenly. It increased its speed and length, hitting him right underneath the ribs and going through him in seconds. It was a fatal wound, but the game didn't end yet. Vampires were resilient after all. "Do you think your favorite person is going to lose?" Grim asked. "Perhaps in the game, but I still think he would win in a real battle. We have seen Quinn do many things that he hasn't done in this match, and he has hardly used the shadow as well." Abdul could hear everything going on, and he was thinking the same thing about Sarah. As one of the few people allowed to travel with Sarah, he had seen some crazy things that Sarah hadn't performed, because the game simply wouldn't allow him to, and his real powers were actually more useful on others. Still, this opponent is tricky. Usually when two opponents are of equal strength, it takes some time to learn the other's powers and attack patterns. Here, the pattern, rhythm, skills, they are all rapidly changing and evolving, making the fight unpredictable. The spear was inside Vincent's side, and he could tell that Sarah was trying to spin it to cause more damage, but Vincent currently had it held in his hands, refusing to let him do so, causing the two of them to just stand there opposite each other. "This really is an embarrassment," Vincent said. "I guess I have to resort to that." "Nitro accelerate activated." Bearing through the pain, Vincent moved backwards out from the spear willingly, and the next second, he was directly in Sarah's face with a blood drill. His speed had drastically increased, thanks to the armor set. Sarah had somehow formed another shield, nearly identical to the last one, blocking Vincent's attack again. But before Sarah could perform another similar trick, Vincent appeared behind him. His other hand was similarly covered in the blood drill and slammed right into Sarah's back. It was a strong attack, and with speed, it usually would have pierced right through any armor. However, like every other set piece he owned, this one was strong. A pair of daggers appeared in Sarah's hands, and Vincent wasn't sure if he was imagining it or not, but they seemed to give him extra speed as well. "You've gotten faster, so you've made this a battle of speed. Well, I can do that as well," Sarah said as he went to attack. The two were fighting close, one using just his bare fist and blood to attack in short range and bursts, while the other using daggers to cause small cuts here and there but still unable to land a fatal blow. The audience couldn't keep their eyes off the match, and even blinking, it felt like they had missed 5 movements happening at once. After crossing several hits from both sides, they were exhausted, and Vincent knew his time was running out, but was unsure if it was the same for the other one. In the end, Vincent had to risk it all. He gathered a blood cannon in his hand. Preparing the strike, he charged in. He dodged all the swings from the blades as much as he could, and when he was sure he would make the hit, Vincent opened his palm and placed it right up against Sarah's stomach. At the same time, Sarah had swung his blade towards Vincent's neck, but it didn't seem that it would hit until it changed into the small sword that he had used at the very beginning. "It's over!" they both shouted. Vincent's blood cannon had gone off, and the strange, large energy attack had also left from Sarah's sword. The match was over, and for the first time since the event, there was no winner. The match was a draw. The audience was stunned into silence. 1 second they were non-stop fighting equally, and in the next second the match had ended. When the two left their pods, they both were in strange moods. I want to fight that guy in real life," Sarah shouted after leaving the pod. The others didn't know what to say and just left him be as he went to the corner of the container and looked out to the other side where the vampires were. "Phew, I managed to make that at least a draw, so Quinn can't be too upset with me, right?" Vincent thought, thankful that the match had at least ended without a big upset. The vampire leaders didn't want to say anything because none of them were sure they could have done a better job, and there were still the other matches to go ahead. "That unranked is dangerous," Andy said. "We need to think about him as well. Also, it looks like we have had the go-ahead, and it looks like Pure is making their move." The board members nodded at his words, and the machine started to rotate through those who would be fighting next, and the first time in the event, one of the Pure members had been elected to participate in a fight. It was Agent 3, and he was going to face Jin, who was now selected for the second time. Chris, seeing this, looked towards the empty south container. "It's beginning." Nervousness, anger, worry, and a mix of other emotions were going through Quinn's head right now as he walked through the facility. Just like the one on the north side, there were countless experimental rooms that had been set up, though none of them seemed to have any active experiments being performed. These rooms were built here before Pure had taken control of everything, right? Doesn't that mean that this was either the board's doing or the Supreme Commander's? Just what were they doing here? Quinn asked. Now that he had someone on the inside, he was hoping to get some answers. For some reason, though, it seemed like Nathan was having difficulty answering that question. "Yes and no," Nathan replied. "You're right about it being set up before Pure had taken over, as you so put it, but it's really not like that. Most of the experiments that happened here had to do with enhancing the human body. During and after the First Dalki War, the military became obsessed with creating some type of super soldier. After all, our forces had proven useless against them, and our bodies were clearly weaker than the Dalki. Initially, those with strong abilities had only been those like the originals. Those were desperate times. I'm sure you understand, Quinn." Hearing Nathan talk about that sounded like a repeat of what Paul had told him at the time. However, while the military might have felt that the results justified the means, Quinn didn't like it one bit. After all, the people that had been selected as nothing but glorified guinea pigs had been those like the old him or Peter. Just like when certain people had been handed over to True Dream in the past, always the ones that weren't the most useful would be thrown into these situations to try to at least make them useful. Those in control saw no problem with that, but Quinn did. Still, he bit his tongue about this situation, as this was something that had already happened. "What do you mean by no, then?" Quinn asked as the two of them reached the gigantic, thick Galathrium doors. "You'll find out once you go through there. I've been told not to come with you," Nathan answered, seemingly evading the question, though. Having to go in by himself wasn't an issue for the vampire lord. Honestly, Quinn thought it was for the best, as he had his own shadow ability. He could always use it to get out by himself, so bringing someone else along just meant there was more chance of something happening to them. Knowing full well that this was a trap, Quinn headed in anyway, not fearing what was to come. Using shadow travel, he found himself inside the same dark, strange area that was surrounded by Galathrium all around. The slight smell of blood hit his nose. It wasn't too strong, but unlike the last area he had entered, this one didn't seem to be filled with bodies. Looking up, he could see the glass observation room that stretched around the place, and on one panel was a whole screen instead that turned on. "I'm glad you could make it, Quinn Talon. When I first heard your name, I couldn't believe it. To think I would live to see the day when a child like you could hold so much power that I would need to resort to all of this." The voice spoke, revealing the appearance of Zero. So this is what Nathan meant when he said everything would make sense, Quinn thought, as he looked at the man. The one Quinn was currently staring at, Zero, was a member of the board. He was the old man who stood on stage and the one who had done the most talking. However, there were still countless questions on his mind that didn't make sense. Who would have thought that a member of the board could be the leader of Pure at the same time? This would certainly allow him to have Pure agents in the military whenever he wished. With the other faction sharing information, no wonder they knew what everyone was doing. The experiments that Pure ran, the experiments that the military ran, they weren't researching separate things. It was all the same, orchestrated by this person. Why? Quinn asked. What you're doing doesn't make any sense. I know who you really are. You're Leo's master, correct? How can you be doing all of this? Why didn't you become someone great like Leo, and how come he didn't recognize you? This was what Quinn was slightly confused about. Surely Leo should have recognized his master's aura or frame, and on the stage he should have sensed that he had ki. Ah, Leo, yes, my foolish disciple who has joined you. Oh well, I have long since decided to forgive him for what he has done, but that is also why I thought that I wouldn't bring him along on my journey. Zero answered cryptically. As the one who knows him the best, how could I not know how to hide from him? Coincidentally, he is the main reason I wish to see you. Why would someone who had been hailed a great hero from the war choose to follow a youngling like you out of everyone? I was intrigued to see the type of man he had chosen to follow. Forgive him? Quinn repeated back, pointing towards the screen. Why would Leo ever need you to forgive him? If he learns what you've done, everything you've orchestrated, the more I think about it, I doubt even Pure knows that you are a member of the board. It then hit Quinn. He had no idea what that man's end goal was. Pure and the military service seemed like enemies, but if one man was behind both organizations, what goal did he pursue? As one of the mightiest men alive, why would he have needed to create an organization like Pure in the first place? What are you planning to do? And don't you dare give me some crap about trying to make the world a better place without abilities. That sham is over, Quinn shouted. There was silence between the two for a while, until eventually Zero started to laugh slightly. You're not a big fan of Lucy's idealism, I see. It truly is a shame. That woman was so pure and innocent in her belief. She truly wished to see her ambitions to create a world without leaders come to fruition. Her drive was what attracted people around her. When I heard about her plans and mission, I thought, surely there are more people like her that I can use in this type of situation. I won't deny it. Pure, the military, both of them are ultimately tools. Yet I fail to see what reason I have to share my plan with you. All you need to know is that everyone at this event will die today, allowing me to achieve what I need to achieve, and that includes you, Quinn. After hearing this, there was a sinking feeling in Quinn's heart. He was worried about the others, and thought they needed help. Talking to Zero wasn't really going to get him anywhere. It didn't seem like he was in this room. He had to warn the others. Quickly, Quinn tried to use his shadow travel, but something was wrong. In trying to do so, his shadow wasn't summoned at all. He quickly checked his system, and it seemed fine, but he noticed that he was unable to summon any of the leaders by his side, and it was safe to say all communication was cut off as well. What is all this? This didn't happen in the last room. What's going on? Why can't I use my abilities? Quinn thought. Thankfully, it seemed like he was still able to use his blood powers, the absolute blood control, and also his ki as well. It looked like he might have to really test himself to see if he could break out of such a room or not. Ha 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 ha! Zero started to cackle. Judging by the confused look on your face, you just tried and failed to escape. You see, beast crystals certainly are fascinating little things, and they have far more uses than acting as energy sources or raw materials to be crafted into weapons. When exploring planets and discovering new types of crystals, us members of the board were the ones who received them. With how rare they were, we kept them to ourselves. Upgrade crystals, ability enhancement crystals, and many, many more, Zero explained. Hearing this, Quinn could make some sense of what the Pure Leader was saying. One time, Quinn had received an upgrade crystal as a quest reward. Although the system was a mysterious thing, he didn't think it would just create something that didn't exist, yet he had never found any news about such crystals existing. If the board had kept it a secret, hiding this information from the others, then they probably did the same with all the other crystals they had, and right now, one of these special types of crystals was being used to stop Quinn from using his ability. It makes me smile when I think about how much those real pure members would have done to get their hands on such a crystal, Zero happily said. Quinn, we all saw how well you did fighting against those Dalki. You did a great job, but there was only ever one of you. Fortunately, our experiments finally brought forward a success. Let me see how well you do against our own superhumans. Zero finished with the TV screen turning off. At that moment, the sound of several vents were heard producing steam, and several of the side doors were opening. It was the first time one of those pure was fighting, and it seemed like those on the human side were more interested in seeing what they had to offer. After all, these were people who refused to wield abilities, yet somehow still managed to gain a position here in front of the world's strongest. At some point, each of their factions had a run-in with agents of Pure. Simply because of their beliefs, a few extremists in the group would either attack any ability user on sight, or simple arguments would occur. However, they weren't the type of group that planned to outright attack the others. Pure had seemed to have waged war on only the military itself, leaving most of the Big Four alone until the Civil War. The big scar on Agent 3's face was seen as he walked forward. Not once did he smile, speak, or show any form of emotional expression at all as he got into the pod. Your teammate sure seems friendly, Mona said out loud, hoping Chris would hear. He was more approachable out of the two of them. He doesn't need to speak to show off his actions, Chris simply replied with a smile. At that moment, Mona was sure she had noticed something and pulled on Samantha's sleeve, bringing her over away from the others a little bit. Before saying anything, Mona pointed towards the south container with her chin. Have you noticed what that big guy has been up to? She whispered. Samantha looked in that direction, and at a brief glance, she couldn't see anything strange. She hadn't even paid much attention to Chris before this moment, unlike Mona. The Supreme Commander, the head of the Earthborn group, and many strong people were in the room at the moment. The mere thought that Pure might try to do something here seemed strange to her. It will only lead to a bad outcome, and the board must have made sure that no other Pure members would be there. They can't be planning to do something here, are they? I'm sure the board has some plan to get rid of the vampires, maybe frame them for something, but they wouldn't do anything to us. This was what Samantha was thinking. Getting rid of all of them would practically doom the human race, and it would be impossible not to notice. Maybe I'm just overthinking things, but that guy has looked far too much over at the south container. It's like he's expecting something to happen at any moment. I'm just telling you so you can stay on guard. Before Agent 3 had entered into the VR machine, Leo was paying close attention, for there was something quite strange with the former's key. His hand was hovering firmly over his hilt as he was ready for anything. The field started to load, and it was the strangest map they had seen yet. Several large, gigantic tunnels had appeared. These tunnels were connected in several different ways, and there was a small stream of dark water. The machine had cut the top of the tunnels to let the audience observe everything and witness what exactly was happening. That's a sewer system, right? Feck said, asking the question that was on everyone's mind. On the vampire side, Jin was fighting again. This map didn't seem quite favorable for him. For instance, using an explosion would most likely hurt him because of the closed walls. Or at least, that's what the others thought, until they saw Jin cutting his hand and throwing blood towards the wall on his side, destroying it in an instant and realigning another path of a tunnel. The game always starts with both of us on the other side. This sewer system is messing my nose, so let's deal with this quickly. Like before, everyone's eyes were focused on the fight in front of them, all except Mona, who was constantly staring at Chris to see if there were any strange movements. Right at that moment, Chris looked over at Mona and gave her a wink before giving her a wave. It's a trap, she shouted. The shout from Mona didn't quite register with everyone as quickly as it should have done, and the next second, green-colored smoke started to enter the room immediately. It sounded like the door behind them was closed a few seconds later. Everyone, cover your mouth! Use anything to avoid inhaling the smoke! Sack shouted. He had immediately noticed what this green smoke was, a sleeping gas. There was one user with the ability to create strong, potent sleeping gas. Far stronger than humans could make, the military used this special gas quite frequently. It was less effective against large beasts, so they rarely used it that way, but if they needed to contain a beast, they would instantly fill the room with this gas. No matter how strong of an ability user one was, if they were to inhale this gas and fall asleep, they would be sitting ducks, helpless to do anything. I see what they did, Logan thought, with his face covered, using the usual spiders to form a special mask from him. He looked around and saw that others in the room were falling fast, while a few were somehow persisting. I knew that I would be here, so they decided to give everything a mechanical release rather than a digital one. They must have set up quite the contraption to avoid Leo's ability as well, and it must have been someone who knew both mine and Leo's abilities well. Thinking about all this, he found it hard to pinpoint who the culprit could be. The board knew a lot about Logan's ability, but the same couldn't be said about others. In contrast, only the pure members knew about Leo's ability. Judging by the fact that Chris had left, though, Logan was putting his bets towards the latter. It looks like not everyone knew about this plan of theirs either. Logan noticed that even the butlers in the room with them had succumbed to the smoke. The vampires in the room seemed to have more strength than the others, and the smoke hadn't affected them that much, making Logan consider they might have a natural immunity to it. However, he couldn't say the same for the others. Mona, who was still standing, had activated her beast gear and tried her best to gather her strength. Still, even without breathing, it felt like the smoke was affecting her somehow. Throwing out her fist as hard as she could, it had hit the glass wall. The impact shook the whole room, but there wasn't even a scratch on it. What is that glass made of? It's as hard as glathrium, Sack frowned. At the same time, Grim and Owen were still standing. Lighting was striking their bodies, and it looked as if they were in pain, perhaps a way to keep them awake. They tried to use their abilities on the glass container, firing out a lighting strike, but it also did nothing. The boy! He can break us out! One of the generals shouted. However, as soon as he reached Syl, he found out that the latter had fallen asleep. The two women eventually fainted, but the large warrior grabbed Mona, placing her over one of his shoulders while supporting Samantha in the other hand, holding her by the waist. It was strange to witness because he still held the giant box in his other hand, which was why he had to place one of them over his shoulder. Clearly, it would have been easy to place the box down. Now, among the few still standing in the room were Sarah and Abdul, but the latter looked to be barely hanging on. The same could be said for those two in the Grey Lash family, and seeing this, Logan had been able to use his powers to generate 2 more makeshift masks for both of them. Put them on! I can only make 2, and I won't be able to make them quick enough for the others, Logan said, wishing that he had given one to Syl. Perhaps if it was him, with the powers of all the others, he could have broken out of the glass container. Leo and Sack were also all right, but no one knew how long they could persist. On the other side, the smoke was making it hard for them to see. I'll just have to cut the glass, Leo said as he drew his sword. At that moment, the sound of a mechanism was being opened, and it was from the VR pod. That was toward the end of the glass. Quickly standing in front of them, glowing eyes could be seen through the smoke. It was Agent 3, but something was different about him. Just like the human side, the vampires were also busy watching the spectacle down below. Nothing had happened so far between the fights, but unlike their counterparts, they had remained vigilant, constantly suspicious that something was bound to happen. In the middle of the match, smoke started to enter the room, yet the vampire leaders didn't look panicked or scared. Instead, they just looked at each other, some of them shaking their heads. It never could have been dealt with peacefully, could it? Jake sighed. Well, Quinn did mention to all of you that something was going on, and judging by the fact that he still hasn't returned yet, it can only mean whatever they're planning has started, Vincent pointed out as he went over to the glass and pressed his hand against it. When entering the room, the first thing he noticed was that this was no ordinary glass. As someone who had happily researched new materials and matters during his time, he could tell from the beginning. Is it a mixture of beast crystal energy? In a way, what we are currently in now is more similar to a giant beast armor with an active skill. They must have done a lot of testing with crystals to get this far. Vincent, for one, was amazed at what the humans had accomplished. If only they had figured it out a few hundred years ago, like the vampires had done. As impressive as something like that was, it was mostly useless, except for a situation like this. Still, it paled in comparison to the black substance that the vampires had manufactured that was able to be modeled far easier, and its durability was only a little less of the glass. They did, however, still use the same material for their windows, when they wanted something else see-through and still strong. Still, the fact that they had discovered this without the help of Richard Eno meant that the humans were naturally evolving and catching up. At this moment and time, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. "You think we can break it?" Sonny asked, noticing that Vincent was busy thinking rather than helping out. "Although this gas might be far less effective on us than the humans, we aren't like the undead. It will eventually put us to sleep if we don't get out of here soon enough." "Of course we can break it," Vincent replied. "I was just observing the situation from the other side. For them, it might not be so easy for them to break it if the gas has affected them." "Let's hurry up, then. What if they can't get out on their own?" Feck shouted. "We have to save them." "Why? The way I see it, some humans are betraying other humans. If they want to fight and kill each other, then just let them be." Katori shrugged. The smoke was affecting her seemingly more than the older vampires. The fact that she was succumbing to it more than the others was making her furious, helping her stay conscious longer. "Where have I heard something like that before? Oh, that's right. Isn't that the same as what happened to us vampires?" Fex argued, adamant that the right choice was to help them. "Remember, if it wasn't for Quinn and the others, you also would have just killed each other." The sound of the VR pod could be heard opening, and Jin exited from the game. Immediately, he could see the smoke, and could tell that something was going on. "There are strong vampires on the other side," Muka said, trying to make the situation seem a bit more upbeat and calm a certain worry of her fellow royal knight. "Like us, they won't be affected by the gas too much. I'm sure they will be able to break out of the glass. Besides, they also have two monsters on their side." Vincent couldn't agree more. There was the unranked named Sarah, who easily should have been able to break out of the glass using at least one of his weapons. And then there was Syl. After having fought him, Vincent couldn't imagine that one with the power of a god would fall to an ability like a sleeping gas. Even if the two would be taken out of the equation, there were still Leo and Sack. "My worry is, why haven't they left yet?" It was then that Vincent readied his fist and started to spin blood in his hand, performing the blood drill. The others, seeing this, followed the 10th leader's lead and readied their fists as well. All the leader's powers weren't needed. It was just that they wanted to work off a little frustration. All of them aimed their attack at the same place. As durable as the glass was, against the combined power of all those vampires, it stood no chance, making the gas disperse into the arena. It looked like there wasn't a constant flowing amount, because as soon as the gas went into the open air, they could all see clearly again. "The quickest way to the other side is through the arena," Vincent said, and the group began to make their move from the stands to the other side. Inside the boardroom, 9 of the members were still seen inside. Unlike the others, their room was not being flooded with gas, though they seemed unsurprised by everything that was happening, including the vampire leaders managing to break out. "It seems like it has all begun," Andy spoke. "At the end of today, there will probably be one clear winner. And as for me, I actually hope the humans win and get rid of Pure." The others turned to him, surprised by his words, but they all felt the same way. They wanted to get rid of the vampires, making their goals seemingly align with Pure somewhat, but being threatened like this, seeing humanity's hope disappearing like this, was something they didn't wish to see. "Unfortunately, you won't be there to see the result," an old man said. It was the old board member who had returned. When seeing him, the others were calm as they usually were, for he was someone who had led them for over half a century. But what exactly did his words mean now? "Each one of you did nothing when the Dalki came to attack the first time. You all scrambled your assets and did your best to hold on to what power you could retain. And then you took advantage of a situation. While I can't claim to be a saint, many people died because of your selfish needs that time, which is something I can't forgive." The board members were shocked, to say the least, after hearing Mr. Watson's words. "What nonsense are you spouting? Have you gone senile in your old age?" Andy shouted back, not a hint of the earlier respect in his eyes. "Wasn't it you who was the first to do all of that? You hoarded all the food supplies, and that's when we came together to make a deal. In a way, you're even worse than us, so why are you talking as if you had the moral high ground?" Indeed, Mr. Watson was no better than any of you. However, he's already been dealt with a very long time ago, at the start of all this nonsense known as the board. And now it's time for all of you to join him. May you find peace, knowing that your sacrifice will help me achieve my goal, Zero said. With a wave of his hand, the command was given, and the key that had been deposited in their minds proceeded to directly strike their brain. All of them had fallen to the ground after a few seconds, their death seemingly painless, or too fast to allow them to even react. You should have read the invitation carefully. When it stated no one was to know about this event, it meant no one, Zero thought, as he threw his walking stick onto the floor. The next moment, he cracked his back and stood upright, before he proceeded to dig into his face, only to reveal a strange-looking mask. Once it was ripped off, one would see the face of a young man, seemingly in his 30s. He had shaven stubble all around his face and healthy long black hair. But what was most noticeable, and stood out about the person, was a strange marking on the top of their forehead. It looked somewhat like a bat, as there was a large single eye and 2 wings on his forehead. Moments before Quinn had entered the room, the second that Nathan saw him leave his sight, he had a sick feeling in his stomach. It might have been hard to see under his clothing, but his body had been heavily sweating throughout the whole confrontation the two of them had. "I'm sorry, Quinn. I really am, but if I don't do this, then my family is at risk as well," Nathan thought, as he pulled out a strange-looking crystal and held it in his hand. This one was strangely round, which was an odd shape for one. Usually, beast crystals had rough edges and looked somewhat similar to raw, large diamonds. The clarity of each one would go up the higher its tier. The crystal in Nathan's hand emitted the same type of energy as it would from a beast crystal, yet at the same time, it was clearly different. "This crystal, it really will enhance my powers, and I can do this, right?" Nathan started to wonder. He held on to the crystal with one hand, as it slowly started to light up. Nathan had his other hand held out, and a large bubble started to form from it. Larger than he had ever produced before, it continued to grow and grow, and even went through the walls. "The enhancement crystal, it's working, but that is bad news for you, Quinn." Nathan's ability allowed him to create a zone. Inside these zones, one would be unable to use their ability. Of course, one could just move out from this zone or fight within it. Usually, though, these zones that Nathan would create were only a little bigger than a human. He could fit in a small group, but that was it. That was when a certain individual had approached him, claiming he had a use for his powers. Handing him a crystal the military man had never seen before, he had given him a task. A task to create a large bubble that would cover the entire area, so it was unable to be seen, stopping a certain individual from using his powers inside. The crystal that had been handed over to him was an enhancement crystal that would boost an ability user's powers when used. The world had only known about beast planets for a short amount of time. As they mined into the core, they discovered new things and new crystals all the time, with anything new discovered to be sent back to the lab. Of course, one of the groups that was focused on mining the beast planets more than any other was the military, and it looked like they had been keeping some of their discoveries a secret. From the beginning, Nathan had known about the trap that awaited Quinn, because he would play a massive part of it. After Quinn failed to pick up on his first lie, he knew that the cursed faction had merely bluffed and had no way, other than instinct, to tell when he was lying or telling the truth. Quinn had sealed his own fate when he had refrained from using the influence skill on Nathan, because he trusted him. Trusted that he was telling the truth, which only served to make the guilt and pain in Nathan so much more worse. "I've done my part, Quinn, and it may be wrong of me to say this, but I'm rooting for you. Get out of there and live, and pay them back for all they have done." Inside the dark area, Quinn could see countless people entering the room. He wasn't mistaken like he first thought himself. That's exactly what they were, people. Every single one of them looked like normal humans, hundreds of them, but something was clearly wrong. Their eyes looked dull, a bit like they were asleep, and their movement was slow. Their condition reminds me of the mark back then with the demon tier tree. They look too different to be clones. So are all of them being controlled somehow? Channeling his power, Quinn's eyes started to glow red. The people were coming from all directions, but with his powers, he wondered if he could still command them. He couldn't imagine that every single one of them had been implanted with some type of key command. "Stop!" Quinn shouted, hoping it would do something, but they continued to move towards him. He imagined that somewhere Zero was watching his futile attempt and laughing at the scene. "You don't want to kill them, do you?" Ray asked, noticing that Quinn seemed hesitant. "I've killed many times in the past, and perhaps not all of them deserved it, but with them being controlled like they are at the moment, it doesn't feel right. I don't think they're members of Pure, so I would rather not kill people who might have gotten dragged into this mess." Seeing that his influence skill didn't work, Quinn rushed over to one who had attempted to hit him. As soon as the vampire lord got within a certain range, the figure swung its arms at a speed that far surpassed a regular human. However, it was nothing to Quinn, who managed to get behind them and placed his hand on top of their head. "This doesn't make any sense. I can't feel any ki in their body, so why then isn't my influence skill working on them?" "If anyone can speak, speak now," Quinn demanded, expecting at least one of the hundreds to explain the situation. Alas, not a single one spoke up. Instead, something strange started to happen to the one that Quinn was holding on to. His body started to change in front of his eyes, and it appeared to start a chain reaction. The other followed suit. Their skin began changing in color, going to a pale green, while their muscles were budding in front of him. Two of their front teeth were forming into large tusks, right in front of his eyes. The ears started to elongate and form downwards, growing 4 times the size, and the hair started to form into something that resembled a snake, each strand individually strong, moving as if it was alive. Since Quinn still had his hand held onto the one in front of him, he could tell that there was energy growing inside them, energy that was similar to that of a beast. Does this mean Pure was finally successful in creating a beast that they could control, similar to that of the Dalki? Quinn worried. When learning of what they planned to do, it sounded far-fetched. Since the Dalki had come from similar means, it was possible that they might create another race similar to the Dalki. However, it was apparent that Pure had found a way to make them subservient. "I've seen something like this before," Ray spoke up. "This scene reminds me of the beasting process during my time. Humans used beast crystals on themselves to evolve, although during my time there was great risk." Letting go, Quinn wanted to see what exactly these new beasts could do, just how dangerous they were, with all of them around him. "What? This has happened in the past?" Quinn asked. "Yes, but that was out of their own will. They would retain their human rationality, but the ones in front of you are somehow being controlled. I am afraid you don't have the time to find a non-lethal way to get past them." Quinn was still wondering what type of beast they might have used to create them. All of them looked the same. The Dalki were created from a dragon-like beast, giving them extra power. But what about these guys? Ray was right as well. These people were dangerous, and there was no way out for him at the moment. Soon, with all the new pure beasts coming towards him, Quinn activated a power he still did have. Using the 3rd stage key, he pushed it out as a wave, knocking over all the beasts onto the floor. It looked strange. They couldn't even get close to him, and they suddenly fell down out of nowhere. All apart from one, Quinn had purposely left a gap in his 3rd stage of ki to let one through. "I'm sorry," Quinn said, as he dodged a claw from one of them. Looking at the arm closely, he could see a slime-like substance, unsure what it could do. With another punch, Quinn grabbed the creature's hand, as he tried to get a read on its strength. With these 2 simple movements, Quinn could tell that these humanoid beasts that had been created by Pure were strong. He felt that they might rival a one-spiked Dalki, yet no more than that. Still, if they had solved the problem that the Dalki had with producing more, and were willing to use endless humans, then they would have a frightening force at their disposal. At the same time, it also meant down the line they could create more. While holding on to the creature's hand, the hair of the creature moved, trying to wrap around his neck. But with the third stage of ki, Quinn didn't even have to lift a finger to push it away. Finally, used a blood spray punch towards its stomach to end it. A large hole replaced its former midsection, and blood came shooting out from the beast's body, a mixture of black and red. "This blood smells strange," Quinn noted, as he tried to make his mind numb to what he was about to do. "I'll end all your pain." After breaking out of their container, the vampires discovered that a lot of the gas that had already entered their bodies continued affecting them. In fact, it had become most obvious when they had punched to break out of the glass. Each one of them felt that their strength had weakened slightly. If even none of them would say anything, Vincent could tell that they were a little concerned and hiding it on their face. "Still, it shouldn't be a problem for whatever we face, but I can't help but worry about what is going on in there. Quinn, what exactly is taking you so long?" Vincent was worried about his descendant. Before the vampires started to move, they could feel something moving under the stage, something else that was mechanical. The vibration could mostly be felt towards their right side, where the south glass container was. They could see the back of the container opening up. In an instant, green-colored humanoid beasts began storming into the glass container, filling it up bit by bit. They hadn't attacked the container, but just stood there, looking towards the leaders. "Are they human?" Sonny asked. "If they're human, then I'm ugly," Fex commented on the situation that looked to be worsening by the second. Right after, it looked like all of those inside the glass container had bashed on it with their hands, breaking it with ease, and they were faced with a large, hostile force. "There are humans mixed in with them," Fex clarified, as he noticed some at the back who hadn't fully transformed yet. It was hard for the vampires to figure out if they were beasts or humans. Their smell was a mixture of both, and seeing their forms, it seemed that way as well. Unlike the Dalki, though, they seemed to be somewhat in a permanently changed state. "Shit! How many of those apes are there?" Niku asked, drawing his sword. After breaking out of the glass, more and more were storming out, and their numbers had gone from dozens to several hundreds, and might reach 1,000 if this continued. "If they're humans, then this should work," Muka said, running first into the army of beasts. She soon reached them when they were only a quarter way past the field, and took off her helmet for a few seconds. "Halt!" she shouted. But it seemed like, despite her influence skill being abnormally strong, forcing her to wear a helmet to not accidentally set it off, right now it was proving completely ineffective, a secret she hadn't quite told the others yet. "Muka, get back here! It doesn't look like your luck is going to help you much here," Vincent shouted. But the one to act before she got flattened by the stampede was Lee. A piece of string wrapped around the royal knight and pulled her out of the area quickly. "Quinn isn't here! What do we do? Who's in charge?" Jake panicked. "The king didn't want us to hurt humans, but can those things even be called that? They also look like they're very much looking forward to hurting us." In this type of situation, usually one of the two royal knights would take charge, but they didn't exactly instill hope. Their inexperience was showing, in that Fex was panicking, and Muka's idea had outright failed. That's when Vincent stepped forward. "I'll speak on behalf of Quinn in this situation. Do your best to refrain from killing them. That being said, your life is more important than theirs. If you don't have any other choice, then don't hesitate. None of you are dying today," the 10th leader shouted. The next second, one of the snake-like strands of hair on top of those monsters had opened wide and fired out a strange green liquid aimed at Vincent. The old vampire avoided the projectile, making it hit the ground, which started to melt upon contact. Retaliating, the 10th leader used a blood swipe, successfully hitting the beast, which had lifted its hands in protection. Its forearms revealed strange hard scales, and aside from being pushed back a few meters, only a scratch was left. "Oh, these creatures are a little strong. Maybe we might have to use them sooner than we thought." The 1,000 or so beasts had almost reached the vampire leaders at once, but each one of them was strong. Jin was able to use his exploding blood to hit them all, and stopped them from advancing too far, while being careful about the power of his ability he used. Meanwhile, the other leaders were using their martial arts and blood powers to pierce their skin. Having learned their lesson, they all avoided the forearms, which had proven to be the hardest part of their body. This meant that they were far easier to kill compared to the Dalki, though these beasts did have their own advantages. For one, the hair on the beast's body allowed them to attack at mid-range, and the acid they produced was enough to cause burns on the vampire leader's skin. During the fight, Jake had suffered a hit, and it was a place where he hadn't used blood hardening. The pain was getting to him, a vampire lord, and it was burning quite quickly. Luckily, Katori, who was by his side, had sliced the skin off, and quickly used her ability as the second leader to reverse it back to the state it was once at. "If you were going to do that, do you need to cut it off?" Jake shouted. "Everyone, do your best to avoid their acid. If you're hit, come to me," she shouted. Thanks to the warning, they were being more cautious, and the leaders had decided to protect the second leader, understanding how valuable her ability would be. Another advantage the beasts displayed were their flexible bodies. Some of those fighting hadn't fully transformed into a beast state, and it looked almost as if just their hands had been transformed. The beasts wearing the beast armor seemed to be getting a boost from that as well. At the same time, since they weren't actually beasts, they didn't follow any type of attack pattern. Each one of these were individual in their powers. Ultimately, most leaders stopped holding back, utilizing more deadly attacks, hoping to lower their numbers. "Vampires may have great stamina, but using our blood powers like this will exhaust us," Vincent thought, as he grabbed one of the pure beasts and used its shoulders to jump off. Using his elevated position, he quickly checked out the situation in the south container. Just how many people did they do this to? Vincent wondered, as he could see more and more people coming from the south container, more and more of the enemy. The only good thing was it was impossible for them all to fight them at once. It was annoying, as more and more of those creatures began firing the strange acid from their hair. If these are human, and our influence skill isn't working on them, then there has to be someone controlling them. Think. Pure, they were capturing those from the Bree family in order to control beasts. Is it someone from the Bree family, then, that's controlling them? Would that even work? Vincent contemplated going out on his own to find whoever controlled them. Unfortunately, he was unable to see anyone that stuck out among the crowd, and he was worried about how the other leaders would fare without him helping out. For once, everyone was working together, and it was only thanks to that they were able to survive the onslaught. If this continues eventually, I will have to order them to use it. Watching from an unknown location, a certain pure member that had left them all early on could see everything, and in his hand he currently held a crystal that looked almost as clear as glass. Inside the crystal there was a large substance that floated about. I can't believe this is working. This crystal really holds the ability to control all of these. Today will be a big win for Pure. If this really works, then we'll be able to steal the abilities from others without the need for True Dream. Lucy, it looks like we will make your dream come true after all. Just like in the main area, right now Quinn was having to fight off an endless stream of pure beasts. He had been taking them out one by one, rather than use an attack targeting multiple ones. There were many ways Quinn could have used a number of his skills to take out the endless army, yet he didn't, and Ray, who was with him in the system, knew why. The cursed faction leader was still trying to find some way to save them. Each time he killed one of the pure beasts, his ancestor could see that Quinn's fists hesitated for a fraction of a second. With his strength, a single blow to the right place was enough to finish them. Nevertheless, he did what needed to be done, and the pure beasts were falling to the floor. Rising above them, Quinn leapt to the air and used his gauntlet to cling onto the side of the arena walls. He readied his fist, trying to punch it. As it slammed into the wall, a clang was heard, and an indent was made, but there was nothing else. How thick are these walls? I've never seen so much glathrium being used, Quinn thought. Glathrium was apparently meant to be a rare substance, but he didn't think that was the case with how much he could currently see. Perhaps the board members were the ones that were creating an artificial demand by limiting its use, and that way raising the price. After learning what type of people they really were, nothing would surprise him anymore about their scummy ways. As Quinn readied himself to punch the wall once more, several of the pure beasts started to climb on top of each other, creating a pile to reach him, and at the same time, they fired from their hair the green substance. Quinn would fire back at the green substance, hitting it with his blood swipes, as he quickly leapt down and headed back to the floor. Fortunately, the blood armor he was currently wearing allowed him to use his own blood powers non-stop. Not only did Quinn use that to shield himself from the special spit their hair was producing, he was able to channel blood into his attacks as he kicked, punched, kneed, and elbowed his enemies. While fighting, Quinn noticed that some of them were changing their appearance. After sustaining enough injuries, they would eventually revert to being somewhat human. Unfortunately, it didn't stop them from attacking him, yet the power difference was apparent. All of that reminded him awfully of Borden, who was quite different compared to the rest of the Dalki. What is this? Quinn thought. I'm pretty sure it's the beasting process like I said before, his ancestor warned. There has been a great difference between my time and yours, but after watching them for a while, I'm sure it's something similar. In the past, humans were weak, and many of them needed a boost in fighting power. So what better way than to use the strong beasts that they needed to go against? Later on, they found a way for humans to absorb the essence of a beast crystal, changing their body into this. However, it came with great risks. One required strong power to control the change. Not just anyone could do such a thing. At the same time, to minimize the risk, you wouldn't go for a higher tier beast, and would usually start from the ground up with basic tier crystals, then intermediate and so on, but this? Just then, Quinn grabbed the serpent-like hair and pulled out one of the beast's heads, down while slamming his knee into its face. Quickly, the vampire spun around and delivered a kick towards one that had managed to get behind him, sending it flying through the air. They don't feel like they absorb the essence of only one beast, Ray continued. It's almost like a chimera of some sorts. Like they have mixed multiple beasts' crystals into the humans. Quinn couldn't agree more. The claws, the scales, and the hair. Each one of them had different properties, and he felt as if he was fighting multiple beasts at once. It was why they were a little more difficult than regular beasts to fight, but listening to Ray speak, Quinn found something interesting in what he had said. Explain to me, if this would be the beasting process, then what level do you think these beasts were at? Quinn asked. Ray had been watching them fight for a while now, and was thinking. It's hard to say, since I don't know how strong the humans were beforehand. If the human was already strong, even a basic tier beast crystal would see them gain a huge boost by giving them a beast-like body and powers. With many beasts seemingly being used, I could only assume it would further strengthen them. However, these guys in their human form seem incredibly weak, so my guess would be an intermediate tier, king tier at best. Did he just say intermediate tier? This is the strength of an intermediate beast mixed with humans? The Dalki and the beast in front of them were both quite different, yet similar. One was created by combining the powers of a beast with a human, while the other was creating a new species with human and beast DNA. If what Ray said was true, though. How strong would a human be if he were to go through this beasting process with a demon tier beast crystal? Quinn asked. I have no idea, Ray replied. During my time, that never happened. It would have most likely just killed any human that tried to go through such a thing. But if it was possible, then judging by the situation you are in now, they would create something that was beyond a demon tier. Although Quinn knew what the answer was going to be, he was hoping he wouldn't have heard it. I wanted to find a way to help them, but I can't find the one controlling them, and it looks like my abilities aren't going to come back. The others are in trouble, so I have to get out of here, Quinn said to himself. As he raised his hand, blood started to gather not just from within himself, but from all the others that had been hurt as well. Inside the room, everyone was slowly watching the glowing eyes of what was in front of them. For some reason, those in the room were reluctant to move. It was as if they knew whoever was to act first would be the one that needed to deal with the pure member. It was also clear to them that something had changed with the said person. And although Leo and such were able to see better during the night, the same couldn't exactly be said for them in the smoke, which was making it hard to see anyone's position. The smoke is still pouring into the room now, Logan noticed.
I need to disable them somehow. If I get a hold onto the machines, then I might be able to use my soul weapon. But I have a feeling that I won't be able to freely move. Instead, Logan decided to use what little spiders he had left. He no longer had enough to create his regular suit of armor, and had already used a good amount of them, creating the masks for those in the Greylash family. They could perhaps disable the machine somehow, if they found the right component, but it would take some time. Still, it made Logan wonder why one person hadn't acted yet. There was one who was in the room with them that had strength that equaled Syl at times. Surely he should have been able to break out of the room. When Logan went to turn his head to look in his direction, suddenly they heard a thud, as another member of their group had passed out and had fallen to the floor. Sarah had just summoned a sword in his hand, and it looked like he was ready to act, but before he could, he had collapsed onto the ground as well. "That idiot," a voice said. "That idiot," a voice was heard. Due to the certain individual who had spoken a lot before, the others were able to recognize the voice. It was coming from Abdul, the unranked who stood next to Sarah's side most of the time. "You didn't even bother covering your mouth. Did you think this thing wouldn't affect you or something?" Abdul complained while having created a makeshift mask from ripping a piece from his shirt. The two were towards the back of the room, more so than the others, which was why the gas had taken longer to affect them compared to everyone else. "I guess even if they have that immense power, there are some things that even affect them," Leo concluded. Just because Sarah had the power of a god residing in him didn't mean his body wasn't that of a human's. Perhaps an enhanced human, but a human nonetheless, which meant that even he suffered from the smoke's effect. Alas, this god of war had been too stubborn to believe that he would fall to such a thing. "It looks like our strongest are falling in the room one by one, and we're too egoistic to deal with this mess," Sack pointed out, as he got into a fighting stance, standing by Leo's side. He looked at Mona, Syl, and now Sarah, who had all collapsed. The problem was, it wasn't exactly like the vampires were unaffected by the smoke, they just had more resistance to it. The sound of Agent 3 could be heard moving, and Sack decided to meet him head-on. "Let me take care of this," Sack shouted, going in front of the vampire knight. "If I take the first blow, then it will give the chance for Leo to strike," was the thought running through the Supreme Commander's head, and it seemed like Leo was following along with the plan, following a short distance behind him. However, a large fist of what looked to be raw muscle, with no skin, came out and hit Sack. He was able to lift his knee to protect himself. With his ability and new vampire body, he should have been able to withstand any blow, and this fact was proven to be false. The strike that hit him, though, wasn't just powerful, it had the power of ki behind it. Sack could feel his cells reacting strangely as an explosive power hit him, sending him flying back and hitting against the wall. Once again, he could feel the bones in his knees had slightly fractured, but worst of all, they didn't seem to be healing like they usually would have. "I can still use my leg. Guess I'm lucky it's not broken, but if anyone else gets hit by him, it won't end well for us." Leo noticed the other hand come towards him and activated his soul weapon. Using it, he was able to redirect the punch over to the side. He didn't use too much of his power, afraid that it would drain him quickly. Since his last fight, he knew now that when he was facing stronger opponents, it was best if he naturally deflected the attack, while only using part of his soul weapon's ability to redirect the aura. There was no way for him to increase the amount of MC cells in his body, so instead he needed to put each one to better use. Using his skill, the hand missed and went past him, and now Leo had an arm that was primed for chopping off. With his blade he struck down, making sure to coat it in ki, and he could see it quickly cutting through the muscular red flesh. His second stage ki made it as sharp as ever. However, as it reached halfway, something strange happened. It looked as if the muscles on his arm were alive. As they were cut and detached from the hand, they started to wrap around the sword, almost holding it in place, each strand moving individually, holding onto it tight. The sword also looked to be doing nothing, as the muscles themselves were now coated in ki as well. "I can feel the strong ki through this beast's body. How can a beast use ki?" Leo wondered.
Do you need my help?"
"Not yet. If it comes to it, I'll gladly fight this thing together, though," Leo replied to his familiar. Right now he had to figure out the problem in front of him, for even with his second stage of ki, it seemed that he was struggling to pull out his blade. Graham and Owen had been busy with Logan, trying to find a way to get rid of the smoke or break out of the room. Unfortunately, they haven't quite figured out a way just yet. In the first place, Grimm and Owen's strength were in their abilities, yet it seemed to have no effect on the glass. Seeing that Leo and Sack might be in trouble, they could see the creature now fully as it walked up to Leo. On its back, it had what looked like countless bones sticking out from it. They were in no shape or form, but just looked like multiple hands dangling from its back. Agent 3 was roughly the same size as a Dalki, but its body was something else. Completely covered in flesh, with the same markings of white in certain places. It didn't look like a beast, but something that came from the world of the undead itself. "We have to try to get out of this place," Logan concluded, since his spiders were taking too long. Instead, he took off the casing from his arm, which revealed his Dalki self underneath. The Grey Lash family were too focused to be in shock, as Logan pulled back and threw a punch towards the glass as hard as he could. When it hit, though, it did little to nothing. "Damn it, my strength is not enough. Hit me! Cut my arm!" Logan demanded from the two. Owen was a bit hesitant, but Grimm had caught on to what the boy was trying to do. A single finger was coating and lighting as Grimm went to cut Logan's Dalki arm as much as possible. Now, Logan could feel the Dalki strength rising in him. He punched the wall again, and this time there had been a slight crack in it. "More!" Logan shouted, but his arm was already bleeding heavily, and blood was dripping on the floor. "The boy could die," Owen said, concerned. Seeing this, the two thought of another solution and could see that the beast was getting ready to attack Leo again. Trying to stop his advance, the two were getting ready to attack the beast when a large figure handed them something. They were surprised that it was two women, Samantha and Mona. He shoved them forward quickly, trying to emphasize something. "I think he wants us to look after them," Grimm figured out. "Isn't this the beast that Mona was controlling? Is it acting on its own? I thought in situations like this, the tamed beast is meant to do whatever it can to protect its owner. So what is this?" Owen wondered, while holding on to Mona. The next second, the large figure started to charge straight towards Agent 3 with no fear at all. It wasn't affected by any of the gas in the slightest, and continued to run forward until it tackled the pure agent. It also grabbed onto both of its arms and gripped it with as much strength as possible, causing it to finally let go of Leo's sword. Before any of them could react, it had crashed through the back of the glass container, shattering it, and the two were falling onto the arena stage. The two looked to be struggling mid-flight, but the large figure was still holding on to the box, until he eventually dropped the box and it fell to the ground. The impact had caused the latch to open, and a round object could be seen rolling out. The glass used to contain them was clearly robust, at least as strong as glathrium, if not stronger. As such, it came as a real shock when the humanoid beast that Mona had brought along had managed to tackle Agent 3 directly out of the window, breaking through as if it had been normal glass. "Did I weaken it enough with my punch?" Logan wondered. "No, the glass still should have been plenty strong on his side, yet he broke it with ease." Logan was one of the few people who actually knew who and what was hidden inside the armor. Ignoring the how of the matter, the glass breaking was actually good news for the rest of them. The smoke started to leave the container as it escaped and dispersed into the air. Those that had been affected by the smoke, though, continued to sleep. As for how long, it would depend on their own constitution, most likely. Those who saw the glass break were now concerned about two things. Immediately, they could hear a great noise, resembling the sounds of fighting. It seemed the glass container had also been quite soundproof. As for the other thing they had to keep in mind, it was Agent 3. However, they were distracted because when they peeked their heads out, they could see an enormous number of green-colored figures. At the moment, the vampires were fighting off the horde of pure beasts, using everything they could, and they had somewhat cleared an area around them. It was apparent that they had already killed quite a few of the strange beasts, as their bodies could be seen
piled on top of each other. "My word, what is all of this?" Owen couldn't help but let out. Even he had never expected to see such a scene. Trying to sense their energy, Leo could tell that all of these things were just like Agent 3. The source of red energy was different, and the ones that were fighting out there didn't have the power of ki, yet he could tell that the others were struggling. "Where is Chris? If he left his other agent here, he shouldn't be too far," Leo thought as he tried to sense him, but before he could even try to locate and track him down, he could see another problem coming towards them. The issue that the vampires were dealing with was soon becoming theirs as well. The green-colored beasts that were at the edge of the stadium had also noticed the shattering glass. Turning their heads, they headed over to the human group. "The others aren't waking up," Abdul shouted. "We have to protect them." They couldn't agree more. Nearly all of them left the glass container. They could see the pure beasts climbing on top of the stage, while Abdul remained in the glass container, drawing his bow and quickly aiming at them. He pulled on the string of the weapon without using an arrow. However, once he had let go, it struck one of the beasts who had just made it to the top of the stands, where the others were. It immediately fell, as blood came out from its chest. Abdul was a user of the wind ability, and he was a strong one at that. Using his ability with his beast weapon, he was quite the dangerous fighter. He just hadn't been able to show it off due to him losing to one of the vampires from before. Still, on top of the pure beasts that were coming towards them, there was another figure that had stood up from the ground. It was a large man wearing armor. He looked around as if he was looking for something, and soon after saw where Agent 3 stood. Now, out of the smoke, his figure looked even more menacing. The first thing the pure agent did was attempt to punch the one who had grabbed him. The other figure reacted by summoning out a type of large shield. It was mainly black, with the outside covered in a strange white material. On a closer look, it looked to have been made out of bones, but they were unsure if that was the case or not. The shield took the strong blow, and even then, the punch didn't seem to affect him as much as the others. Pushing forward, he had even pushed back Agent 3 slightly. "That thing! It was able to take a blow that I couldn't?" Sack was baffled as he witnessed it. Apparently, there had been a hidden monster among all of them. Still, there were some strange actions, since the figure seemed to be more bothered about whatever it was looking for than a fight. After the first punch was blocked, Agent 3 started to punch the shield in quick succession. With this, it looked like the blows were getting through, as the creature was being pushed back into the stands. Just then as well, one of the beasts leapt and looked like it was going after the figure, but before it reached him, it was zapped with lightning. "Protect the big guy!" Owen shouted. The others seemed to agree, as they were already moving in front of him. Those that were still conscious had formed a type of circle. They also wanted to protect the glass container slightly above, as well as the one fighting. If they could, they wanted to help the figure as well. However, the pure beasts coming towards them were far too much. "Now that we're out of the game, we can show a bit more of our powers," Grim said, as lightning hit him and his whole body started to spark up. With his power even greater than before, he fired out towards all of those in front of them. To them, they were just wild beasts that were attacking, similar to that of the Dalki. Agent 3 seemed to change his tactic, as his attacks were unable to break that shield. When it punched again, his hand soon changed into several tentacles. The muscles on his arm had stretched and split and started to spread out around the shield itself. It looked as if it was consuming the shield. Agent 3 then tried to yank it, but the large figure also pulled back, and it came down to a battle of strength between the two of them. Something soon started to form on the other hand of the figure. It looked like a sword, similarly crafted from bones. Using it, the armored creature swung down on the strange tentacles and managed to slice off the limbs that even Leo had been unable to. "It's not even using ki. Just what is this thing? It nearly has the same strength as Quinn. The only figures that have great strength like those are Linda or Peter." Leo had learned a little about the undead classes that could be made from vampires, but this was beyond anything he had seen before. Still, Agent 3 moved back after parts of its arm had been sliced off, and the wriggling parts of his body on the floor started to move and return to his limb. Soon they joined up, and his arm was back in the shape it once was. Rather than use this opportunity to strike down his opponent, they could see that the figure was still busy looking around. Finally, it seemed to have found what it was looking for, as it immediately started to run towards a certain direction. The others who would glance at the fight from time to time were finding its actions incredibly strange, questioning whether it had chosen to abandon them all of a sudden. That didn't make sense, though, since it had yet to suffer any injuries, and it had been doing extremely well. In the midst of its running, Agent 3 stretched out its arm once more, changing it into a tentacle-like form. It grabbed onto one of the figure's legs and pulled him to the ground. While on the floor, the figure reached out as if it was just about to grab for something. It quickly turned around and did something that none of them expected. Rather than use its sword to attack the tentacles, it had decided to cut off its own leg. At the same time, its shield and sword disappeared into particles, as if they had never existed to begin with. Not looking back, it desperately crawled across the floor until it leaped onto the other side, all to grab what it was looking for. Everyone had seen this desperate act, and they weren't sure why it was trying to do all of this. Then suddenly, from where it had cut off its leg, bone started to grow. It had the shape of a foot but no flesh, allowing it to stand up. When it did, they all could see now what it was holding in its hands. "Is that a head?" Abdul called out. Not only that, but it had a wide smile, with eyes that looked like they never blinked. Yet the most shocking thing was that many of them recognized exactly who the figure was. "Old man, what has happened to you?" Sack said, feeling incredibly saddened. The vampire leaders were still in the middle of their endless battle, and at this rate, Vincent wasn't so sure if his backup plan would work as he had strategized. "If times get desperate, I thought maybe the others would use their inner blood weapon," Vincent thought. "These beasts are strong, but from the fights, they should have realized that we wouldn't just fall to these guys. That was why I thought the real threat would come later. But I don't see anything. Are they planning to wear us down with countless numbers? This whole situation reminds me of Quinn when he was on Blade Island." The soul weapon and blood weapon had some differences. For instance, using a soul weapon would consume a large amount of MC cells, so it was considered the final move or a last resort at times. However, a blood weapon could be used constantly, the only downside being that there needed to be blood to use it. And there was plenty of blood around them, so that wasn't the problem. However, after running some tests, Vincent had found out something that all of the vampire leaders knew as well. Unlike the other blood weapons made from the dead vampires, this was created from the blood crystal within their bodies. This meant that if they destroyed the blood weapon itself, it would also affect the user. This was something they all felt, which was also why they wouldn't just use it as they wished. It was a double-edged sword, but one only the vampires knew. At that moment, Vincent saw the glass break from the other side, and two large figures falling from the container. Since the vampires were doing well, and could probably keep this up for a little longer, Vincent started to make his way through the crowd, splitting from the circle the leaders had made. "He is just like the king. He seems to care more about the humans than his own fellow vampires," Jake commented. "Hey!" Jin shouted, as he had stopped using his explosive powers. Vampires could only use their abilities so much, and seeing that even if he had used his ability completely, it wouldn't get rid of the problem, he was starting to save it from more serious situations. "Remember, Vincent already left us once. He has no reason to protect us. Are you saying that you are so weak that you can't survive without him?" This comment somewhat affected Jake, and he turned this embarrassment into anger, throwing out a fist and striking one of the beasts right in the face. Upon getting close, Vincent could see that the humans were doing a good job protecting themselves. After all, these were strong, but some of them weren't present. He could only speculate that the gas had got to them. Still, what he was more concerned about was the large figure. "That Dullahan! I guess if the legends of its powers are true, then there is no reason for us to worry," Vincent thought. Right now, everyone could see that the large figure had grabbed an object, and by his side, it was Oscar's face on the head. Only, it had a constant creepy smile that looked like it was somewhat stuck. "Oscar, you're still alive, but Quinn said he couldn't save you." Something was telling Sack that this wasn't the same Oscar that he knew. Perhaps it was his nose or something else, but even Owen had the same feeling as they looked at a great man that once stood by their side fighting and protecting their lives, while his head was detached from his body of all things. "Even in death, you're still helping us, which means I can't slack either." Sack went for a strong thigh kick, hitting one of the beasts into another, and was hoping to turn around and help Oscar, but more were upon him. "Just let him focus on his own fight," Owen shouted. "Believe in our old ally." "The only good thing is that Samantha is asleep not to witness this. I guess that's why Mona had placed all that armor on him," Sack guessed. Since getting his head, it now looked like Oscar was fully focused on the person in front of him. He then held out his head with one hand towards Pure's Agent 3. At the same time, the bone sword appeared in his other hand. It was clear that something strange was happening, because as Oscar moved forward, still with his own head shoved in front of him, for some reason, Agent 3 wasn't moving at all. It was as if his feet were stuck. "Ah!" Agent 3 screamed, and the muscles on his body ripped apart, forming the tentacles again and heading straight for Oscar. At that moment, he shoved his sword into the ground, and what looked like large white spikes shot up from the ground. They looked like large cut human bones, and in that instant, each of them pierced through the tentacles. Hands formed on the ends of the bones, grabbing onto the strange tentacles, holding them in place. Now, running forward, Oscar swung his sword aiming to slash Agent 3's head, but at that moment, the latter suddenly moved and escaped within a breath's time. Now, just when Agent 3 was ready to strike again, Oscar lifted up his head again and pushed it directly in front of the latter's face, and once again, Agent 3 froze. "It seems the rumors are true. In front of the Dullahan, it's impossible to escape once its real eyes are set on you. The body becomes immobile," Vincent thought, looking at the fight that was going on. Although Agent 3 could not move his legs, he could still move his arms and the rest of his body. He also noticed that he could move his legs again when it tried to attack until he lifted his head. Knowing this, Agent 3 was ready to make a comeback. He waited for the next attack. That was until he felt several bones pierce his body from below. The same that had grabbed his tentacles had now gone through his legs. But the worst part was, he could see that hands were forming from the top of the spike bones. Each of these bone hands grabbed onto a part of the body with great strength, holding Agent 3 in place. They had even gone through his hands, and because of this newfound grip, the former was unable to move at all. It looked like an adult toying with a child. One long bone then arose from the ground where Oscar was standing and reached up to the height of his head. The bone then started to form a hand and held his head in place, still directly looking at Agent 3. Since Agent 3 couldn't move his legs, he couldn't use the full strength of his whole body either. The hands only needed to restrict the muscle in each area. But it didn't make sense. How could just bones by holding down someone who already had great strength? Now that the bone was holding up Oscar's head, Oscar had two hands free and placed one on top of Agent 3's head, holding it still. Then with the other hand, the bone sword was ready. He twisted his body slightly and swung the sword with his full strength, slicing Agent 3's head off in one go. The bones then went back into the ground, no longer holding up Agent 3's body, allowing it to fall onto the ground, while only the bone holding up his own head remained. Then, with the head of Agent 3 in his hand, he stabbed it with his sword, holding it up for all others to see, as if he was a general in the olden days, having successfully beheaded the enemy leader. "That was far more impressive than I thought. What monster did you create, Eno?" Vincent thought. Even then, though, Oscar wasn't done yet. As he could see, there was still a lot more to be done. The flesh of the head started to fall as if it was melting, only leaving the bone. Then he pushed the skull into his own body as if he had somehow absorbed it. Oscar walked over to where the leg was lying. Picking it up, he easily reattached it by just placing his leg where his foot once was, retracting the new bone that had grown. From his position, an intense green light began to glow, and a few seconds later, a large black horse appeared, green smoke blowing from its nostrils. Immediately, Oscar leapt onto the horse's back, and the weapon in his hand started to form into something else. It shifted from a sword into something longer, something similar to a whip
that looked to have been made from a human spine. That thing could be troublesome, Chris thought, as he had seen everything the legendary Dullahan could do.
Everyone was taking note of what Oscar was up to for one reason or another. For instance, they wanted to know what he had become. Clearly his head was detached from his body, and somehow he was still moving and alive. Even his strength was different from before. At the same time, they had all felt Agent 3's strength for a brief moment, and they could tell he was strong. This was why they were regularly paying attention to the fight, and they had seen that Oscar had dominated Agent 3 throughout the whole fight. Oscar had strength before, his soul weapon was unique, and he was one of the best users of his Earth ability. Still, without his demon-tier weapon, many wondered whether he could or should still be considered one of the strongest along with the Big Four, which was why the military needed more strong figures other than just Oscar. However, after seeing what he had just done, without a doubt he was now deserved to be called one of the strongest. Not only that, but he had defeated Agent 3 and had done it in such a fearful and aggressive way that the rest of them were frightened. Still, at least he was on our side, was what they were thinking. Moments later, after Agent 3's death, they all witnessed Oscar summoning a large black horse, and it looked just as frightening as Oscar's face himself. It was incredibly muscular, and larger than any horse they had ever seen. They felt as if he would be able to stomp anything that got in its path with its strong front legs. However, it was clearly a magical beast. The green mist from its nostrils indicated so. It was at that moment that Leo too felt something coming out from his body, and before he knew it, Oven had been summoned as a black cat appeared in front of Leo. The first thing it did was pounce on one of the enemies in front of him, pushing it back with its strength and causing the pure beast to fall to the ground. Then it performed a backflip and landed on the floor. "I didn't summon you, what are you doing?" Leo asked. "I'm sorry, but it's not my fault," Oven shrugged, and when it spoke, others around could hear it as well. They were starting to wonder if they were losing their mind. "It's because of him." Oven pointed at the horse with his paw. "The power of the Four Kings is strong, and it drew me out. Besides, I can't let him do all the work and show me up. It's my time to shine as well. Who knows, maybe the Four Kings will have a reunion at some point," Oven said, licking its paw. "Everyone, the beasts have started to move. Fall back, I can't kill them fast enough," Abdul shouted. He had been firing arrow after arrow at the few that managed to get through and headed for the glass container, but his MC cells were lowering, and it looked like now that Agent 3 had failed at its task, the beasts were going around the large figure with the horse and was heading towards the glass container. Witnessing this, the others listened to Abdul and fell back. They had only gone out there to make sure that no one would interrupt Oscar's fight. Now that was dealt with, they could fall back towards the glass container, just focusing on the enemy in front of them. Their main priority was protecting those in the glass container. Although the beasts seemed endless, and their number still hadn't dwindled, they could deal with this if Sarah or Syl woke up. "The other one is still out there. Is he not going to come back as well?" Abdul asked, as he could see that the figure on the horse remained in front, and so did the black cat. "I think 2 of them will be just fine. We should focus on defending this place and looking after the others," Sack answered. It was true because the second the pure beasts got close to the black horse, it tilted back on its rear legs and slammed them down at the right moment, hitting 2 of the pure beasts right on the heads. Even with the hard scales on their arms, they were crushed under the weight and strength of the familiar. At the same time, its 2 front legs slammed onto the ground. It sent out a strange green force that stumbled all those in the nearby area. It was as if they were startled for a few seconds in that small moment. Oscar then swung his bone-made whip into the pure beasts, and in the next second, their heads were all rolling onto the floor. "It looks like you were right when you said we didn't have to worry about him," Grim commented. "What happened to him? He was not like this before." The answer to this question was what all of them wanted to know. The horse started to move fast through the tide of pure beasts, and it looked like a green stream. Whatever the beasts tried to do, the familiar horse, known as one of the kings of the familiar world, was able to stomp through with no problem. Destroying whatever was in its way, it took out many beasts, and at the same time, Oscar was easily swinging his weapon. For some reason, targeting only their heads. It was hard for the others to tell if he was having fun or not, because the head was still firmly held by Oscar's side, and not once did the smile dwindle from its face. At the same time,
Owen didn't just sit back and watch. He needed to prove why he also was one of the 4 kings. With his nimble and small body, he was able to jump and avoid being hit. Each time he swiped his paw at the beast's head, it would twist their heads until they would break. Once in a while, if one of the beasts got too close, he would also breathe out fire. "A headless horseman! A headless horseman!" Niku shouted as he sliced down one of the beasts with his sword. "I thought it was only a legend." "All legends have to stem from somewhere," Katori commented. "Blood Fairy is real, and now the headless horseman. I wouldn't be surprised if werewolves started to make an appearance as well." The vampires weren't too worried about the headless horseman because of the smell coming off Oscar's body. They could tell that it was an undead creature. It was a subclass, so if anything, it was more on their side than the humans. However, if they had seen its previous action in the glass container from before, perhaps they wouldn't think that too much. "This is good. With the 2 familiars out, the rate at which we can take down these beasts is more than the rate at which they are coming. Soon we can make our move and try to find out who is controlling this, or find a way to close that container where they are all coming from." Still watching from an unknown location, Chris let out a big sigh. "I guess we couldn't have been that lucky with just that Agent 3, and the C-class samples would be enough to wipe them all out. However, they have done well. I guess it's time to send in the B samples as well then." Looking up ahead, Vincent was staring at the south container. As the numbers finally decreased, he tried to find a way out of here, out of this situation. That was until he saw something stepping through the glass container. Instead of the green-colored beasts, there were several red-colored beasts, all varying in different sizes. They looked like walls of flesh, with bones sticking out of their back. At the same time, Owen and the rest of them witnessed this as well. "Agent 3 wasn't the only one," Sachs said. All of the beasts that had entered the arena were coming from the same place, the south container, which at the beginning had remained empty. This was where there would be a continuous stream of beasts and partially transformed humans appearing. Now, though, just as they were about to head to that location, they could see that there was an entire row of the same red type of beast that Oscar had just defeated. Although these guys aren't as strong as Agent 3 and don't have the key that he had, they have been mixed with the same beast DNA. You have dealt with an army of the C classes. Let's see you deal with the B classes." The humans, seeing this, knew it was trouble and were wondering what their best course of action was. Sack turned his head, thinking it might be best if they tried to run towards the stadium. Only so many of the beasts would be able to follow them. At the same time, he was sure that those board members or someone would have an emergency teleporter to get out of here. As long as they had Logan, they should be able to leave the place relatively easily. "Leaders, be ready for a battle. Be prepared to use everything you can," Vincent shouted out. With how well the familiars and Oscar were dealing with the C-class beasts, he thought as long as they could deal with the B-class, they could somewhat get out of here. Until something strange had happened, around 10 or so B-class had entered, but that was all. No more green-colored beast was entering, as they had seen before, nor were there any more red-colored beasts either. "Well, that's it. If it's just these, if this is the end of their forces, then we can deal with them," Vincent thought, seeing some type of hope. What he didn't know was, this wasn't the plan at all, and the one most confused by this was Chris, who had been left in charge of those in the stadium. "Why are there only 10 B-class beasts, and there should be even more C-classes? What is going on?" Chris thought. Seeing this, Chris was a little worried that the others might be able to escape from this, so he had no choice. The north container started to open, and then regular humans began to come through. They carried high-grade beast gear on them. These were members of Pure, and each one of them had been trained in Ki. They, too, were joining the fight, leaving the humans and vampires with little choice of where to go. Inside the specially made south container, Quinn didn't know how much time had passed, and his mind had become so numb after trying ways to defeat all those around him. Endless! How long had they been running experiments on people for? These aren't clones like they were on Blade Island. Each one of these are individual people, Quinn thought. Quinn had raised the blood from the others that he had hurt around him. He then hardened them into small pellets with his skills, and as the beasts approached him, he shot them all out towards the enemy. The hardened blood shot out like bullets and went right through whatever defense the beast had, killing them almost immediately.
2 rows of the beasts had been killed from this, and still, it seemed like more were coming towards him. The arena was strange, constantly shifting. Walls would move forward, and a container of beasts would come out from them. At one point, Quinn had tried to go into one of these containers. Here he could see that there was just a large room filled with beasts, and the container wasn't moving back once he was in it. Finding himself trapped, the enemies would storm behind him. They had somewhat blocked his way out. It had taken him a ki blast filled with blood to get out of the area, leaving countless bodies lying on the floor. It looked like entering the containers wasn't a solution to getting him out of this place. How many have I killed already? Nearly 1,000, or is it even more? Quinn thought. That's when Quinn noticed something else, something that had finally changed. The containers where the green-colored beasts were coming from. When this one opened, it had revealed a room filled with a different beast he hadn't seen before. These beasts had red-colored skin that looked like the flesh of muscle. On their back, they had several white parts sticking out from it, similar to that of a hedgehog, but the parts looked thick. Another type. It wouldn't surprise me that they were experimenting with more beasts. They might have even more than this, Ray commented. Quinn was inclined to agree. But then, just how many different types of beasts did they have? Once again, Quinn wanted to test this hybrid beast's strength. He didn't need long, since it threw out its arm from a few yards away, and the red tentacles had latched onto his hand, grabbing onto them tightly. This one seems to be more troublesome than the others. I have to get rid of them all, Quinn shouted, as blades started to come out from his arms and had pierced through the tentacles attached to himself. His soul weapon had been activated, and the twin-tail chains were now in his hands. Several tentacles of muscle came towards him, and swinging his arms, Quinn was able to shred through them quickly. At the same time, any of the green-colored beasts that got in the way were sliced up as well. Bit by bit, Quinn cared less about all those around him, as he could just imagine the danger from above worsening. However, the flesh that Quinn would cut, he could see them wriggling about on the floor and going back to the beast it had come from, even though his twin blades naturally were infused with the power of ki. Unless Quinn killed the beasts, they would continually return to its body and regenerate. The containers now had a mix of the green-colored beasts and the red ones. The new type of beast seemed endless. With the twin tails, Quinn was slaughtering them, killing them at a quicker rate than he had down before. Also, with his blood control, he could even allow the twin tails to produce blood attacks as well. However, the new type of beast seemed like they could somewhat join up their walls of muscle and clump together. They had created a system where whatever attack Quinn would give to them, another would attack and heal, while another part would come back to get the wall. Changing their tactic, the number of creatures that were present on the arena floor was increasing. Hitting them in the right place, Quinn could still kill them, but by then another container full of beasts would arrive. "Ah!" Quinn shouted. "This is endless! I have to get out of here!" Seeing the frustration, there was one who thought that could help out. "Quinn, I still think you can deal with this yourself. You are strong, but you seem to be reluctant to use your absolute blood control," Ray said. This was true. Quinn could feel it. Using the blood of others did put a strain on his body. If he was to use it now, who knew if he would be in a good enough condition to help the others? "Then I have something that might be able to help you out. When you transferred me into the system, I could tell that I might be able to do something. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but it looks like some of my power had been transferred over to the system as well, and not all of it was left in the tablet. Maybe I can help you." Just then, as Ray attempted to pass over what leftover power he had, an option had appeared on the system. "The system has been infused with a strange power. The power is now able to be used by the user. Would you like to use this power?" Seeing the low amount of B-class beasts come out from the south section was worrying Chris for many reasons. As the highest-ranking pure agent after Zero, he was the most knowledgeable one about this entire operation. Even now he knew what was going on in different areas, and also knew about the operations that had been going on in the stadium. Still, he didn't know everything about the man, but with the information he had, he started going through the lists of possibilities that might have led to this outcome. "We've upped our production massively for this event, and we brought over 10,000 beasts, a mixture of C-class and B-class. So far, a fifth of their total number should have been released. They were all being held up in the south side of the stadium. If they aren't coming out now, there are a few possibilities. Did someone else take care of them? Did they manage to get some type of help we've overlooked? Or... No, it couldn't be. Isn't Quinn in the south side at the moment? The pure agent wondered. That's when he could see something in the distance. Using Ki to enhance his eyesight, he could make out a figure. It was hard, but even from where he stood, the energy coming off that beast was something else. The next second, a large red blast came out, and in seconds, the 10 or so B-class beasts that had just come out had been defeated, their bodies no longer even visible. Inside the arena, Quinn had just received a special option from the system, something he had never seen before. The system, was it influenced by Ray? Quinn wondered. Before, Eno had been able to influence the system, so I guess it shouldn't be a surprise that Ray can do it as well. He's stuck in my head and seems to have been integrated into the system somewhat. But what will it do? Do you really have the time to be worrying about that right now? Ray rushed his descendant. Without your shadow powers, there really are only a few ways you can get out of this place, so just press yes. Seeing that the containers were still moving and not knowing what was happening outside was killing Quinn on the inside. Yes, energy is now being transferred to the user. Your body is changing. A great red energy escaped from Quinn's body, a force that had pushed back all the beasts. The force was constant like a pulse, and each time it hit them, they no longer moved. No matter what the beasts tried to do, after a certain point they were unable to approach him. Meanwhile, Quinn could feel a great pain in his body as it was changing. He quickly took off the blood armor as he could feel his body growing, and it was restricting his movements. His whole body started to grow larger. When looking at his hands, Quinn could see that large, dark red scales were running up his arms. His fingers became more claw-like, yet they still kept most of its human shape. Worst of all, though, Quinn could feel that his face was slightly changing. Something was forming on the top of his head, yet it only affected the top half of his face. The thing was pointing out, and it closely resembled the skull of a dragon. His teeth sharpened, growing in size to fit his changed face, yet the bottom half of his face remained what it was. By now, his whole body had finished forming several hard red scales that covered him from head to toe. Yet there were two more significant changes. For one, a sharp, large tail started to grow from his lower back, and midway, 3 large spikes could be seen sticking out from it on either side. Lastly, 2 gigantic wings sprouted from Quinn's upper back. They were mostly black in color. The top half was solid, while the bottom of the wings looked almost see-through. They were red, yet clear like glass, similar to that of the Blood Fairy. Finally, his transformation had been completed. You have successfully transformed into the Crimson Vampiric Dragon Warrior. The system didn't need to inform him. He could feel the change that his body had gone through. He could feel various types of aura that were pulsing throughout his body, and he was sure, at this point and time, he was the strongest he had ever been. A tail and wings. They feel foreign yet familiar to me. I guess I might look like something like a Dalki. All of this is your power, Ray? Quinn asked, but there was no reply. It was hard to imagine that Ray had given up most of his power, leaving only a fraction. Yet with this little energy, his body had drastically changed. While in this state, Quinn checked the system. He was still unable to use his shadow or summon the others. At the same time, he checked if a certain quest had been completed. It looks like the quest to become something beyond a vampire isn't complete, which means this is something else, just an influence of Ray. The red pulse that came off from Quinn had stopped, and the beasts in the room could finally move again. Yet none of them charged in immediately. They only did so once they received an order to do exactly that. Their bodies started to move. For some reason, there was an instinct inside Quinn that was taking him over. As all of them came towards him, he had the urge to just shout at the top of his lungs. At that moment, his mouth opened wide as he looked up at the ceiling and let out a roar that wouldn't pale in comparison to a certain demon-tier beast. Standing outside, Nathan was still there with the crystal in his hand. He had no clue what was going on inside, but continued to use his powers, wondering what might have happened by now. Was I imagining things? This whole arena should be soundproof, especially with how much glathrium they used. Shaking off the sound he had heard, Nathan continued to do his job. However, soon enough, he got confirmation that he hadn't been imagining things. He could see a hand pierce right through the thick Galathrium wall, treating it as nothing more than a minor annoyance as it started to pull it apart bit by bit. The first thing he could see was the skull of a dragon and the fierce red pointed eyes. What monsters have Pure been creating? Nathan thought, falling over backwards, trying to decide to stay or leave. Chris continued to look down the hallway until he could see what it looked like. A new beast. It had hard red scales and a skull on top of its head, but it was one that he did not recognize. He wondered if Agent 4 might have forgotten to tell him about it, some secret plan in case they might need it, or something still in the experimental stage. At the same time, the beast didn't seem to be responding to the crystal or his actions. If that is one of ours, then why isn't it following any of my orders? Chris was starting to get a very bad feeling. The suspected beast continued to move forward and looked out at all those in the arena. The Pure members, together with the green beasts, were still fighting against the other two groups. At that moment, Chris received an urgent message on his receiver. "Agent 1, get out of there now!" The voice on the other side was for Zero, but it was the most panicked he had ever heard his master. "Abort the entire mission!" "But what about all the beasts and our members?" Chris questioned. "I'm sure if I joined in the fight, along with you, we could—" "No!" Zero cut him off. "Forget everything. The entire mission has failed. We made a mistake. I made a very grave mistake. Don't you see that I have completely underestimated how strong that man was?" The moment Quinn entered the arena, all of them could feel a power from the south side of the area that was impossible to ignore. From wherever they were, it felt like a heavy pressure was pushing down on them, and when they turned, all they could see was a strange, large creature. It was hard to even figure out what it was. Its appearance resembled a bloodsucker who had been mixed with a Dalki, with a dash of blood fairy on top of that. With such a drastic image change, it was safe to say that none of them recognized that creature as Quinn, their king, leader, or friend. At the moment, the one who had been commanding the vampires so far was trying to figure out what to do. "This scent is something I've never smelt before. I can't quite pinpoint if it's a beast or a vampire, but its features. Is it another type of beast, or is this Quinn's next stage of evolution?" In the end, the 10th leader assumed it to be the latter, mainly because it had only killed the new beasts that had appeared, rather than focus on them. At the same time, he could only imagine one person that would be able to stop the onslaught of beasts. He did not have time to ponder over this matter too long, though, since at the same time he noticed something else strange that had occurred, wondering if that might also be Quinn's doing. During their fight, Pure agents had started to come from the north container where the board member should have been. It looked like the beasts were letting them through, and soon both groups would have had some trouble on their hands. But then suddenly, something happened to the Pure beasts. Those that were partially transformed had gone into a full transformation. Now looking like complete beasts rather than beasts with human features, they had suddenly turned on the Pure members. Using his ears, Vincent was trying to pick up information so he could get a grip on what was happening. "What's going on? Everything was working fine up until that beast showed up. Why are they suddenly at—" The man couldn't finish his sentence as he had been killed midway. The Pure members were skilled, but the unexpected attack had caught them off guard, and against the onslaught of beasts, they stood no chance, even if they were to work together like the humans and vampires had done. This doesn't seem to be a part of their plan. What was the case for them going out of control? Vincent wondered. If I think about it, why is there a need to control them in the first place? If they were able to create a beast and human hybrid with the humans, they should be in control. As long as they were willing participants, like those from Pure, it would be fine. But maybe it's still more beast than human? They still have created some type of imbalance, which is why they need to be controlled. In the meantime, another strange thing was happening on the south side. For the first time, Quinn started to walk forward. He wasn't a wild beast. Despite his changed appearance, he could still think rationally. He had merely stopped to take in the entire situation, and had come to the same conclusion as Vincent. I bet they just used whoever they could find for their personal gain, Quinn deduced. That's why they are members of Pure that haven't gone through the process themselves. They deserve to be killed by their own creations. The moment Quinn walked forward, each beast was making way for him,
even those that were in the midst of fighting. Whether it was consciously or subconsciously, he didn't know. But now that they weren't controlled anymore, the likeliest scenario was that their natural instincts had taken over. Yet there were still plenty that were attacking the others. Looking far, Quinn could see that the pure members who had come from the north side looked to already be trying to retreat, running back towards the glass container. "I won't let you," Quinn decided, as his wings flapped as fast as a bug. They were as thick and heavy as a drain from the top, so the strength of the wind it was producing was incredible, and the speed looked somewhat unbelievable. The next second, they saw a red stream graze the sky, and landing directly in the north entrance was the vampiric dragon blocking their way. The pure agents wanted to turn away, seeing such a thing, but there was an army following them. "Everything's gone south since that thing happened. Let's deal with it to make everything return to normal," a pure member shouted to motivate his remaining colleagues. The next second, Quinn turned around, swinging out his large tail. He was still far away from them, but in the next moment, it became clear that that wasn't an issue. A single red line in the shape of the tail flew through the sky. It was larger than any blood swipe he had ever performed before, and it was far more powerful. The pure members tried using their ki to block it, activating their armor skills, and some took out some odd crystals, but as soon as the red aura touched their bodies, their fate was sealed. So far, it had gone through 3 rows of beasts and people, slicing them all in half. "Everyone leave the area floor! Let our king deal with this!" Vincent yelled at the top of his lungs, hoping the others could hear this as well. Leo, of course, heard this and ordered the others to do the same. Most of them were on the stage rather than on the arena's ground floor, but there was one that was still down there. Giving this command to his familiar who was out on the field, it quickly rushed onto the beast to where the horse was. "Hey, you heard what they said. Take your master to the top of the stage. Hurry!" Owen warned, and started to disappear into the mist himself as he went back to Leo. The horse seemed to understand its call, and soon was running back and jumped onto the stage while everyone watched what was about to commence. Those who had been unable to evade the vampiric dragon's tail swipe, all had perished. The attack had reached halfway before it had eventually ended. "That was all from something as simple as a blood swipe with my tail. Just how much power does this form hold? I can tell that I haven't even touched the surface of this power. There are so many things I can do. With this, I might actually be able to get rid of the Dalki." Quinn was starting to reconsider whether Ray might have actually been telling the truth when he had claimed that something like the dragon that had protected the tablet would have been nothing to him. Seeing all those in front of him, he was ready to finish them all. He could tell that they were no longer under control, but none of them had reverted to what they once were. Seeing how they were still going after those around them, he was sure that they had either embraced their beast side or it had simply taken over. Quinn's wings started to stretch back, almost touching each other, his chest then starting to grow as he took in air and tilted his head back. Red aura energy from within was gathering, and at the same time, blood seemed to be rising from the others around, heading towards Quinn's direction. It looked like there was no gravity at all as the droplets flew towards him. Then, swinging his head back forward with the jaws split wide open, a gigantic beam left Quinn's mouth. Its range was wide enough to cover the whole arena from where he was, apart from the stands. Everything it touched started to disintegrate. "This power reminds me of Laxmus. Is Quinn now the same as him?" Sunny asked. "No, this should be different. Look," Vincent said. The red beam had ended, and there wasn't a single beast left. Not only that, but part of the ground had disappeared with them. If one was to look at the south side of the arena, there was no stadium there anymore. Looking further, the buildings that used to be there had also completely disappeared off the face of the earth. "He seems to be even stronger than the original king." Despite the grand-scale attack that had transpired, it seemed like all of the invitees had come out of the situation alive, be it the unranked, the generals, or the others. Both groups were also thankful for the cursed faction's arrival because there was still a lot more that needed to be done. The stadium was still intact and had many empty rooms for them to use. For now, the people involved in the incident were taking a rest. In the meantime, Sam, along with the cursed faction and a few others, were investigating the place.
He and Logan had gone around the experimental facilities to see what was going on and if they could gather any information. Logan learned some things, but it wasn't enough, which was expected because most of it was ruined. Other than that, there were also a few of the pure beasts which had been left alive. Most of them were injured during the fight, but not quite killed. After capturing them, they were placed in one of the glass container rooms to learn more about them later. The problem was, they were still acting like beasts and were trying to attack any human or vampire that they would see on sight. After gathering the information, everyone thought they deserved a good night's rest, but before doing so, every group had contracted their respective planets to see if everything was okay. Thankfully, everything was all right, and no news of anything happening here had spread to the outside world, and that included the word about the death of the board members. In the morning, once they woke up, there was going to be a meeting where all of them would gather and share information about what exactly had happened. Pure had involved them all, and now they had to work together to make sure nothing like this ever happened again. While in his own room for the night, Quinn felt a bit down. The lights were switched off, and they had gotten makeshift sleeping bags for him and his group. Everyone from the cursed faction seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Some vampires were as well, while others were awake, pacing around the room. The vampires weren't much of a sleeper in the first place. As for Quinn, he was thinking about something else. "Please, Ray, if you can hear me, tell me, are you there?" Quinn thought to try one more time, but there was no reply, just like before. He thought that perhaps it was due to using his energy, that maybe he would be back in the system once it returned, but it didn't seem to be that way. While checking through his system, Quinn couldn't see any option to turn into what he had done today, but at the same time, the quest to evolve into something beyond a vampire lord was still there. When Quinn had received the quest, he had done so even before he knew about Ray, so he could only assume this next evolution would be evolving the vampire side of himself. At the same time, the power that Ray had given him had turned him into something else entirely, almost like hybrid beasts, which he had seen today. "I'm sorry for calling you annoying, my ancestor," Quinn thought. "Now that I think about it, I didn't even have much time to ask you about your past, family, or anything like that. Maybe I'll never complete that quest." The quest in question was to learn more about the Talon family. There were still a few more that perhaps could still give Quinn answers, such as Bliss and the new god he had met, Sarah. From what he had heard from the others, Sarah was beyond strong, and they had also told him about Oscar being quite strong as well. Quinn was sad about losing Ray. He was hoping that he would be able to keep that power because he knew it would aid them greatly when facing the Dalki. He hadn't scratched the surface of the form he was in at that time. Maybe one day, Quinn sighed. The new day soon arrived. Some people had already become familiar with Sam and the others from the cursed faction as they shared their experiences about yesterday's incident with each other. It was good because Quinn didn't really want to explain it again and again, and it would give Sam an idea of what the meeting would be like when they all got together, because right now, Quinn couldn't wrap his head around quite what had happened, so he was hoping by bringing all them together, they would be able to uncover answers. All of the cursed faction members walked into the canteen. This was different from the one that the board had converted into a type of dining hall. This was another one that was actually being used as a canteen with long tables and several seats. In total, they were using 3 sets of tables for this meeting. The cursed faction sat on one table on their own, while Quinn remained standing. Then, at the center table, there were the vampire leaders on one side and the ones that represented their current groups on the other. For example, Sack and Samantha, being the 2 highest-ranked people from the Earth group, sat at this table. Then Abdul and Sarah, who had proved themselves, were seated at the table. Grim, Owen, Mona, and the large figure whose identity for now had been asked to remain a secret by those who had seen his face. Everyone else, such as the generals, Greylash family members, and the unranked, were seated on the third table. They seemed to be quiet at least, Quinn thought, as he looked at the center table and could see that the leaders and humans were shooting daggers at each other with their eyes. It reminded him of when the cursed faction leaders and the vampires had met each other for the first time. If there is one thing this event did, it actually really did introduce the vampires and the humans to each other. Now both sides had come together to fight a similar enemy. Maybe this meeting will go smoother than I thought. Perhaps this was the step we needed to go forward, and we can use this as a stepping stone to face the Dalki. Of all things, Quinn needed to see something positive from the events that had transpired. As the meeting started, Quinn first spoke to everyone about what happened while he was away, how he had escaped, and what he had seen and been through while roaming through the place. He didn't really explain what that form of his they all saw, and just put it down to being one of his many powers. After that, Sam explained what had happened with them and at the military base, what they had found out with Pure having taken over everything, and the event being a trap since the beginning. Finally, there were the two reports, from Vincent about the vampires, and from Owen and Sack about what happened with the humans. Everyone got an idea how each group had played their part in helping them all survive, and those that had been affected by the gas were thankful that they were still alive after hearing what happened. Some, including Leo, were shocked to learn that Zero was one of the board members, and the board members, as they knew, were now dead. Questions, for now, would be refrained until everyone explained everything, just in case they got their answer during the explanation. After they discussed what had happened, there was still a lot to talk about, like what to do next. But before even that, they needed to talk about what else they had learned. As you know, a lot happened, but there was one person in all of this who seemed to know more about Pure's plans and what they were up to, and there are a lot of questions I want to ask him. For now, how was Pure even able to control the beasts in the first place? And what are these other types of crystal we still don't know about? It was then a shadow appeared, and Nathan was thrown out from the shadow to the ground on his knees. He stood up and saw all the eyes were on him. Some were even surprised. Judging by Quinn's story, they thought he would have perhaps already killed him, but he was very much alive. "Now tell us, what did Pure want?" Quinn asked with his eyes glowing red. He was going to get the truth this time, no matter what. Everyone had been fighting non-stop ever since the Pure Beasts first appeared, and even though the game didn't tire out their bodies, it still did take a toll on their mental health. To put it simply, nearly all of them were exhausted. Just the pressure that their lives and the lives of others behind them were on the line made them feel exhausted. Still, they persisted, and now that the fight seemed over, all of them felt like they could relax. That was if this new beast, who had just blasted a gigantic hole in the stadium, was on their side. The thing was, after seeing what it was capable of, they all knew deep down that if it wasn't on their side, they had most likely lost this fight anyway. The vampires were the first to move out on the field. They were tired, but the other side, who were now just sitting on the floor or lying on the ground, were exhausted. The leaders went to the partially destroyed area's floor towards the person they thought was their king. At the same time, many of the leaders felt like this was to show that they had won up the other side by showing that they still had the strength to fight more. Soon, they all stood in front of Quinn, looking up at his new form, but even they were quite scared. "Vincent, you're sure this is Quinn, right? I mean, why hasn't he changed back to what he looked like before?" Niku asked, with his voice a little shaky. "I'm sure," Vincent said unconvincingly. "It's me, don't worry. I'm glad to see that none of you are seriously hurt," Quinn answered. When speaking, his voice was deeper than usual, but there was a slight resemblance to him. Thankfully, his jaw remained in a constant shape that was somewhat like a human, so he could speak clearly enough that the others could understand him. "Pure, I can't believe they did all of this. I knew they were planning something, but I never thought that something like this was possible," Quinn continued. "Their leader was also a member of the board. It seems both parties have been involved in this matter since the beginning. I just don't understand what their aim is anymore." Although the others were also thinking the same and were interested in Pure, they were far more interested in Quinn himself, but it felt rude to ask their king and savior what exactly he was right now, but he certainly didn't look like a vampire. "Quinn, what happened to you? When you were away, did Pure capture you and experiment on you or something?" Vincent eventually asked what was on everyone's mind. Just as Quinn was about to answer, the humans who had passed out due to the gas began to wake up slowly. Someone had woken up quicker than others, one of them being Sarah. In doing so, when he looked out the glass container, he first saw the state of the field. Since there was nothing on the field itself, it was hard for them all to imagine just what they had slept through. However, there were still countless dead beast bodies lying on stage, and it gave them an idea. When looking around, though, Sarah's eyes had latched onto a particularly large beast. "A red dragon? Am I seeing things?" Sarah said to himself, standing up. He soon drew out his blade and jumped from the stage, dashing past everything. It seemed he used his ability on his boots that allowed him almost to fly until he had reached Quinn's position. However, before Sarah could even draw his blade, nearly all of the leaders had their hands ready to pierce Sarah's neck. "Ha ha, I guess a fight between me and all of you will be interesting, but I don't care about you lot. I'm here for him." "You," Sarah pointed. "What's your relation to the Red Dragon?" Red Dragon? Quinn thought. When thinking about this, he could only think of one dragon, Ray. He knew his current powers had come from him, and his form was certainly red. "This is the one with the god powers, correct? Ray, do you know him?" Quinn asked, but there was no answer. At that moment, red particles started to drift off from Quinn's wings. As the particles left his body, he began to shrink down in size, and even the mask on his face started to disintegrate until it revealed his face. Eventually, Quinn had reverted to his human form. He could tell his power was gone. There was no system timer, nor did he feel drained. It was as if the energy was just leaving him, going off somewhere else. What he felt a little depressed about was that his ancestor's voice, whom he only recently got used to hearing, seemed to have disappeared as well. "Oh, it's you," Sarah said, taking his hand off his hilt, showing he was no threat. Sarah knew that the power he recognized earlier was nowhere to be felt anymore. "It looks like we all have a lot to discuss," Quinn smiled. At that moment, there was a large ship flying above them, and it eventually landed in the center of the arena. Some of them thought it might have Pure's reinforcements, but Quinn wasn't worried. He could sense the people in the ship. As the ramp went down, there were many familiar faces, and Sam was seen waving out to them all. "Whoa, looks like we will get quite the story to hear from you," Sam smiled. Currently, both Chris and Zero were on planet Earth. They had made their escape and were in a small submarine, heading back to the main large submarine that was used as Pure's base. Ever since Chris had reunited with Zero, he could see anger on the latter's face. He hadn't said a word, and eventually Chris couldn't hold it in anymore. "Why did you give up so quickly? We lost a lot of our members back there, and if we were going to run, couldn't we have at least taken them with us?" Chris asked, his tone filled with anger. "Oh, you're angry, are you?" Zero snarled, turning around. His forehead wrinkled, scrunching up the marking on his forehead slightly. "Trust me, you aren't anywhere near as annoyed as I am. If we had just completed this task, if we had just gotten rid of them—" "Why didn't you join the fight?" Chris asked. "With me, you and the A-class hybrids, we could have done something. If we had gotten their powers, then this whole thing would have been over by now." "Shut up!" Agent Zero slammed his fist down and looked like he was about to hit Chris himself at any second, but stopped himself a little short from doing so. "You didn't see what I witnessed. That thing didn't look like a vampire or a beast. None of them even wanted to touch him, and he would have wiped us all out, including the A-classes, if that was to happen. I thought maybe this was the right time to strike, but that kid's power is too strong. All of our hard work so far would have been ruined, and I still need more myself. We will just have to wait, grow our strength once again, and come back so even that kid won't be able to stop us. It was a good thing that we were able to still at least get them out of there. Not all is lost, and we can evaluate their strength due to the fight. We can put the data to good use for all of us." After finishing his words, the marking on top of Zero's head started to light up slightly in a slight golden glow. He touched it for a few seconds and walked out of the room. "Tell me if anything happens." As soon as he was far enough away, he opened his mouth to speak. "I know. I'm sorry I failed at my task, but I promise I won't fail again, so please give me another chance." Zero pursed his lips. Nathan looked nervous, almost scared of Quinn, and he was right to be after he had seen what the latter had done. After Quinn had torn down the Galathrium wall, Nathan had laid eyes in the room for a brief second and seen that everyone in the room had been killed. "Before that, there is something I would like to bring up first. I thought if we all asked what was on our minds, then you would be able to ask Nathan for the answer," Mona said, as she raised her hand politely. She could guess that Quinn was about to use his power based on the red eyes. "Logan and I have done some investigating into the hybrid beasts, and we learned a few things," Mona said. This was an interesting topic to many of them, as everyone wanted to know just how Pure was able to control such a large army. "The hybrid beasts, as we will refer to them, are hybrids of beasts and humans. However, we found out that among the captured hybrids, all of them have lost the human consciousness, or in simple words, the human mind. They are just like beasts until I use my ability to control them. Just like with regular beasts, my power works on them as well, and I can control them. I heard about what members of Pure were doing. They were capturing members of my family, and also capturing beasts doing some sort of experiment. I'm sure that we can all come to the same conclusion when I say this. How have they learned to use the Bree family's power? I doubt someone from my family taught it to someone else, even if that was the case. Controlling a large number of beasts is something that even I can't do. When Mona had brought it up, this was something Quinn hadn't even thought of too much. He thought that perhaps they had found a way to use the Bree family's power, but if Mona was saying she couldn't control this many, how could they do such a thing? All eyes were on Nathan, and Quinn also turned towards him. "No, Quinn, I will tell the truth this time. I will answer willingly, so don't worry," Nathan said. "If you want, later you can just use your skill to ask whether I told the truth or not." He had a point, and Quinn agreed. Otherwise, he would constantly ask several questions with the influence skill. "Answer Mona's questions and explain about the crystal you have," Quinn asked, in a tone that was unlike how he would speak to Nathan before, and no one could blame Quinn for acting this way. He was being direct with a person who was practically a traitor. Yes, Quinn could understand why Nathan had done such a thing, but in doing so, Nathan had put the lives of everyone here at risk, and Quinn could have lost them all. First, Nathan was a little nervous. He was an adult, someone who used to be respected, but he had never quite been put in the situation he was in today, with all these powerful figures scrutinizing him in disgust. "The crystal I have in my hand is an enhancement crystal. As you know, more than any of the other groups, the Earthborn group has been focusing on the mining of the beast planets we own or used to own. Instead of fighting beasts to gather their crystals, the military was trying to find a safer way. I'm sure the generals and SAC will know that we would send new finds back to the lab to analyze every time a new crystal was found, especially after what had happened with another set of crystals found." "He's talking about a set of active crystals," SAC said. "It was a disaster for the military back then. Such crystals reacted as soon as we touched them with our bare hands, similar to activating gear. It caused them to explode, and a lot of lives were lost. Because of this, new crystals that were found would be handed to the military for analysis before moving forward. In the beginning, not many could figure out how to use a new crystal." Nathan nodded, showing that the information he said was true. "The thing was, as you now know, Pure had been a member of the board for a long time. I can't pinpoint when exactly, but it seems to be shortly after the first war that Zero had taken over Mr. Watson's place. I'm not even sure the other members of his family knew. Zero, their leader, had all of this information available to him, and it was easy for him to obtain these crystals. At the same time, it was effortless for them to cover up any discoveries related to these things. I just want to say that I am not a member of Pure, so some of my knowledge may have a few hiccups, but it seems that Pure have their own research team. At the same time, they would use certain tactics to use the military's research team and work together without the latter, knowing that they were helping the enemy. In these labs, they discovered many things, even new materials such as the glass-like containers you were stuck in. Anyway, there were 3 types of crystals found in total. One is the enhancement crystal. This is the round crystal I have in my hand at the moment. Like beast crystals, they too have different tiers, but it's harder to tell unless you're holding one. This crystal allows you to enhance your ability's power. It gives a boost to MC cells as long as you are still holding the crystal. Then there are the upgrade crystals. Depending on their tier, they can upgrade beast gear to the next step. There are a lot of crystals, probably more than I mentioned, that have been found, but I have no clue about them. As said, I was only invited to help out at Pure's base a couple of times, so I don't know everything, but because I was involved in a few of their plans, they did tell me a few things. What they have is something called a storage crystal. It's a clear crystal that looks like complete glass with nothing inside, but with it, they can extract abilities and place them inside. I didn't know that they were capturing members of the Bree family, but if that's the case, then I imagine that somehow they were able to get your family's ability and store it in the crystal. That is my most likely guess." Hearing Nathan's words brought up a faint memory for Quinn. The crystal was similar to what Bryce had. He was using a crystal to store the power of the shadow, but did this mean that they could store multiple powers? Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense. It seemed like Mona had come to the same conclusion.
Veins popped up on her forehead out of anger. She could only imagine how many members of the Bree family were killed, or their powers were taken away from them, all so that the Pure could control the hybrid beasts. "Wait, are you saying they can take any of our abilities away?" Samantha asked. "Is that what they were trying to do today? And they can even use them?" Nathan shook his head as he didn't have an answer. "Originally, Pure were after True Dream," Sam said with his finger on his chin. "I guess now that they have found these crystals, there is no longer a need for him because they can do the same thing without him. If they still had these crystals and powers now, they don't have to worry about their experiments getting out of hand and becoming too beast-like. They just want to create the strongest hybrids possible." There was a bit of silence in the room as the generals and others were taking in the information. They felt betrayed by those they worked for and trusted. "These crystals," Muka was the first to speak from the vampire side. "We actually already knew of them. We have a few as well." All heads, including Quinn's, turned to the vampire, for even Quinn didn't know about this. It was strange to find out this information about vampires knowing these crystals because it was something even Quinn was unaware of. He was sure that if the vampires had such crystals, then when he had first obtained the upgrade crystal, Vincent would have known about it. "Don't look at me," Vincent said, shrugging his shoulders as if he could read Quinn's mind. "There was a period in my life where I know no details of what happened." "Can you elaborate a little?" Quinn asked, smiling towards Muka. "You have to remember that a lot of vampires pride themselves on their natural strength, and only the 10th family was interested in things like using the beast crystals for combat. In contrast, we focused on their use more so in everyday life as an energy source. When the 10th leader disappeared, there weren't many vampires who were interested in beast crystals anymore. In fact, it's safe to say that there were none. Still, during our expeditions, we did come across different crystals. The round one that is in his hand, I have seen it before. About the others, I can't say if we have or not because I do not know what they look like. But sometimes we came across crystals that don't exactly match up to the regular beast crystals you know of today." Quinn thanked Muka for explaining. He would need to look into that when they got back. Thankfully, they had transported everything in the vampire settlement with them. The only thing he was wondering about was whether these crystals were abundant in the vampire solar system or not. If they were, then there would be another tool that they could use to help them in the war against the Dalki. At the moment, Quinn had some 4th family members out exploring the beast planets, searching for a nest crystal. It would be a boost if he could instruct them to look for these other crystals. For the next few minutes, Mona asked Nathan a few more questions, mainly to do with the Bree family, but he didn't seem to know much about the exact situation. Just to make sure the latter was being honest, Quinn had used his influence skill this time, and it seemed like he had been telling the truth all along. "Is there any more information that we can try asking from Nathan before we move on to other things?" Quinn asked. At that moment, Sack raised his hand. "Pure, how were they able to get you to help them out? We heard from Sam about the base they took over. What is the current situation with all of the members of the board, and what is going to happen now? How was Pure able to do all this?" Nathan gulped before answering this question. The question alone made him recall some scenes in his head. "I was one of the lucky ones," Nathan finally replied. "When Sam ordered me to help out the Earthborn group, Sack, you sent me to Earth for a task. At the time, everything was going well, and every one of the Earthborn forces was focused on fighting the Dalki. From what I gathered, it was a single attack orchestrated by Pure. They had hit each of the cities and the military bases, all at the same time. Our forces were weak, they were powerful, but the final nail on the coffin was the Pure members who were part of the group. At the moment, every force on Earth is pretty much under their control. Family members are being used as hostages, leaving those like me with no choice but to act and do their bidding. I'm afraid that they have the whole world as a hostage, including the board's power." They all knew that this wasn't good news at all, and was the worst outcome they could expect. For one, the board were families that the military and other groups relied on. This was the main reason why the former could blackmail them into this event in the first place. After what had happened, and with things not going their way, it was possible that unless the people here were willing to fight on their own and go to war, Earth now belonged to Pure. "If we have time, resources won't be too much of an issue," Quinn said. "There are ways for us to get the things we need to help fight." When saying this, Quinn was thinking about using the vampire resources and the beast planets in their solar system.
Still, this pressure that we could be attacked from our back at any time is not a good one. We need to get Earth back by any means, while not moving our forces which are fighting against the Dalki. If we make one movement, the latter will notice this, and it won't be long before we get into an even more troublesome situation." It was then that an unexpected person had raised their hand, one that had been silent for almost the entire time. It was the unranked Sarah sitting at the table. "Let me take care of Pure," Sarah said. "I wasn't involved in this war with the Dalki anyway, but I'll make sure that all of these Pure members no longer exist." "What's in it for you?" Samantha asked. "What do you want in return?" Samantha refused to believe that someone who hadn't joined the fight so far was just willing to help out. "Because they have made this personal," Sarah said. "They tried to take my life. I don't take too kindly to those who try to kill me. So no, I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing this for myself. You guys can just pick up the scraps that are left." "I also would like to go along with him," Leo spoke up. "I, as a member of the Cursed faction, can help out greatly in many ways, and I can also sense Ki, which means I can pick out the Pure members more effortlessly." This was true, but Quinn could imagine the real reason why Leo wanted to go, to find his master and what exactly they had planned to do. The only worry was that Quinn could no longer summon Leo with his skill if he needed him, or his help. "I'm still thinking like this, huh? If there is someone I can't defeat now, Leo wouldn't be much help either. I should let him do his own thing, and it would be good to have someone on the inside." "Please let me go as well," Nathan suddenly said. "They have my family, and the others hostage. I might also recognize a few of them." He knew it was a long shot, but he thought Quinn could probably use the help as well. "I have a suggestion," Sam said. "I think he should be allowed to go, and Sarah and Leo should lead the vampire soldiers. Other than us in this room, we don't know who is with Pure and who is not, nor do we know who could switch sides at any point and time. However, the vampire soldiers are different, and I'm sure they have a great interest in making sure that Earth is safe, along with the rest of them as well." Sarah didn't seem to have any problem with their suggestion, but he did have one condition. "I'm okay with all of this. I don't mind you guys keeping an eye on me, but let me say one thing. If we are ever in trouble, a serious situation that I think is dangerous, let me take command. Follow my orders down to the last line, and I promise that we will get out of it alive." Due to Sarah's power and how much they actually needed his help, there was no problem with Sam and Leo agreeing to their requirements. Of course, Nathan could go along, but he would be kept under the mindful watch of Leo. "If you are so worried about the humans so much, there is something you could do," Katori interrupted them all. "Why don't you just turn him into one of us? He would follow the orders of the turner, and he would lose his power to stop your abilities. I think that would be the safest thing to do." This remark reminded all of the humans in the room what the vampires really were, and the most frightening thing about them. Some of them wanted to object when hearing this, but the thing was, they weren't trusting Nathan either. "I will leave that choice up to Leo or the vampire soldiers to do," Quinn said. "Thank you for the suggestion, though. Right now, we still don't know what Pure's aim is. If they already had so much control over the board members, why did they want to get rid of us so badly? It's almost as if they wanted us to lose this war. So try your best to find out about Pure, and as for the rest of us, we will take care of the Dalki," Quinn stated. The meeting looked like it was coming to an end with a lot learned and everyone informing what they planned to do now. That's when the room was opened up to more questions, and a shy lady raised her hand slowly. "I just wanted to ask, who is the 10th leader?" Samantha said with her face red. At first, people thought it was a strange question for Samantha to ask in a meeting like this. Why would one of those from the Earthborn group care about the vampire leaders? But there was another lady in the room who managed to figure it out quicker than the others, and couldn't help but laugh. "The 10th leader? Why would she want to know about the 10th leader?" Vex asked out loud, a little annoyed. Samantha stood up, though, and started looking towards the other table. Eventually, everyone was starting to remember the match they had. Samantha had gone up against the 10th leader in her fight, and who could forget the ending of their match? "I'm the leader of the 10th family," Vincent admitted as he stood up. Samantha looked at him up and down. Vincent was wearing the same clothing as her opponent had, the mask still covering his face. Since it was also covering his mouth, it was hard to tell what he fully looked like, but he certainly did look like the character from the game. "I wanted to ask, why did you say that? You like me?" She struggled to finish her words. Some people in the room were starting to get second-hand embarrassment and couldn't help but turn away. What a brave girl, but did she really have to do this right here, in front of everyone? Mona wondered. Well, of course, it's because you are a beautiful woman. You are strong, have nice curves, and you're... Vincent answered confidently, but suddenly a loud yell interrupted him. No! Fex was the one who had yelled. What the hell are you saying? Turning her head towards the source of the shout, Samantha could tell who it was, the first vampire she had ever met. But why was he yelling like that? What do I do? Vincent's ruining my image, and what if she starts to like him now, thinking he was the one who confessed? But do I come out here in front of anyone? Will that be a big deal? While he was panicking, a friend had come by his side. You know, after Helen died, I saw the video message she left. I realized something. You never know what might happen, and you could lose your chance to tell someone how you truly feel. So honestly, you should just go for it and tell her what you want, Quinn whispered to him. Besides, I seem to recall you telling me that you would only take my love advice if I became king. However, if you're too scared, feel free to consider this an order. The words from a king, his friend, had encouraged Fex, and he stood up from his seat. No, Samantha, the one that fought against you in that match? Yes, it was the 10th leader, but the truth was, I was the one that fought you. I was pretending to be the 10th leader at the time, Fex confessed. Part of him wanted to look away out of embarrassment, but since he had decided to say as much, he looked straight into her eyes. What is going on right now? Sunny whispered to Jin next to her. I feel like I'm watching some drama or something. Samantha had her hand covering her mouth as the truth had unfolded. So, you were the one who told me that. You think you are in love with me? The young woman asked for clarification, to which Fex just nodded. Soon, cheering from the generals and others was heard. Answer the brave boy. He's a vampire, though. Can a vampire and a human have a relationship? You're still thinking that way? You're behind the times. What do you mean behind the times? This is happening too soon. I think, maybe? Samantha didn't know what to say, as she had paused. Before she could say anything else, though, the people heard a loud bang. Then a giant figure stood up, a large imprint of his fist embedded on the table in front of him. Those who had seen what the figure had done on the field, none of them wanted to get in its way, and they could see that it was slowly making its way toward Fex. Oh, I guess Oscar will have the last say in all of this after all, Owen chuckled under his fan. The royal knight walked up, and the two figures stood opposite each other. Fex had learned who was under the suit of armor, and since he had practically asked his daughter to go out with him, it seemed only right that he faced her father. Don't you want to speak? Fex asked. Quinn summoned a pen and a piece of paper from the shadow, handing it over to Oscar. In turn, he received the precious box to hold onto. It looked like it was hard for Oscar to let it go as he gripped it tightly. I'll look after it, Quinn promised, and it was then Oscar's fingertips had allowed him to. With both hands free, Oscar wrote something on the notepad and turned it around, shoving it in Fex's face. If you want the woman, then you have to prove that you can protect her, Fex read the writing out loud, with a scratched-out word next to the word woman. You won that game using the body of another, so now prove that you are strong enough to protect her on your own by... You want me to fight and defeat you? Some of them nearly chickened when they heard this, and even the vampire leaders felt sorry for Fex. The mythical beast, the Dullahan, was more impressive than any of them, and they were sure that it would be nearly impossible for Fex to beat him. Fex was mulling, but he needed to make a decision. I accept. You're right, I need to prove that I can look after her. Both sides were interested as it looked like they were about to witness another fight. Wait! Samantha shouted, jumping in between the two of them, and she kicked both of the men on their shin. What do you two idiots think you're doing? Don't I get a say in any of this? I don't need some stranger making up rules for me. I can decide for myself, Samantha argued. I can like who I want, and I can choose who I want to be with. Besides, Samantha turned towards Fex. You already risked your life to protect me once before, so I guess I wouldn't mind giving it a shot. The others could see a smile on her face, hidden behind her red cheeks, and those on the sidelines started to whistle and cheer once again. Whether this was the beginning of a romance between a human and a vampire, only time would tell, but the meeting had come to an end. While final points were getting sorted about what each person was to do, the groups were getting ready. For one, the hybrid beasts needed to be handed to one of them, and they needed to discuss when and how to update each other on their situations. This was left to Sam, and in the meantime, Quinn headed over to speak to a certain person. He had gone to the canteen tables where all unranked were seated and approached a certain person. "You're Sarah, is that correct?" Quinn asked. "Oh, the leader of the cursed faction and the king of the vampires has come to greet me," Sarah said. "It seems the one I fought in the game wasn't you. The two of you don't feel the same. It looks like it will be another time when we get to spar with each other. To what do I owe the pleasure to meet such a great one as yourself?" Quinn looked around and could see that the others were each having their own conversation. He wasn't sure that the topic he wanted to talk about was something others should be listening in on, so he decided to give him a hint. "I wanted to talk to you about some people you might know. It's come to my knowledge that you might be the same as them," Quinn answered. "Do you happen to know a woman by the name of Bliss?" Hearing this name caused Sarah to raise an eyebrow. It was a clear sign that he knew who she was. "And do you know someone called Ray?" Quinn asked. "Ray Talon?" This name caused Sarah to get up from his seat. "I thought there was something special about you. Why don't the two of us chat while taking a walk?" The lab on the main Dalkey spaceship that they called home had been a lot busier ever since they had obtained the dragon from Blade Island. The Jim clones, along with other Dalkey, had been working on a number of different things. After obtaining the demon tier beast, they had focused on creating a number of new Dalkey. They had an idea of the process from Jim's research, and there were also the clones that had his brain and memories from a certain point and time. Rather than just creating any type of Dalkey, they had been creating the new era of Dalkey, as Graham had called them. These were Dalkey that were based on certain individuals from the humans that they had fought. Using their DNA as a base structure, they were able to create more unique and stronger Dalkey. As for all of those that would be considered a type of failure, they were sent to Graham and others for some training, though none of those Dalkey ever came back. Still, it was because of this that the lab had expanded, growing twice its size as it had taken on more projects. Some Dalkey had even been created for the sole purpose of helping out with experiments and other tasks. In one part of the lab, there was a place that had seemingly been forgotten because of the new advancements that the Dalkey were focusing on. There was also another reason for its abandonment. It used to be Jim's private lab. Everything that was needed from it had already been taken out and distributed to the other areas. In the back of the lab, through a heavy locked door, there were a few cells. Dangerous beasts, prisoners, and also sometimes Dalkey would be placed behind a large, solid glass wall. Apart from two of them, all other cells were now empty. In one of them, a figure started to bang on the glass a couple of times. He was trying to grab the attention of two individuals that were free on the outside who were acting as guards. One of these was a clone of Jim, whereas the other was a three-spiked Dalkey. In a way, they were also keeping an eye on each other. "Hey, what the hell is happening outside? We haven't had an update on anything. Come on, with my talents I'm just wasting away in this cell. Go call the real Jim and tell him that True Dream wants to speak with him." The person who was in the cell was Jack True Dream, former member of the Big Four. There was no way to tell how much time had passed in that prison cell, but he knew that it had never been this long since the real Jim had passed by to ask them to do something for them. Seeing that there was no reaction, True Dream just let out a big sigh. "He's dead, isn't he?" True Dream asked. "Well, it looks like you can even get startled. Well now, I don't know who is winning this war, whether it's the Dalkey or the humans. What do you think, my friend?" "I'm not your friend," the other man replied instantly. He had crouched down, rocking back and forth. He had heavy bags under his eyes, and he had quite long, scruffy black hair that stuck out everywhere. "You can't say that Jim is dead until we see that he's dead." "Crazy as always," True Dream mumbled from the confinements of his cell. "Then why do you think he hasn't come to see us? It's not like the Dalkey have any reason to tell us if he died or not. Heck, I bet that crazy Graham has done him in, just because Jim gave him a Hawaiian shirt or something." There was still no answer from any of the other three, and it seemed it would be that way for a long time. In the end, True Dream decided to go back to his bed and lie down as well.
I was just wondering, why the hell are you so loyal to that guy anyway? True Dream asked. We have nothing better to do here, so we might as well talk, right? In here, we're nothing more than lab rats, but you were with him before I even met him, and even after all this time you seem to still care for him. Come on, with the way you hung around with him, one could have mistaken you for a girl who was having a real crush on her best friend. However, it seemed to be very one-sided. Given your ability, couldn't you have changed that, making it so that he would have followed you? Admit it, it must have at least crossed your mind once or twice. Then again, knowing that guy, he must have had a precaution for that. Was that it? Did you try and fail, and then it hit you instead? Usually True Dream wasn't this talkative, but he had started going a little mad, not being able to talk to anyone, so now that he had a neighbor, it was one potential buddy. He wasn't expecting an answer either, which was why he continued to ramble and goading him on. He saved me, the man eventually answered. I was just another starving kid out on the street, and he fed me. For me, that was enough of a reason to repay him with the rest of my life and do whatever he wishes. My parents either didn't care about me enough, or they couldn't support us, so one day they just left me out on the streets. The other homeless were happy to beat me just because I was weaker than them, and took what little food I managed to scavenge. Everyone else just turned a blind eye, walking past me like I didn't even exist. The only person who didn't was him. You know, I've heard people often claim if they were in a similar situation to what I was in, they would rather die. Each day was painful, be it from hunger and or the beatings of others, but for me, well, dying always seemed like a very scary thing. I could never think about dying, and all I wanted to do was live. Why wasn't I allowed to live? Just because I had no money? Because I was a child? Because people didn't care about me? Well, he changed that. He allowed me to live, so I decided to help him however he wishes. There was a silence before True Dream answered. His cellmate's story wasn't exactly a special one. Jack knew some people from his own family had lived like that. During the war, there were plenty that had been abandoned and couldn't be taken in, especially if they had no use or power for abilities. Sounds a bit fishy if you ask me, True Dream commented, after lifting his body from his lying position. Do you think he might have picked you just because he knew what power you had? At least to me, it seems like he just used you, so you could help him deal with all those vampires? I mean, he doesn't have any other humans by his side other than the two of us. Hell, why don't you tell him the truth? True Dream addressed the gym clone, who would have for sure known the answer, True Dream thought. Even if that was the case, does it matter? The man questioned True Dream, for the first time looking up at him. In the end, he was the one who got me out of that hell. Whether it was because he wanted to help me or for ulterior motives, I don't care. Once again, after that conversation, there was silence between the two of them, and True Dream was trying to think. If Jim was really dead, then they needed to get out of here. What about you? The man eventually asked back. It was the first time since the two of them had been together that the other man had asked True Dream a question of his own. You turned up one day by his side, so what's your story? Thinking back to what happened that day, True Dream couldn't help but laugh. Well, for me, I did something incredibly stupid. You probably don't know them, but I decided to go up against a group of people called the Blade family. After that, I guess you could say Jim saved me as well. Come to think of it, how did you know? True Dream asked, looking at the Jim clone. How did you know the Blade family was going to come after me that day? Looking to his left, Jim stared at the Dalki before walking forward, and eventually went up the glass, standing on the other side, looking in. Today felt like it was a strange day. Usually, no matter how much he complained or talked, no one would react to anything he said. But today of all days, two people choose to react differently. Maybe today is the day. I feel a change coming, True Dream thought as he quickly licked his dry lips. The Jim clone just looked at him without saying anything, which was infuriating Jack even more, until he eventually exploded. Are you going to answer me, or did you just come here to stare at my face all day? True Dream shouted in frustration. He doesn't seem to know, his cellmate explained. It's most likely that he doesn't know about what you are asking him. When I was with Graham and Jim, they made me change the memories of his clones in the facility as some type of safety measure. As I understand, it was a way for them to still listen to Graham even though they were clones. After these words had been spoken, the clone turned its head towards the other cell. Are you saying that my current memories are not mine? Is this to do with the ability he spoke of? I always thought things felt a bit off. Turning around, the clone went back to his position standing next to the Dalki guard, who gave him a brief stare. It was clear he wasn't pleased with the words that were spoken either. Once again, some time had passed, and nothing was said by anyone in their room. Everyone was minding their own business, as they had been doing, but True Dream had been busy scheming up a plan that might see him escape. All clones should have memories from the original up to the point in time they were created, right? In that case, he should have known the answer to my question before you meddled with his memories, correct? True Dream asked. By the way, you never told me your name. Malik, the man in the other cell replied. And yes, you're correct, but there's no way for us to know when these clones were created. Some could have been created even today. Assuming he's still alive, Malik, True Dream pointed out. You know, there's someone in this room that probably knows the answer to that question. Isn't that right, big guy? Today was a strange day, his thought kept repeating in True Dream's head, and so far 2 people were acting weirdly in the room, so perhaps he could get one more person to act out and complete this strange day. Why don't you tell us the truth? True Dream asked. I mean, what harm does letting us know do? Are you scared of Graham? I thought Dalki were meant to have fear, always striving to the top, trying to become the strongest of their kind. Yet what you're doing here seems to be the opposite of that. Be honest, did you piss Graham or someone else off to have been assigned guard duty? Neither one of us has any ability that would allow us to escape this confinement, and that gym clone should be more than enough to check up on us. At the same time, you have every right to be afraid of Graham. He probably sees your lives as expendable fools at best. He always talks about how he is doing everything for the continuation of the Dalki race, or to become a complete race. But is that really his goal? Someone who eats other Dalki to get stronger? In the first place, isn't he completely different from the rest of you guys? And I'm not talking just about his weird clothing fetish, but maybe he actually just wants to create a load like him? Have you ever thought about his actions? He never tries to fix a current Dalki. Instead, he is always trying to create a complete one. So what happens once he creates a complete one? Is he going to cure the rest of you? Or will he simply let you die off and have the new generation take over? True Dream had stopped speaking there, carefully observing the Dalki the entire time to watch out for some type of reaction. Alas, there was none. At least not one that he could notice. Perhaps he just has an excellent poker face, but this Dalki seems to be even calmer than the rest. A knock was heard on the outside door, and when it was opened, food was handed over to the gym clone. It was drink and food to keep their 2 prisoners alive. Nothing too fancy, basic gruel to eat and normal water to drink. There was a small slot in the glass that could be opened from the captor's side. The food would be placed there on a type of tray and then pushed forward. First, the one to be served was Malik, but the clone's actions were also strange. When opening the gap, instead of pushing the tray through as he would usually do, the clone pushed its hands through as well. His body was positioned in a way to cover the view from the Dalki, and Jim didn't say anything, just looked at Malik as he silently mouthed the words, I want to know the truth. Let's find out if Jim is really still alive. Making out what the other had said, Malik touched the clone's hands quickly and activated his power. I'll remove all the memories that I have altered, Malik thought. The interaction only took about a second, and after that, the tray was passed, and the clone went on to the next container, as he went to pass food onto True Dream as well. You wanted to know how I knew about you? Jim asked. Your family has been monitored by the vampires for a long time, Jack True Dream. Suddenly, True Dream's attention was caught. Today really was a strange day, but it might also become a very wonderful one. Yours is a power that is able to cross boundaries, more boundaries than you might imagine, and a long time ago, we used one of your ancestors to transfer a certain power. They considered that power to be too dangerous, hence they had decided to get rid of your family line. Don't feel bad for them, though. Your family was scum and always will be scum, which is why they had overlooked a certain matter. You see, your ancestor had raped quite a few women during his time, and before his death, he had gotten one of them pregnant. This person hadn't told anyone about the child, which was why they had overlooked this fact, but I was interested in your power. Did you know that abilities find a way to appear in those most suited for them? Even if True Dream back then hadn't taught anyone his ability, it would go to those most suited. Yet the True Dream ability was nowhere to be found. Maybe that was because the most suited family line was still around. It was a guess, but as a vampire, I had a lot of time. That led me to my search. A stroke of luck, you might call it, but I decided to look into that man's past and searched for the women he had mistreated. That's what led me to eventually find one of your forefathers. I told them about their dead father, and they decided to take the name once again. It was only a matter of time, of generations, until the ability would fall into that bloodline again. I didn't have a use for your power so much back then, but thought that maybe one day I would, and that's why I kept my eye on you." For the first time since speaking, the three-spiked Dalki moved forward. "How do you know all of that? Answer me now!" True Dream didn't feel disheartened to find out about his family's past. For one, that had nothing to do with him. Those crimes had been committed centuries before his own birth, so why should he care what another person did, merely because he shared a blood relation to them? Nevertheless, True Dream saw a light in this situation. With everyone in the room, perhaps they could change the situation. "It looks like you remember everything," True Dream smiled. "And you, what are you going to do? Go running to Graham? Will that help you in any way? Instead, how about we make a deal? You heard what he said, didn't you? I have a special power, a power that can even cross boundaries. And let's say we decided to keep something secret even from Graham. I can give you power, my big friend. Power that would allow you to even topple Graham. Would you like to carry on living with an uncertain future, or would you prefer to create your own?" True Dream asked with an evil smirk. Honestly, True Dream wasn't so sure if the Dalki would accept his offer. If it had shown some type of reaction to his early comments, it would have been more convincing, but since there was nothing to go on, he was starting to get a bit worried. Somehow, True Dream's words had managed to convince everyone else in the room, and Malik had managed to do his part. However, if the Dalki proved to be loyal to Graham, then it would mean True Dream would have to pray that the clone of Jim was strong enough to beat the three-spiked Dalki. A three spikes is tough, especially without any beast gear. Maybe Malik can do something if he managed to touch him before being splattered, but I doubt the clone alone would be enough, True Dream thought. The good news was that Dalki hadn't outright refused. He was taking his time, considering the deal that had been put in front of him. The Dalki stood in front of the glass while Jim had moved to the side away, creeping over to where Malik was. It seemed like the clone was frightened. Good luck with me putting hope into that guy, True Dream thought. The next second, the Dalki started to chuckle. What you say does interest me. All of our race wish to grow and get stronger, but there is one universal thing that each of us instinctively knows. It is impossible for a lower spike to beat one higher one in a one-on-one fight. Are you aware that our leader has recently evolved into a sixth spike? So tell me, human, how exactly do you plan to help me become stronger than Graham? The Dalki asked. The biggest grin appeared on True Dream's face, because with this answer, he knew that he had got the Dalki right where he wanted him. I'm an honest person, True Dream replied. Based on what you said, you would never fight against a four-spike, correct? Perhaps I might be unable to give you power that can beat Graham just yet, but I can definitely give you power that allows you to beat those above you. Grow, evolve, and trust that I can allow you to catch up. You know about the powers that the vampires and humans hold, the things we refer to as abilities? Well, you see, that vampire over there captured me to make use of my power, which allows me to steal the abilities of others and transfer them over. However, there is something that Graham doesn't know yet. Your leader believes that I'm unable to move these powers to the Dalki or the vampires. I'm willing to give you an ability that will make you stronger, and I always save the best abilities. The truth was, True Dream was spouting a pile of bullshit. Jim had never asked him to move any ability to a vampire, much less a Dalki. As such, he had no idea if there would be such a restriction, but based on the story he was told moments ago, he was gambling that it might not be the case. If the Dalki could gain abilities, they would evolve a step further. I like the sound of that, the Dalki guard agreed, just in time to hear a door opening from behind. Since they had won his trust, the Jim clone had audibly let out Malik from his glass cell. So it looks like you are joining this strange team of weirdos then, Jim commented, smiling nervously. A group consisting of a Dalki guard, 2 humans, and a vampire clone. Seeing how True Dream was looking at him, Jim felt like he had to say something else. You always need a backup plan. If the Dalki hadn't agreed then, we would have had to have used a little friend here, Jim said, slapping Malik on the back. To get out of this place, in case we are found out, I will have to give you one of these powers, and I'm sure that you wouldn't let me leave until I gave you one. The only problem is the method of transfer is a little complicated. But just so you know, I'm not trying anything, True Dream warned, turning his head away as he looked at the Dalki's face. Anything for strength, the creature replied. True Dream nodded towards Jim, and unsure if it was coincidence or not, at that moment, Malik touched the back of the Dalki. Memories were starting to flood his head. At the same time, True Dream held on to the Dalki head, using its thigh to kick himself up, and pressed his lips on the other. It was the condition that he needed to pass his power to the other. Once it was complete, True Dream wiped his lips. Are you done? Yes, Malik said. We didn't know if he would betray us after getting the power, so I have given him a backstory that will make sure that he will stay loyal to us forever. If not, at least the power will remain in his mind. The Dalki came out of it and looked at all those in the room. Thank you for saving me and for giving me this power. True Dream wondered what memories Malik had exactly put in his mind to make the Dalki think that they had saved him. His ability was perhaps one of the most frightening True Dream had ever come across, and if he could avoid it, he would never allow Malik to touch him. Well, do you know the best way to get out of here? True Dream asked. I do. There are plenty of ships at the docks that are connected to the lab. The others use them all the time to transfer things between the areas. However, they know that I'm supposed to be your guard, so we will have to sneak our way around. Perhaps I could convince a few of them, and there will be many that don't care what I'm doing due to how busy it is. But if they see the two of you... The Dalki stopped there, because the others understood what would happen if the two of them were to be spotted. No, Malik refused. We need to go and get the original Jim. If you can't agree to this, then I won't come with you. I won't alert the guards, but I won't leave this place without him either. This was a problem. From the few conversations True Dream had had with Malik so far, he could tell that his mind was somewhat childlike. If not that, he was heavily dependent on Jim for everything. More like borderline obsessed with him. Man, I'm jealous to have someone this obsessed with you. I wonder how he did it, True Dream thought. I was hoping the clone would be enough, but I guess not. His power is also too strong to not utilize. If we run into just a single Dalki as well, he could change their memory to help us. Our chance of escape relies on him. I'm useless without other people, but that's why I'm the best at gathering people around me. I actually agree with him, the clone surprisingly added. I was created a long time ago, when the lab first started. My knowledge of everything Jim has done, and the knowledge of what is going on out there is limited. There is a problem with that, Dalki said. Jim is dead. I don't know the full details of what happened, since I wasn't taken along for that task. But apparently those who went to retrieve the dragon brought back his deceased body. That answer seemed to somewhat shock Malik. He started to rub his hands through his hair, while stretching his skin back. It looked like he might create a fire with how fast he was going. Just his body? The clone asked. Then we can still do something. If the original body is there, it means that Graham was keeping him for some reason. Perhaps his brain is still intact. If that's the case, we can create a new clone. It will have all the knowledge and memories of Jim before he died. The clone then turned towards Malik and placed both his hands on his shoulder, lifting his head up so he could see him in the eye. Look at me. All of us are clones. We are no less than Jim. We have the same mind as him, the same thoughts. We just haven't lived the same life as him. If we create a new clone from his dead body, his mind will live on. The mind of the complete Jim. We have to save him right now. And before you say anything, True Dream, yes, he is needed. We have to start thinking about what we are going to do once we leave this place. Hearing the words seemed to give Malik some type of hope. His eyes looked less lost, and once again it looked like Jim, even if it was a clone, knew just the right words to say for him to cling on to. The group decided to leave, and when they exited from the room, they could see that Jim's lab had been abandoned. There were literally wires hanging from above, and it just added to the brutal reality that the real Jim was gone. The one who they were following was the three-spiked Dalki, who they had decided to call Pine. This was because of a set of small scales on the top of his head that stuck out, making him resemble a pineapple. When opening the door outside the lab,
it led to several large hallways, which looked mostly empty. Apart from a few Dalki and clones that would run past, once in a while delivering something to the other areas. "Why are they so busy?" True Dream asked. "It's Graham. After obtaining the demon tier beast, he's ramped up production on everything. Anyway, the good news is, the most dangerous person, Graham himself, isn't here," Pine answered. The clone and Pine were able to walk side by side. This was because there were plenty of clones in the area anyway, and like Pine thought, everyone was too busy focusing on their own task to care what others were doing. Between the two of them, they were able to tell if the area was clear and tell when the other two were able to move. While looking in the lab, True Dream also noticed that there were no cameras. "I guess there's no need. All the Dalki work together, and it's not like there's an enemy faction or intruders to worry about. I bet they never thought a Dalki would turn on them quite like this." True Dream smiled at his achievement. Eventually, the group reached the lab, but the next part would be the most difficult one. There were people inside the lab at all times. Fortunately, Jim's body wasn't kept in Graham's private room or anything, but it was nevertheless heavily guarded, at least on the outside. 2 3-spiked Dalki could be seen standing in front of the door. The group was only a turn away from reaching the entrance. "What do we do?" True Dream whispered. "I have a plan," Malik suggested. Walking through the hallway was Pine and the clone, and when they reached the door, they quickly turned to the 2 guards. "What are you doing? Keep moving," the Dalki instructed, almost immediately attacking, but in that instant, Pine grabbed both of their arms, acting first. Then from his back, Malik jumped over the 2 Dalki and touched both of them. Seconds later, and both of the Dalki bowed down. "Graham, you have returned, and it's nice to see you as well, Jim," one of the guards addressed them. Watching it all only strengthened True Dream's fear of Malik's frightening ability. Eventually, Pine had told the 2 guards to leave and head somewhere else for the time being, allowing the 2 humans to enter the lab as well. Here they could see the countless glass containers, and floating on one side was Jim's body. They all knew straight away, looking at the body, that Jim really had died. "I wonder what happened while we were trapped in that place. I also wonder how the world would react to our return," True Dream said. Next, Jim went up to the machine, and it was time to start the cloning process and create a new clone of Jim Eno. Since Jim was one of the ones that had taught Graham everything he knew, and a lot of the technology was based on what he had introduced to them, Jim was able to recreate a new clone from what was left relatively easily. "How many experiments have they run? One of the nest crystals. Its energy has nearly completely faded. I never even knew a nest crystal could run out of energy," the clone thought. On a closer look at the body, he noticed that actually, one of the nest crystals had been removed from the real Jim's body, while the other was left in his hand. Still, it was enough energy to create another. A blob started to form, which soon formed into the grown man known as Jim Eno. The claw machine moved and eventually pulled the new clone out from the glass container and dropped a naked Jim onto the floor. "Damn it! That brat killed me! He killed me!" Jim started to scream, hitting the floor. He soon got up and could see the others, and the outcome certainly was a little strange. He was expecting to meet with Graham. After updating them on the situation, Jim had learned that there had been a gap between his death and him being created into a new clone, because for the clone, his last memories were of what happened on Blade Island. "I see. Now that my real body is dead, Graham doesn't have any use for me since I no longer have my ability, but he kept me and my brain intact, so he could still ask me questions whenever he would need me," Jim said in disgust. After hearing what was said from Jim, though, True Dream had equally disgusting feelings. He had learned that Quinn, the boy with the shadow ability, had gotten so far in his life, yet here, his life had completely changed after meeting him. "It was because of that shadow ability that he made me go after the blades. What is all of this crap? That damned kid better be alive so I can kill him myself," True Dream thought. The good news was there looked to be another one that equally wanted to kill the boy known as Quinn as well. "After that, it will be the Blade family, and that damned military that ruined me." While the others were thinking and planning what to do next, Jim went to the console and the clone was taking a look at what he was doing. But since they were both the same person, they understood, until Malik had asked. "What are you doing?" Malik asked. "What do you think? Graham kept me alive just to use me.
I don't like that, not at all. I'm tired of being used by people. The gym up there is dead, and the only use it will be now is to Graham. Every time another clone gets created, it will be from when I died on Blade Island. Graham could pretend to be on my side, get the information he wants, and then kill that, and the next clone would be none the wiser about what happened. Who knows how often he has done that already? If we leave him up there, Graham will just be able to do this again and again, killing me over and over. But then you won't be able to clone yourself if one of you dies in the future, True Dream mentioned. It's okay. I will use the remaining nest crystal from the original body on myself. I won't die, but you're right, I won't be able to clone myself either, but it's what needs to be done. Malik wanted to stop him, but he didn't because he knew that no matter what, since it was Jim's mind that was making the decision, that all the Jims would think the same way. This is what the real Jim would have done, and he had to trust Jim's mind. Bringing out Eno's real body was easy. Using the crane, they dropped his body onto the floor as well. Eno took the clothes that were on him, which were a bit torn and ragged, but it was better than running around the place naked. After that, he took the nest crystal and placed it in his chest pocket for now. He would have to figure out how to use it properly some other time. Then, finally, he looked at his head and hovered his foot slightly above it. "Goodbye, myself," Jim said, stomping hard on the ground and crushing his head and brain. After that, it was time for the group to leave, but now there was one more person with them. In order to avoid confusion when calling the two names, for now they resulted in calling the old clone CJ for Clone Jim. Even though the new clone was Jim as well, it seemed like Jim didn't like the fact and told them it was easier if they just forgot that he was a clone. Sneaking out of the lab, though, was far easier than they thought, and once again, Pine was filling in Jim on the advancement the Dalki had made. "It's good to know that all my hard work wasn't completely in vain. At least they managed to capture the dragon. Still, I'm a bit surprised why they stopped. According to my original plan, after capturing the one on Blade Island, they should have caught the second shortly after. Does that mean something went wrong? Did Arthur fail, or did he turn sides again?" The idea of Arthur failing seemed somewhat impossible to him, but he would just have to find out more as time went on. Eventually, they had exited out of the lab with little difficulty, and after heading through the terrain and around the building, they had reached the docking bay of ships. Here, ships were constantly flying out and coming into the lab. After watching them for a while, what they noticed was the movement of dead Dalki bodies being shipped backwards and forwards. "Here's where it gets hard," Pine said. "We can't sneak any more. We have no choice but to steal one of those things." "Or we can try to use my ability to get people to help us," Malik argued. The problem was the large field that was in between where they were and the closest medium-sized ship. They had no choice. The only thing they could do was walk and pretend like they were naturally meant to be there. They hid True Dream and Malik towards the center, and if people did see them, they treated them like prisoners. At least they could tell the others that Graham was the one that ordered them. They could see a ship in sight. They were about 20 yards from making it until... "Hey, what are you guys doing here on the field? Who are those?" a Dalki yelled. They debated just running to the ship, but with a Dalki's strength, it would be easy for them to just jump and take down the ship. Turning around, they all hoped they would deal with the Dalki easily. When they did, they could see a Dalki with 4 spikes on its back. "What is this? Those are the 2 humans that are meant to be in the lab. What are you doing here?" the Dalki shouted. "I'm going to have to call this one in." Before he could, though, Pine dashed forward and grabbed the Dalki by the arm. "Damn it, let's get out of here," Jim shouted. "The 3-spike is done for." "No," True Dream said, "he's not. That 3-spike is a little different." The next few moments came and went like a blur, because with ease, the 3-spike was able to beat and kill the 4-spike. It was the first time something like that had ever happened in the Dalki's history. After getting rid of the troublesome one, the rest of them got on board the ship and started heading off. As they were leaving, there were several that seemed to have spotted them, but since they hadn't prepared for anything like this happening, their reaction was too slow, allowing the ragtag group to escape. While in the ship, after realizing they were safely away, they all looked at each other for a moment, and Jim started to laugh. "So what do we do now? The vampires won't accept us since I'm their enemy. We all have a grudge against humans. The Dalki will be searching for us, and we can no longer go back there. It seems like there's nobody who will accept any of us," Jim pointed out. The words sounded sad, but saying the words, he was smiling.
I guess we just have to make our own place that will accept us, True Dream replied. We will come back when we are ready. Let's just let the Dalki and the rest of them play this out. Everyone had remained at the stadium for a while. There wasn't any trouble on their respective planets, so they thought it was safe to stay there for the time being. Everyone also had this underlying feeling that when they went back, perhaps it would be difficult for all the leaders to meet up again once the war started again. Not that they still weren't in a war. On top of that, little bits still needed to be figured out by everyone before they moved out. After what they had learned about Pure's coordinated attack, Earth wasn't a safe place for them anymore, and they could trust practically no one. As if vampire agents working for the Dalki hadn't been enough, now they had to watch out for humans as well, all while fighting in a war. While Sam was discussing things with the others, Sarah and Quinn had taken a walk around the large stadium. Taking a slow stroll through the entire thing would take around 2 hours. It was that big. Alas, it was no longer possible to make the entire tour, since a big chunk of it had been destroyed. On their walk, Sarah had asked Quinn a number of questions. To start off with, he had wanted to know how Quinn knew about Bliss and Ray. The cursed faction leader didn't hide any of the facts, telling him how the former had come to meet him after his adventure on Blade Island, and how he was related to the latter. In order for Sarah to feel more safe around Quinn, he also informed the others what he knew exactly what he was: a god. When calling him one, the other reacted in an unexpected way. Sarah had started to laugh. A god, huh? Some of those people really are up their own ass, Sarah said. A word created by humans for those that they worship. I don't like using that word to describe myself, but if it makes it easier for you, then sure, go ahead. With that out of the way, Quinn proceeded to ask Sarah about his past, about his relation with Ray, and what he knew about the Talon family. Sarah wasn't shy about this, and after Quinn had revealed to be Ray's descendant, Sarah went on to explain what he knew of the other's ancestors, how in the past Ray had gone through so many journeys and had so many enemies, quite like what they had today. Quinn was truly lost for words after hearing everything Ray had accomplished, and it sounded as if his exaggerations might have really been on the mark. There were some other things Sarah didn't seem to know, but based on what Quinn had heard Ray say, he could fill the gaps. Still, even after finding out everything, the quest to learn more about the Talon family had not changed in any way. I guess in the end, I really am going to have to talk to Bliss. If Ray was really a dragon and not a human, maybe Bliss will know more about the actual Talon family, Quinn thought. I would like to ask a favor from you, Sarah requested, after all the talking they had done. I want the two of us to have a fight after all of this is over. You see, in the past, Ray and I didn't really have the chance to finish our matches, and I am afraid we won't ever get to. Unlike us, he isn't a god, as you so call it. He won't be coming back, not unless Bliss has done anything to make it so. Either way, you have part of his bloodline in you, and I can tell you're one scary person. So my request is, get stronger, reach your peak, and then look for me, so we can have a match. Hearing this, Quinn thought Sarah wasn't a bad person after all. Perhaps, unlike Bliss, Sarah had just chosen not to get as involved with the humans' problems, to meddle less, unless he felt like he really needed to. You don't think I could beat you right now? Quinn joked back, but he was also quite serious. He hadn't seen Sarah fight, so he had no idea of his real strength and whether someone at his level could beat him. At the same time, Quinn found it hard to imagine there would be many who could beat him. Sarah gave him a little tap and hit him slowly on the chest, allowing the vampire to feel the difference. Not yet. Ray might have had the power to fight the gods, yet you're not there yet. Perhaps if you were to take on that form from before, but I doubt you need to tell me that it was just borrowed power. Become something as powerful as that for yourself. Go beyond what you are right now. In the meantime, you can trust me to take care of Pure. The words spoken by Sarah reminded Quinn of another quest that had been assigned, which was to become something beyond a vampire lord. Perhaps he was right. In Quinn's mind, the enemy had always been the Dalki, so he would need strength beyond his current realm to deal with beings like Sarah in the future. Or were the Dalki themselves also becoming a race that the gods would have to be wary about? Sure, you have a deal, Quinn smiled, shaking his hand. I think Leo and the rest will be in good hands. After their conversation, he went back to Sam for an update on things. The vampire soldiers, being led by Ashley, were on their way. Once they arrived, they would be briefed on what they were to do and head off with Leo and Sarah. Then, with their worry of Pure in the back of their minds, Sack, Owen, and the cursed faction would head back. At the same time, a decision had been made that the vampires would be supporting the two groups in the war. Before that, Quinn was to head back to the vampire settlement to check on what crystals they had. At the same time, armor and beast gear would be made for each of the vampire leaders. Then the leaders would be split up. Their families were to support either the Earthborn group or the Greylash group. All of this shouldn't take more than a couple of weeks at most. Not only was Alex working on this, but so were all the other forgers as well. Everyone had agreed to come together after this event because the decision had been made. No longer would they be waiting. With the vampires' help on their side, it was time for them to stop being on the defensive. They were going to take the war to the Dalki. If the Dalki weren't attacking them, it meant they were preparing something. If Quinn and the rest could finish their preparations first, then they would equally attack first and get the jump on them. Helen, I promise I'll avenge you. After Quinn had informed all the leaders of what was going on, Quinn allowed the leaders to decide who they thought would best be suited to help. The Greylash or the Earthborn group based on what they had seen so far. After the meeting was done and they were informed of what was to happen, there was one leader that had stayed behind, wanting to speak to Quinn. Surprisingly, it was the fifth leader, Sonny Kent. Quinn was a little worried when she asked this, but out of all the leaders, she seemed to give off the most calming aura, and seemed to be the least threatening out of them all. Your Majesty, Sonny addressed him in a soft voice, sitting down in the canteen. The whole area was empty, with just the two of them alone. She had her hands placed in front of her, with her fingers crossed, sitting upright in a perfect position. Her hairstyle was neat and kept behind her, which reminded Quinn of a motherly figure. Yes, Sonny, Quinn replied. I think your plan is good, and it is a good time to fight back while they are unsure of our power, but I wanted to talk to you about something. You see, I've been doing research into the familiars that us vampires use, and I think if we were to utilize the vampire subclasses and the familiars, we could increase our chances even further in this war. This naturally caught Quinn's attention. He knew the strength of familiars, but it seemed like many vampires didn't have one, or at least didn't utilize them much in a fight. He always wondered if it had to do with their pride, if they regarded them as a distraction, or if it had other reasons. From what he had learned, it was a little difficult to control familiars, which was why sometimes vampires opted to not use them even in a fight. The fifth family were better at this because they could communicate with them, and ones like Quinn's familiar were different because they were able to act on their own. Still, if there was maybe a way for the vampires to utilize them more, or they got rid of their traditions to allow all of them to have familiars, it might give them a big boost to their strength. Have you heard of the Four Kings? Sonny asked. On the field I saw two of them appear, and I know you have one with you as well. But if we can get the fourth with us as well, get them to work together, then it could increase our force drastically. The Four Kings was a term that Quinn had learnt not too long ago, and had heard about recently as it had popped up again. Still, he didn't know too much about it or about them. When he first obtained his own familiar, the Bone Claw, he had heard it to be called the Undead King by the others. Some thought it was just a title due to its appearance and great strength as a familiar. According to Leo, who had traveled to the familiar world with the others, it wasn't just a title. It was a name that had been given to it in the familiar world, something that the other familiars also knew him as. A large world with familiars all around that lived off a certain type of energy. Here, there were 4 rulers. The Bone Claw, Leo's cat, and Oscar's horse, Quinn mumbled as he went through them all. Exactly, Sonny smiled, doing a small little clap as if she was pleased that he already knew some details. Honestly, I was surprised to see them all. I didn't even know your vampire knight had one. As you know, our family is able to communicate with familiars, which is why I was able to get information of my own about this world and come to know a little about the Four Kings. The familiars have always been a great interest to me. They command over territories in their world that stretches quite far and wide. Many vampires don't know this, but at times, when one person has summoned a familiar, another will refuse to come out. This is because these two familiars are from different territories. It seems like they don't get along, but their relationship appears to be more complicated than that. You could think of these familiars as if they were from different kingdoms. My familiar, nor the ones I have talked to, know much about why these territories are in place, or why they were divided like so. Either that, or they feel like they cannot speak about it. It seems, though, the system they had was set up even before their time, but something that has happened before has happened now. 3 of these kings have made contracts with the outside. Perhaps if we could gather all 4 of them, we could call for help from their world. We just need to find the 4th king, which is why I wanted to talk to you. Perhaps your Bone Claw, another king, would know the answer on how to contact them? It was worth a shot, but there was a problem. Quinn and the Bone Claw hardly talked. It seemed like Bones only came out when it felt like it, usually either when Quinn was desperately in trouble or when Quinn had a strong desire for something. I can try, but even when I have communicated with my familiar in the past, it's been tough. He speaks with few words, Quinn replied. What if you summoned him? Sunny asked. I could talk to him instead. There aren't many familiars that can speak our language, so that would make sense. Nodding, Quinn agreed to the request. He closed his eyes and tried summoning him. He focused at first on his anger and tried to see if the Bone Claw would come out that way, but there was nothing. Then there was only one other thing Quinn could do, and that was to head inside his mind and try to connect with it. Eventually, Quinn had gone into a deep concentration and had entered a black room. I never thought about it before, but this reminds me of the shadow space as well, Quinn thought. Looking in front of him, he saw no one, until eventually the mist started to appear, and the large Bone Claw's body was formed. It stared down at Quinn. After having countless battles and seeing countless things, the large figure still looked horrifying compared to everything else that he had seen. Long ago, I beat you in that battle when you challenged me. I thought you would help me after that. So why won't you let me summon you out of my own free will? Quinn asked. The Bone Claw lifted its long, dangly finger and pointed toward Quinn's chest. You. 2 sides, the Bone Claw said, and then imitated his chest breaking in half. It was safe to say Quinn didn't understand what he was saying, but if he was to understand the gist of it. The problem was to do with himself. Forgetting about this for now, he decided to stick to the task. Do you mind going out now? We want to talk to you. It's about your world and the 4 kings, Quinn asked. Quinn didn't know if what he had said had upset his familiar, but before he knew it, he had turned into mist once again and disappeared. Yep, definitely not the talkative type. Opening his eyes, he could see Sunny with a big smile on her face, like she was expecting something, which just made it harder to tell her, and for some reason, Quinn felt a bit embarrassed that he had failed. It's okay, don't worry about it. A lot of the direct descendants have trouble summoning their familiars as well, Sunny said, trying to comfort him, but it didn't make Quinn feel any better. She was talking about direct descendants. Did that mean that none of the others had this problem? I just thought of something, Quinn said as he raised his head. There is one who is a little talkative compared to the others. We could always ask him. Sunny tilted her head because she wasn't sure what he meant by that. Still, Quinn knew there was one familiar that could speak just fine, as an individual often complained about him. A short while later, returning to the canteen, was Leo, but he wasn't alone, as they decided to bring Oscar as well. Along with him was Mona. She actually didn't want to come along, but insisted that he was attached to her by the hip for some reason. Even Mona didn't quite know why, and often Oscar would give signals, asking her to check up on Samantha. It was also because of this reason that Mona would be staying with the Earth group for the time being, rather than going with Quinn or the Greylash group. As for the answer why they were all invited, it was to find out answers. Quinn had come up with a backup plan. For one, he thought Sunny would be able to communicate with the horse if need be, but honestly, he didn't think that would have to be the case. Soon a little black cat appeared on the table, and it was none other than the familiar known as Ovenik, or Oven for short. What do you guys think you're doing? The cat shouted as it licked its paw. It was hard to tell if he was concerned or not. The sound of his voice showed urgency, while his actions, such as licking his fat paw, appeared as if he wasn't worried at all. Why would you bring 3 of the kings in this area? You want to cause a fight? Oven said. You're lucky that I promote peace more than anything. After saying these words, the black cat laid on its back, and just started to roll side to side, once again diminishing the urgency of his message. "Actually, the reason why we called you was so we could find the fourth king," Sunny smiled. "We were hoping that we could ask for help from the familiars during this war." After hearing these words, Owen stopped rolling and got up, and then there was a smile on his face. "You want the 4 familiar kings to help you?" Owen said. "I'm wondering, woman, did you know that there is a war going on in the familiar world as well? Or perhaps that's why you are making this suggestion right now." Owen's words didn't seem to surprise Sunny, but with the small interaction Quinn had with her, he was wondering if this leader ever could get surprised by anything. Thinking about it, he just never saw her startled. I wonder what her face was like when she saw Laxmus. The strange thought entered Quinn's mind. Regardless, it was hard to tell if she really did know what was going on in the familiar world or not. Judging by the fact she could talk to them, Quinn was inclined to agree with Owen's thinking. "Explain if you can, please," Quinn asked, since it didn't look like Sunny was going to say anything. "Also, if there is any way we can get the king on our side, it would be a great help. So far, all of the kings have shown their great strength, and I'm sure this one will be the same, even if they are only half as strong as you." The usual smirk appeared on Owen's face upon hearing this. "If you really want to cuddle up to me so much, then you should come over here and rub my belly," Owen said, tapping it a few times. A small empty sound was heard as his big belly shook for a fraction of a second when it was hit. "But seriously, you all know nothing of the familiar world, do you?" After letting out a big sigh, Owen strolled across the table and then laid down in front of Leo. He touched him a couple of times with his paw until Leo eventually started to scratch his belly. He seemed to be enjoying himself, and Quinn wondered if the former really would tell them the story while like that. "First, let me tell you the familiar world is huge, and new familiars enter our world daily, but frankly, we don't have as many familiars as humans. However, it's not because we don't want more. There is a simple reason for that. There is a lack of energy. Our world produces the energy we feed on, but it's weak. At the same time, that energy we feed on is also what makes up our world itself, and that's why we are attracted to other worlds and make contracts with others so we can take this energy from our hosts. At the same time, these links with you guys allow us to pour more energy into our world. In a way, those that are creating contracts with the vampires are doing a service to the world, like me." The cat smugly pointed at itself still on its back. "Still, even with all of this help and extra energy, it's not enough compared to the number of familiars coming to our world, which is why there is a need to call our own kind. The energy itself is what creates our world and allows us to live. If the energy disappears, our whole world will be destroyed and no one will survive. Some older familiars are willing to go on their own, leaving the world and no longer existing. Those who have contracted before and had their desires filled have more chances of accepting this, while others put up a bit of a fight. This is where the duty of the 4 kings comes into the picture. We familiars are far stronger than the others, and we are forced to get rid of those who do not wish to go. It was our natural selection. It started when we were elected by the others in our areas, worshipped by the other familiars, because their lives were suddenly in our hands." Quinn felt strange hearing the story. For some reason, he felt a little sorry for these kings. He couldn't imagine the need to kill his own just for a feeble amount of resources. Sure, the other familiars looked up to the kings, but it wasn't because of respect. Instead, it was fear. It reminded him a little of his own situation. At the same time, if they had chosen to do nothing, if these great powers had chosen just to let the familiars roam free, consuming the energy, then it would mean the whole world would no longer exist, and none of them would survive. Their job was a necessary one. He wasn't sure if familiars had the same feelings and emotions as humans, but if Owen was anything to go by, some of them were just as emotional as humans. If a similar situation had happened on Earth, Quinn honestly wondered what would happen. Perhaps with the way humans were, there would have been a war no matter what. "And what about the war then? Why are familiars fighting over each other if things have always been okay? It seems sudden," Sunny asked. It looked like Owen was enjoying his scratches a little too much, as he didn't reply straight away and continued to roll around, which eventually caused Leo to stop. When he did, Owen knocked on Leo's hand a few times. "Answer her," Leo asked. Rolling, Oven sat up once again. It's actually because of everyone in this room, Oven answered. The familiar kings are picky, but it's because we search for those that will help fill our desire and also supply us with a large amount of energy. The contract with the kings has allowed an increased rate of energy to transfer to our world, but only to our territories. In other words, more familiars are permitted to enter our world. This sounds like a good thing, and you would be right, but it made others jealous. For instance, the undead king was absent for a long time, but his land had obtained benefits due to his contract. The other three, including me, decided to ignore this. However, the horse disappeared, and his land was supplied with energy, leaving only two, including me. At the time, there was still a general balance because of two kings. They were next to two lands that were thriving with energy, but then I had decided to leave as well, supplying my territory with extra energy. This had left the remaining king and the other familiars in those territories quite jealous. Our lands were thriving with energy, so we could have more familiars and less needed to be killed, but the same can't be said for their territory. So you're saying this is your fault? Sunny said, immediately with the usual smile on her face. For the first time, it looked like Oven was displeased. My fault? Did you not hear the Bone Claw was the first one, and then the horse disappeared? Was I supposed to just stay put? The two of them are equally at fault. Also, the remaining one stayed back to start a war. Isn't there a simple solution to the problem, then? Quinn asked. Why don't they just make a contract with one of the vampires, or something else? Wouldn't that mean his territory receives energy as well? The others agreed to the point that Quinn had made. They thought that the solution was so easy, they were looking forward to having the four kings on their side. Yes, I agree that would be the easiest solution, but remember what I said about the four kings being stubborn? That king is the most stubborn of them all. The energy that is given to our territory is more of a bonus. More so than that, we don't just feed on energy, but what we as individual familiars feed on is your desire. Each one of us, when making a contract with you, was attracted to a certain part of you, a certain emotion. And unfortunately, that one has never made a contract with another one before. So I would say you have a few options. Find someone who can match his desire, which I think is highly unlikely. No one likes that fat guy anyway. Or you will have to find some way to force him. But be warned, he's strong. Whoever ends up contracting with him has to be sure they can beat him. Otherwise, they might end up losing their life, Oven warned. All the invitees for the event were still staying in the northern part of the stadium. Everyone was dwelling in one place, so it was easier for them to communicate, and it also made it easier for Quinn to walk around with Leo and search for those who had strong signs of ki. At the moment, they were striding through a hallway and heading to the training room. What better place to find those who were strong? Oven was sprawled on Leo's head. It had been a while since he had been taken out, and he was enjoying his time. At the same time, they thought that maybe they could get some suggestions on who to pick from the cat, since the conditions for a familiar making a contract weren't exactly crystal clear. Just so that we're on the same wavelength here, Quinn repeated, there are two conditions. One, for the desire of the two to match up, and for the king to be attracted to the strong ki in the contractor's body. The reason why we're thinking of humans is that if the ki on its own is attractive enough, they would care less about the desire, correct? How many times are you going to ask me? Oven yawned. Yes, that's correct. And no, I don't know what his desire is. If we knew, he would have left before the others. But think what your desire was that the Bone Claw was attracted to was. For me, it was the pursuit of strength. I could tell that this one is obsessed with refining his skills. Now, I don't know the reason behind it, and I don't care. But as long as he keeps looking to improve, that's all right with me. It was a question worth pondering over, because Quinn didn't know why the Bone Claw was with him, or to be more precise, why it had chosen him. Wasn't it meant to be a creature that feasted on Quinn's dark desires? Perhaps that was the reason why he couldn't summon it at the moment. Still, Quinn couldn't help but think back to the strange actions the Bone Claw had done not too long ago. What does it mean? I just don't understand. You used to belong to Richard Eno. What is different between him and me? Or maybe I need to find what is similar about the two of us. Regardless, the Bone Claw would still listen to Quinn from time to time, and if it thought Quinn was no longer of any use to it, or hated his apparent desire, then it would make no sense for the Bone Claw to continue protecting Quinn when it had done. Perhaps there was more in it than what the cat was letting on. Inside the training room, there were those who just never stopped fighting for a second, aiming to improve their skills. None of the vampire leaders were present. It looked like rather than the two sides getting along, they had decided just to put up with each other, apart from one. The others in the room were sparring against each other, striving to improve as they had nothing else to do in the meantime, and inspired by the matches they had seen. As for the only vampire leader in the room, the Royal Knight, who was present, it was Fex. He was sitting on the floor with his back against the wall, and sitting beside him was none other than Samantha. The two of them seemed to be talking, and Quinn saw a side of Fex which he had never seen before. He looked quite shy, turning his head away constantly from Samantha. They hadn't had much time together after the confession, so it was clear their relationship hadn't developed, but at least it looked like things were going in the right direction. It also took a lot for Quinn to ignore what the two were saying. It seemed Fex hadn't noticed Quinn enter, and could hear every word the two spoke.
"She has potential. The key force in her is quite strong already, but she has never been trained in it, nor has she naturally summoned it,"
Leo commented, seeing Quinn was looking in their direction. Quinn was thinking the main problem here was that Samantha was part of the Earthborn group and not the cursed faction. For now, she was listening to them and Sack, but this didn't guarantee 100% that she would stay on their side once this was all over. However, seeing her speaking with Fex on good terms and not caring for who he was had given Quinn some hope. "I think we can ask her. You said the more people we have, the higher the chances, correct?" Quinn suggested. They carried on walking around the room, as Leo sensed their key. They would then tell them all once gathered about the task and see who wished to come and those who didn't. That's when they spotted Syl with all his brothers. "Syl is strong and is a human. Don't the Blade family members have a lot of ki as well?" Quinn thought aloud. Syl seems to be an exception to that. He himself hasn't been through many tough situations, or at least not as many as the other Blades. It looks like he relies on his abilities a bit too much," Leo commented.
"From the last visit, we know that that place will start draining ki as soon as we reach there, and the situation would be even more dire for Syl."
There were other candidates, such as Logan and others, but they all seemed to have small amounts of ki that worried Leo. But there was someone in the room who had more ki than any others.
"What about Layla?" Leo suggested. "Although she is a vampire subclass, and the rest of us have high amounts of ki, I believe that there is still a good chance that the king could choose her as well."
Without a doubt, Layla had high amounts of her ki, not just her own, but from her mother as well. Quinn was fine with this suggestion, at least he thought he was. These days he would be more settled when he could see members of the cursed faction in front of him rather than away from him, perhaps due to what happened to Helen. Finally, after looking around some more, they came across two others who had an acceptable amount of ki in their bodies. One of them was one of the unranked, Abdul, the bow and arrow user.
"We don't know the unranked well at all, but Abdul is close to Sarah, and I feel I could trust him. Although Abdul won't be helping the fight against the Dalki, the fight against Pure is important as well, but I would prefer the familiar choose someone else."
"Oh, I think he might like that one," Oven smirked, and didn't really elaborate on why. It was just when Quinn had somewhat made his decision that he wasn't the right fit for the familiar that he had said that. In the end, Quinn had to think if they would be better with the familiar than without, and he decided to go ahead, since it was not only their concern, but also that of the familiar world. As for the last person, who also had a surprisingly good amount of ki potential in their body, was someone Quinn hadn't expected.
"Him,"
Leo pointed at the person, and he was already a strong one. As for who Leo was pointing at, it was Owen. As usual, he was talking to his grandfather and Hermes, with the fan covering his face. In the end, they had gathered everyone with the high ki and most potential to get a contract with the final king. They had pulled them off to one side, and even Fex, who had long noticed the group, had joined them, and with him was Samantha. Layla, Abdul, and Owen. If all went well, and their journey to the familiar world worked out, one of these would be getting a strong familiar, which would boost their strength. At the moment, Quinn was waiting for three things before continuing further with what he wanted to do. One of these was for the vampire soldiers to arrive. He wanted to speak to Ashley on a few things and clearly state what they needed to do. With Paul no longer being with them, Quinn couldn't help but be a little worried. After promising them that they would see their families again, he was giving them an incredibly dangerous mission, and he didn't like that. When they did arrive, Leo would be leaving with Sarah to handle the matters on Earth. This was one reason why Quinn thought they needed to do it now if they wanted to sort out this familiar matter, because Owen seemed like he would be a lot of help. Looking at the fat black cat again, Quinn wasn't too sure he agreed with his own thought on this. Another thing he was waiting for was beast gear for all the vampire leaders, and the special crystals to be utilized, and lastly, for a nest crystal to be discovered by the fourth family. The nest crystal would upgrade his system, and he would be able to attack the Dalki at full strength, although the nest crystal was at the bottom of his list because he didn't know how effective it would be or how long it would take. It was because of these things that he needed to wait, and he even thought sending someone to try and get the fourth king on their side wasn't too bad, as long as it didn't take up too much time, of course. Still, how they would solve this issue was something Quinn was seriously stumped on at the moment, and the others could see that.
"I have a small suggestion," Leo commented. "When visiting the familiar world, I found that the energy that is released from our bodies and the energy that you guys speak of is similar to our ki, and it is our life energy. However, what I never understood and still fail to understand till this day is why do you make contracts with vampires who are low on ki rather than humans? Quinn and I are an exception to this rule, but the others aren't. Perhaps if you were to use a human who was high on ki instead, the fourth king might be interested?"
Owen sighed again as if he was expecting this question to pop up. For this one, there are a couple of answers. First, the energy passed on through us isn't energy borrowed from you directly. Why do you think your ki doesn't decrease even though we are with you? We are simply using you to absorb the ki around and pass it on to our world. Although what you say is correct as well, the more ki you can control in your body, the more we can pass. Only in certain situations would we need to get ki directly from you. The second is about the link that is established. The link and those connected to our world have always been vampires. Whether that's because your ritual only works with vampires, or if our two species are related somehow, who knows? But not once in our history has anyone contracted with a human, Owen explained. That's because it doesn't work, Sunny spoke straight away. Our historical records show that a ritual used to summon a familiar with a human doesn't work. Like the familiar said, maybe it's because our ways or the magic circles that we have passed on for generations are set to not work with humans, but those circles in the first place were made by one of the originals. Magic, a word Quinn had heard a few times from his ancestor. According to Logan, magic existed in the world at one point in history, but has been long forgotten. So it was unlikely anyone knew how to create a ritual so a human could connect to the familiar world. Maybe there was one person, but he was suspected dead, and if Logan didn't have the knowledge, it meant it was something that Richard didn't wish to pass on. "Wait," Quinn said, thinking about this. "How did you connect to the world last time? I mean, isn't there a physical difference between going to the familiar world and trying to connect to it?" "You're correct," Owen replied. "Maybe if you actually went to the familiar world, that can happen. As to how to get there, the answer is actually with you." Owen pointed his paw towards Quinn's chest. The latter looked down and wondered what he meant, but then remembered the story that Leo had narrated. The Bone Claw was the one that had created a portal for the others to escape. Could he create a portal for them and a human to go there and meet the fourth king? "Well, it's decided then. I'm sure you can at least get your familiar to do this, right?" Sunny said, already standing up and oddly looking at Quinn. At the same time, he wondered how she knew what Owen meant. I mean, sure, maybe." Quinn was losing confidence by the second, but he should be able to convince the Bone Claw somehow. "Though we still have a problem then. We need to find someone. 1, they need to be human. 2, they want a contract with a familiar and are willing to go with us. And last but not least, they need to be strong enough to handle the familiar. Those conditions are nearly impossible to fulfill." When thinking about who to select, he realized that if they wanted more chances of a contract, it would have to be one with strong ki and a matching desire to that of the fourth king. There weren't many strong humans still left in the cursed faction. "I can help search those with strong ki," Leo claimed.
I think if we journey together with the other kings, they can guide us quicker, so it won't take too long. I also think we should select more than one person just in case. That way we have a higher chance of one having a desire that matches the fourth king's. How long will this take?"
Leo knew they didn't have much time on hand. "With all of you helping us, then not too long. Maybe a couple of hours to get to your destination as long as we don't run into any trouble. However, the place is basically a war zone and a very chaotic one. But I believe that when they see three kings together, it should suppress any fighting, so everything should go all right. What I worry about is whether you will have a human strong enough to face him. Do you remember last time, with every second, the energy from your bodies naturally disappeared and went into the familiar world? This means humans might get even weaker as time goes on in that world. After a fight, they would have to rush back to the portal. It's a big risk." Quinn knew it was a risk, which was why if he couldn't think or find anyone suitable, he would abandon this plan. The familiars would be able to support in the war, but it wasn't a guarantee they would help them win it, and he wasn't willing to sacrifice the others. At the same time, there was another worry troubling Quinn. That was, if the war continued in the familiar world, that maybe the Bone Claw and the other two kings would have to head back, meaning they could no longer use them. Not that Quinn used the Bone Claw much in the first place, but if he relied on the latter and didn't have him in the time of need, things would get troublesome. Now, who would be best to suit a familiar, and who would be able to help us? Quinn thought. Once they found their contestants, it looked like Quinn would be heading to the familiar world, the place where the Bone Claw and the others lived. After gathering all of the participants, Quinn explained why they were here and how they would be transferring to another world to get what was called a familiar. He also made it clear to them what the risks were and why they were selected. For one, there was always the risk that the familiar might attempt to kill its host at any point in time. However, it didn't seem to faze this group of individuals, and all of them even seemed more excited by the prospect of getting a familiar. I guess they all have been through a lot, so that would be expected. As I said, you don't necessarily have to come, and even if you do come, only one of you will be selected. Also, Leo, Oscar, and I will be heading there as well, Quinn explained. It was then that the unranked Abdul raised his hand. I'm okay with all this, even though it sounds quite handy, but I kind of need to understand the risk to reward. How strong are these familiars, and how strong is this one? It was hard for Quinn to pinpoint their strength. They were helpful in several ways and couldn't die, which was a big plus. But as for how strong this one was, he couldn't imagine it being any weaker than the other kings. I mean, all of you saw the power of the horse that was out in the field. Well, that is the level of the familiar that we are after. Flashbacks appeared in their heads of the strong horse that easily plowed through the hybrid beasts, and upon thinking that they might have a similar familiar with them, it made them even more excited. Was that horse that strong? Samantha wondered, since she was one of the ones who had passed out due to the gas. I guess I don't really know what a familiar is like. I can show you, Feck said, as he tapped his earring, and it started to light up, releasing a little bull with bat-like wings and a giant nose ring. Master! Ham immediately started to fly towards Fex and grabbed onto his face. I thought you forgot about me. You never talk to me these days, and you're getting so strong that I thought you forgot about me. Fex immediately pulled off Ham and held him by the back of his wings, showing others the snotty-nosed flying bull. Fex's face was a little red. He thought maybe he could score some points with Samantha, showing something cute. However, this bull looked anything but cute. What's his name? Samantha said, as she reached out her hand and stroked the top of his head. Ham, Fex replied. I don't bring him out much these days because it's dangerous, and I care about him a lot, he mumbled, not really knowing what he was saying, but was just trying to gauge Samantha's reaction, who seemed to like the bull. As for the others watching, they all just hoped that they got something that looked a bit more helpful than that, something more like the horse. Well, if you are all in agreement, then we will head off straight away, Quinn said. The group first went to the canteen where Sunny was waiting. She would also be coming along on this journey. Although they had Oven who could communicate with the familiars and help them out, Quinn felt more safe having someone he trusted. On top of that, Sunny had insisted on joining since it was all her idea to begin with. After gathering in the canteen, Samantha couldn't help but stare at the large figure beside the former's side. Hey, so I'm not going to come with you on this one, all right? Mona said, knocking his back a few times. But Quinn is going to take care of you, so don't do anything crazy. Those heading out will be Quinn, Leo, Oscar, Sunny, Samantha, Abdul, Owen, and Layla, while the others will remain behind. Too many people would attract attention, and there was no need for extra. While everyone was getting ready, many said their goodbyes. Owen spoke to his grandfather and Hermes, Fex with Samantha, and even Oscar and Mona had a chat with a book and pencil. This left two people standing next to each other who hardly had alone time in a while. It's nice, huh? Layla said. Everyone has someone, and I think the two of them make a good couple, don't you think? It was clear that Layla was talking about Fex and Samantha, as Fex had a worrying expression and was telling her to be careful, even showing her a few punches here and there, which she could try. It is nice, Quinn replied, and I haven't forgotten. I promise I'll find a way to get rid of that. You know, Layla cut Quinn off, I used to think that Aaron and Fex would make a good couple together if they spent more time together, but I guess it just never worked out. It's interesting, right? The more time you spend away from someone, no matter how strong those feelings were at one point in time, they start to fade, and then someone new comes into their view. I can't wait forever, Quinn, and I miss her. Erin, I mean. She left without saying anything to me, to anyone, and I wonder where she is. Hearing this, Quinn didn't know what to say. He wasn't really good at comforting someone. She's strong enough to make that decision, Quinn replied, and closed his eyes. Since at the moment, everyone was relying on a certain familiar of his. Entering the space and the connection with his familiar again, he could see the bone claws form. At least he's appearing in front of me. Earlier he wouldn't even do that, Quinn thought. I have a favor to ask. Before Quinn could say anything, the bone claw started to disappear again. After what Quinn had just said about it, he thought it was playing a joke on him. That was until they could see it being summoned on the outside. The large figure appeared in the middle, with its long dangly fingers that almost grazed the floor. This, Abdul gulped. What is this monster? This is your familiar? Abdul had seen the mist come out from Quinn, so he could only assume. Yes, Quinn nodded. He will be taking us to the other world. That's certainly frightening, Owen said, although they didn't look scared at all. I hope there is something that suits my taste there, something more beautiful and elegant. The bone claw then started to draw a large circle with its finger, leaving a trail behind. As it finally connected, it opened a portal, and the group was ready to head into the familiar world. A short while after Quinn and the others had left, a large spaceship arrived at the stadium. This was one of the ships belonging to the cursed faction. It was landing in the broken large area of the stadium that hadn't been repaired. Here, Sam was waiting for them as he had expected them to arrive. When the ship landed, the ramp descended. He saw Ashley step out first, with the rest of the vampire soldiers behind him, in an orderly fashion. They all looked around carefully at the scene around them, and could only imagine what type of fighting had happened here. It's good to see you again, Ashley said, saluting Sam. This was a bit awkward for Sam, since he didn't really impose military procedures on his people, but he returned one out of respect. Just then, he noticed someone else behind Ashley slowly making their way down. She wasn't a vampire soldier, and was an acquaintance of his, staring off into space. Haley, it's nice to see you again, Sam said with an awkward smile. Yes, it's nice to see you as well. I was wondering where Quinn is. I wanted to talk to him about my father, Haley asked. The group stepped inside the specially created teleporter, and they were on the other side in no time. The feeling was actually better and smoother than when they went through their own created teleporters. Many remembered their first experience as a few people would get sick, but the school trained the students well for that. After stepping out, everyone started looking at each other. They were making sure each one of them was there and in one piece. Even Abdul was checking if all his fingers and toes were intact. After the initial inspection, it took them a second or two to appreciate the new world they had arrived at. Unlike the Beast Planet, each of them could feel something different about the place. A mystic color was enveloping the sky, a mix of purple and blues. Even the trees, plants, and everything around them looked foreign and not even part of their universe, never mind the world. Then there was the energy they felt, as if something was slowly slipping away from them. Leo recalled this feeling, and he could even see, or rather sense, the little balls of energy flying around. The last to arrive through the teleporter was the Bone Claw, and as he stepped out, the teleporter soon disappeared. Currently, the group was standing on mostly hard ground, with a few odd patches of purple, pink, or red-colored grass randomly placed all over. The Bone Claw bent down slightly and drew on the ground, creating an X. Then he looked at everyone else as if he wanted to say something. Oven, who was still on top of Leo's head, cleared his throat before speaking up. "All right, listen up. The Bone Claw has used a lot of energy to open a portal between our two worlds. The thing is, moving in this world, you move in the real world as well. In simple words, if we want to head back to the stadium, we will have to come back to this spot. Then the Bone Claw will open another gate for all of us to head back." Oven gave himself a triumphant nod, having translated everything. It was then that Quinn wondered if the Bone Claw would be coming with them on this journey. Just then, he could see it opening another portal and was leaving. "Where is it going?" Quinn asked. "This isn't his territory," Oven answered. "Most likely he's going back to check if things are all right back there, and he will need to borrow the energy from the others to open a teleporter to take us all back as well." It made Quinn wonder if the Bone Claw could have just teleported them to their destination then, but it was probably due to the energy problem. "You said all the kings have a territory, correct?" Sunny asked. "Then whose territory are we in right now?" Oven pointed towards the large figure with his paw, indicating that it was the horse's territory. "From here, if we keep up a good pace, it will take us around an hour or so to get there, but maybe they can help us out," Oven explained. "Is it not possible for you to create a portal and move us all to our right location?" Layla asked. "I mean, Quinn's familiar got us here. Can't you at least do that?" This comment had clearly frustrated the cat, and it looked like he was going to pounce off from Leo's head any second, but before he could, Leo grabbed his familiar and started to scratch it to calm it down. "You see, we all have our advantages and disadvantages. The Bone Claw is just very good at using energy, and it's similar to his power in the first place. If you want me to create a fire that will burn you to ashes, sure, go ahead. I'll be happy to do that," Oven smirked. Before stepping ahead to follow Leo and the cat, Oscar paused for a second as something appeared before him, and the others had seen it before. After a bright light shone, a horse with the green glow appeared, and it looked just as powerful as it did before. The large figure then suddenly started to walk over to where Samantha was. She was unsure what he was doing, but moving his one free hand, it looked like he wanted her to take it. As she took his hand, Oscar then led Samantha up to the horse and lifted her on top. "Well, I guess that makes sense, since she's the only girl here," Abdul commented, and straight away he felt two pairs of deathly stares on his back. One was coming from Sunny, and the other from Layla. "I mean, the one delicate girl. Aren't you both vampires?" Abdul cried back. The next second, the horse neighed, and when it did, the sound echoed throughout the land. It was strange the others could tell the horse had made an incredibly loud noise, yet none of them felt like it was piercing or hurting their ears. They waited a few moments, and eventually several horses, smaller than itself, but glowing white with a horn on their head, appeared. "Unicorns! People will call me crazy if I were to tell anyone what I've seen," Abdul exclaimed. "What? Vampires, headless men, and a bull with wings aren't crazy already?" Layla said, passing by him and now stroking the horse. "This is his territory," Oven said, "and it looks like he's giving us all a free ride. This will save us a lot of time." The others found it quite impressive. It seemed like they really were kings here. Even the horses, when appearing, had given a slight bow, showing their respect. Everyone got on a horse, most having one for themselves. At the same time, Quinn and Sunny had been left together on another. Leading the way were Leo and Oven. They thought that perhaps the large figure with his gigantic horse would be leading the way, since it was its territory, but it decided to ride alongside Samantha. "Now I know something's up. He's clearly treated differently compared to everyone else. But why? Does he like me?" Samantha thought. But it didn't seem to be the case, based on the interaction it had with Fex. Either way, it wasn't doing her harm. When the horses started to run, they didn't gallop or run like regular horses. Instead, it felt like they were almost gliding. Each time their foot hit the ground, they would be propelled forward at an incredible speed, passing the landmass quickly. There was something else that all of them were noticing as well. All the familiars they came across were moving out of the way for them, allowing them all to pass. The others were enjoying the sight as they looked at all the familiars in the distance. That was until part of their energy escaped from them, turning into a small glowing ball, floating and drifting away. They felt it. There was no need for an explanation, and they understood very well that the time they had was short. It was then that the horses suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. Not too far in the distance, a large hill could be, standing like a huge wall. "What's that? Is that the place?" Abdul asked. "The horses won't move further. This is the border of their land," Oven said. "From this point onward we need to be careful. I'm really not sure how they will treat us. They will either shower us with gifts, scurry away, or attack us on sight." Getting off the horses, the group began to move as they headed into enemy territory. Just as they were about to reach the top of the hill, Owen said, "I have something to ask. You are a cat, the other is a horse, and Quinn's is, well, let's just call him special. I was wondering, what form or shape does this one take?" The others were also interested in knowing the answer, as they had finally reached the top. But just as Owen was about to reply, the others paused and stood with their mouths wide open in surprise at the sight in front of them. Everyone had paused for a second to look at what was in front of them after climbing up the hill. They were stumped at the scene, because everything in front of them was destroyed and ravaged. Even now, they could see things still burning. It was clear that a tremendous fight had taken place right here, if not a war. It wasn't like none of them had seen such a sight before, but compared to the scenic views that had just come across in the previous territory, it wasn't a wrong guess that this place must have also been quite beautiful. But even this couldn't escape from the ravages of war. The land looked somewhat scorched, but not by one's typical red flames as they would see. These flames nonetheless were boring down the ground and slowly disappearing. Everything that was being destroyed was letting out a strange mystic mist that would add to the sky and more. Another reminder that this world and its actions weren't quite like theirs. "What happened here? I mean, I know you said that there was a war between the familiars, but where are the familiars?" Layla asked, since they didn't see any dead creatures on the ground. It almost was as if everything had just vanished. "When familiars die in this world, they just disappear," Oven explained. "Their energy is then taken by the world and redistributed, as you can see." The others at first were wondering what Oven was talking about, but soon they could see that once the flames had dwindled, the land was quickly becoming what it once was. The grass slowly grew, the trees reappeared, and even what looked like strange destroyed rocks were now reforming back into the shape they once were. "The world is fragile, and there needs to be a constant balance. This world is alive the same as us familiars, which is why its energy is so important to us," Oven explained. "But it will need more energy to restore itself to its previous state than the energy it's getting from the dead, which means that perhaps a purge might take place soon. Honestly, war in the familiar world doesn't help anyone. Even if a king were to wage war against another, then after the fight, the land would need to heal itself, taking more energy than required, and they would have to kill their own so they wouldn't destroy the world. It doesn't make any sense what that fat man is doing," Oven said, surely annoyed. While talking, Leo was staring intensely at the other side, and even walked forward, placing his sword into the ground. "I would suggest avoiding this area," Leo replied. "The land seems to be drawing energy from anything nearby at the moment, and it is hungry." "Won't that take longer then?" Sunny replied. "If we have to find another way, then more energy will drain away from us anyway, and since this land is healing, then they can't be far, or at least those responsible for this can't be far." "The old woman is right," Oven claimed, although Sunny clearly didn't like the nickname. She folded her arms after hearing those words and even kicked the ground, sending a piece of it far off into the distance. Seeing this, Oven looked at her with the corner of his eye and thought he better calm down with the teasing if he didn't want to become that rock. If the place was like this, then it means they are close. Perhaps an attack happened, and then they returned to their own territory. The fact that the horse doesn't know about this yet just means that they fought and left this place recently. The group moved forward onto the land. They now had to travel by foot, so their speed had greatly reduced. but the second they stepped on the land, they could feel energy escaping from their feet. It was a strange feeling, as if someone was pulling on their insides, making them weaker by the second. The land was still growing around them, restoring itself. It looked like they were watching plants and trees grow on a time-lapse, but in person. They sprouted, bringing new life in seconds. The only one unaffected by the energy drain was Samantha, as she had stayed on the large horse while everyone else walked. She didn't even have the choice to say anything. The large figure had already picked her up and placed her on the horse. Not that she was complaining about not having to use her legs. She just thought she was getting special treatment, like some type of princess. It made her worry a little about what the others might think of this, but no one complained. Well, nearly no one. You know, I'm starting to think Samantha doesn't need a familiar. She has that big guy protecting her, and he has the horse anyway. She basically already has one. Don't you think it should be given to one of us? Abdul said, smiling as he had hit Layla on the shoulder, thinking she would agree with him, but she just stared back at him, remembering what he had said earlier. The group saw densely forested areas up ahead, and in the distance, 2 large mountains. It looked like an endless valley, as the trees continued like a tunnel past the mountains. But before they entered the forest, the horse suddenly stopped. It plodded on one of its hoofs onto the ground 2 times, creating rings of green aura that went across the land. It looked like 2 ripples in water, only there was no water, and they were going through the air. The green ripples went through everyone and continued until they eventually hit the forest trees and shook slightly. "They're here," Owen shouted as he stretched out its back and jumped off from Leo. "It looks like we won't be getting the warm welcome I was expecting." When the ring of aura had hit the trees, they could see something start to emerge from its trunk. It was as if its body was changing, and a large black color could be seen, but it was moving. Finally, when it lifted up from the ground, they saw 2 large heads. It looked like they were 2 giant snakes. Their bodies were as thick as the trees themselves. They were disguised with camouflage, but the horse had managed to see through it. The snakes opened their mouths wide, showing their 2 large, long fangs as they scurried off the trees and onto the floor towards them. "You dare bare your fangs at me? Do you know who I am?" Owen clamored as it jumped up. The snake was about to snap at the small cat, but the latter slammed down on the top of its head before it could move. The snake was whacked to the ground, and in a few seconds, its body started to turn into balls of energy, similar to what the group had seen around themselves. "Feel free to kill these guys. It's clear that they haven't learned their place, and by fighting against us, they no longer care about the world," Owen declared. It was then that the group could notice a disturbance in the trees up ahead. All of them took a deep breath as they stared ahead, because the enemy didn't have just a few snakes, rather a whole army. Then Quinn turned around to the others, walking in front of them all. "It's all right. If we can't get out of this, then what hope do we have against the Dalki?" When Quinn had his head turned towards them, the other remaining large snake, near the tree, charged straight towards him with its mouth wide open. The others hadn't seen the real Quinn fight for a while, and they were about to see what he could do firsthand. Suddenly the snake fell to the floor, collapsing before it even reached him. They saw nothing as it turned into particles like the others. As they stared at Quinn, it felt like they were looking at a god. One of these insignificant creatures can't even touch. "Show off." These were the first words that had come out of Owen's mouth after he had seen what Quinn had done. The others weren't sure what had just happened, as the familiar had perished before even reaching Quinn. However, there were a few who had noticed and knew what had happened. Leo, using his ability, was able to sense a short bust of ki. It wasn't a large amount, but Quinn had shaped it into a sharp arrow, and he had formed it behind his back, similar to how he could control the shadow using the 2nd stage. Then finally, using the 3rd stage of ki, it went outward from his body, aiming directly at the familiar's head and killing it in a single blow. A short and powerful blow, an attack invisible to the naked eye. "This place absorbs all of our ki, which is why I don't wish to use it too much in a fight," Leo thought. Yet Quinn, he was able to control it so well and easily, and wasn't afraid to control the right amount. His ki control and the amount in his body have grown a lot. Quinn had felt the drain effect that Leo was thinking about. He knew that the best choice wasn't for them to use ki while here, but he just wanted to test a few things. How bad it would be if they did use it and his own control over ki. In the end, there was no telling what enemies they might face, and he could feel something else as well. Their abilities, including that of his shadow, didn't seem to work perfectly in this place either. It wasn't that they couldn't use their abilities, but almost whatever they did use would escape from their bodies, not allowing it to restore. It's quite clear that we don't belong in this world, and it's almost as if the world itself is telling us this as well, Quinn thought. It hadn't been long since Quinn had learned the third stage of ki, but recently he had been thinking about it more and more, ever since he had learned of ki command, as Quinn referred to it. There were many different things that one could do with it, and Quinn had no idea how he would even learn those things. Briefly talking it over with Leo, he seemed he didn't know about it either. The new stages of ki and more were all a whole new world to him as well. He had some theories on how they worked, but had yet to test out those theories. Either way, Quinn was sure if Leo was unable to figure it out, he wouldn't be able to either. So instead, he focused on improving what he knew best, and he realized something. His control with the second stage was his best out of the stages of ki. The best way for him to use ki was to shape it as he wished. He was so skilled at this because the way to do it was similar to how Quinn used his shadow powers. The others didn't have time to idolize what Quinn had accomplished because they could tell that an army was heading towards them and would come out of the forest at any second. "Hey, aren't you two kings as well? Can't you call in your own familiars to fight?" Abdul asked. "My territory is far from here," Oven replied. "Although the horses is nearest, he's counting on you guys. He doesn't wish to involve his people in this fight and hopes we can solve this ourselves." Everyone readied themselves for battle, and the first thing that appeared across the forest were some snakes, all of them with different colors and patterns all over. Some heads were different from others, and their tongues were all different shapes and styles. The sizes of them were vastly different as well. Some were as big as the first pair they had seen, as large as the trees, while others were as small as a grass snake on earth. Just then, one of them opened its mouth, and a long tongue shot out. Before it reached the group, Leo came in front and sliced the tongue, but several snakes hissed, and even more tongues shot towards the group. Layla had started to do the same with her sword. The familiars didn't seem strong, so there was no need for her to transform, and she thought it was a good chance to improve her sword skills as she watched Leo carefully as well. As for Owen, he calmly placed a single hand on the ground and started an electric current along the surface. It reached far and wide and caused many of the snakes to perish. Others were frozen for a few seconds, and some were even resilient to his powers as they continued to crawl. His attack was the most effective to get rid of them all in one go because of the range. "I see you guys will be fine without me. I'll go up ahead and stop more from coming out of the forest," Quinn shouted as he ran and jumped over the snakes. Once in a while he would find an open space on the ground and use that to leap again, ignoring most of the smaller snakes until he went off into the forest. No one was really worried about Quinn, not after what he had done just shown them. "Why did he just leave us? Is he taking it easy?" Abdul complained as he pulled his bow at the endless amount of snakes. "No, Quinn cares about us more than anything," Layla replied. "If he left, it means he knows we can handle it." Abdul wasn't so sure, as he could see the number of familiars around them were increasing, and the cat was now back on Leo's head after killing a few snakes. The fighting continued for a while, and Oscar remained near the horse, refusing to let Samantha fight. She felt awful because more snakes now surrounded them than the others, and she couldn't even fight. Just then, a large black snake, bigger than the first two they had met, came around from the back and got between the two of them. Oscar was already dealing with 4 giant snakes, while Samantha remained on the horse. Seeing this, Oscar had summoned the bone-like whip and started to hit them, slicing their bodies in half. But these snakes seemed not to be dying, no matter how many times they were sliced and cut. For some reason, Oscar wasn't using his bone-like summoning powers and could only form the weapons in his hands. Eventually, one of the snakes constricted around the box in his arm. He could see the large snake surrounding the horse, and out of fear of what might happen, he dropped the box, allowing the snake to constrict it further. The snake crushed the box within seconds, and out from the box, something popped from the top and landed on the ground. Oscar jumped up onto the large snake familiar and ran across its body. Seeing its head up ahead, he threw out its bone-like whip, wrapping it around the familiar's head. As he pulled the whip, the bones on the whip dug into the skin more and more until they went through the giant snake's head, and it burst into particles once again. Looking at the horse, Oscar wondered if Samantha was okay, but she was nowhere to be seen. But upon looking around, he found Samantha on the surface, walking towards something. "Thank you for saving me," she said, as she walked towards the object on the floor. It was facing the other way, and all she could see was its back. "I know this thing is precious to you. I see you always carry it around, but I always wondered what was inside it." That's when she paused for a few seconds. She was close enough to realize it was a human head. The fighting had mostly stopped around them. It seemed like the familiars quickly realized they were outmatched, as these newcomers hadn't suffered a single scratch. However, the humans and vampires also experienced how much quicker their energy was draining in the familiar world. Honestly, they weren't sure how much longer they would have been able to keep fighting the familiars. Leo noticed that even Abdul, who nobody had ever taught on how to use ki, was using it subconsciously in his attacks. That's why his arrows had more power in them compared to a normal archer. In this case, it wasn't a good thing. The only one that was using next to no ki at all was Owen. "That man is certainly special, to be so powerful and have even more power inside him without even realizing it," Leo thought. "I wonder just how much power he would have if he were to use ki as well." As the fighting started to stop, the 10th family's vampire knight thought of something interesting as he walked over to the leader of the Greylash group. Meanwhile, towards the back of the group, Samantha had stopped in her tracks, and she looked at something on the ground. The reason she had stopped was because she could tell by the outline it was a head. During the war, she had seen people's heads get knocked off, splattered and destroyed. It wasn't a pretty sight, but it was something she had grown used to. The reason Samantha stopped was because she saw no reason why anyone would be carrying around a head of all things. In the end, she decided to walk forward because there was something that was drawing her to the head, but she couldn't quite tell what it was. Inching closer and closer, there was someone who could see what she was doing. The large figure wanted to scream and tell her to stop as he held out his hands, but no words could be spoken, and for some reason, his powers weren't working either. He tried to order the familiar to move instead, but by then it was too late, as Samantha had already seen what it was, and immediately she went to pick up the head. Normally she wouldn't have picked up the head, but noticing who it was, she felt compelled to. The young woman fell to her knees as she looked at the face. What have I done?" Samantha couldn't hold back her tears, and even then continued to look at the head that even now in this situation smiled at her. The large figure no longer moved and just stood there in place, helplessly listening to the cries of his daughter. The others, turning around, were unsure what had happened. Leo and Owen somewhat knew, but the others had no clue. They stayed there for a bit out of respect, not saying anything, until Samantha stood up with the head in her hands. Some would have thought her to ask the large figure why he was carrying around the head, why he had become like this. But Samantha already knew deep down as she walked towards the figure. All of it was because of the request she had made to a certain person. She held the head carefully like a baby and headed towards the armored figure before slowly giving him a hug, tears continuing to run down her face as she sobbed. Oscar placed his hands around his daughter, trying to give her some warmth, even though it was impossible in this cold body of his. "I understand now why you've been looking after me this whole time. I can't believe it. I really can't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was too selfish. Instead of respecting your wish to allow you to finally rest, I've allowed him to turn you into this, just because I wanted you back. I wanted to see you again. I'm so sorry, Father." She continued to cry. There were days that went past where Samantha was unable to think clearly. She was always worried about the decision she had made, wondering what had become of her father, whether he was okay, and each day she had regretted her actions. Now seeing him, she felt sorrow, but at the same time, even though she knew it was selfish, she felt joy being able to hold him like so. She didn't know if it was the armor. His touch felt cold. His hands that had no armor felt cold, which was only upsetting her even more and reminding her of what had been done. Those who hadn't known the situation had overheard Samantha's cry and somewhat understood what was going on, but still couldn't believe what might have led to these strange circumstances. The Dullahan, the legendary creature, is a human's father, Sunny thought, observing the situation. I wonder how this came to be, and I wonder if Quinn knew anything about this. While Sunny was thinking about her king, large noises seemed to be coming from the forest. Everyone turned to look in the direction, and they hadn't noticed, but the noises had been going off quite frequently since they had been fighting. Now that the fighting had stopped, they could hear it even clearer. They watched for a few seconds and wondered if they should head inside. It was the direction that they would be going in after all. A few seconds later, they saw a gigantic dark-scaled snake with giant horns on the top of its head and several eyes down its side, lifting its head. It looked like it was chasing after something in the sky, and it was. The small figure that could be seen was Quinn. The snake was enormous. It was by far the biggest familiar they had seen since getting here, something that could be called a titan. It was hard to tell if it was hurt, for familiars didn't seem to get wounds on their body. Their energy would just continue to weaken before they eventually disappeared, but it didn't matter, as the familiar missed Quinn, and he landed on the top of its head. Then, with his hand, he slammed it down as hard as he could. It was almost a repeat of what they had seen Oven do, only this was a snake that was 20 times the size and looked 20 times as fierce. I guess while we were busy here, our king was busy fighting that, Sunny commented. When the snake hit the ground, the whole place shook for a few seconds, and then particles started to spread out, just like it would do when any of the other familiars had been killed. We should go see Quinn, Samantha said, wiping away her tears. Me and you can catch up after this, okay? The group was ready to move to where Quinn was. Even before that, he had already returned to the other's position. That was a little harder than I thought. For a second, I thought he was the fourth king. Hang on, you mean that wasn't one of the 4 kings? Abdul was shocked. Seeing how many snakes there were, he was sure that the leader of this place would have to be here. If it wasn't that giant snake, didn't that mean there was an even bigger one nearby? I know what you're thinking, but no, that fatso isn't a snake, Oven commented. Anyway, good job, young kid. With that, it looks like you've got the attention of the guy. It was then that the entire ground started to shake once more, but it wasn't small like it would be when something struck the ground. Instead, this was constant and was going on for a long time. What is happening? Layla questioned, a bit panicked, as she rushed over to grab onto Quinn. I wasn't joking when I called him fat, Oven clarified. Off in the distance, they could see that pieces of the mountain were falling off, breaking off slowly. Suddenly a large hand broke through, far bigger than any they had ever seen. I think he might have gotten fatter, Oven said. The mountain was huge. It wasn't small by any means, and due to the distance, it was making it even harder for them to comprehend just how big it was. But without a doubt, it was no smaller than those on Earth. Yet, they had seen a colossal hand rupture through the mountain. It was moving at an incredibly slow pace for its size. Still, loads of rocks started to roll down the mountaintop as the shaking continued underneath everyone's feet. That damn fatty, does he not care about the world? Oven shouted. He sleeps in those damn mountains, breaks out of them, and the whole world suffers because of the energy it takes for restoration. It's like he doesn't even care about the energy that is all around us. Although a lot of them had negative opinions of Oven, and always found it strange how a fat cat could call others fat, there was one thing they were all sure about. He cared about this place. Maybe that's the reason the familiar never contracted with anyone, because he only cares about himself, Sunny speculated. The others were trying to figure out just what was coming out from the mountains, but with only a large, strange, dark-scaled arm to go by, it was nearly impossible. The arm looked human, yet at the same time it was unlike one. Let's not stand around here and head towards the familiar then, Quinn suggested. We are going to meet him anyway, and it looks like it's going to take him a while to get out of the mountains. With Quinn making the first move, the rest followed as well. However, Quinn paused for a second as he stared ahead. He noticed that a box that he would usually see with Oscar was no longer there. Oscar was holding on to his head, with the creepy smile by his side. This meant that Samantha knew who the large figure was, without a doubt. As they were making their way through, Now Samantha and Oscar were both riding on top of the horse, and they decided to approach Quinn's side. "I saw the look you gave and the face you pulled back then, Quinn," Samantha said. "Your face really shows all your feelings. You're bad at hiding your thoughts." This was the first time Quinn had heard something like this, but maybe others were too nice to tell him. Was it always obvious what he was feeling on his face? Now he was starting to become somewhat self-conscious. "I know you know something about what happened to my father, and maybe even about the person who took him away at that time. I won't question you about it now, but it would be best if you tell me all about it when we get back." Quinn nodded because he also knew it wasn't the right time, but Oscar's actions were strange. From what he could remember, Oscar should have had no memories of what had happened, at least when he asked him that was the case. So why did he remember Samantha and protect her? Perhaps they would find out the answers to these questions later on. Going through the forest, it looked like there were still many familiars, and not all were snakes, but they were all making way for the group, or maybe they were heading back to the mountain area. "If that familiar always sleeps in this condition, how is he starting wars from up there?" Abdul asked. "They pray to the mountain, and he answers them, I guess," Oven said. "Honestly, I try not to mess with the others' business, but maybe he gets familiars to just sacrifice themselves to him by jumping into the top like a volcano." It was clear that Oven didn't like this man, but it still didn't stop Abdul from asking his next question. "So, I was just wondering, out of all the familiars, which one of you is the strongest? I don't mean with your followers, but on an individual basis." Everyone glanced at Abdul for a moment as they continued to run forward. They couldn't believe that he was asking such a question at a time like this. Of course, they all had the same thought on their mind, but it just felt like asking such a thing was, well, rude. "Do you think we had a big tournament and fought each other to determine that type of stuff?" Oven complained. "We aren't as stupid as you humans, although he could be." The mountain rocks continued to fall, and finally a second hand came out. The group was about halfway through when they realized that whatever it was really slow but made up for it in size. "Ovanik, Dunluck, I see you have personally come here," a loud voice boomed, making the whole ground tremble. It was unclear if the voice came from the mountain, under the ground, or was directly transmitted into their heads. "Genbu, look what you are doing. How many familiars have you taken out? Are you doing this just because you are jealous?" Oven yelled back. They soon reached the foot of the mountain, and now could just see how huge it was. However, the familiar still hadn't come out from the mountaintop. "Jealous of you who abandoned this place? I am the one who cares about this place the most, which is why I always remain here. I even sleep in this world," Genbu, the familiar king, shouted. "Step back," Leo shouted. He could sense a rise in energy coming from the mountain through his vision. So far he had felt only energy in the arms that he could see, but now he sensed the whole figure gathering energy inside. With Leo moving away, the others did too, and they ran back through the trees to the mountain on the other side. Although Leo could feel the energy and was frightened, it still looked like the familiar hadn't broken out yet, even after 10 minutes, as they arrived at the base of the other mountain. "What the hell? You got me scared and panicked for no reason." Abdul's complexion scrunched. He wasn't like the others. It was incredibly tiring for him every time he ran. He didn't have any special attributes like lighting foot technique. He did have the power of the wind that allowed him to somewhat keep up with the others, but it was very tiring for him. "Ah, screw this, just come out," Abdul shouted, as he drew his bow and fired it towards the mountain. The others didn't see any arrow leave, but knew he had launched the attack, and the next second, the whole mountain top crumbled as the familiar broke through it all. He appeared like a devastating massive monster. The rocks fell from the creature, and that's when it fell on its stomach. The familiar could not stand upright on its back legs, and now with the destroyed mountain, it could no longer keep itself upright as it started to fall. The others were a little afraid that it might flatten them, but Oven looked calm, as he knew they were in the right spot not to get hurt. The familiar crashed into the ground, destroying all the trees and forest below him, and now its head, almost the size of a blimp, was staring at the group in front of him. "This is the familiar?" Abdul said, looking at it. From a little further back, one could see its whole body. It had large back scales on its arms and legs, its small tail sticking out of the back, and its long neck with a head on top, which was facing them. But the most standout feature of the creature was the purple shell it had on its entire body. "It's a turtle," everyone gasped. "You may have made the wrong choice coming here. Now all of you must leave this world. I will continue to protect and be the guardian of the familiar world as its only king," Genbu clamored. The last king in the familiar they had waiting for was a giant turtle, and it was safe to say it was as big as the mountain they had seen earlier. It was so large and its shell was so big that it could even be confused as a small island if it swam across a body of water. Nonetheless, this didn't change the fact that all of them were staring at the familiar as it attempted to start a war between all of the kings. "You really have gotten bigger. Soon there won't be a mountain on this whole land that can hold your body," Oven commented as it jumped down from Leo's head and stepped forward. It was the first time for some of them to think the cat as quite fearless. The whole size of the entire fat cat's body was the same size as the turtle's nostrils. "Wow, this has got to be the strongest familiar. I mean, look at that size," Abdul expressed his amazement. "Size isn't everything, you know," Layla replied almost instantly, and her face went a little red, realizing how improper that comment might sound. Besides them, Oscar got off from the horse and helped Samantha down from it, which she willingly accepted. The horse then strode forward and stood by Oven's side. Its nostrils were puffing, and the green smoke from its nose was getting larger and fierce. "You two, do you really think you have the right to grumble? If you care about this world, you shouldn't have so freely abandoned it," Genbu glared. It was a strange sight to see. They couldn't see the turtle moving its mouth, yet somehow it seemed to be still able to talk to the rest of them and even express its emotions. "Are you an idiot?" Oven shouted back. "We contracted to supply energy to our lands, and what are you doing? Just destroying yours, causing the energy to recede from the land." "Listen, I'm supplying the land with my own energy, which is given to me by the others in this area," Genbu shouted back. "We don't have a fraction of the amount of energy that your lands do, but the second that my familiars try to enter yours to borrow some, you familiars attack. If you care about this whole world together, then shouldn't you share the energy equally?" "Nay, nay," the horse expressed. "Dunluck has a good point. They could have talked about these matters rather than battling it out. Communication is key when they are all sharing the world," Sunny said, explaining what the horse had said. Quinn had forgotten that she could understand what the familiars were saying. "What are we meant to do now?" Quinn asked. "Since they talked about the war, I was half expecting us to have to fight, but it doesn't seem like it's the case right now. However, the situation could turn at any second. If we can avoid a fight, that might be a good thing." Sunny started to walk towards the kings and looked back at Quinn. "Why don't you just leave it to me?" The familiar kings looked at who dared to be brave enough to interrupt them when they were in the middle of an argument. Still, when Sunny started to speak, a soothing feeling came over them all, making the situation incomprehensible. "We are here to help you solve your situation," Sunny said. "If you also wish to have great energy for your land, then it would be best if you make a contract. We have brought great candidates with us, and all of them have strong energy to contract with you. In return, we wish for you to help us fight and borrow your power. It's a fair deal, wouldn't you say?" Sunny had her hand held out, gesturing towards the others behind her. The turtle moved its large head, peeking over the cat and casting a shadow, looking at others. It then stretched it out and looked directly at Quinn. "This one is so weak." The others hearing this were beyond shocked. The Grand Turtle had just called Quinn, who was perhaps by far the strongest among all of them, weak. The turtle then moved its head along the others. Next in line was Samantha. "Interesting." Next was Layla. "Pathetic." Then Leo. "This one looks like he lacks discipline." Abdul. "A strong-looking warrior." And finally Owen. Not worth my time." The turtle then moved its head back to its original position and looked at the cat. "You call these your great candidates? Most of them are useless. Where are the ones whom you have contracted with?" It was then that Oven and the horse indicated who their contracts were with, and they even explained who the undead king had contracted with as well. "Oh," the turtle voiced, not saying much else. The situation was strange, and Oven too found it odd because, without a doubt, even those who had traveled with them would have clearly said that the turtle was outright wrong. "Let me ask you, out of everyone here, who do you think has the weakest energy?" Oven asked. The turtle then gestured at Quinn with its head. "Of course it's this one. I doubt he can even beat a single familiar. He might actually collapse at any second now." Now Oven thought he had figured it out. There was something that some familiars couldn't do, and he had heard of some familiars in this situation before. Still, he would never have imagined it would be the same with a king. "Genbu, tell me the truth. Can you sense energy?" Oven asked. The turtle's head began to go back in its shell. The scene would have looked quite cute if it wasn't for its giant size. "You mean you can't sense energy at all? The energy from them, or when a drop of blood comes into our world, or even when the world is damaged, you can't sense it?" Oven yelled. In all the years he had been with him, had seen him, Oven had never thought that this would be the case. Now it was starting to make sense about his rash reactions, and at the same time, why Genbu perhaps had never formed a contract with anyone during his whole lifetime. For a king, it was embarrassing to have the inability to sense the energy. What will happen if you form a contract with someone who turns out to be weak? Still, Oven couldn't help but laugh and roll on the ground on his back. "A king who can't even sense energy! Ha ha ha! No wonder you never contracted with anyone!" The turtle was getting enraged, and everyone was afraid that Oven's action might lead to a fight to break out soon. "I assure you that all of these candidates here are just as good as the ones who have formed contracts before. Unfortunately, we who have already been contracted are unable to form more contracts, so feel free to choose any out of these," Sunny explained. "Also, if you need help and wish for them to match a desire of yours, that will be good as well." The 4 candidates then decided to stand next to each other in a line while the others went away, making it easier for the turtle to see. It looked at each of them. "This is hopeless," Genbu declared. "I can't tell which one of you is the strongest, and my only desire is to help my land, so I will decide through a test." Just then, the turtle began to shrink in size. It was getting smaller by the second, and its large body shrank down until it became smaller than a dalkey, and it now stood on the same ground that the others were currently on. "For the sake of my land, I will test to see who is the strongest out of you all. Each one of you is to attempt to attack my shell, and I will form a contract with the one who I feel is the strongest." After their little skirmish with the snakes a while ago, if there was one thing that all of them were grateful for, it was the fact that they wouldn't be rushing headfirst into another fight. They all knew that there was a chance that they could be heading into a war before coming here. They were warned about that. No one wanted to lose their life for a war that had little meaning to them, though. Many of them were already risking their lives for war elsewhere. Still, everyone knew the longer they remained in this world, the more energy would be sapped away from their bodies, even if they just stood there without moving an inch. So whatever the turtle had planned, they wanted to get it over and done with. It seemed like the turtle, the 4th king whose name was Genbu, had prepared a test for them. With the test, the winner would receive the grand prize of forming a contract with the last king. Although many of them felt there was no need for a test in the first place, it was still better than the other option. The group was following the turtle as he asked all of them to get on its back, and since Oven was fine with getting on the king's back, the rest didn't hesitate after seeing this. "Everyone just hold on tight," Genbu said once everyone had safely sat down. "Hold on, we saw how fast this turtle could move. Who does he think he's kidding?" Abdul commented. The others agreed, and they also noticed that there was nothing to hold on to. They were just on a hard shell. Genbu's body then started to transform just like before, getting larger and larger by the second. It was incredible how fast he could change his form, and soon the cramped space on the turtle's back had gotten so large that it was hard for them even to see the edge. He was soon as big as his form was previously. Since he had grown so fast, the others felt the force as he grew, being chucked up in the air slightly, and now they understood what he meant by hold on. Many of them, including Abdul, held on to the horse's legs for support, as the latter stood as if glued to the turtle's shell. The others had landed back down on the shell, not sustaining damage as they steadied themselves when landing. "It's not over yet," Oven said. Abdul had let go of the horse's leg to wipe his forehead, believing it was all over, but just then, Genbu began to reduce as fast as he had enlarged earlier. Abdul quickly grabbed onto the horse's leg and closed his eyes. After a few moments, the turtle completed the process. Upon opening their eyes, the group saw that they were now all in front of the mountain on the other side, opposite of the one that had been destroyed because of Genbu's awakening. "Come on, you idiot," Layla said, walking past. "I don't know why, but the turtle thinks you're the most impressive one. We need to leave this place with a contract, but don't forget, there's a possibility that he might not make one with any of us." When Genbu was smaller, they noticed that he could move far faster than in his enlarged form. In fact, it looked strange because the turtle was only slightly slower than the horse. Upon entering the mountain, they found it nearly just as beautiful as it was outside. A lot of them were expecting it to be dark and gloomy, but they were surprised to see that the inside walls were also colored in the same mystic pattern as the sky, and what was even stranger was, it was as if the walls of the mountains were alive and were slightly shifting upward like a river with a reverse stream. Then finally they could see what Genbu had led them to a large space. They saw several of what could only be described as turtle shells at the very end of the space, and they were all arranged at the back. The shells were about the same size as a small house. "You keep your shells in here? Are they some sort of fashion statement?" Owen asked. The others couldn't help but chuckle at the comment. The way they were lined up certainly did make it seem that way. "No, I'd shed my shell every once in a while. This is what is left of them. But let me assure you that each one of them is as sturdy and strong as the one I have right now," Genbu explained as he walked up to the shells. "Shed? Like a snake? I didn't know turtles shed their shells. And how would that exactly work?" Layla questioned. The others now had a strange image in their head as they imagined a turtle taking off his shell, but due to Genbu having the ability to resize himself, it did somewhat make some sense to them. "You, the weakest, come over here," Genbu called. The others looked at each other, wondering who Genbu was referring to. In the end, Quinn was the one who walked forward, as others noticed that Genbu kept looking towards his direction, and he had referred to the former as weak a couple of times now. "I have brought the weakest one of all of you to start my test. I would like to assess your strength, your powers, your energy, and your technique. I want you to use all of your power and strike the shell," Genbu explained. "Each one of you will strike a different shell in this room, and they all have the same level of sturdiness. This way you can't complain that perhaps another person weakened it beforehand. I shall form a contract with the one who can deal the most significant damage to one of those shells. Of course, you still have to impress me. If each of you is useless, then I shall form no contract, and just to prove to you how strong the shell is, I have called one of you to test its strength," Genbu said, giving Quinn a nod. It seemed like he wanted Quinn to hit the shell as hard as possible to demonstrate its hardness, and the others seeing this were a little nervous. "What should I do?" Quinn thought. "Maybe I should just hit the shell normally. How about I don't use any ki or my blood powers and just hit the shell at 50%? It should be able to take that much, right? These are one of the 4 kings' shells. They should be sturdy, and it won't look like I'm holding back." Preparing himself, Quinn stood in front of the shell. He didn't get in any fighting stance or perform any actions he would perform to maximize impact, like in the hammer strike. Not that it would be effective anyway, as it dealt internal damage rather than external. Whatever he did now, he wanted to make sure that the others looked more impressive than him. "Hoo!" Quinn shouted out loudly, giving the idea that he was using his full strength. His fist slammed into the outside of the hard black case, and everyone heard a loud bang. The shell was left perfectly intact. There were no cracks or marks on the shell at all. Quinn had achieved what he was hoping for. "See, the shell is one of my strengths, and it is what has allowed me to become king in these parts. Although I have to say, you were more impressive than I thought, and I can understand why the undead king chose you." As he walked back and rejoined the group, the others could tell he hadn't used his full strength or other techniques, and now it was down to them to impress the king. Samantha lined up on the first shell, Abdul the next one, then Layla, and lastly there was Owen. These 4 would punch the shell one after the other, and the turtle Genbu stood back, observing all 4 of them. "Begin!" Genbu shouted. For a while, Quinn inspected the shell, and he could see it was in perfect condition. He walked back to the others after punching the black turtle shell, and could see Sunny giving him a wink. It was obvious to her what Quinn had done, and she thought it was the right decision. It was best for the turtle not to know of Quinn's strength. Otherwise, perhaps the turtle would try to find someone with similar strength as Quinn, complaining about how the undead king had managed to find someone so powerful. Then they really would have been at a loss. She was just thankful that Quinn hadn't attempted to show off in that situation. Still, those who needed to take part in the test now were a little nervous. "I would suggest that each of you hit that shell as hard as you can, otherwise you will have a hard time breaking it," Quinn commented. He had felt it with his own hands, and the truth was, he would have liked to test if he could actually break it or not. These days, when Quinn would come across a new type of beast or enemy, he had made it a habit to think of ways to defeat them. So when Quinn had seen the turtle shell, he had focused on visualizing how he would deal with it. If its shell was sturdy, then there were many other points that he could attack and hurt the turtle, but it was about damaging the shell in this test, not fighting the turtle. The Dalki skin also gets tougher as they get stronger, and that was one of the main problems when facing off against 5-spike Dalki. If Graham has gotten stronger, if the whole of the Dalki have gotten stronger, then we will be facing enemies with similar sturdiness. This will be a good test for them all. The ones who lined up against the first shell was Samantha, and before taking her punch, she wondered how best to approach the situation. Genbu stated that they could use whatever they wished to damage the shell, but they could only hit the shell once. The other condition, which was a little strange, was that it had to be hit, like Quinn had done, with a fist or a kick, which was why she struggled a little to make a decision. "How do you think it will go, 10th Night?" Sunny asked Leo. Although Samantha has good potential in ki, and even though this is the reason she has been able to stay in this world without any hardship, she has had no training, so it will be more about how well she uses her ability. Finally taking a deep breath, Samantha readied herself. "Before, I thought I needed to get stronger for revenge on One Horn for doing that to my father. I thought after seeing him, my determination might falter a little, but that isn't the case at all. I need to get more powerful, so the next time I don't lose him again." The ground from below her feet started to move around Samantha's fist, making it somewhat pointed. Seeing as it was a shell, she thought she needed to focus most of her power on one point. Next, activating her soul weapon, the tip of the outside looked to be covered in a strange metallic color. "Ah!" Samantha shrieked, as she threw her fist forward as hard as she could. The image in front of her was of One Horn himself, and it was at that moment she felt something rising in her. "I guess I was a little bit wrong. Maybe it's this world, and it seems she has somewhat improved," Leo commented. Because he could see that the internal ki energy had somewhat activated on its own, giving her power of the first stage of ki, it would interact with her body, allowing her to deliver the strongest punch possible. It crashed into the shell, and the sparks emitted from it surprised Genbu a little. This was something that hadn't ensued when Quinn hit the shell. At the shell, Samantha could feel a force almost repelling her. She continued to push forward as she felt a strange power rising inside of her until the metallic point had snapped off from the base of the earth and fallen to the ground. It caused the rest of her fist with the earth to hit the shell and then crumble to the ground. Although the earth tip with her soul weapon hadn't been broken by the base, she had failed her task. She felt disappointed, but at the same time looked at her arm, wondering what the energy that had risen in her body was. She had used so much of it, and now she began to feel incredibly weak because they were in the familiar's world. Seeing this, Leo was about to move forward, but of course the headless man had done so first, holding her up and taking her back. "Oh, you weren't wrong when you said you brought some interesting ones," Genbu commented, "but it looks like I was right. Even if I can't sense energy, I will trust my intuition. I did say she had talent, and the others are weak. I am now expecting a lot from the other one." Some looked towards Quinn, expecting him to be annoyed by these comments, but he just shrugged them off. He wasn't going to get upset just because some familiar called him weak. Besides, he knew his strength and was in a good mood, seeing how much Samantha had improved. "Now I am looking forward to the next one." Genbu turned to the man who had a bow on his back, and he was the one that Genbu believed to have the most talent. "All right, I'll crack this shell. Of course I will," Abdul said. He had a plan. Although he couldn't shoot one of his sharp arrows at the turtle's back, he decided upon something else. He held the bow in his hand and formed a sharp arrow with his wind ability. With this, as soon as he touched the shell, he would fire an arrow as well, and using the beast weapon's power, it would give him more force into his punch. "My sharp arrows can pierce almost anything, and it won't fail me now." This is what Abdul thought. It didn't take long for him to attempt his attack, as he threw his fist forward with the bow being held in one hand. The others then saw the string being pulled back, and it was doing so on its own without any help from his other hand, which they found impressive. It again slammed into the shell, his hand laid there on top, and a smile was still on Abdul's face. The shell certainly hadn't cracked completely, it was still intact, but Abdul still had confidence. He was expecting to see a hole after removing his hand, but nothing was there. At the same time, the strange purple sparks that had flashed when Samantha had attacked didn't appear either. Huh? What the? How is his shell so strong? Abdul said, flabbergasted. He couldn't even hide his surprise that the punch had punctured it. His wind ability was so refined that it should have sliced through anything. Even if it didn't make a hole as he expected, he did hope to see a scratch. He noticed that the shell was in perfect condition upon bringing his eyes closer. Abdul just walked with slumped feet back to the others. It was clear that he had failed. Well, I guess my intuition is not that perfect. Genbu cleared his throat, a bit embarrassed by this result. Still, there are 2 more to go, and although the woman did well, she had failed to impress me. The other 2 will have to do better than her if you wish for me to form a contract with you, the turtle grumbled. It looked like it was all down to Layla and Owen in the end. One of them needed to succeed. Of those they had brought along, 2 had failed Genbu's test, and Sunny, who had suggested this plan, was a little worried. They had brought along these individuals believing the 4th king to be a picky type of individual, but their assumption was wrong. Now he was testing them based on strength, but they hadn't selected these participants based on their raw power, just based on their ki. Can I ask, if you can't sense energy, then why is it so important that the participant needs to be strong? You care about energy for your land, and I can promise you that any of them can assure a huge amount of energy, Sunny said, putting on her usual voice. The turtle and other familiars smiled whenever they would hear her speak, and Quinn assumed this had something to do with her ability. Even though the family could communicate with familiars, she still spoke the same way as they all did, so everyone could still understand her. I have no way to confirm what you say is true, and if I end up listening to one of the other kings, I will become a laughingstock, Genbu replied. All of those in my territory rely on me. If my area lacks energy, I will have no choice but to stay with the host. I understand that the energy the one can provide and his or her strength doesn't mean they will match. However, even if I was to find someone with good energy like the first girl, and she cannot break my shell, it means she is more likely to die. If she dies for being weak, then the contract would break and I will have to look for a new person. I need someone strong and one that can provide energy to my land for a long time. Sunny hated to admit it, but what the turtle said made sense. That's why I could never pick someone as weak as that young man over there. Sunny tilted her head to look at Quinn, who still had a smile on his face. She wondered if the taunts were adding up and were beginning to get to him somehow, because it was hard to tell with his facial expression. For a second, though, she believed she could see Quinn's eyebrow twitch. The next one in question was Layla, and although the others didn't say it, they actually had a lot of hope for Layla. Out of all those participating, she had the highest amount of ki. I can go all out, right? Layla asked as she looked around. The others nodded, and hearing these words, Genbu thought that perhaps he might have made a mistake in her evaluation, and was about to see quite a spectacle. Please, I would love to see someone destroy one of my shells, Genbu smirked. She then started to focus as she consumed the negative energy from her surroundings, the dark smog that only she could see, but it wasn't enough. She needed to skip to the 4th transformation to use her full strength, but there wasn't enough negative emotion around her. Sia, Aaron, Mother, Quinn, Layla thought. As she brought up her negative feelings, the energy from within started to fill her body, growing slowly. The strength in her body was rising, her fangs began to grow, but not as significant as they would do in her other forms, and her horns extended slightly, but not too big, just enough so they were sticking out of her hair. Her transformation into her 4th form was complete. Oh well, I guess my evaluation really was wrong. I never knew that you could transform. It looks like you were hiding things from me all along, Genbu happily said. The others were pleased that Genbu was getting excited because they needed him to complete a contract. Abdul, who had already had his turn, was looking at Layla, wondering what was going on. Even here he could feel the energy coming off her body. She wasn't invited to the event where the strongest were called. She can't possibly destroy that shell, can she? That event was based on who the board thought was the strongest, Quinn replied. There are plenty of people in the cursed faction who have strong power, but have never appeared in front of a camera or made a name for themselves, and Layla is one of them. The first part for Layla was complete, but looking at the shell, she felt like she needed to do more than just hit it. Am I able to move the shell with my ability? Layla asked. Whatever you wish, as long as it is a single hit using your hand, Genbu replied. Hearing this, Layla stepped back away from the shell, moving more towards the center of the room. The others had to step back, making space for her. When she was ready, she held one hand out, her palm open while the other turned into a fist. The shell started to lift off the ground and was now floating slightly above the ground in the air. The ki was building up in her body with the first stage, powering the muscles in her arm and strengthening her hand. She then went on to use the second stage, coating the exterior of her fist as well. In this situation, the third stage of ki wasn't really much help, so she just focused on the second stage. "Ah!" Layla cried, and the shell started to rush forward in her direction. It moved faster than the others thought it would. Layla had also been focusing on improving her ability powers while practicing ki. Before, she had reached her limit as a human and her subclass, but she noticed something else. After going to the next form, she could surpass her limit. Not only did her normal strength increase, but her ability also improved. The shell was coming right at her, and throwing her fist out at the right time, it landed right on the shell. The shell stayed still in the air for a few seconds, and the purple sparks that had appeared the first time when Samantha had hit the shell appeared this time as well. The sparks were far more fierce and were even running up and down the entirety of Layla's arm. They seemed to be somewhat repelled, as the second ki coating she had produced on her arm allowed the sparks to be knocked away. The power from the punch even shook the mountain a little. The surface trembled, and after a few seconds, the shell finally fell on the floor. Layla herself felt like collapsing, but instead, she quickly changed out of her form and fell to her knees. She had been holding her breath the whole time. For the first time, rather than have the participants inspect the shell, Genbu himself moved towards it to examine. He looked and observed for a long time before concluding, "You did far better than I thought. I think I can see a few scuff marks on the surface, but that's it. The shell is perfectly intact, and even if you were to hit it 10 times with the same punch, there would be no difference. I'm afraid you too are not good enough," Genbu declared. This was not what the others expected. Even Abdul was left with his mouth wide open. If she couldn't please the turtle, then who among them could? He only imagined that someone like Sarah or Syl was strong enough to destroy the shell and impress Genbu. Now it was time for the last person, and they all turned towards Owen. "Well, don't you all stare at me like that," Owen said. "I have no trick up my sleeve, and I couldn't even break the glass in the arena back then. I guess we can only trust in luck right now. It would have been better if you had brought that other leader with you," Owen chuckled. As usual, the tension felt by the others didn't seem to faze him. The others were racking their heads because it didn't give them confidence about what to do, and just then, someone stepped forward with the solution. "Could you please give us a little time before the next test? I won't need too long." It was Leo who spoke. "Oh, I could give you some time, but I will be watching your moves so that you don't try to trick me in some way," the turtle said as he watched Leo walk over towards Quinn. "If you will allow me," Leo slightly bowed to Owen, "I wish to teach you ki in order to increase your strength." It was a solution that Quinn thought only Leo could come up with. During his time in school, Quinn had taught ki to many, and Leo would be using a similar method to what he had done to guide others. In the first place, Quinn just took what he had learned from Leo and applied it to others and a little bit from Chris as well. But there was one problem. When Quinn used to teach ki to those at school, even for the geniuses, it would take them some time, and right now, they lacked time the most. There was no way they could wait a few days for it to click in Owen's head, nor was he sure they could all even stay here that long. Can Leo teach him how to use ki so fast, and at this moment? Quinn considered. First, though, Owen would have to accept learning it in the first place. Ki, I believe it's a strange power that you explained which is naturally present in our bodies, and is also the reason behind my selection to be a part of this group. It is also the same strange power that Pure used to, correct? Owen asked. They had all seen the power of ki being displayed a number of times, and there was a great number of those in the Cursed faction that already knew how to use it. They just had never made it public due to the misunderstanding it might cause. At the time, the Cursed faction wasn't in the best light, and people would have forced connections to the Cursed faction and Pure. Leo nodded to the question. You have the talent to learn it well. Of course, just like everything, it will take time for you to master it, but it will increase your strength greatly while not affecting any of your current powers. However, I will only be able to guide you a little at this moment. The rest will be up to you. There was one person who was somewhat sulking upon hearing this. Leo had offered to help Owen, yet hadn't offered to help Abdul. The latter felt like it was unfair. "Owen is our last hope now," Sunny said as she could read the expression on his face. "We wanted this to be fair competition, and truthfully, we thought that all of you were qualified, but at the end of the day, the king is the one to decide. If that is the case, now with only one person left, we have to try our best to make him succeed." Understanding the explanation, Abdul just crossed his arms and was just happy that the others didn't get help, even though he was unaware that the other two had also used ki. Owen agreed and sat down on the ground with Leo standing behind him. The latter was getting ready to place his hands on his shoulders. Seeing this, Quinn was a little afraid because Leo had attempted to teach ki to Quinn, and that was how he was turned, and was worried that the same thing could happen to Owen at this moment. However, Quinn had taught others ki without turning them, using Leo's same method now. Since Leo was better at controlling ki even more so than him, Quinn had to trust him. With his ability, Leo was more in tune with the energy that was actually following inside of Owen. He could describe to him in great detail what was happening. He could also adjust and tell if the other person was doing something wrong because, as silly as it may sound, Leo could see what the other person was doing. Whereas when Quinn would do this, he had no choice but to guess what the other was doing. Time slowly passed, and about 15 minutes later, it seemed like Leo was finally done with the job. Stepping away and walking off to the side, Leo stood not too far from Owen. It felt surreal. Quinn wasn't sure if Owen really could activate ki at this moment, but if he had another breakthrough similar to what Samantha had, perhaps he could do it. That's when Quinn noticed something. Leo looked quite exhausted and was staring in Layla's direction. "Have these guys planned something?" Quinn narrowed his eyes. Standing back just like Layla, Owen moved away. Although she had failed, Layla knew that this was important to them all. Seeing how sturdy the shell was, they needed this king on their side. With her ability, she was now doing something unique to her, and was slowly transferring her own ki energy into him, and at the same time, Leo had activated his soul weapon. Owen had learned a lot. He was a fast learner, which surprised even Leo. They didn't call him the genius of the Greylash family for no reason. Still, it wasn't enough time for him to learn how to use it properly, so with his soul weapon, he would help draw that aura and the energy within Owen out of him into his fist. While standing in the center of the room, Owen activated his lightning powers, but only around his legs. It spiraled blue sparks from his foot up to his knees, as he then stood in a sprinting position as if he was ready to set off at any second. It was showy, but there was a reason for it. He could tell that this energy within his body wasn't his own, and Owen hoped that they also gave power to his legs. After all, speed was an important factor when making one's punch as strong as possible. He threw down his usual metal fan into the ground, rendering it to stick upright, and then focused on his right hand, which now seemed to be covered in blue light. Unlike his legs, this seemed steady. It was practically glowing so much that the hand seemed to be made of pure light. "Go!" Owen shouted. He ran forward, a deep scorch mark left behind by his feet with every step. Then after a couple of steps, bending his knees, he jumped up in the air and started to spin his body. It was one of the most classic moves, but adjusted a little for the test as he held out one of his hands. Spinning in the air, Owen's body shot out like a lightning bolt and crashed into the shell with his fist firmly planted on it. His body was upright as it hit the shell, and the two forces collided. The purple sparks that would usually come from the shell when the others would use ki went off once again, and this time they were more fierce than ever before, as if they were trying to attack the person in front of it. "You shouldn't have let me go last. I know about this already," Owen said. As the purple sparks flew up at Owen's arms, Layla became worried. They couldn't affect Samantha that much because her attack wasn't too strong, but if Layla hadn't used the second stage of ki to protect her arm, she could only imagine what the purple sparks could do. Before it could reach Owen's arm, though, his own blue lightning sparks from his glowing arms would attack whatever went close. It looked like a battle between two lightning powers, blue and purple. As they hit each other, they were getting wilder and wilder, but both Layla and Leo continued to use their powers, before the two of them had fallen to their knees. They had done all they could, and now they needed to rest. Fortunately, Genbu was so mesmerized by the scene that he failed to see both of them falling to the ground. Otherwise, for sure, he would have noticed that something was strange. Finally, the purple sparks slowly disappeared, and only the blue ones remained. A shockwave was sent into the mountain from behind, and Owen fell to the ground, now on one knee. His knuckles no longer were on the shell. The sleeve covering his arm had burnt into nothingness, but he didn't care, and looked up to see the result. Everyone could tell that the attempt made by Owen was the best attempt out of all of them so far, whether it was because of the help he received from the others, the small training he had done with Leo, or the fact that Owen had actually tried. It was hard to tell, but they were waiting to see the result in anticipation. If Owen hadn't succeeded in impressing the turtle, then they would have to quickly come up with another way to convince the king, maybe even fight, and force him to form a contract with one of them. With all of them here, they thought it would be an easy thing to do. The only problem was how the other familiar would feel about this. From the outside, the effect of Owen's punch wasn't entirely obvious. For one, the shell was still in one piece. Perhaps it would crack soon after, but it never did, which proved just how strong the shell was. When Owen's arm fell, some of them were able to see. Once again, Genbu started to move, and he scuffled across the ground quickly in excitement. His large head blocked the view of the shell from the others. "My word, I must say, you actually managed to damage it." He certainly sounded pleased with the result, but the others were still amazed. It was clear the words that Genbu had spoken. He claimed that the shell had been damaged but not destroyed. When moving his head out of the way, the others could see that a single scale on the shell, where Owen had put all his strength, had been cracked. However, the crack itself didn't ripple out to the adjacent scales, and even the base of the shell was mostly intact. Genbu even turned the shell around, and the crack hadn't gone to the other half of the back either. "I hope this is enough," Sunny mumbled quietly under her breath. Even the other two kings that were present weren't so sure, and they were ready to help all the others, if need be, to subdue Genbu. Genbu's face was straight, showing no emotion, unlike his voice earlier, and he had his eyes closed. "This one is talented. If he can destroy one of my shells to this degree, then without a doubt, I feel he can hurt almost anyone out there. If one of the strongest defense teams up with one of the strongest attack, then the two will make a powerful combo, far more powerful than any of the other kings," Genbu smiled. "Does this mean you are willing to form a contract?" Sunny asked hesitantly. To this, Genbu nodded, and the others inwardly cheered without giving too much away. They had succeeded in their task, and one more familiar, and extremely useful one, would be a part of the team. Abdul, Layla, and even Samantha were honestly a little disheartened that they could not get the familiar. Each of them had their reasons for wanting the king on their side, especially after witnessing how strong its outer shell was. They wanted it more, and if they were truthful, they felt like the person that needed it least was Owen. He was already more powerful than them all, but in the end, this was what happened. Those who were strong would get even stronger. Genbu had come to Owen and was now looking him up and down. The turtle couldn't stop complimenting him about his body and features, and his attitude towards Owen had taken a full 180-degree turn. Meanwhile, Quinn stood near Layla. "You did a good job, Layla. I honestly believed that you had the best chance out of all of them, and you actually would have produced the best result as well. However, you are selfless. Honestly, I don't think the others would have done what you did. I know you gave some of your power to help out Owen, and you thought about the benefit of all of us rather than your own. Who knows? The turtle might have been bluffing it, and would have just contracted that with the best result, and I think you knew this as well before making your decision." Quinn was right. Layla had thought about that before helping out Owen, but the truth was, she wasn't the selfless one. She actually didn't wish to help. Leo was the one that had approached her in the end. She knew Quinn was trying to cheer her up, but now, how could she tell him the truth? While Quinn was talking to her, the contract process began on the other side. As Genbu pressed his head against Owen's, he shrunk in size by a little and was now the same height as Owen. Frankly, it seemed like Owen was being quite respectful to the turtle. Perhaps after discovering how hard its shell was, he realized how much value a familiar had. After a few moments passed, Genbu started to turn into a strong purple mist, and then zapping itself like a large particle of energy, a purple lightning bolt appeared on Owen's palm. The turtle had disappeared, and it looked like the contract was a success. Soon, though, the lightning bolt lit up, and Genbu was back in front of everyone. "How do you like the symbol? Your lightning powers from before inspired me," Genbu stated. "The contract is completed. Unlike others, I only have one desire, to look after all of those in my territory. I wish to protect them and feed them with energy, so you need to stay alive as long as you can." "I don't plan on dying so soon, and I wish that you can help me stay alive," Owen asked as well. The group was ready to leave the mountain. They couldn't stay here too much longer and needed to head back to the exact location where they had first entered, so the Bone Claw could take them back to their world. Now that there was no war going on, Dunluck could call upon his allies and allow them a quick return. Still, before leaving, Quinn couldn't help but look at one of the many shells that were still left in great shape by the others, since no one had touched them. "Once a contract has been formed, there's no way to cancel a contract, right? Not unless you kill the host?" Quinn asked, walking up to one of the shells. "Correct," Genbu said, nodding his head. "Well, if that's the case," Quinn replied as he readied himself. He stood there in front of one of the intact turtle shells and readied his fist. The key soon collected in front of him. The shadow rose and switched from his Blood King armor set to the blue fang. "Nitro Accelerate activated." Key of the second stage slowly wrapped around his hand, and he was so close to the shell that sparks were flying from it before he had even touched it. Seeing this, Sunny couldn't help but giggle. "I guess those comments got to you more than we thought." Blood aura started to form around Quinn's hand, and with his blood control, he spun it as fast as possible. Ready, Quinn then ran back to the center of the room. He was so fast that the others had only blinked, and he was in the center. Then, running back, the ground beneath his feet formed a crater as he jumped up, and he threw the blood drill, infused with ki into the shell with the power of his nitro-accelerated speed. The purple sparks couldn't do anything, as the attack slammed into the shell, cracking it instantly. The powers didn't collide like the others. The shell was smashed to pieces, with it flying everywhere, and the momentum of the attack continued as it hit the mountain wall behind it. The whole room shook until the energy finally disappeared, and once everything calmed down, they saw Quinn standing, with no shell left in front of him. "Ah, now that was satisfying," Quinn said, turning around and smiling at the others. While walking back to the others, Quinn's steps suddenly came to a halt and turned around, only to see a giant cavity in the side of the mountain. He didn't know what had come over him at that moment. Maybe it was the fact that he wanted to test out his strength, or this was a challenge that no one seemed to pass, and he wanted to accomplish. Perhaps it was the turtles bickering, but being able to destroy a shell like that felt extremely satisfying. However, he realized that it had come at the cost of hurting the world, and now he felt quite bad that he let these strange emotions get the better of him. "I'm sorry. If I can give some of my energy to help restore this world, I'll fix the mountain," Quinn said, rubbing the back of his head out of embarrassment. None of them replied because they all stood still with their mouths open at what they had just seen. The shell was, without a doubt, very tough. None of them could deny that, so how on earth did Quinn manage to break it? "Bah ha ha ha!" Owen let out a hollow laugh. "After all our hard work just damaging one scale, you go and do that. You really are one of a kind." The cat looked furious. Quinn never thought he had seen a vein on a cat before, but it seemed like it was possible because there was one bulging through the side of the cat head beyond the fur, which honestly had Quinn quite worried. "I'll speak to Boney or something about it, I'm sorry," Quinn said once again. Although most had gotten over the initial shock, there was one among them who still had his jaw left wide open, literally. The turtle Genbu still couldn't believe it, even after Sunny walked towards him and waved her hand in front of its face. Eventually, though, as Quinn got closer, the turtle snapped out of it, slamming its mouth shut. "You tricked me! You all tricked me! This little bug wasn't weak at all. He had great strength. Why would you? And how? How? No one has ever broken my shell." "I deeply apologize," Sunny immediately said, seeing how the situation could perhaps get rough, and at the end of the day she had to cover for her king. "You see, he is a little special. He is not just any vampire, but the king of vampires, which is why he has great strength. We were afraid that if you saw his strength, you might wish to find someone that would match up to him, but you should know that your shell is one of the strongest things in existence, and there could rarely be anyone who could match up to its sturdiness." "Apart from someone like him," Genbu complained, and was staring at Quinn with his intense eyes. Thinking about it more, Genbu knew the real strength of his shell. In the first place, he actually hadn't expected even one of them to activate the purple sparks, and if he was honest, even the first human, the girl, who had taken this test, had passed in his eyes. He had greatly underestimated them all, which was why he had decided to change his tune after the first one to take the test. "I have already signed a contract. I can't go back, but I just don't like how you made me a fool," Genbu said, walking away. He started to remember all the times he called Quinn weak, and recalling those words, he couldn't help but his feet stomp the ground in embarrassment. The group soon moved. The mountain began to repair itself as they made their way out from it. The group found it strange. It was as if the familiars themselves were in control of when they would use energy to repair the world. Or perhaps the world was aware of what was going on and decided to act once they were done. Either way, the group waited for the horses to enter the area, which didn't take long. This time there were enough for everyone, allowing for each of them to ride their individual horse as they made their way back. Genbu, who could change its size, had become so small that he could be easily held in Owen's palm, and decided to stay on top of his contractor's head, similar to how Owen would sit on Leo's head. "I'm not used to being in that space, and I prefer the outdoors, so keep me out for as long as possible, although I will need to rest from time to time," Genbu claimed. While riding, Quinn noticed that he was getting looks from a few people. Genbu, for one, still seemed to be upset over the whole thing. Then there was Abdul as well. That strength, he didn't display that in the game. Wait, didn't they say something like he wasn't the one who fought? He was that strange dragon-looking thing, right? But even then, his strength is far beyond what I suspected. I wonder if he and Sarah fought with their full strength, who would win? Abdul thought. "I still can't believe it," Genbu repeated as they continued to go through the land. "Even if I can't sense energy, I can't believe you people tricked me just like that. Hey kid, your familiar is the undead king, correct? He certainly picked a good one." For some reason, upon hearing the turtle's words, Quinn felt like he needed to correct the turtle. "Although the undead king picked me, I didn't have this strength when we made the contract, and I was actually weaker than anyone here at the time. I still don't understand why he picked me." "The undead king, I've known him for a while, a lot longer than the other two," Genbu replied. "He had been in this land for a long time, and just like myself, he was someone who never left or formed a contract with anyone. He took his duty in culling those familiars more seriously than anyone, and if there were any disputes between those in his area, he would be the first one to solve it, which is why I was more surprised than anyone to learn when he had contracted someone. However, there was a rumor that he hadn't returned, even though his contract had broken. Honestly, it's been a long time since he and I have spoken to each other. I would also like to know how he made up his mind to contract with someone, which person he contracted with and why. All familiars have a desire, a craving, and it's similar to a life goal, which words can't explain so well. Perhaps it's something similar to humans believing they have a purpose. Energy is just what we need to live and for our world to continue, but the desire is something else. What I'm trying to say is that you must have something that is fulfilling his desire, or at least he thought you would satisfy it somewhat." It was a question that had been on Quinn's mind since he had been here, and it would have been a lot easier if the Bone Claw would just answer him. Eventually, the group returned to the spot, and the whole mission was a success. Layla and Leo were the most exhausted from this adventure, and it looked like they might need a couple of days' rest before they returned to action. To their surprise, the Bone Claw was already waiting for them in the exact spot. For how long, who knew? After getting off the horses and saying goodbye, Quinn first walked up to the Bone Claw and looked up to him. "I guess you did what you needed to do," Quinn asked, to which the Bone Claw just nodded. At least it looked like he nodded. Quinn was hoping that the Bone Claw would tell him what he had done, but his familiar hadn't been open to him for this long, and it looked like it would take some time before he relaxed himself a bit more. When Genbu and Bone Claw looked at each other, the two of them didn't say anything. It looked like Genbu wanted to say some words, but in the end he just smiled, and everyone continued on their way. The teleporter opened, and the group found themselves back in the room they had left before. "Everyone is here, right? No one's missing?" Quinn asked. Everyone answered, and the Bone Claw disappeared, forming a simple mark on Quinn's back. Owen did the same along with the horse, while the only one that chose to remain outside was Genbu. He had never seen what the actual human world looked like, and was quite curious. "Quinn," one of the cursed faction called, standing in front of them, leaning up against the wall, and it looked like he had been waiting for the group for a while now. "You weren't gone as long as I thought you would be. Well, Sam would be glad to hear that. I have some news for you. The vampire soldiers, along with Ashley, have arrived, but before you greet them, Sam told me to tell you, Haley is with them, and she wishes to speak to you." It was a conversation that Quinn wasn't looking forward to, and behind him was another woman who wanted to talk to him as well. After everyone's return, they felt a lot better. Rather than their energy being sapped away from them, now they could feel it slowly returning. Only now did they truly feel how much effect the world was having on them. In the same way, it was the opposite for the familiars, and Genbu understood why the other familiars decided not to stay out for so long. Quinn told everyone that he would call and meet up with everyone later. First, they all should get some rest, and he knew they needed it. Though there were a few who were worried about Owen. In fact, for the first time, even Owen looked to be a bit tired. Before leaving for the rooms, he first went towards Leo. "I wanted to ask, the power that you taught me earlier. I don't want to pry, but if possible, can I teach it to those in the Greylash family?" Owen asked. "I feel like I was a bit foolish in the past, wishing for everyone to learn the lighting power, thinking it was the strongest, and although I still somewhat believe that, it would solve the inequality problem, even if not completely. It is impossible to have everyone on equal footing, but before even thinking about that, we need to win this war, so we need all the power we can get. However, I assume that this power of Ki is something similar to an original ability. If you do not wish for me to pass this on, I will respect your decisions." Knowing that Quinn would have overheard everything, Leo looked over. Yet it felt strange for him to do something like that. Ki was never something Quinn thought was his own to teach others, and he always felt like it belonged to Leo. However, Quinn did agree with what Owen said about its power, which was also why many in the cursed faction were learning it. "You may pass on what you know, but unfortunately, I don't have the time to teach you," Leo replied. "I'll send someone," Quinn said after hearing that answer. "A few people in the cursed faction know how to use Ki. I'll send someone to join the Greylash faction and teach it. You're right that you guys need to get stronger." There was another reason why Quinn was holding back teaching it to the other groups, and that was because Ki was somewhat a weakness for vampires. Especially now that Quinn was king, he also needed to look out for the vampires. However, if they didn't win this war, what vampires would he have to look after? No matter what, they needed to use everything at their disposal to get rid of the threat. After almost all had left, one person had stayed behind, and that was Samantha. Quinn had even asked for Oscar to leave and head back and find Mona for the time being. It seemed like Oscar was having difficulty deciding, but he eventually listened to Quinn. "I know you have a lot of questions, so let me explain first how I found Oscar." Quinn spoke softly as he went into detail. He told her about the vampire who was related to him, Richard Eno, a great scientist for the vampires, and the same person they all knew as a great scientist for the humans. He then explained how they had found Oscar at one of Eno's labs, and just that. There was no need for Samantha to know about the trials, only how they found Oscar. However, the bit that was difficult for Quinn to speak about was Oscar himself. How, if asking him if he remembered certain details, he didn't. Honestly, Quinn always thought of him as a different Oscar until he had met Samantha. It was clear he knew who Samantha was, even if he didn't know about himself. As Quinn finished his story, tears streamed down Samantha's face. She gripped her cheeks so tightly that the tip of her nails dug deep. Quinn had seen such reactions before. He knew this wasn't just sadness and anger. There was also much regret. "The one you told me about, the Richardino. He came to me saying that he could bring him back, but he warned me. He warned me that father would be different from how he was before if he came back. Honestly, I don't know if it would have been better if he had completely forgotten me, but the fact that he remembers me—" Samantha gripped her clothing around her chest, over her heart, pulling the fabric tightly. "It just hurts even more. Quinn, I want to be stronger. I can't live like this. Can you help me? Can you contact Richard for me? He made Oscar like this with only his head, so maybe with me—" "He's dead," Quinn interrupted her. "That's why we went to his lab in the first place." Hearing this, Samantha's lost the little hope she had felt. Although Quinn wasn't so sure if Eno was dead, and even if he was, most of the knowledge and information about Oscar was stored in Logan's head, but he didn't want her to continue searching for questions that would most likely never be answered. Quinn had already asked Logan if there was a way to turn Oscar back, and Logan had answered it wasn't possible. "I still need to get stronger. I'm not stupid. I know that if I beat One Horn, this feeling won't go away, but I have to do something for him. I have to help. When everyone fought and protected me, I was knocked out by some stupid sleeping gas. I couldn't even destroy a damn turtle shell. So tell me, how the hell can I defeat One Horn like this?" Samantha cried out. "That's why, Quinn, you're the Vampire King, right? Which means you can turn people. So turn me. Whatever you want, my blood or anything, just take it. But please, turn me and help me get stronger." Samantha screamed as she dug her nails deeper in her palm, making blood drip from her hand over the table. Quinn looked at it dripping from her hand and falling down. He then licked his finger and wiped it against the cut she had just made, and slowly it started to heal. "Pretty neat, right?" Quinn said. "Our saliva can heal small wounds like this, but usually it wouldn't work this quick. It's only because of who I am. Just becoming a vampire wouldn't solve all your problems, and it doesn't work like that. Being a vampire comes with difficulties, a life where perhaps everyone who ever knew you and knows you will hate you. People will look at you differently, treat you differently, and most probably you will have to hide your identity. I'm not saying no to you, but it's not an answer to your problems, and it's not a magic shortcut to gain great power. You will lose your ability, and you might be drawn to blood like this." "You turned Sack into one, right?" Samantha said. "I know, and I know about your past, Quinn. Oscar told me to find more about you once. Everything about you. You had no ability, you were weak, the bottom of your class in every way possible, and you had no potential at all. Your whole life changed because you became a vampire. So don't give me that crap. Look at where you are. Just help me, please," Samantha pleaded. "You don't know what I've been through," Quinn frowned, which caused Samantha to startle a little. But he took a deep breath and spoke again. "You don't know what I've been through," Quinn repeated, this time in a softer tone. "But you're right. If you're this insistent, then I will help you," Quinn said as he bit his thumb. He lifted the blood in the air and dangled it just above her head using his powers. "This is your last chance. Do you wish to be turned? There is a chance that you might turn into something that will force me to kill you," Quinn asked for the last time. Samantha nodded and opened her mouth as if she knew the next step. The blood then swooped from above and fell right into Samantha's mouth. "The blood ritual has been activated." It had been a while since Quinn had turned someone, and he could never get used to this feeling because each time he did turn someone, there was a chance that they might turn into a dangerous subclass that needed to be eliminated on the spot. It hadn't happened too often, but after becoming king, Quinn had seen all the different subclasses that the vampires kept for combat. There were far more possibilities than he imagined, and later he had learned that the vampires had a way to influence changes towards one of these subclasses. It looked like they had found some detailed research from the second family. Cindy had been doing countless experiments, and with her powers, she was able to reverse a human after the latter had been turned. She would do this again and again until reaching the result they wanted. In the second family, only she had such a strong ability. Bryce had extracted this information from the second family, but had not shared it with the others. On the side, he had been creating a vampire subclass army, mainly for war. Quinn had looked over these methods, but never went into too many details. Firstly, some of the details on how to make certain subclasses were unethical, and he could never imagine forcing a human to go through that to be turned into practically a monster. The second reason was that none of these methods had explained about turning them into other subclasses. Quinn had his theories, but that's all they were, a bunch of theories. An undead is unlikely, right? But according to Vincent, anything is possible. Perhaps the circumstance for the turning could influence the results, but it was never a 100% guarantee, just an increase in chance. This was why Quinn was surprised when the result had finally appeared. Samantha's transformation had gone better than most of whom Quinn had turned. She seemed to be going through great pain, but somehow held back her screams. She just sat there at her seat in the canteen instead of rolling around the floor in pain. She was a strong person, and if she unlocked the power of ki that was within her, she would be a great asset. "You have successfully created a Draugr." "Another one? The only other Draugr I know at the moment is Linda, right?" As Quinn thought about this, he realized one thing. There was one person that might not be so happy about the change he had made, and that was Fex. "I probably should have asked him before I did this, but I mean, it was Samantha's decision to be changed, right? And he shouldn't have the same problem that Layla and I have," Quinn thought. Samantha looked to be adjusting to herself. It was a strange experience, and she had a lot to learn. Quinn explained the transformation briefly and told her to see Linda to understand her situation in detail. She would show her the ropes for now, as there were still many other things that Quinn needed to focus on. For one, there was another woman waiting for him, and most likely not for a pleasant chat. "I better just get all these conversations out of the way," Quinn thought, as he headed to the cursed faction members' quarters. Everyone seemed to be in one of the large reception rooms or the converted training room they had created. Hearing about Quinn's return, a few people were waiting for him, and one of them was Haley. When Quinn entered the reception room, which had a bar with sofas and tables arranged all around, he saw Sam and Haley sitting at one of the tables. As soon as Haley noticed Quinn, she shot up like a bamboo shoot and stared at him. "Don't make this more difficult than it already is," Quinn frowned inwardly. Upon approaching the sofa, rather than having Sam speak, he simply instructed everyone to start preparing the vampire soldiers to head off with Sarah. Now that the group had come back from the familiar world, they were just wasting time staying here now. He promised he would speak to Ashley and the others before they left. Everyone in the room became busy as Quinn took a seat opposite Haley, with the latter drinking a cup of coffee. "At least she looks calm." "Please, I already heard from Sam that my father was passed, but he wasn't there at the moment. I was hoping you could tell me all his last moments. What happened to him? Why did he change after meeting you? I want you to tell me everything," Haley requested. First Samantha and now Haley, Quinn inwardly sighed, but it was better to get done with these conversations. Delaying it any more would not do any good. Quinn told Haley the whole truth about how Paul and his men were the ones who had discovered the vampire world. It was because of this that they were kept captive. It all happened before Quinn was king, so they needed to strike a deal. Quinn was the one that had turned Paul and the rest of his men to save their lives, but while explaining, Quinn didn't make it sound like a good deed, and Haley could tell how hard it was for him to say this. It was clear he wasn't proud of his actions. He then explained the rest, that Paul was a good person, and he had gone to look out for someone named Kaz. When talking about it, Quinn felt like he should have realized their close relationship sooner. It was almost as if he saw Kaz as a replacement for someone. Quinn didn't convert his thoughts into words, and just explained how he saw it, and let Haley decide what was going on. "In the end, he risked his life for this Kaz girl, huh? And even still she ended up dying? So there's nothing left of him, not even the person he protected, because she is dead as well?" Haley said as she sat back and let it all in. In the end, Haley just started to laugh. It wasn't the reaction Quinn was expecting at all from her, but soon that laughter turned into a single tear that ran down her cheek. "That idiot," Haley said as she smiled. "I have a favor to ask. I missed my father a lot when I was younger. He was a caring person, and he was the one that pushed me into medical practice. He bought me the most expensive beast gear, which money could buy at the time, when the war broke out. He never directly showed he cared about me, but did do in weird ways. But I never saw some of the sides of him that you are describing, and I would have liked to have seen that. I know you said you are looking into turning the vampire soldiers back to human, but I believe it will be a long time before you do that. You need the vampires at this moment. Anyone could see that. I want to know why he went through this change, and judging from your story and what you told me, it all happened with you. This whole world changed with you, and I even remember seeing you the first day. I never thought this would be the situation. I want to follow you, Quinn, and pursue in my father's footsteps. I want to do everything he has done and follow through his steps to see what he did. So I am asking you right now, please, Quinn, if you can. Haley then stood up from her seat and bowed down. Can you please turn me as you did him? If Quinn were drinking something, he would have spat it out, because not an hour had passed. 2 ladies had requested the same thing. Please, understand it from my point of view, Haley said, lifting her head, but all she saw was Quinn with his hand out. You don't have to say any more. I know by now that I'll always lose this type of conversation, so after I tell you all the risks, I'll let you decide and we'll see, all right? Quinn sighed. However, this time, Quinn didn't know that the results of the change would be vastly different from what Samantha had turned into. Congratulations, you have successfully created a succubus. Although they were in the center of the reception room, Quinn felt like there was no need to drag things on and do Haley's transformation somewhere else. If she turned into something dangerous, he had enough strength to subdue her before she went berserk. Of course, he was still worried. The more the people turned, the more chance he had of hitting one of the bad subclasses. The others in the room would constantly glance over to see what Quinn was doing. However, everyone here already knew what he was and saw that Haley had requested this. They weren't just regular members of the cursed faction, but the leaders, and it wasn't like he was going against her will or forcing her into the ritual. A drop of blood had initiated the ritual process, just like with Samantha. Quinn still had plenty of slots that he would always leave open, a little over 10. He kept it this way because he remembered when Vincent once told him that perhaps he might need to use it on those he truly cared for one day. In some cases, if someone really wanted to be turned, like those in the cursed faction, he would get the other vampires to do it so it wouldn't take up his slots. The connection with Haley just felt too personal for that, though. Like Samantha, Haley took it quite well once the turning process started. It was clear that she was going through pain as the veins popped up on her neck, and blood passed through them at a quick rate. A few grunts of pain here and there, but other than that, she didn't show any signs of backing down. Are women just better at handling pain than most men, or does it have something to do with the transformation? Quinn wondered. At the same time, he was thinking about just what Haley would turn into. He found it strange that Samantha had turned into a B subclass, an undead, especially since she was nowhere close to being dead when turned. However, he did remember his thoughts before. Although certain things might influence the result, they weren't the main factor to give 100% guarantee about the outcome of the transformation. It was just that the chances of turning into that subclass were a bit more than the rest. At the same time, all choices were still available on the wheel. Watching carefully, Quinn waited for the result and to see if Haley would need any help. However, just then, someone came bursting through the reception doors. The person pushed the door so hard that they had nearly come off their hinges, and everyone turned to look at who it was. 2 figures had entered the room, one in heavy black armor, the Royal Knight Muka, and by her side was another Royal Knight, Fex. Quinn knew Fex wasn't in a good mood, judging by his face. "Quinn, I need to talk to you," Fex yelled across the room. No, I knew he would react badly, but what is this?" Quinn frowned inwardly. Luckily, it seemed like Muka still had some sense and was by Fex's side, trying to calm him down, and jumped in between the 2 of them before this turned into a scuffle. "Don't forget he is still your king," Muka said, placing her hands on Fex's shoulder and slightly forcing him back. Fex's legs were still walking forward, but he wasn't moving anywhere. "Yeah, well, this isn't me talking to Quinn as a royal knight. This is me talking to him as a friend." Fex moved his head and looked at Quinn in his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me you were going to turn Samantha? You don't think I deserve to know?" "Of course you did," Quinn replied while keeping one eye on Haley, who was still sitting down. "But Samantha is an adult, and both of you have only started dating recently. She had already made up her mind to do this, Fex. Do you think if you talked to her she would have changed her decision?" "Of course," Fex yelled back. "She might have just been emotional at the time. Maybe I could have calmed her down. And what would you have done if she changed into a subclass that altered her emotions? She could become a different Samantha. Of course, what would you have done if she changed into something like a Wendigo? Would you have killed her and then come to me and said, 'Sorry, Fex, but she told me to turn her'?" It was clear why Fex was angry. He was worried for Samantha, worried that he might lose someone he had just gotten close to, and Quinn understood his emotions. "Fex, I understand, but Samantha made that decision, and I clarified all the risks to her. Even if you were married to her, yes, both of you can make decisions together, but ultimately it would have been up to her. Do you think I like turning people?" It was then that a groan had come out from the table opposite to Quinn. Fex and even Mooka turned to where the sound had come from. It wasn't just any groan. It sounded as if someone had received the ultimate pleasure, as if they had tasted the best dessert in the world. When turning towards the source of the moan, they could see a female standing. Both of her arms cuddled themselves and their legs crossed over slightly. "Quinn, what happened to me? Am I a vampire?" Haley asked, with her face getting red and almost visible heat reeking from her cheeks. "Congratulations, you have created a succubus." "You turned another one? What the hell are you doing, Quinn?" Fex clamored at him again, still angry. When Haley turned her head towards him, Fex noticed a single horn on the left side of her head. Her usual glasses had fallen on the table, and her braided ponytail was now undone. Just then they noticed something waving as well. It was a small, thin tail. It had been a long time since Quinn had seen a new subclass, although this wasn't his first time seeing a succubus. There was Amy, who was close to Xander in the 10th family. However, he had never created one himself before, so he was a little interested in its ability. "Infant succubus. A common feature of a succubus is a single thin red tail, along with a small horn sticking out from its left side. Although not all succubus will have a horn on their head, they will sometimes grow in size, depending on their sexual desire. Succubus are quite proficient in illusion and healing magic. Magic abilities cast by a succubus will work more on males, depending on the attraction the latter has for the succubus. They also have natural energy that will replenish over time. However, they must consume a man's special seed to grow and evolve. They often are beings that are said to have no love and only lust, meaning they are able to bypass boundaries that other blooded cannot." If Quinn was drinking something, this could have been the second time in one day where he would have spat it out because of the description. Of all the things for Haley to have turned into, why would it have to be one that was this tricky? Quinn couldn't help but wonder what could have been the major factor that led to her turning into such a being. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a few other changes. For one, the size of her chest had gone up by a few notches. Before, they were the size of apples. Now they were like watermelons, and the military uniform she was wearing looked like it was about to tear apart. "Quinn, I think I need your help," Haley said as she sat down, and something could be seen growing from the top of her head on her left side. It started to poke through her hair and was extending with every second. "The horn. Your horn is growing," Quinn said out loud as he was shocked and remembered the description. "How am I meant to help with that?" "You were the one who turned me into this, so you have to solve this problem," Haley replied back, sounding a bit out of breath. "Oh my," were the only words that came out of Mooka's mouth upon seeing Haley's appearance. She had let go of Fex and covered her mouth with one of her hands, and it was one of the very few times when her actions felt womanly. At the same time, Fex was also awkwardly staring while trying to look away as the succubus crossed her legs as if she was desperately holding herself from peeing. "Quinn, you have to do something. Don't let her stay in pain," Fex shouted, holding up his hands in front of his face, but at the same time was looking through the finger gaps. Do something? What do you mean by do something?" Quinn stood frozen. He was beyond useless and practically dead weight in this situation, and Mooka also knew it. "Besides, if they are thinking what I think they're thinking, It wouldn't work, right? I mean, the bond thing between a Turner and the one they create. Although, it did say something about bypassing that type of thing in the system message. And I can still touch Layla. That bond only seems to activate when I feel something. What am I doing? It's like I'm making excuses for why I can do it rather than not. Muka was the first one to act. She felt sorry for the young lady and ran across like a hero, lifting Haley on her back and carrying her over her shoulder. It looked like she was getting ready to run out of the room to head to a place that was a little more private than this.
"You two follow me. We need to solve this issue,"
Muka said, running off. Quinn and Fex looked at each other for a second before immediately following her, leaving everyone in the room who had overheard the conversation to wonder what was going on. "Did you hear that groan?" one of them asked. Eventually, the three of them had entered a medium-sized room. It was quite fancy inside and similar to a hotel. Everything was clean, untouched, and there was even a large bed. Quinn speculated that this room was most probably prepared for one of the board members to catch a nap or two during their meetings. He felt like they were lucky to even have the luxury to sleep in a place like this during these times. Muka placed Haley on the bed and covered her with a blanket, but Haley began to toss and turn as her horn grew, although a lot slower than before. Since no one was around, Muka had taken off her helmet, revealing her face. This time her hair was a nice violet color, making Quinn wonder if she had dyed it, or he hadn't noticed it before. He was also naturally drawn to staring at her perfect face, which was even more breathtaking than the beautiful vampires. It was almost impossible even to describe her, as her face had a look to it like no other. "You are a troublemaker, aren't you?" Muka giggled, "creating a succubus of all things." "Why is she like this?" Quinn asked. "What can we do to help her, or will it eventually pass?" Fex was pacing up and down the room. For him, it seemed like it was a stressful moment, but there was a slight smile on his face as if he was relishing this, while Quinn was just full of concern and worry. "I have some knowledge about them," Muka answered, walking over to Haley, who was still tossing and turning. "When a succubus is first turned, her lust is at its peak, and it's similar to how a newborn vampire reacts upon seeing blood for the first time. However, certain things bring this on more to them during this time. For example, men. To them, seeing men would make them feel like how a newborn vampire feels upon seeing a cut on human skin. However, something could worsen this situation even further, and that is virgin men. It would be like the sweetest blood you have ever tasted, dangled in front of the vampires." It was then that Muka gave a slight glance towards Quinn. It was as if she was asking a question without saying it, and finally, Fex couldn't hold it in any more as he laughed. "Hey man, you kinda deserve this, and don't look at me. I'm not the one who made her like this." Quinn's face was turning bright red by the second. It wasn't that he didn't have any interest in women, but when did he have the time for all this? Besides, there were plenty of girls interested in him, and he could have done the deed with any of them. But hey, saving his friends and the world had always been, well, the main priority. "I guess it's best if Fex and I leave the room? That should solve the problem, right?" Quinn asked. "Don't you dare, Quinn!" Haley shouted from her bed. She had lifted her head up, and while she was still red and steaming, she said, "You caused this problem, which means you're going to solve it." "Well, you heard her." Fex patted his friend on the back. "I guess I should leave. This is a perfect room, and she's a good-looking woman. All I can say is I hope for the best for you two." "Wait, when did I agree to this? Why can't you do it since this all comes naturally to you?" Quinn asked. "I have Samantha now. I can't cheat on her this soon into a relationship. It would never work out. Besides, I have to help her learn the ropes because someone has created a headache. Don't worry, I won't tell Layla about this. And didn't you say that the two of you couldn't do it anyway? I'm sure even if she finds out, she will understand." Fex was already heading out the door, and it looked like Muka was as well. She placed her helmet back on her head and gave a thumbs up towards Quinn.
"I will stay on guard and make sure no one comes inside. Don't worry, I will try not to listen," Muka said, as the door was slammed shut. Now the only ones in the room were Quinn and Haley. Although Quinn was 19 years old and an adult, he didn't know how and where to start. However, there was one experience he could draw from, and that was from Vincent's life. It was ironic that Quinn never wanted to try and remember the details. "Hey, Haley, does it really have to be me? Don't you have a boyfriend that we can call over?
Or I can ask one of the vampire soldiers that doesn't have anyone. Think how awkward it would be between the two of us. I don't think I can even touch you. And the age difference? Quinn asked, stepping back. Age difference? Haley asked as she began to unbutton her tight shirt from the top one by one, revealing her clear skin and the top of her large breasts. I'm only 27, and Quinn, think about everything you have done. You have done so much. This should be nothing for someone like you. This is an easy task, so just please help me. Outside the room, Fex had decided to leave after some time. Muka was enough to stay in guard, not that they thought anyone would come by anyway. Still, he had a smile that wouldn't settle down. He wasn't happy about Samantha's situation, and now he felt like he had gotten his revenge back somehow. Little did he know that fate had a strange way of working, because after leaving the hallway and entering back in the reception room they were just in, someone approached him. Hi, Fex. Have you seen Quinn? I was just speaking to Sam, and he said that you ran off with him earlier. I wanted to talk to him about something. It was Layla. Why do I have a sudden urge to really try and cause some drama today? Fex smiled mischievously. Although Muka said that she would try not to listen in, it was a hard thing for her to do. The hallway was silent, and just like any vampire lord, her hearing was far sharper than a human's. So if she heard a few noises or two, then no one could blame her, right? The Royal Knight looked around to make sure nobody would pass by, before taking off her helmet and pressing her ear up against it. She was wondering why there had been no noise for a while now. In her head, all sorts of things were going on. It went really silent for a while. Did he use his shadow to block out the noise? Muka thought, when suddenly she could hear something. Wait, that sounds like footsteps. The Royal Knight realized as she quickly placed her helmet back on and stood up straight, pretending to have dutifully done her job all this while. The door swung open, and Quinn was seen standing there. He immediately closed the door behind him, and he didn't even look at Muka. The issue is resolved, Quinn stated, without any further explanation, using his left hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. So, did you do the deed? Muka asked, intrigued, trying her best to sound neutral. Inside her head, though, she was picturing little babies already, royal princes and princesses. Even though the vampire society didn't quite work like that, chances were that the children of the current king would grow up to become monsters of their own. No, not exactly, Quinn replied, with his entire face getting red, as he looked at his right hand, which immediately disappointed Muka, to the point where her shoulders shrugged down. It turned out that she didn't need me to do that, necessarily. I just gave her a hand, a shadow hand, and we figured out she just needed my seed. Quinn had to stop there. He had never felt so embarrassed in his life talking about any matter. For one thing, this was actually the first time he had talked about these types of matters. Growing up, he never had anyone to talk to about these types of things. No friends during school, no siblings to inform him, nor any parents to ask them questions. As such, it wasn't too surprising that he didn't even know how to naturally talk about it. Inside the room, everything had felt awkward to him, even though Haley had fortunately taken the initiative. It was then that the two noticed that Fex was walking down the hallway, and he wasn't on his own. Hey, are you done already? Well, can't blame you too much for your first time, although you don't look as tired as I would have imagined. Congratulations on popping your royal cherry, Your Majesty. Fex made a formal bow, not even trying to hide the huge grin on his face. He had actually heard everything that was said while walking down the hallway, and by his side there was no one. All right, I'm sorry. I really shouldn't tease you too much about this. I overheard that you two came to a mutual agreement, for now. Anyway, you're a good guy, Quinn. A little too good sometimes, so I'll stop giving you a hard time. I understand that you did what you did because Samantha asked you to, and while I might not like it, it was still her decision. You have your own struggles to deal with, so I won't drag you into mine. With one problem solved, Quinn could finally move on to the next matter at hand. Muka had decided to stay with Haley in case she needed help with other matters. Later on, they would arrange her to travel with the bulk of the cursed faction as she wished to. However, Quinn asked her to wait until he and Fex were gone, as well as to give Haley time to come to and dress herself properly, although he didn't voice that last part out. By the way, Layla was looking for you, so I told her that you were busy without going into detail. She said it wasn't important and not to worry about it, though if you want my advice, I think you should seriously have a talk with her at some point. At least before you go on your next grand outing. You were the one who told me to act, so as a good leader, shouldn't you be leading by example?" Quinn did agree with what Fex was saying, even though he noticed the teasing tone in the last statement. The teenage boy required a break after that. He wasn't in his right mind after he had come close to doing what he was about to do, and even then, doing what he did. "I've had 2 tough conversations with 2 strong women today, and I don't think I can deal with a third, and I should definitely take a long shower after what I just did. Although it was in the shadow space, at least I can take comfort in that." As usual, Quinn was busy as there was always something to do around the ship, and he decided to head out to the field after getting a report from Sam. Out where the VR platform had been was the ship the vampire soldiers had landed in, and in front of it, making preparations, was Ashley, along with a few of the unranked, including Abdul and Sarah. Quinn had a catch-up with them all, apologizing to them for not being able to act sooner to protect their families, yet nobody blamed him. They all knew what the situation was like. The Cursed had learned of the V, yet no one knew about them. Asking for their families, not even their families would have believed such a tale. With that, Quinn wanted to talk to 2 more people before heading off. "Sarah, Leo is one of the best people I ever met. You can rely on him a lot," Quinn said. "He will forever be my teacher, and I learn new things from him every day." Sarah looked at the blind man, and he thought well of him, remembering back to his match. "I think this time he might learn a few things from me. Don't worry, I will take good care of him." Sarah gave Quinn a wink, and knowing what energy resided in him, Leo just nodded his head. They all got on board the ship, and a short while later it took off. They had a plan with which they slowly would attempt to deal with Pure and take back Earth from them. Now it was time for Quinn to make a decision what to do with the Cursed faction and the rest. The Vampire King decided to contact Alex and Andrew, the 2 main forgers of the Cursed faction. He wanted an update on the vampire leader's equipment. According to Alex, thanks to the new crystals that they had obtained from the vampire settlement and learned about, they were able to upgrade everything considerably and work at a better rate. In fact, he estimated that they would be done in the next few days, which meant after the armor was done, Quinn and Sam would have to plan their attack on the Dalki. Armed with that knowledge, Quinn decided to head back in, and he was making his way to the reception where Sam was. He was hoping to call a meeting along with Zack and Owen, to try to see if they could all attack at the same time. They needed to discuss things in great detail. However, while he was on his way there, he bumped into someone who he wasn't expecting or called. In the hallway leading from the arena to the stadium was Jin with his arms crossed. As soon as he saw Quinn, he gave a respectful bow and stood upright again. "I have a report to make, Your Majesty," Jin stated. "A little while ago, you asked one of the families to search our solar system in need of a nest crystal. I was the one that had taken on that role, and I have just received a report. I've just been contacted that my family has finally found one." A large grin appeared on Quinn's face. Everything was falling into place nicely. It was time to level up his system and bring out the full power to take on Graham. When he had previously had a nest crystal in person, there had been an opportunity for Quinn to use it to upgrade his system. There were 2 in total, and Quinn had decided to use one for Vincent's body, and not for a single moment did he regret that decision. Although he never intended it to work out like this, it was a good thing that he could have a clone of himself, and it had come in handy during the Pure situation. On top of that, every time he saw Vincent, a warm feeling would overcome him. It was one of the decisions he was happy about. The other nest crystal was used to continue creating the human clones to feed their blood to the vampires. Still, he hadn't given up on finding a nest crystal, and had decided to ask for one of the vampire families to search for it. Before Quinn went off to meet Sam and the others, Jin, the 4th family leader and the one in charge of the expedition, came forward to talk about something. The 2 of them walked slowly into the stadium to speak their mind. "I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, and neither do I want you to think my family is incompetent, but there is a little bit of a problem," Jin informed his king. "My expedition team has requested help. It seems they are unable to get the crystal because of some unforeseen troubles, and have asked for support. I understand that you said this was important to you, so I wanted to suggest sending some of the vampire leaders including myself, to gather the crystal for you." Quinn remained silent and thought for a moment. He wanted to prioritize the system upgrade, but he was unsure what it would do at the end of the day. Would it allow him to continue gaining stats, unlock skills, or would it show an error due to Richard fully unlocking the system? "Are there other options? Shouldn't there be more nest crystals?" Quinn asked. "Yes, this is the first one we have come across," Jin replied. "Of course, we can continue searching, but we don't know how long it will take. Depending on the beasts protecting it, the difficulty to get the nest crystal will vary. It might be an easy task or become an impossible one. This one seems slightly difficult, but if a few leaders were to join hands, the progress would speed up." Quinn had heard enough, and before that, he thought it would be best to talk to Sam about everything together. This meeting wasn't only for those in the cursed faction. Members of the Earthborn group and those from the Grey Lash family would also attend this meeting. But before the main meeting started, Quinn wanted to talk with Sam about what had just been discovered. And were you thinking of getting the nest crystal yourself?" Sam replied, as if he could read a part of Quinn's mind. "It did cross my mind," Quinn replied, "but I think at this moment it's too dangerous for me to leave." "But if you send the leaders away instead, then we would be sending a major portion of our forces. If we start an attack, there is a good chance that the Dalki will retaliate. I agree with what you said before. Attacking now while they're not ready is the best option. We don't know how long getting the nest crystal will take. You know better than anyone that you can't be everywhere at once. Let's discuss it with everyone," Sam said with a smile, still undecided about the whole situation. All of the sofas were moved to one side of the room, facing the opposite wall, and Sam stood facing everyone. He was taking charge of the whole meeting. The cursed faction made arrangements for the other groups, and the latter didn't have complaints about that. If they didn't agree to something, they could always dispute it during the meeting. "As you know, we have talked multiple times over the last few days, and so have Quinn and I, and the decision between everyone and what everyone believes we should do right now is go on the attack against the Dalki," Sam declared. No one spoke in objection. Rather, they had determined looks on their faces. "We haven't been on the defensive since the start of this war, and we finally have this breathing space. Yet there has to be a reason for it. As we discussed, with the extra power of the leaders, they will be split into the two groups to give support. I am sure you are all thinking about where we will begin and how we can get the public to support us. Well, I have an answer for that." Upon pressing a little remote, a video appeared by Sam's side, and it showed footage of a certain area in the vampire settlement, an area that showed many different kinds of creatures. Their figures looked similar to beasts, demons, things they only saw in nightmares. "Are these beasts?" Hermes asked. "No, these are something else," Sam replied. "They are under the command of the vampires. After speaking with the leaders, we have come up with a suggestion. Sunny will lead a take back one of the cursed faction's planets." Sunny then stood up from her seat to make everyone aware of her and what she looked like. "She is the fifth leader, and using the subclasses, as we call them, she will fight the Dalki. No human lives will be lost in the first attack, and it will show the alliance of the humans and vampires going well if the mission is a success. Once this mission ends, before the Dalki can even have the time to react, the Grey Lash and Earthborn group will move to get rid of the Dalki from their planets." Some in the room were filled with fighting spirit, while a few felt a little prudent about this plan. They knew that defending was always easier than attacking in warfare, and the Dalki was an unknown enemy race. The number of Dalki forces and their strength, everything was a mystery to them. "What about One Horn?" one of the generals asked. "He is one of the leaders of the Dalki. Unless we get rid of him, it will be hard for us to move. Will the vampire leaders be enough for each group? The vampire leaders are strong, and we think that, like before, the Dalki will concentrate their power against the cursed faction. We will be the charging force in this fight, and if they do focus on the cursed faction, we will be like a lance destroying all their forces one by one." The leaders of the cursed faction had smiles on their faces when Sam said this. "What about Quinn?" another general asked. "We know he is the strongest out of all of us. Perhaps he should be the one to take on One Horn? Or will he be able to support us if things go bad?" When the general asked this question, Sam glanced at Quinn for a moment before responding. "He has another matter to attend to that will help us win this war," Sam answered. "We are not a one-man army, and no,
I'm not stupid enough to think we can win this war without him. That's not what I'm saying. But Quinn has powers that allow us to call him over when we need him. If we were to locate Graham, the Dalki known and suspected to be their leader, we know that Quinn is the only one strong enough to help us face off against him. However, we have to strike now. The longer we wait, the more chances we're giving them to create an army of Grahams and One-Horns. We all saw the Dalki that attacked the Greylash family and how it had gotten stronger. What will we do if it's too late by the time we react? Sam added. The vampire leaders are our trump card. They have agreed to help us, but I doubt they would ever think we would go on a full-force attack like this. The time to act is now. Understand? Sam proclaimed. There was silence for a moment, and then the members of the Greylash family cheered. Then those from the other sections cheered as well. Although the event led by the board never expected this type of response, after seeing the so-called strongest, they had gained confidence in facing the unknown enemy. "Thank you," Quinn said, placing his hand on Sam's shoulder. "Let's not waste any more time. Everyone, have enough rest. This will be the final war. We either win or die, and I need to make sure I have the strength to end this." There's a saying that Sam replied with, "We will fight not because we hate what is in front of us, but because we love what is behind us." After a few more questions from the meeting and the plan's finalization, Logan handed a communication device to everyone present in the room. This way, they could adjust their strategies as and when needed, while also being up to date with the situation. Now, it was no longer about one group outdoing the other. For once, it seemed like everyone was on board with working together and getting rid of the threat. After that, things proceeded swiftly as everyone returned to their respective planets. There were still a couple of days for preparations to be made, and once the vampire leaders had everything they needed, they would head out to the other planets as well. For now, it was a direct order for them to follow Sam's instructions. However, if Sam was unavailable, then Muka and Fex were left in charge, which they all happily obliged to. Quinn was heading out to where the nest crystal had been discovered. He thought this was the quickest solution for them, to go on the attack while also making it so Quinn could obtain the nest crystal as fast as possible. He was now back at the Daisy planet, where the vampire settlement was presently located. He would use their teleporters to teleport himself to the vampire settlement's previous location. Apparently, the vampires didn't have teleporters to all of the planets in the solar system, so Quinn would have to be patient while a ship picked him up, and from there onwards, he would head off to the nest crystal's location. This was the faster solution compared to using the abandoned station that linked the beast planet's solar system and the vampire one. "This shouldn't take long. I can't imagine it taking more than 2 days at most. In the current situation, how many things will happen in 2 days?" Quinn thought. This was the only thought that would somewhat settle his mind, but he knew that the plans for the attack were now kicked in motion. Worst case, he would use the shadow to transfer himself to the cursed faction and help in the fight. For now, he needed to have faith in his comrades. Currently inside a small commercial spaceship were Bonnie and Void, the two reporters who had become well-known and popular with the general public. Their ship was cruising through space, but it wasn't alone. A small fleet of the Earthborn group was with them on guard. Although Bonnie and Void weren't weak, they weren't strong enough to face the Dalki. Lately, since the news and details to the public were mostly delivered via their live stream, the military and the other three groups felt it was important to protect them from any threats. At the moment, the spaceship was on autopilot, heading to their destination. Void was tinkering with his drones and equipment, checking if they were all working all right, while Bonnie had been staring outside looking at the fleet. "Can you feel the tension?" Bonnie asked, still staring out the window. "Tension? You mean the tension of the war? It has always been there," Void replied, nearly dropping his camera off from the table, but he quickly grabbed it before it was damaged. In the pile of equipment, there was even the damaged camera that Quinn had broken. Thankfully, the cursed faction had paid for all the repairs and allowed him to get a new one. "Can't you tell, or am I imagining things? But from all the reports we are getting, things have heated up big time. All the groups are on the move, and this much protection? Before, they would just send one ship to come with us, and now a whole fleet." "You might be right," Void replied, as he tested the camera by taking a snap of Bonnie,
who looked beyond annoyed when she saw how calm Void was, as the latter quickly placed the camera back on the table. "I mean, whenever the cursed faction invites us somewhere, it's always for some big news or big attractions, something like that. So it will be the same this time, right?" "No," Bonnie shook her head. "I'm talking bigger than that. This isn't just the cursed faction. All groups are moving. My sources have been updating me. This isn't the same as before. I think this might be it." Bonnie's sources were volunteers from all the other planets. Bonnie and Void already had their own application created just so people could follow them and get notified when they went live. Nearly everyone had this application, and that included practically everyone who was not participating in the war. Still, with anyone who became popular, they would have some hardcore fans who wished to help Bonnie and Void in any way they could. Bonnie would constantly keep an eye on online forums, chat rooms, blogs, and more. It was a good way to gauge how people were feeling and what they were interested in finding out. She had read about reports of the Greylash people creating defensive measures and moving all of their members. Some of those from the Earthborn group were doing heavy recruitment. Even those who weren't part of the military were informed that they might have to fight. All of these were clear signs that they were expecting something, which was why Bonnie found it strange that both of them were invited right at this moment. "The question is, are the Dalki on the move, or is it us?" Eventually, the spaceship landed on the Daisy planet. However, it wasn't at the same location as before, nor was it a vampire settlement. They could still see the vampire settlement in the distance, but a little further from the main settlement, a miniature shelter had been created. This was the place they were about to land. It had walls and towers just like the main settlement, but even the top was enclosed, giving it an appearance of a giant black block when seen from a distance. Upon landing, people who helped in escorting them soon left, and there to greet them all was one of the vampire leaders, and by her side were two assistants. One was a small red-haired teenager with a black rabbit on his shoulder, while the other was an older woman whose beauty was on par with the woman who stood at the front. Void lifted his heavy backpack with all his equipment inside and took along a few devices. He activated the drones since it was easy to have them active rather than carrying them around, but they weren't recording just yet. "It's nice to meet you. I remember our visit from last time," Bonnie said, bowing down. Void bowed down as well, but his large back was so heavy it looked like he was about to fall over. Luckily, Rokeen, the one with the black rabbit, had quickly gone to his side to grab him and propel him straight again. "Thank you," Void replied. "We do have speed ability users, but not many people choose that ability. It's still strange to know that vampires can move that fast," he thought. "What is this facility?" Bonnie asked, looking around, as she was half expecting to see Quinn or someone else to help explain what was going on. "Oh, I see that you haven't been informed. I suppose you don't know what is happening, do you?" Sunny smiled as she turned around and went to enter the facility. For now, Rokeen had offered to carry Void's heavy bag, and usually Void would have said no, but then he noticed that it was almost weightless for the teenager to carry. They had entered the settlement, but the room was dark, too dark for them to see, since the facility didn't get any sunlight from above. "They have a request. They wish for you to film the first attack against the Dalki race for the whole world to see, and as the 5th leader of the Vampire Society, I will be leading the attack," Sunny explained. Void was turning on his camera, not to record but to help him see what exactly was in the room, because they countless snarls and strange noises they had never heard before, which was, quite frankly, worrying them. When Void saw what was around them through the camera, he immediately had an intense urge to put it down. "Don't worry, you are free to record because the whole world will see them soon." "Lights?" Sunny asked, and crystals started to shine, showing the whole facility full of the dangerous subclasses that Sunny would use in the attack. Every bone in Bonnie's body was shaking, and it was for more reasons than one. The reporter herself wasn't sure if it was due to fear or the excitement of a good story. When looking around as well, she still didn't know what was causing the two different emotions in her. Looking around, the room was filled with all sorts of creatures, but her mind was racing, thinking about what they might be planning to do with them after the information she had just been told, rather than seeing what was actually in front of her. Void had seen this look on Bonnie many times. It was one of her charms, but also at times it would allow the two of them to face unpredictable dangers. "I told you I was right," Bonnie whispered, elbowing Void in his side. However, her friend seemed far too distracted to reply. He held the camera firmly in his hand, and he seemed to be mouthing words, or repeating them over and over. "You're just filming a movie, that's all that this is. You're just filming a movie," Void kept reminding himself as he captured everything in there on film. Still, Bonnie wouldn't let her partner get her down. It seemed like her instincts were right, and something big was about to happen. Of course, they couldn't tell them about the attack beforehand, just in case it leaked out. "There are so many different-looking creatures here," Bonnie exclaimed. The creatures, or vampire subclasses, had been kept behind reinforced glass, somewhat similar to what was used at the event. The glass divided the different areas that would have the different dangerous subclasses in them. In a way, it felt somewhat similar to visiting a zoo on Earth, only that everything inside could and was dying to kill you. Most of the compartments the creatures were stored in were the same, just a piece of land with a few trees here and there. But there were also a few that were quite different. They had cave-like designs or even some large bodies of water. Apparently some subclasses required a more unique environment. "Indeed," Sunny nodded, "and we will be using all of them to help us in this upcoming fight." The first container they walked up to, Bonnie could see tall, skinny creatures. Their skin was pale, almost gray in color. Their eyes were sunken in and all of them were bald. They lacked any muscle on their bodies, giving them quite the skeleton-like figure, but what looked horrifying was their eyes that were just a shade of white. "Wendigos," Sunny answered, even though no one had asked, at least not yet. "These creatures have incredible regeneration capabilities, and despite their looks, they have enough strength to back it up as well. These are the most common type, and will make up the bulk of our army." When looking at how large the facility was, and how many subclasses there were, Bonnie estimated there to be around 10,000 creatures in total in a place like this. Sure, it was nothing compared to the human population, but against the Dalki, they needed strength more than numbers. It was then one of the Wendigos started clawing at the glass, banging on it, and a few more started running over as they stared at Bonnie and Void. It seemed like Void's little sutra was no longer effective, as the cameraman was startled and started to back up slowly. "Don't worry, they're not strong enough to break that. Go away," Sunny shouted, and for some reason, it seemed like they listened to her. Still, Void, being scared, continued to back up, step by step, until he heard a loud bang from behind. He jumped up and nearly dropped his camera. Still, he was a professional and caught it quickly. As soon as he did, he turned around to see what had scared him. A large creature that looked to be made of nothing but flesh on all fours. It would open its mouth from time to time, which would split into several parts. What was scary about it, what looked like skulls on their stomach. "A mouse spitter, fast, agile, and they have a special trick up their sleeve for certain opponents. Come on, let's continue this little tour," Sunny explained, as she continued to show them around the place. The two humans quickly followed, as they were a little worried about being away from the only one that seemed to be able to control them. Next up on the right side, in another glass container, there were multiple trees inside. It looked similar to a forest, but the trunk of the trees were large and looked to be all slightly carved. Zooming in with his camera, Void was able to get a better look at what they were and could see a creature holding its knees. It was covered in dark fur, and its head looked almost like an owl, yet its body resembled that of a human. It was rocking back and forth, and large wings behind could be seen. "Those will be part of our Air Force, the Striga. Be careful, though. If they manage to catch you, they will eat your body from inside out, leaving your skin for last. They have a tendency to pretend to be human. They can't fully talk, but they can put together a few sentences here and there, similar to that of a parrot." "Are all the creatures here dangerous?" Bonnie asked, thinking how the Wendigos had acted, and based on what Sunny had told them. "Yes, however, I'm able to control them somewhat. My ability allows me to even communicate with their human side, or vampire side, I guess. Normal voices don't seem to reach them, but mine does. However, when they see humans, their thirst for blood, flesh, gets the better of them. Which is exactly why they will be perfect against the Dalki." Turning to the opposite container, Void was trying to get a look at some of the other creatures. They had been in here for a while now, and he felt more confident that there wouldn't be a breakout. That's when he spotted something resembling a goat with a large horse-like head. So far, it was the most normal of the creatures he had seen. For this one, he had gotten quite close to the glass, trying to capture their every detail. When getting closer, it opened its mouth and its tongue lashed out, hitting the glass. It spread out like an octopus body and started pulsating. "You're lucky the glass is there. That's a sigbin. Just like most other creatures, it feeds off of blood, but it can actually absorb your blood even through the glass. So I would be careful," Sunny warned. The tour continued with Sunny explaining all the dangerous subclasses for a total of 15 different kinds. None of them were normal, and the things they would do would give children nightmares for months. When the tour ended, it looked like Sunny's 2 assistants had gone off to do some work, and they could hear the sound of spaceships starting on the outside. "You 2 came here via your own spaceship, correct? Just like the time before, it would be best if you filmed this fight from above. As I said, I can't control them when humans are around. Naturally, I hope you can cut these details from your report. We don't want to scare the humans," Sunny requested. "We understand," Bonnie nodded, waiting for more to be said, but the only thing that followed was an awkward silence between the two. "You 2 should start moving now, because in a second, all of these creatures will be released. That was my signal to tell you we are going into battle now, and it would be good if you could start filming from this point onwards as well," Sunny smiled. She didn't have to say it twice. Both Bonnie and Void started running, heading out of the facility, but the smile couldn't stop showing on Bonnie's face. "The Dalki, they won't know what's coming to hit them," Bonnie thought. After the Dalki attack in the Beast's solar system, each of the 3 groups had decided to concentrate their forces onto 3 planets. They mainly moved using the active teleporters stationed at each shelter. Something that the Dalki were unaware of was the fact that their jammers no longer had any effect, thanks to a particular member of the Green family. This move had saved many lives and even forced the Dalki to stop attacks. However, it seemed like the Dalki were now playing a waiting game. There was a mothership on each planet alongside a fortress with enough numbers to protect the planet from being taken over again. At least they would be able to hold off until reinforcements arrived. As time passed, eventually, the resources needed for war, the crystals, would reduce, and the Dalki could then make their move. This was one of the reasons why the Dalki had yet to attack. One of the theories, at least. Another guess among those in the cursed faction was that the former might be planning something big. For now, the Dalki now had half of the demon-tier dragon, which would be a huge boost to their already overpowering strength. Even the planets where Quinn had destroyed a mothership were eventually reclaimed, leaving each group with only 3 of the planets. "All the teleporters on the beast planets are destroyed, so that's why we need to travel by ship. Honestly, I'm quite surprised that Dalki didn't retaliate to Quinn's little stunt on the Daisy planet," Bonnie said, gazing out of the window as usual. They were flying towards one of the beast planets, but it was more nerve-wracking this time, since they were heading straight into enemy territory. Just like last time, Bonnie and Void were in their own ship. It was fast, agile, and small, exactly how they wanted it to be. Although it had no weapons or defenses on board, it was a small target to hit compared to the other ships with them this time. For one, there was a large dropship. They were one of the largest ships used in war and would often carry fleets of mechs, which were predominantly used in the First War. Since abilities at the time hadn't developed up to the current level, mechs were the most promising thing they had against the Dalki. Bonnie knew what exactly was inside the place. "Hello everyone, you are now watching Bonnie and Void's live stream. Today, the Cursed Faction has invited us to show you something spectacular once again. As you all know, Quinn had announced that those that we know as V, the vampires, have teamed up with the human forces, and today is the day." The live stream had started as soon as they had approached the planet, with around a 2-minute live delay. "What is this? Is it a planned attack?" one of the users commented on the live stream. "Another stunt from the Cursed Faction. You know this is all fake, right? How else can they perfectly time things? I bet they're working with the Dalki or something." "Fake? This is a live stream, and all the other groups confirm it's happening. I've even talked to some of those in the Daisy faction who were rescued. How can you say it's fake?" "See the guy above me? He's another person that's just been paid, or is a bot. Don't believe them." The reason for the delay, though, wasn't for the public or to censor what might happen. Rather, it was because they knew that the other side would be watching as well. At the moment, Graham was in his lab, a place he hadn't come back to too often these days, and he had just received a signal that a certain live stream was starting. Once he found out what was happening, rather than panicking, he smiled.
"So, you finally make your move. Did we take too long?"
Graham had an amused expression. The dropship hovered above the shelter, which was mostly destroyed, like when the Dalki had taken over the Daisy faction. There was a group of around 200 Dalki present at the scene, but the mothership or the Dalki fortress was not here. Still, it was perfect for displaying just how strong the attacking force would be. The hatch underneath the ship was opened, while still hanging in the air, and then heavy metallic crates were dropped from the sky. As they fell from the sky and crashed on the shelter, their sheer weight had crushed or flattened whatever was left of the shelter. A one-spiked Dalki had even jumped, attempting to punch the crate, but it did nothing to stray its course, and even crushed the latter's body underneath as it crashed on the ground.
"Those crates look strong. I wonder what material they are made of.
According to the Cursed faction, the vampires have discovered many materials and elements that we have yet to discover, and I'm guessing that these crates are one of them," Bonnie reported. As expected, though, Void started to move the drones and their small ship into position to get a clear view, because they knew exactly what was coming out of those crates. 15 black crates in total, and inside them were 15 different subclasses. Steam escaped from the black crates as the doors slowly opened. As a small gap formed, a creature's hand slammed out and scratched the crates. Gradually, its arms, legs, mouths, and whole body moved out. Once there was enough space, the horde of creatures went out in the open. They spread around and ran as fast as they could toward the first thing they saw. From one of the crates, winged creatures stormed out like bats, leaving in groups and heading towards the Dalki, which were on top of buildings. On one of the buildings was a group of 5 Dalki. It looked like they were on top of an apartment-like building. It was at that moment that a group of Striga, the owl-like creature, had caught their eye. Immediately, hundreds of them went storming through the air towards the group. Witnessing this, the group of Dalki wasn't afraid. Before, they had faced hundreds of humans, so why would this be different? As the leader of the flying creatures pounced at them with its mouth open wide, the Dalki threw out a punch, hitting it right in the face.
"These are weak,"
the one who had punched exclaimed. His strength had come through, and the creature's face was crushed, causing it to plummet in an instant. The situation was the same with the others. That was until the other Striga had pierced their fangs onto the Dalki's arms. The other Striga clawed at the Dalki skin, and there wasn't a spot on their body that wasn't under attack. Their claws and fangs tore through the hard scales on their bodies. The Dalki tried to fight back, ripping the creatures off their bodies and slamming them into the ground, but he and the rest were overwhelmed again after a few seconds. The Striga were just too many. Once they had created an opening in a Dalki's body, they started to feed on their insides. Then finally, their powerful jaws allowed them to feast on their skin as well. After having their feast, the owl-like creatures all stood on top of the building, looking out and searching for their next target. "These are weak, these are weak," a few of them repeated like a parrot, as they mocked the last words of the Dalki they had just feasted on. The cameras had caught all of this. The Dalki being overwhelmed gave a different feeling from what they saw Quinn and the vampire leaders. The camera switched to the other creatures. Many were dying, but they were also quickly taking on the Dalki by overwhelming the latter and not caring about themselves. The viewers once again were divided. Some were thankful that the vampires had the power to help them in this war and defeat the Dalki, while others thought at what cost. Perhaps they were being saved by creatures far stronger than their understanding. Eventually, all of the Dalki in the shelter were dealt with, and the dangerous subclasses began to look around for more. "I guess it's time for me to make my entrance as well," Sunny said. She jumped down from the large ship and landed directly in the center. This time she looked different and was covered with top-tier beast gear from head to toe. Most of it was dyed in a white and gold color. This was based on Sam's advice. The dark colors gave off an ominous feeling to the humans. Thus, he wanted the vampire leaders to change their appearance. He felt this was perfect for someone like Sunny, who gave a motherly feeling. Her armor was quite a unit, with broad shoulders. However, she wore a light robe for easy movement while wearing some armor over the top. Here and there, all of the creatures turned towards Sunny and inched their way towards her as if they were about to go for her next. But she smiled at them, lifting her hand. "Relax, I'm not your enemy, and we have more to deal with," Sunny asserted. The creatures momentarily stood there and stopped stepping forward as if they were waiting for her next instructions, and all Sunny did was point at the Dalki mothership. "That is your next target." There was quite a bit of land between the shelter and where the Dalki mothership had landed. At the moment, a single vampire was leading the charge, running across the dry land. The land they were currently on was pretty open, almost an empty wasteland with next to no green or water. There was bound to be some more habitable place on this planet, but this wasn't it. However, that might be a good thing, for this area was destined to paint the land red and green. On camera, it was a strange sight to behold, for Sunny was running out front, while an army of around 10,000 creatures were following her from behind. Some of them flew while others galloped, and there were even creatures who crawled beneath the ground. While this was taking place, the live stream was showing the events that had been recorded in the shelter. Due to the drones, there were multiple things that had been filmed at once. All the footage that Void was taking would then be edited by another team of helpers, allowing the viewers to not miss anything. Right now, during this time, the viewers were watching each of the devastating creatures attack the Dalki. They had mainly seen the attack from the flying owl-like creatures known as the Striga. Now they were witnessing the other creatures in action as well. "Did you see those Dalki? They could hardly do anything. Maybe we can win this war. I was beginning to lose hope." "Calm down. They mostly just went against one spike and two spikes. These were just a few leftovers to look after the shelter. This doesn't mean anything." "Yeah, but hardly any of those creatures died. Do you really think they will have trouble taking over the fortress?" "You are all worried about the wrong thing. Did you see those creatures? What do you think would happen if they decided to attack us instead? What if they were still humans at that shelter?" "Calm down, small brain. Don't you see she can control them? They're all following the MILF." "My point exactly, genius. They can control them. For argument's sake, suppose they're on our side now. What do you think happens once the Dalki are gone? What's stopping them from attacking us after all of this is over? I don't like it. I don't like it at all." "I'm tired of this. What's the point of all this fear-mongering? The vampires are helping us now. They didn't attack us before, even though they had all these things, so stop complaining." "They only got involved in this fight because we were losing the war. They just couldn't sit around and watch their food source dying out." "So the vampires have joined in the war as well," Graham thought to himself as the Dalki leader looked over at a smashed glass container. Previously, it held the original body of their creator, but now it was empty. "Your predictions are all going wrong. I believe you said there was a low chance of them getting involved. Even if the vampires did join this fight, it would only be when the humans were on their last legs. When we were attacking Earth, I somewhat believed you. If you were still here, I would have cloned you just to hear your pathetic excuse for being wrong this time," Graham mumbled to himself as he continued to watch the live stream. Eventually, the Dalki fortress came into sight. It had the large towers and the thick black walls that were prominent in all the Dalki fortresses. It was more guarded as well, and the moment could be seen straight away. On the wall, around 100 Dalki were seen looking out towards them. On the ground, there was also a small army. However, Sunny was focused on a certain someone. There was a Dalki that stood on top of the wall, as if he was overlooking the entire situation, one with 3 spikes. Out of the leaders, Sunny wasn't known to be the strongest, and she was known to be gentle due to the nature of her ability. However, there was a difference between what the vampire leaders were like before meeting Quinn and after. "I have to remember what they taught us. Activate the beast gear," Sunny reminded herself. Energy started to pass through the beast gear, and in turn, the vampire felt a rise in strength. Her whole body felt lighter and stronger. The next second she ran across the field, running ahead of all the creatures. Then, when she was close enough, she leaped over all the Dalki that were on the ground. Seeing her in the air, 2 of them jumped off the wall and tried to intercept her. Focusing more, it was time for her to bring out one more item. In her hands, she held 2 what looked like solid metal bars. However, in between them, there were links, small chains. In total, there were 6 links, making it look like a whip. The large rods between the chains made it so it didn't look like a whip. The head at the bottom and top had a spear head. Immediately she started to swing it above her head, and swung it down, cutting one of the dalki across diagonally. It had gone through the dalki in one smooth motion. Its blood had gotten on her inner blood weapon. The spare parts of the strange weapon started to fill with the green blood, and when she swung it again, this time it was extending and getting longer. More links of solid rod parts to the weapon were forming seemingly out of thin air, and now the weapon had reached a length of 4 yards. Sunny spun it again, slicing the other dalki's arm off before it could reach her. The weapon then went around the back of the dalki, and the vampire grabbed the other end. Suddenly, from the solid parts of the weapon, a red aura similar to that of a blood swipe was fired. Putting it forward, the dalki was sliced in half. A rain of green blood dropped down, and she avoided most of it, but made sure to take some of the dalki blood inside her as well, giving her more strength. All of this had happened while Sunny had still been midair. Eventually she had landed right in the center of the fortress, on top of them all. She kicked the 3-spiked dalki in the chest. He didn't fall, but he was certainly pushed back. His body skidded across the wall until he stopped by the edge. All the others on the wall had come towards Sunny, but with her weapon she sliced them all up. Swinging it about, the chain spear was Sunny's inner blood weapon, and it looked like all her training had paid off, as 10 dalki had been dealt with in an instant. The inner blood weapon, the training with the other leaders, and the beast gear. Before the vampire leaders would have struggled to fight against a 3-spiked dalki. Perhaps she had similar power to that of a 4-spike. But with all the improvements, the leaders were no longer the same as before. "We're going to take back this planet," Sunny claimed, looking at the 3-spiked dalki. The creatures below had slammed into the dalki army. The flying subclasses had landed on top of the wall and were already attacking the dalki on the walls as well, and it didn't take long for Sunny to finish off their leader. Next on the list was the mothership, but the world had already seen what they wanted to show them, that the vampires had joined in this fight, and that they wouldn't allow the dalki to have their way like they had done so far. Seeing all of this from his lab, a certain dalki leader smiled. The sound of the door had just closed as he had been delivered some news from the others. "Ha ha! What perfect timing! Just as the vampires have made their attack, we are finally ready to make ours as well. The new generation of dalki has finished their training, and I can't wait to see how effective they'll be out on the battlefield," Graham thought to himself, his smile turning into an evil grin. The live stream continued even after Sunny had beaten the suspected leader of the fortress, but instead of a battle, everyone witnessed a massacre. It was clear that the dalki could not deal with the strange variety of creatures the vampires had brought with them. At the same time, Sunny's strength herself was too overwhelming for any of the dalki present to handle. They were panicked, and at the center of it all, Sunny was taking on the stronger ones, making them lose any hope they were holding on to. However, what the viewers were interested in was how the vampire and subclasses would take on the dalki ship. All of the dalki ships had a force shield that could withstand humanity's old weapons, and even the latest ones struggled to take them on. Even the weapons they had created, powered from beast crystals, couldn't penetrate the strong shield. The only one who managed to take down the dalki motherships was Quinn. That was due to him having 2 different skills: the demon tier amulet controlling a dalki pretending to be one of their own, and the shadow ability, which allowed him to pass through any material. Noticing that the ship was on its last struggle, Sunny had called for help from one of the Striga. She then climbed up on the latter's back in the next instant, and then went to the ship above. "Crystals power the force shield, and it can automatically detect when an attack is heading its way. It doesn't coat the ship itself, but the area around the ship. So if one can get right up to the ship and touch the exterior, then physically hitting it will also work," Sunny thought. The only problem is, no one in the past had even gotten close to one of these dalki ships in the first place, and usually the dalki wouldn't let you just hit the ship as one wished. At the same time, the exterior of these ships is as strong as the walls of our castles. It was then that Sunny pulled something out from underneath her shirt that looked like a strange crystal. It was as clear as glass, but inside it was a dim glow, and with how she held the crystal, it looked as if the glowing thing inside the crystal was moving, floating like water in a glass. "Using this will be a lot easier. I hope the testing was worth it, Sunny thought. Getting close to the ship, she leapt off from the subclass, and it quickly went back to join the others that were taking out leftover Dalkies in the fortress. Sunny had grabbed onto the exterior at the ship's back to balance herself. Then she held the crystal carefully and started to focus. It didn't take long until she felt that her body was phasing through the ship and soon appeared on the other side. It worked, and that was far easier than I thought it would be. If Quinn is right, there's a chance of a few force-spiked Dalki in the ship, so I will have to use all my strength. Placing the crystal away for safekeeping, Sunny was happy to inform the others that they now had an easier way to infiltrate the Dalki motherships. After discovering that Pure had used a particular type of crystal that allowed one to store abilities, the vampires had sorted through their crystal to find more about the crystal in question. They had many different types of crystals, and the 4th expedition team had even brought back some of what were suspected to be the storage crystals. One of the abilities that some vampires had was a phasing ability. It allowed them to go through any object. Still, it was considered a weak ability due to not directly increasing one's combat powers. It had its uses, and it was one of the abilities that vampires and humans could both learn. They had learned through various tests that the storage crystal could take the ability from the user and place it inside the crystal without the need to kill the original ability owner. However, then that said person would no longer have any ability and wouldn't be able to learn a new one either. The crystal's power was similar to True Dreams, with minor distinctions. For one, the crystals couldn't pass on the ability to another person, but anyone who held them could use the said power. The second thing was that the capability of the stored ability was far weaker if only taken from one ability user. The power taken wasn't equal to the power stored in the crystal. And last but not least, only one ability could be stored and used in the crystal, unlike True Dream, who could store multiple. They had done a few tests. For the sake of the war, they distributed these crystals to the leaders and a few others. The Dalkies were thoroughly suppressed in the current battle. The cameras, of course, could no longer follow Sunny after she had entered. Regardless, it didn't take long to defeat the fortress, and soon the ship too began to descend from the sky and land. Sunny had taken over the mothership, and they had reclaimed another planet. For the cursed faction, this was a complete victory. Sunny appeared, and she soon gathered all of the beasts. Around 1/10 of the forces had perished in this battle to reclaim the planet, still leaving about 9,000 creatures. This gave the viewers faith that they could also reclaim the other planets. Without wasting time, Sunny moved and headed back to the shelter with her army, and returned to her ship with the other crates. In the meantime, Bonnie and Void had an announcement to make. The livestream had switched to the two inside the ship as Bonnie began to speak. As you can see, one of the vampire leaders who is working under Quinn, the cursed faction leader and our ally in this war, has just reclaimed the planet, and before we end the stream, I have an announcement to make. This doesn't end here. The attack has just begun. Many didn't know what Bonnie meant by that, but soon the whole world would understand. While Sunny was attacking the planet, the other teams were also moving. There were no reinforcements for Sunny, because everyone else was occupied with their own task. The Greylash family had 3 operating forces moving out, along with the vampire leaders and more, same with the Earthborn group. Then finally, there was the cursed faction as well. Their first task in their attack was to quickly eradicate the Dalki, which had set up bases on the forfeited planets, and from there, the attack would continue full force ahead of the Dalki planets and finish the Dalki off once and for all. The cursed faction had planned to have the most impact in this war. 3 large forces from the cursed faction had just landed on their respective planets. Leading one group with Sam was Layla, a few of the other cursed leaders, and a large force, mainly from the Daisy faction with the 2 sisters by their side. There were also a few select vampire leaders. Then, another force that had confidence in this war consisted of the members of the Blade family. The 3 brothers and half-brother were all together, leading a strong, unmatched force. Including Sunny, 4 great forces from the cursed faction were going into battle, and were strong enough to take a fortress of their own. When the cursed members and the other groups were informed about the cursed faction's plans, even though the former believed in the capabilities of this group, they were mindful of 2 of the 4 cursed faction groups, one of them being Sunny's group.
No one had a clear idea of how strong the subclasses were, but she had just proved herself live. As for the other group from the cursed faction, it was led by Peter. "We don't have to worry about him at all," Sam smiled, as if reading others' thoughts. "That guy is a monster now." All three groups had shortly started to move out as soon as Sunny's attack had begun. They felt like this was the best course of action. Not only would they catch the Dalki off guard, but the general public who weren't taking part in it were also unaware of it. However, out of all the groups, one struggled to move out more than the others, and it was the Earthborn group. A Dalki fortress was set up on all the captured Earthborn planets, even on those where the humans were currently still present, but the motherships had left a long time ago. This caused frequent scuffles on the planets, with either side trying to hurt the other seriously. With the plan set in motion, the group relied on all of the attack forces to get rid of the Dalki on the planet. They would then set off and attack the other planets, taking back what was once theirs. If they were too slow, the Dalki would call on reinforcements or prepare themselves before they arrived. However, hopefully the Dalki would have other problems to deal with. One of the Earthborn groups was being led by Longblade. He had been promoted since the war had started. He was able to acquire many accomplishments after what had happened with Quinn. It wasn't just him. Rather, it was almost as if his whole group was now working as one unit together, allowing them to take on whatever was in their way. His teamwork and communication were what they were relying on, even if he wasn't the strongest amongst those in the Earthborn group. The third Earthborn group that would be on the attack was one that they were most worried about. For this one, instead of being led by any of the generals, it was being led by a vampire leader. This was all due to the incidents that had occurred at the event. There was no one significantly strong who could lead. At the same time, this group had the most vampires in it. In total, 3 families were a part of the group, the 4th family led by Jin, the 12th family by Ken Kilton, and the 11th family by Dylan Scudder. The abilities of these 3 families were some of the strongest abilities the vampires had, and with them, they had brought those from the inner castle who shared their abilities. To get faster with every strike, to harden a material to be impenetrable, and the power of exploding blood. The generals were aware of their power and would let them take charge due to Sack's orders. Out of the 3 groups that the Earthborn was divided into, the final group was the one that everyone was worried about the most, because on one of the planets, they would face One Horn. Samantha and Sack had returned from the grand event, and Sunny's attack had yet to occur. Currently, a meeting took place on the snow-filled planet in a tent deep inside the shelter. "We have sent all those not battling to planet Bilnik," Sergeant Fay reported to Sack. "There have also been sightings of One Horn up until yesterday. While you were away, he did his usual routine. There was no change, sir." One Horn would constantly walk out in front of the shelter for some reason, and he did this frequently. He would show up regularly every day. At times would be away for a while, but he would do the same thing after returning. Higher-ups had instructed everyone not to attack him, and they had already learned their lessons after the first few times. Anyone who attacked One Horn would be dealt with, but he would just stand there if they did nothing. "If One Horn was seen yesterday, then it means he most likely will appear today as well. Just our luck, but we would have to face him sooner than later anyway," Sack said, shaking his head. "It's not a big deal," Samantha said. "If anything, it's good if we can deal with him here. It would be worrying if the other 2 groups were to run into him. In fact, we might have to change our plans and derail them just to face him. We beat him here, and he's done for." She clenched her fist and had almost banged it on the table, but someone grabbed it before it could hit. "Don't hurt your hands. And is One Horn really that strong?" Vex asked. As promised, the cursed faction stated that they would be sending some help to the other groups. The Greylash group and Earthborn had requested helpers, and some of them were still on their way. They had stated that some preparations needed to be done on the Daisy planet before the rest of the help could arrive. "He is, just like Slicer, he's a 5-spike, Sack replied. "We haven't seen many 5-spikes, but from those that we have, we can tell that their bodies all seem to evolve and even have a special trait. The scary thing is, when we fought against him in the past, he hadn't used anything like that." "So we're not sure if he used his full strength back then," Linda added, who was also at the meeting. Quinn had told her to stick close to Samantha since they were the same subclass type. Whenever they had the time, she would guide and teach Samantha about her powers and her struggles. Samantha had been the busiest out of everyone, along with Linda. She was pressed for time and had a whole new body to get used to. "Sir!" Just then a man came running into the tent, huffing and panting. He looked panicked and frightened. The live stream hadn't started yet, and so far the Dalki hadn't made an attack even while they were away, but Sack had a bad feeling. "It's One Horn! He's here again!" Outside the tent, countless Earthborn group fighters were already in their beast gear, ready to move out at any second, preparing for the attack. But Sack chose to wait. He had stated that there would be more to help in the fight, and they would arrive only a little after Sunny began attacking. Thus he was waiting for the right moment. But what if the Dalki attacked first? This was his worry. Passing through the guards, the ones in the meeting all ran up the wall and stared ahead. It wasn't hard to find the enemy because One Horn stood alone out in the snow. The snow was thick, going up to One Horn's shins. He stood there with his hands crossed and a smile on his face. "Wow, these Dalki really are smug, right? I mean, to walk right into the enemy base alone? I have a suggestion. Why don't we give them a nice surprise? I mean, we were going to attack them anyway, right? And now their leader is right here in front of us, alone." Honestly, Sack and Samantha weren't prepared for this, at least not yet. However, Fex was right. They knew they had to face him, but was their strength greater than when they had Oscar and the demon-tier weapon? It was hard to say. "Everyone," Sack shouted, "don't get involved. You will only get in our way. Prepare for battle." Sack jumped and landed in the snow. He walked forward with Samantha, Linda, and Fex following him, but he was still unsure if the 4 of them would be enough. They soon stood about 100 yards away from the shelter, and 20 from One Horn. "Oh, you came out. I thought you would forever hide in your special little shelter," One Horn said, still with his arms folded. "Do you think you're enough to go against me?" Fex said, calm as ever, and folded his arms as well to imitate One Horn. "Maybe you're right. Maybe we aren't strong enough to take you on. I mean, look at those muscles and the spikes on his back. I had trouble taking on 3-spike Dalki. You're far stronger than that." The others looked at Fex and wondered what act he was trying to pull off, since he was the one who had suggested to face One Horn earlier. If even the new vampires they brought with them weren't confident, what about the others, who somewhat knew of One Horn's strength? That was when they all realized that Fex wasn't looking at One Horn, but what was behind him. In the sky, something was approaching the shelter. "I knew they would send them. I mean, they had to, right?" Fex smiled. From this distance, 3 figures jumped out from a large ship. They were like little black spots flying through the sky. Eventually, they landed yards away from One Horn, crashing into the snow and flinging it up everywhere. When the snow finally settled, the others had a better look at the trio's appearance. Among them was someone who looked like a Dalki, tall and dark-skinned, and it was hard to tell the number of spikes on its back. Then next to them was a female with a pointy hat, Mona, and finally there was one more. "Welcome, father-in-law," Fex, with his arms spread wide open, said to the last one. Before leaving, Sam had made sure to share his plans with Quinn. However, it had not just been one single plan. Sam had informed the cursed faction leader about his multiple plans depending on how the situation would develop. They had been so detailed that Quinn had gotten a bit of a headache trying to remember them all. Still, the large variety had given him confidence that no matter the outcome, Sam had a solution and an answer for any action the Dalki might take. He couldn't imagine anyone else preparing so much, and their enemies would surely be in for a surprise. Right now, Quinn was on the dark planet that used to be the vampire settlement. It was strange to see when arriving at the place that there was no settlement at all. Where it used to be, it was nothing but a paved wasteland now. It also made him realize just how much of the vampire settlement had been moved over to Daisy as well. The area that had been moved was a little over where the devices had been placed. The technology used was certainly incredible. Oh, that's right, it wasn't technology, it was some vampire magic, right? Whenever I think of magic, it reminds me of that god Bliss. She hasn't made an appearance since then either, Quinn thought. He was waiting for one of the ships from the 4th family to arrive. Once it did, it would escort him out to where the nest crystal was discovered. On the way, he would receive updates on the situation. Quinn didn't mind that much because it gave him time to do something else.
Running through the forest, the Vampire King was looking for a good spot where he could lie low for a while. He went through the trees to give him higher ground and was using his ears to pinpoint the sound of a river. During his travel through the forest, he had also come up against another ape-like beast with 4 arms. It stood on the other branch, blocking his view. It reminded Quinn of the ape that they also still kept from Blade Island. It had been tamed by Mona, and even though she was so far away at times, it wasn't hostile to the humans on the cursed ship. They would often use it to bring and deliver things to the ship, which Quinn found a bit harsh. However, every time they gave him a banana to pay it for his services, it was visibly over the moon. It seemed happy enough to be of service, in exchange for the tasty treat at least. However, this ape was clearly blocking his way, and giving Quinn some sort of staring contest. The next second, it started to bang on its chest with all 4 arms. It vibrated and made a deep hollow sound, showing that it was quite strong. "Oh, is this a challenge? Maybe I could try something," Quinn thought. "Inspect. Vorti Ape, Emperor Tier Beast." Seeing that it was at the Emperor Tier level, it was quite strong, but killing it would be a waste for him. Instead, he wanted to try something else. Quinn's eyes started to glow red as he looked it in the eye. The charm stat is said to work more on those that have a high level of intelligence, which is why skills like Phantom Punch and Influence don't work well on beasts. It might not be a humanoid beast, but since it's an ape, it should have at least a decent degree of intelligence, so let's see if this works. Staring right into the eyes of the ape, neither of the two broke eye contact, but Quinn could feel it. The ape was getting influenced by his power, despite being at the Emperor Tier. "Take me to a quiet place where I won't be disturbed. You can do that, right?" Quinn asked. The ape banged on its right pec once, which Quinn assumed meant yes, as seconds later it started to move. While following the ape, he was impressed with how far his powers had come, but after fighting Laxmas and hearing the tale of how strong Graham was, the vampire knew this wouldn't be enough. To win this war, there was a chance he would need power on the level similar to when he had combined with Ray's power. "I don't know what this nest crystal will do to my system, but I am hoping it will bring you back, my ancestor." The ape was fast as it swung from branch to branch at an incredible speed. It wasn't an Emperor Tier beast for nothing. Eventually, it stopped upstream by a river and then went up a large cliff. Inside the cliff, there looked to be several caves. The ape looked behind it, making sure that the one who had given him the order was still there. When Quinn reached the entrance, it pointed inside. "So this is the place then. Good job, Jesk." Quinn decided to name the ape. "Protect the outside for me. Make sure no one or nothing comes inside. You can do that, right?" The ape responded this time by banging all 4 of its arms on its body once, and then proceeded to slam the ground under it. It had crushed the floor completely, creating a crater. The beasts on the planet were no joke, which was expected when beings as strong as vampires and bloodsuckers, along with all the subclasses, lived on it. When entering the cave, he could see that it didn't go very far in, but it was at least void of foreign creatures. That was a good thing because it meant that if anyone or anything did come and try to attack him, they would have to do so from the front of the tunnel. It was then that Quinn sat down and pulled out a flask. Shadows started to rise around his arm, and when it disappeared, the black and red gauntlet he would usually have on had come off, now on the floor. This was the blood gauntlet. Looking at the flask, it was different from the usual one he would carry, which was silver in color. This one had a red body, and that was because it actually was made with different materials. When Logan had obtained knowledge from Richard, he had also learned a lot about the vampires and how they created the flasks. In particular, Logan had found out about the strange magic circles as well. This, with the right set of beast crystals, could create something, and it allowed them to make multiple new flasks with what they had, without relying on the ones the vampires used. In total, Quinn had 4 of the red flasks on him, which were filled with blood, and he also had 2 silver flasks from the vampires. Ever since obtaining Arthur's blood armor, though, carrying around flasks and his blood bank was a secondary safety measure. The reason Quinn had pulled out these flasks wasn't for nourishment or anything of that sort. Instead, he started to pour the flask and blood started to drip on the gauntlet. As it fell, it glowed, producing a strange red mist, and Quinn could see it was powering up. With his inspect skill, he could see that it had stored the required 10,000 drops of blood. However, he still had 3 more flasks with him. After obtaining the special blood gauntlet, Quinn had asked Logan for a favor. to gather the blood from as many people in the shelter as possible. It would take some time, but they had over 50,000 people living at each shelter, which meant there was plenty of blood that could be used on the gauntlet. 1,846 of 20,000 blood points required. The gauntlet's active skill can be used 3 times. Alas, the requirement of different blood had increased, meaning it would be harder each time he used the active skill. The question was, what equipment would he upgrade? The first thing Quinn had in mind was his other gauntlet. Using the shadow, the red blood gauntlet was back in his hand, and now his other one was placed on the ground. Time for you to upgrade to the demon tier level, Quinn thought, as he placed his hand on it and activated the blood gauntlet skill. There was one group of people that were made aware of everything that was taking place before the live stream had started. That was, of course, the vampire settlement. Before the attack had begun, families were split with their forces and were being sent off to help the split Earthborn groups, Greylash groups, and the Cursed groups. The leaders had made an announcement to the people exactly what was going on. Each of the families had decided to bring along the 40 from their families that lived in the castle area. They would be taking one of their vampire knights with them, leaving the other behind, and also would be taking 3/4 of those from the inner castle area to participate in battle. It was a large chunk of their force, and it meant that while away from the vampire knight, the 10 vampires who resided in the castle and those left in the inner castle would be the strongest forces left to defend the place if the Dalki decided to attack them. As for the vampires in the pooling area, aside from a few that had volunteered, everyone else had been left behind. Although vampires were stronger than humans in this fight, after the Dalki had invaded the vampire planet, those vampires had been made aware of their difference in strength. This was the best option for them, while also protecting themselves if there was an attack. But of course there were vampires that disagreed with what was going on. Walking through the marketplace, it was the talk between most of the vampires. Have the leaders gone mad? They have sent out a bigger force than what they have left behind. I can't believe they are willing to help those humans to this degree. You fool, this is just a testimony to how big the threat is. I mean, you saw those things called the Dalki, right? And at least they are taking the fight to them, rather than allow it to happen here again. But that also means that we will be open to a counterattack. If they start regarding us as a threat, won't they try to destroy this place again? The vampires who had overheard some others talking started to look around. The settlement had vastly changed in a short period of time, from what they could all remember. After Quinn had taken over as king, he had made vast improvements to all the castles and even the walls. Can they even do anything? The new king had set up so many defenses in place. You saw how impressive they were, and I'm sure if they ever attacked us, he would return to defend us. I mean, it was our king himself who asked the leaders to make this decision. They had no choice. Yeah, you're right. The king saved us all before, and now he wants to save the humans as well. I'm not worried about winning this war. Us vampires are strong, and the leaders will be able to defeat the Dalki with ease. I'm just annoyed that no one seems to be caring for us. After the leaders had left Planet Daisy, they set out with their forces to help those that needed it. Right now, the Greylash family were on the move, and were heading out. Since Owen had defeated the Dalki that had attempted to take over his current planet, they had the easiest time moving to where they wished. His grandfather, Grim Greylash, had agreed that it was wiser to split up. Unlike the Earthborn group that had split into 3, or the Cursed faction that had split into 4 attacking forces, Owen's side had split into 2. However, there was a reason for this. Rather than concentrate on taking back the planets the Greylash had lost, they were moving like a spear straight ahead. They focused their forces and were going to attack planet after planet as they headed towards the Dalki part of the solar system. The weaker forces were what had stayed behind, and Owen was confident that even if the Dalki attacked the main Greylash planets, those he had left behind could handle themselves. As such, he was trying to go deep into enemy territory to see just what they had. Currently, Owen was on one of the Greylash planets. He was just outside a Dalki fortress, and the Greylash forces were busy attacking. And by his side, he had one of the vampire leaders with him, the first family leader, Niku Kane. His arms were folded, and his face showed more than mild annoyance. Why aren't you utilizing any of the vampire forces? It feels like you are wasting our time here. We could have created our own attack force if you were just going to make us stand by, Niku complained. Do you doubt our ability to take on the Dalki forces? Owen couldn't help but chuckle. I never underestimated your power for even a second. I know you and your people are strong, but so are ours, Owen replied. You see, what I plan to do is continue our attack non-stop. Once we take back this planet, we will immediately move on to the next one. However, in a fight like this, fatigue is a real thing. At least it is for us humans who have to rely on our bodies and MC cells. We need rest. It's impossible to keep on attacking, and I assume this should also be true for you vampires, even if it might be to a lesser degree. Don't worry, after this we will rest, and you will get plenty of time to show off your skills. I'm looking forward to seeing them. I just hope you won't disappoint me then. Niku understood what he was saying. If Owen really planned to continue attacking, they all required rest, including the vampires. A rotation was sensible as they continued to move forward, and even traveling in the spaceships, there was no guarantee they were safe. 2 hours and 20 minutes, Niku replied. That's how long it has been since we have attacked this fortress. You hear that? The first family members behind stomped the ground in response. I will make up for my mistakes and show you the strength of us vampires. The next fortress we will take out at an even quicker pace than you have done this one. Looking out far in the fortress, Owen spotted a one-spiked Dalki up in the air. It was then, using his finger, Owen fired out a lightning bolt at the Dalki, hitting it right in the chest, making it fall to the ground. I didn't realize you were making this a contest. I guess I should get involved myself then, Owen smiled, but stopped before running into the battlefield. Are you coming, Nate, or are you on their side? Nate punched his shield a couple of times before running off with Owen. Even though he was a vampire, Nate didn't like Niku. He also regarded himself more as a human. In the first place, he had been sent over to help the Greylash faction to teach them how to use ki. He was more of a personal teacher to Owen, though, and he would use his own methods to pass this on to the rest. The cursed faction group led by Sam, as well as Vincent, the 10th leader and 10th family vampires, were present. They had just landed on the planet and would be getting ready for battle. Although Sam was getting information on what was happening to everyone so far and their movements, he would constantly update it on his model of the beast solar system so he could get an idea of what was currently happening. Things are going well, but I always feel so nervous when things like this happen. That's normal, Vincent replied, looking at the same map. After all, he hasn't made his move yet, and from then on we will have to adapt the plan depending on their actions. As for who he was referring to, it was naturally Graham, the strongest Dalki leader. As they pushed forward and reclaimed more planets, he was bound to appear at some point. The only question was where and when. Would it be before they infiltrated the Dalki part of the beast solar system, when they finally attacked the base of the Dalki, or would he get involved even before that? Don't worry, all we can do now is keep pushing forward. As for Graham, I know someone who wants to deal with him personally. I hope Quinn is doing okay, and I'm sure just like always he will be ready by then, and stronger than ever to kick Graham's lizard head in. After thinking about it for a while, Quinn decided on what he wanted to upgrade. Given how much he had left, he imagined he would be able to increase the tier of his equipment by around 6 times in total, based on how high the blood requirement was going up each time he used the gauntlet. This would allow him to use the active skill of the blood gauntlet on all pieces of the Blue Fang armor set. The Blue Fang armor set has been one of the best armor sets I've ever used. On top of that, it was gifted to me by her. It would only be right to upgrade the armor set to help me out in this war against the Dalki. At the same time, it wasn't as if Quinn had time to go hunting demon-tier beasts while everything was going on. Using the active skill, the white-colored gauntlet started to light up in a red glow as the power was being transferred over. He could feel the gauntlet changing, and its shape started to change slightly as well. It was getting a little thicker in size, while keeping the rest of the gauntlet design intact. And finally, when the red glow started to fade, Quinn could see his normal gauntlet in front of him. But it wasn't just the same anymore. Finally, a demon-tier weapon that I can use, Quinn thought. The smile was so large on his face, he felt like he could feel the edges of his mouth reaching his eyes. You have successfully upgraded the Drainamo Gauntlet into a demon-tier weapon. Energy Sap has been upgraded to Energy Drain. When this skill is activated, as long as the gauntlet touches an entity containing energy, that energy will be permanently drained and added to the wearer. Alternatively, this energy can also be used to re-energize the wearer's stamina. New active skill learned, Energy Share. When this skill is activated,
As long as the gauntlet touches an entity, it will permanently take energy from the user and share it. Plus 80 strength, plus 10 agility, plus 10 stamina. Looking at the active skills, it was better than he thought. Not only did he get a boost in stats compared to when it had been at the demigod tier level, but the effects of the active skill had changed. Before, the active skill would allow him to absorb energy from others, but that energy would only temporarily stay with him. Here, the change in text was subtle, but it stated the words permanent. It reminds of the skill that Ray told me he had. This gauntlet can now weaken the others while increasing my own strength as well. I just have to be careful about one thing, how much energy my body can hold from those I take. If I were to use it on every creature I come across, taking in their energy and my body was at its limit, then I would no longer be able to use this active skill to weaken my enemy during the fight. There's a chance it could strain my current body. Quinn knew that his body was already holding in a large amount of ki and blood energy, and although this skill was good, it could do more harm than good if he didn't keep his own limit in mind. He had seen the negative effects of such a thing happen with Agent 2. Luckily, this new energy share skill seems to be the perfect solution to the problem. I can give energy to others. I wonder if the energy given to others is permanent as well. If so, it might be an easy way to increase the power of everyone's ki without having them train. Thinking about this active skill, it reminded Quinn of the dry bodies he had seen. Perhaps this was somewhat similar to what Pure had been doing in those secret labs. With the one upgrade done, Quinn decided to follow up with the Blue Fang set. He was a little worried that upgrading just one part of the set would make it so the active set skill might no longer work. He could only hope that as long as all the pieces were upgraded, that it would ensure he could keep using it. Quinn began with his chest piece and continued on the rest. As predicted, the rest of the flasks were enough for him to use the active skill a few more times, and now his whole armor set had been upgraded to the next tier. The thing was, if Quinn wanted to use the gauntlet's active skill again, he now would have to gather 80,000 different blood types, and he was unable to use the ones that he had already used. The amount had jumped far more than he had predicted, as it didn't seem to follow a set pattern like Quinn first thought. It looks like it's going to be a long time until I can use that skill again, but I can't be down. Demigod Blue Fang chest piece. Demigod Blue Fang shoulder guard. Demigod Blue Fang leg piece. Demigod Blue Fang boots. All the pieces had gone from legendary tier to demigod tier, and without a doubt, Quinn thought he had to have one of the best armor sets now out in existence. Before, the Blue Fang set had blessed Quinn with a total of 90 extra agility points, and that was without using its active skill. Now, all the pieces increased it by 120. Although the improvement didn't seem big for getting all pieces onto the demigod tier level. This meant, if someone wore a complete set of demigod tier equipment, they would be faster than Quinn without any beast gear on. For once, Quinn was happy that beast gear wasn't able to be used on the Dalki, and that obtaining such high-level equipment was rare. The important thing that Quinn wanted to see a change in, though, was the active skill. Looking at it, Quinn was glad to see that nitro acceleration was still there. The only disappointing thing was that it had not changed either. In the past, using nitro acceleration would bring his agility up to 220. Now, with the increased stats and his system being fully unlocked, giving him more speed, his speed would reach around 280, making him 3 times as fast as if he didn't have equipment on. He doubted that there would be anyone faster than him, and with this speed and his strikes, he was sure he could do some serious damage. The 2-minute usage time was the only small downside to the whole thing. Wait, there's no new active skill. Was the gauntlet just a lucky coincidence? Do I only gain an extra skill when something reaches demon tier? Quinn thought, and now wondered if should have kept the upgrades for something else. Still, it was an improvement nonetheless. Placing the Blue Fang set, the Blood Gauntlet, and the now Demon Tier Gauntlet on himself, he felt it was time to leave the cave. During his little upgrade spell, he could tell that there was some fighting going on outside. Exiting the cave, Quinn could see Jesk was badly hurt. The gorilla now had cuts all over his body, and it looked like he was going up against another gorilla of the same species. It had gray fur and 4 limbs, but was larger. It was clear this beast was stronger than the one that Quinn controlled. Seeing Quinn, Jesk immediately went by his side and started to beat his chest again.
Even though he was covered in wounds, it looked like it was determined to continue following Quinn's order. "I could kill that beast myself, but I'm sure you would prefer your own payback. It would be rude of me not to reward your loyalty." Quinn ran behind the other gorilla and held it by the back of its head. At that moment, he started to use the effects of the energy drain on his gauntlet. The gray gorilla attempted to hit Quinn, and honestly, he let it hit him with his hands as it did next to nothing. Absorbing some energy from the newly arrived gorilla, Quinn quickly went back and touched Jesk on top of the head. "Energy share. Let's see how much energy you get from this thing, and maybe me and you, Jesk, can be friends for a while longer on this trip." Jesk started to grow a little larger, and its muscles were starting to budge. Its wounds looked to be ignored, while the one opposite felt a little sluggish after being drained. At the same time, in the air, Quinn could see that the ship had arrived to take him to where he needed to be. "Go, Jesk. I choose you. Show him what you got," Quinn smiled. Standing at the cave entrance, Quinn was observing Jesk after the gorilla had received the power boost from the gauntlet. It was a great way to test the new active skills and how they worked. "Since there is no way or hint to evolving my body, I always just left that quest alone, but after feeling Ray's power, I know it's possible to still change, so there must be a way," Quinn thought, as he had felt a strain when he had absorbed the gray gorilla's power, which had only disappeared after he had shared it with Jesk. "Once I find a way to complete that quest and become something beyond a vampire lord, then I should be able to use this demon-tier gauntlet to its full potential." A big clash occurred in the center as the two gorillas locked into each other. Quinn could see 8 hands tied up. Both beasts were attempting to overpower the other. Unsurprisingly, with Jesk's newfound strength and with the gray gorilla weakened, the former was able to continue pushing the intruder back. The ground was being torn as the gorilla was pushed, and eventually its back slammed against a tree. With its bottom 2 arms, Jesk had let go of the grip he had on the gorilla, while still holding its other 2 arms at the top and keeping it in place. It then knocked the hands away before using its lower arms to continuously punch the gorilla in the stomach, one after the other. "Hoo! Hoo!" Jesk bellowed while it continued to punch the one that had hurt him. The gray gorilla was bleeding from its mouth, and to finish it off, Jesk lifted the other gorilla over its shoulder and slammed it on the ground. "I took around a quarter of the energy away from the other Emperor tier and added it to Jesk. It seems that the experiment was a success," Quinn thought, a satisfied smile on his face. However, he was baffled as to what happened next. Jesk had clearly won the fight, but he now stood over the other gorilla and then punched at its chest once again, this time piercing through it with his bare hands with sheer strength. Quinn thought it was simply finishing off its opponent at first, but he soon saw that the gorilla had pulled out the other's beast crystal. "Wait, is it?" A few seconds later, the gorilla was already consuming the crystal raw. Seeing this, Quinn was reminded of the actions of the humanoid beasts, whose bodies were currently inhabited by Vorden and Raiden. It was a natural way for beasts to evolve, only that it was rare to see them do it. Quinn could have easily gone and stopped Jesk before the gorilla ate the crystal, yet it would have been rude. One Emperor-tier crystal would not have made much of a difference for the war, while the gorilla might benefit a lot more from it. As if to prove Quinn's thought process, Jesk was beginning to evolve at the same time. The vampire wasn't sure if Jesk had already been close to an evolution, if it was due to him absorbing a compatible beast crystal. After all, they were both gorillas of the same species. Or if he had stumbled upon a secret extra benefit from his energy share ability. They can wait just a little while, Quinn thought, as he noticed the ship land on the planet. The gorilla looked to be in pain. Unlike the humanoid tier beasts, it looked like it didn't know when it evolved that it would be in a vulnerable state. It was easy for any beasts to come and kill it. Since Jesk had done a good job in defending the cave, Quinn thought he could at least defend it from any others that would try to attack him. The strange thing was, while Quinn waited, he could tell that other beasts were heading their way, making him wonder if evolving beasts were giving off some type of energy that served as a beacon. His eyes started to glow red, and Quinn stomped his foot on the ground, sending a bit of his ki force out towards the forest area. After the initial second, where everyone had frozen in place, they had all run off in the opposite direction. It was clear who would win in a fight, and the beasts seemed to know it as well. Eventually, Jesk's evolution was complete. He was now a white furred gorilla with 6 arms. The new ones had come out from his sides. The third pair were a little smaller, but his body had grown in size to the point where Jesk was now as big as a dalkey. "Congratulations on becoming a legendary tier beast now. You look strong," Quinn said. The gorilla beast was only a few yards away, and Quinn noticed one thing. His influence skill was weakening on the beast now that it had evolved. Not because its intelligence had decreased, but just because it was harder to control such beasts at this level. In the end, Quinn had already gotten his use out of Jesk, so he decided to let the beast go. When doing so, Quinn had half expected the gorilla to attempt to kill him straight away. Instead, Jesk put his 6 knuckles to the ground and bowed its head. "Is he kneeling?" Quinn thought. "Are you thanking me?" The gorilla lifted its head and started to nod. It was now in debt to the person who not only saved his life, but had managed to help him grow to this state. Did I just tame a beast without any ability? I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. The humanoid beasts before could also be reasoned with. I guess it's just the lower tier beasts and the unintelligent ones that are aggressive. "I'll be leaving this place, Jesk," Quinn spoke, not sure if the monkey could fully understand him or not. So the vampire did some actions with his fingers as well. "I hope you do well and continue to grow strong." Turning around, Quinn felt like it was his time to leave. He needed to get going after all. At the same time, he wanted to try out how much faster he was without using the Nitro Accelerate skill. He had to get used to the speed so he could use it in the fight. Walking a few steps, Quinn then suddenly ran through the forest. He was careful to avoid the trees, and it was good training for him. He needed to focus with his speed. The difference didn't seem too great for Quinn to deal with, but he knew that this was just a taste. Because when Nitro Accelerate was used, that was when the real trouble would start. A couple of minutes later, Quinn arrived at the empty wasteland where he could see a medium-sized battleship had landed. Outside, already waiting, seemed to be his escort group. There were 4 people, and they looked to be on guard until Quinn slowed down his stride. "Your Majesty," they all stated, as they lowered their heads, soon lifting them again. "Sorry for making you wait. I hope you weren't too worried," Quinn replied. "Of course, we just landed ourselves. We weren't waiting at all. I am Earl Ronston from the 4th family, and I am in charge of this expedition. I will do my best to assist you, Your Majesty, and shall inform you to the best of my abilities wherever possible. The 2 by my side are Viscount Norvik and Viscount Neon. We are all inner castle vampires." Since Ronston didn't bother to introduce the other one, Quinn could only assume they were low-ranking vampires. Titles such as Earl and Viscount were only given to those from the castles, but Quinn had never bothered with any of that stuff, and it seemed like that was a trait shared by those from the 10th family, since no one had informed him of any such thing when he became leader. Essentially, the Earl was the captain of the group, and the 2 by his side were similar to platoon leaders of the group. Ronston looked like a young adult of around 25 and had spiked hair that suited this era's hairstyle, which was a bit unusual for the vampires. Still, Quinn knew not to judge vampires by their appearances. Then there was Neon, a female who had her hair in a single ponytail and sharp eyes. Her expression hadn't changed once since Quinn had arrived. He had seen plenty of her type among the vampires. Then finally, there was the Viscount Norvik, who had quite the large belly and looked a bit older. It was the first time Quinn really had seen a vampire with what people often refer to as a beer belly. "Let's get going, and you can explain to me on the way why you were having trouble procuring the nest crystal," Quinn ordered. As they were about to move, they all heard something come from the forest as tree branches were heard breaking. All 3 moved in front of the king, getting their hands ready to protect him. A few seconds later, a large white furred beast with 6 arms could be seen coming through. "Everyone stand back," Quinn ordered, stepping forward. "He's a friend." "I guess that means you wish to come along with me, Jesk?" The medium-sized vessel was on its way to its destination. It was a place that the vampires had only just left and were now returning to again. On board the medium-sized ship, Quinn was trying to get a gauge of what their current forces were like. There were the 4 that had greeted him, then a total of 10 more vampires on board, it looked like. The vessel looked as if it could house around 100 or so staff, and was far too big for the likes of them. However, Quinn never expected a big expedition team in the first place, especially since only one family leader had been selected, and most of them were out in the front lines fighting. At the moment, Quinn was in a meeting with the two Viscounts and the Earl, although they had one more unexpected guest, which was Jesk, who had refused to stop following Quinn. Honestly, Quinn felt safe with him by his side. His loyalty seemed unwavering and was perhaps more trustworthy than the humans and vampires. While the meeting was taking place, that left the rest of the crew to relax for the time being. They were currently in one of the break rooms, which had juice packs of blood for them and a kitchen in case they wanted to cook any meat. There was also a large rectangle table for them to all sit on and eat, which some of them were doing now. "So what do you think about our new king? It was the first time we have seen him up close." The one speaking was named Mo and was sitting at the table. Most of those that were brought along for the trip, other than those that were in the meeting currently, were from the inner castle area of the fourth family. "He seemed, plain?" Joy, the small-framed vampire that was currently drinking from a small blood pack, replied. Sometimes it's hard to believe that the guy out there was the guy that saved all the settlement, and our king no less." "But did he save the settlement?" Rick suddenly spoke up from the side. A larger vampire that was sleeveless, showing the side of his muscles. He had just finished grabbing a raw steak and placed it out on the table and sat opposite to the others. "Not just once, but he saved it twice." Everyone was interested in this conversation. Being in different families meant they didn't have much chance to interact with the king. They had only seen him in action a few times, and for them it was strange, because news before he had been elected a lot of different families were telling them to be cautious of the 10th leader. Suddenly the leaders were changing their tune, which just left the rest confused. "We know," Mole rolled his eyes. "We were all there, but you know the rumors being spread around, right? That it was borrowed power, that Arthur had given him his strength, and he had obtained something after that as well. Some vampires think that if it wasn't for the previous king's absolute blood control, that he could no longer be as strong as he was. And you know he can't use the blood control much either, right? Because of the strain it puts on one's body. So we're just questioning how strong he really is now." "I heard the same thing," Joy said, nodding her head along. Although Rick didn't agree, it was the same for him. He had heard the same rumors. "Whether you say it is true or not, that man is our king. He saved our lives twice, and he might be the one that saved our lives on this trip as well." "Speaking about that," Joy said, as she had just finished her juice pack and gave off a refreshing ah sound, "what do you think he will do against them? We all struggled. We could see the crystal, but we couldn't even get close to it. I think maybe with only the king here it won't be enough." "I agree," another said, who was listening in on the conversation so far. "The other leaders should have come for this. A variety of strength is what we need, not a single strength. I think this might be even too much for our king as well." There was silence between the others as they remembered what had happened on their quest. Some of them even felt ashamed. "You know what I'm worried about?" Mo broke the silence. "It's Norvik. I heard he dislikes the king. Although he is in the fourth family, he supports the red side's ideal, so he isn't exactly too pleased with him. Maybe he will say something or do something that angers the king? I guess then it would show if he really is strong or not." The meeting was taking place in the control room. In this room one could see the front of the ship and the space outside in front of them. It looked like the vampires had crafted a special seat on the ship just for Quinn, and he could see it was something that had newly been implemented. "Please sit, sir," Earl Ronston gestured towards the seat. "And all of you are going to stand?" Quinn replied, finding the whole thing awkward. "Don't worry, I appreciate the gesture, and I have 2 working legs. So about this nest crystal that you found, I'm guessing you had some difficulties. If you could please explain." The second Quinn asked this question, Viscount Norvik just scoffed. It was unclear if it was at the remark Quinn had made or an accident, but the other Viscount next to him, Nian, gave him a stare that would cause most people to back away. Discovering the crystal was not the problem, and honestly, most of the beasts that were on the planet were easy to defeat. However, as we got closer to the nest crystal, there was something strange that happened, Ronston explained. The beasts near the area were getting stranger, and then we could finally see it, the trouble that faced us all. Even with our abilities and strength, this task seemed like an impossible one without any of the leaders' help. "Yes, and it still seems impossible," Norvik replied. "But there was one that was insistent in us finding the nest crystal and bringing them back to them straight away. So we went ahead anyway, despite knowing the dangers, and came out far more hurt." "Norvik, please. The king has his own reasons for wanting the nest crystal," Ronston shouted. "And what is that?"
Norvik replied. "Please tell us while everyone is off fighting, including the leaders, that this crystal is so important, and why we couldn't just continue searching rather than be sent on this death quest." It looked like finally Nian was going to step in as she stood in front of Norvik and looked at him, but Quinn instead cleared his throat. "I understand your worry. You just care for your family vampires, and that is a good trait to have. I like that," Quinn replied. "But it would be best if you tell everything you know, so we are prepared, and more importantly, I can protect you all." There was silence from the others in the room until Ronson eventually started speaking again. "The beasts we were fighting, the reason they felt a little off was because they were special beasts being produced by the nest crystal and protecting it. Beasts that we call doppelgangers. We don't know what tier they are at, but whoever the beast faced, it was able to copy the opponent in front of them and equal them in strength. It was something that seemed impossible, but none of us could defeat them ourselves. Everyone was even in battle. Which is why we are worried that even with your help, if they can truly copy anyone's strength, including yours, we will still be unable to complete this task." It took a few hours for them to finally reach the planet, and honestly, Quinn was quite pleased by the fact for more reasons than one. He had felt really uncomfortable around all the vampires. Whenever he would walk past, they would give him glares here and there. At the same time, others would get out of his way or leave the room when he entered. Not that Quinn was the talkative type or anything, but it was clear they were treating him differently, and the thing was, he knew it wasn't because they were being rude. It was the opposite. "I guess that's what it's like to be the king. I'm happy that everyone in the cursed faction treats me well, and surprisingly, I'm happy that he's here as well," Quinn said, looking up at Jesk. The ship was landing, and Quinn was waiting to get off by the back of the ship where the ramp would descend. By his side was Jesk, who felt like the only person he could talk to. "Wait, I just realized, have I just been replacing the voices in my head with Jesk?" Quinn started to think back to how everyone was treating him on the ship. Quinn had often talked to the gorilla when he had troubles, but all the gorilla had done was grunt. "I think I'm going crazy with all these past voices in my head, huh, Jesk?" Quinn asked out loud, looking at the gorilla again. He wasn't even aware how this comment made him look to the other vampires, starting to worry about him. Getting off the ship, Quinn could see that the air here wasn't exactly pleasant. Everything seemed to be covered in a slight green smog, and the planet smelled like wet mud. It was then that Quinn noticed that the ship had landed on what looked like one of the few pieces of land. When staring out far, he could hardly see any land anywhere, and even his feet were now sinking slightly into the soft mud. That was because almost the entire planet was similar to a large swamp. It was covered in water, but it looked even dirtier than the ones on Earth, and the water looked to be made of a thicker substance. "Sorry that we couldn't bring you closer," Ronston apologized, seeing the look on Quinn's face. "As you know, the beasts are far more frequent near the nest crystal, and we can't risk them damaging the ship. We had initially set up the teleporter and tried to retrieve the crystal, but since it proved too difficult, we retreated. Upon returning, the teleporter had been destroyed. If we had more people, we might have left some to guard the teleporter, but given our force, splitting them seemed like a bad idea." "I understand," Quinn cut them off. "I'm guessing the ship can't go through the water too well either." The Vampire King watched everyone get into action. Viscount Norvik led a group of 4 vampires, whereas Viscount Nian led a group of 5, while the Earl stayed quite close to Quinn. It seemed like he was taking his duty quite seriously to protect the king. Although they had split into 2 groups, they weren't far away. It was just how they had been trained to fight, covering each other's back and so on. When Quinn stepped into the swamp area, the water came to just below his knees, and he could tell the substance was quite thick. It slowed down his movements ever so slightly, although Jesk was dealing with it with relative ease. He even offered to let Quinn ride on his back, but he had refused as he wanted to get used to the strange water. "Ah, crap! Do we really have to do this again?" Mo complained as he stared left and right. There were quite a lot of swamp trees in the area that would have vines in them. Sometimes there were few vines allowing them to see quite far off into the land, while others there were too many trees with the vines making it hard for them to see anything. "Come on, is it really that scary fighting against yourself? Besides, this time I'm going to beat her," Joy cheerfully proclaimed, pumping her fist. The other vampires following from behind found it quite cute. The next second, though, they could see the vines moving apart, and what looked like a mix between a frog and a giant hippo swimming through. Its body was large, but its face had puffed out its cheeks. "Beasts,
"Prepare for attack!" Norvik shouted out. Quinn had been warned beforehand that the closer they came to the crystal, the more beasts they would encounter, so he was sure that this wouldn't be the only one. "Your Majesty, let us deal with this, so you can save your strength for the—" Before Ronston could finish his sentence, a tongue wrapped around his face while he was distracted. Using his hands, though, he was able to rip it off, but there were plenty of beasts, and it looked like no one had time to be worrying about the other. Soon, another frog had tried to latch its tongue towards Quinn, but before it reached his head, Jesk had thrown out one of his arms to intercept the tongue, causing it to wrap around its forearm. With another hand, it held onto the tongue and pulled it forward, causing the creature's fat body to fly in the air, and the next second it hammered it down with its fist, punching it and causing water to gush up. "I will be fine. Focus on yourself," Quinn advised, as he began to observe everyone around him. He wanted to see their strength for more reasons than one. Right now, they were just guiding him to the place, but if they couldn't hold their own, then perhaps it would be safer for Quinn to place them in his shadow space and just leave them be for now. The beasts were at the Emperor tier level, but there were a lot of them. Seeing how everyone seemed to be doing fine on their own, Quinn wanted to test something, and he soon sprinted towards two of the hippo frogs that were in front of him. Although they had large bodies, somehow they could sink into the ground even though it wasn't so deep, and when doing so, he could tell that they moved quite fast. Some of the others weren't really paying attention to their own fight, instead having chosen to watch their king's action. The frogs began their attack, popping up like moles from the water and would shoot out their tongues. Here Quinn would avoid them, but only just. He was doing this constantly, not getting hit once. Then after some time had passed, he ran up to one of the beasts. It opened its mouth wide and attempted to bite Quinn. Despite their bulky size, the beast was quick, and its jaws had chomped down, biting the vampire's arm. He had his gauntlet on, and it was unable to pierce it, even with its strong jaws. "Now that I know your strength, let's test a few things," Quinn thought to himself, placing his other gauntlet on the frog. Then he started to absorb the energy. After that, Quinn went to the other frog that was attacking him and gave it the energy he had just collected, just like he had done with Jesk when he had fought the gray gorilla. He then allowed himself to be hit by the tongue. The others watching this were surprised. They had no clue what Quinn was doing. He was still testing the limits of his gauntlet and just how much power he could give them and take away, what effect it would have in the end. He intended to test out the capabilities of his improved equipment, but for those watching, they could just see someone getting hit by low-level beasts, unable to comprehend his action. "Was it really borrowed power?" Mo asked out loud. "No, he hasn't used any of his blood powers. This must be some sort of training," Rick argued back, while slashing the face off another frog. "Yeah, but he still sucks," Joy shouted, as she dodged another frog. Eventually, all the beasts had been defeated, and in the end, for some reason, Jesk had been the one who had killed the two frogs Quinn had been fighting. This was because, after his little test, Quinn had given the leftover energy to Jesk, since he no longer needed it. He was curious to find out if he could help his new friend evolve once again, by continuously feeding him energy. Of course, he would keep in mind not to overdo it. He himself knew better than anyone what an imbalance of power could do to one's body. To the others, though, they were starting to think the rumors were really true. Even the Viscounts and the Earl were concerned. Continuing their travels, Quinn noticed that this time not only was the Earl by his side, but so were the two Viscounts. "I have a question to ask. Can the doppelgangers copy abilities?" Quinn wondered, unaware of what was happening. The surrounding area had become clear, almost void of trees. They were just walking in the strange sludge when a plop was heard. A very loud plop. The water itself rose, and it looked like it was forming into something. Straight away, Ronston stood in front of Quinn, and a few seconds later, a copy of him appeared in front of him, blocking their path. "I guess I'm about to find out," Quinn said.